This audio story was created by WebNovel Audio.com. Chapter 1700, His Own Worst Enemy. Gossiping about me, huh? How exciting. Pretending to be oblivious, Sonny looked at Nephis and Effie with a little bit of masterfully performed confusion. Nephis spared him a short glance, then shrugged. The Lord of Shadows, he is just as the rumors say. Immensely strong, more than a little bit sinister, and highly eccentric. Effie chuckled. Well, anyone who chooses to live in a death zone has to be a lunatic. Still, to be called immensely strong by you, princess, I am at a loss for words. Is there really such a monster in the world? Sonny blinked. Hey, what did she mean, highly eccentric? He was the picture of perfect mental health. Well, maybe not. Still, Sonny was a little hurt. Nephis, meanwhile, smiled faintly. At the same time, he is nothing like what the rumors say. He is surprisingly considerate despite his tyrannical strength, kind despite wanting to appear sinister, and very shrewd despite his eccentricity. Effie blinked, then briefly glanced at Sonny with a strange expression. Princess, well, why are you smiling that way? In front of your... Actually, never mind. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Oh, was I smiling? I didn't mean to. Sonny took a sip of wine. No, smile more. Why was Effie raining on his parade? What an insufferable woman. The insufferable woman in question, meanwhile, grinned. That's fine and all, but what does he look like? Is he handsome? I bet that even if he is, he can't be as handsome as Master Sunless. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Nephis shrugged again, seemingly uninterested in that topic. I don't know. The Lord of Shadows never shows his face. He is always either wearing a mask or a closed helmet. In fact, you can't even tell if there is a human body inside that armor most of the time. Effie seemed excited for some reason. Really, damn, what a pity. I guess he's horribly disfigured or just naturally ugly. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Wait, what if he is bald? Is he missing teeth? Did you say he never takes his armor off? He must really reek then. Gods, what a slob. Master Sunless here is definitely way better. He smells very nice. Simply delicious, am I right, Master Sunless? Sonny stared at her wordlessly. Why is she dragging me into this? No, wait, what the hell does she mean, bald? I'm not bald. But having feigned ignorance, he couldn't really defend his honor. The third avatar's honor. No matter how much he wanted to. Hiding his frustration, Sonny said weakly. I guess I never really paid attention to how I smell. To his surprise, though, Nephis suddenly came to the Shadow Saint's defense. No, you're wrong. The Lord of Shadows, he is not disfigured or ugly. He is, well, he seems like a very outstanding young man in all regards. Sonny nodded unconsciously. You tell her, Neph. But then he frowned. No, but why are you defending that bastard so much? I'm right here. Sonny was confused. The Lord of Shadows was him, but Nephis did not know that. So was she praising some random guy in front of her supposed romantic partner? That was unacceptable. But then their relationship was fake. They had only really met each other a few days ago, so technically she knew the Lord of Shadows longer and better. The two of them had even fought side by side against a harrowing, cursed abomination. It was so confusing. What is this situation? How was he supposed to react? While Sonny was questioning his life's choices, Effie scoffed. If he's such an outstanding man, why is he hiding his face behind a mask? What is he, an 8th grader? Nephis frowned. Maybe it has something to do with his flaw. Maybe he needs to hide his identity for an important reason. In any case, all I know is that a man whose swordsmanship is so beautiful can't be unsightly. Effie glared at her silently, as if wanting to say, Princess, take a hint. What was the hint Nephis was supposed to take? Sonny did not know. The huntress took a deep breath. Well, anyway, that guy seems to be hiding a lot. Unlike Master Sunless, who is like an open book. An honest and sincere man like Master Sunless doesn't need to hide behind a mask, not to mention that hiding that face behind a mask would be a crime. She seemed to get distracted for a moment, and then laughed. In any case, it seems that we are going to be arriving soon. Shall we change the topic? Nephis shrugged, seemingly confused by the whole conversation. You're the one who asked. Effie smiled, then looked at Sonny apologetically. Oh, by the way, have you heard the news about the House of Night? It seemed that she really didn't want to talk about the Lord of Shadows anymore. Sonny, who had been excited before, was now unsure how he felt about it. It was nice to hear Nephis praise him, but also made him angry for some reason. What was going on with him today? He spaced out for a few moments, listening to Nephis and Effie with one ear. Have they conquered another citadel? Effie nodded. Yes, it's the 7th one in 2 years. Quite remarkable, actually. Their leadership has been making one miracle happen after another recently. I guess the descent of the Dream Gates really lit a fire under them. The House of Night has never been that active, that daring, or that successful before. Nephis sighed. It still won't help them maintain their position. They are at too great a disadvantage without a supreme. Not only in terms of raw power, but also in terms of relevance and population, both mundane and awakened. I'm afraid that the House of Night is damned to lose its status. That was true, but although the third great clan was now miles behind the other two, without any hope of catching up, it was still vitally important. Both because of the role its ships played in the waking world, and because of how they could break the balance of power in the upcoming war. An alliance with the House of Night could very well be the linchpin of the entire clash between the two domains. Not even due to their saints, but because the Twilight Sea bordered both the Sword domain and the Song domain in the south. Song and Valor were only clamoring to conquer Godgrave, because the House of Night was stubbornly maintaining neutrality. If either of the great clans managed to lure the Nightwalkers to their side, they would be able to launch swift attacks into the enemy territory while bypassing the barrier of the death zones separating their territories. Effie grimaced. At least they are trying, and by the look of it, the House of Night is dead set on staying away from both Valor and Song. Well, I can understand why. Even if they join the winning side, there will be no future for them but to be absorbed and assimilated after the whole mess is over. Sonny sighed quietly. He wondered how Neve was doing somewhere out there, in the Twilight Sea. The friendly Nightwalker must be having it hard, considering how swiftly the fortunes of his clan had changed. Nephis, meanwhile, gave Effie a guarded look and then silently gestured to Sonny. You guys finally remembered that I'm not supposed to know anything about the war. Good for you. Effie blinked a couple of times, then shook her head. By the way, Master Sunless, did you know that all the legacy clans are about to go to war? Nephis' eyes widened. Effie, the huntress smiled with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. A war for this beautiful but dense princess right here. Now that she has shown interest in you, every legacy clan will probably scramble to get her hitched to one of their scions before it's too late. The elders of Clan Valor might put pressure on her, too. So, that talk about safety I gave you. Effie grinned. Forget everything said. As a former soldier, you must know the value of a preemptive strike, so aim well and get her pregnant as soon as possible. That will show them. The wine glass cracked in Nephis' hand. Sonny did not move, but somewhere far away, the Lord of Shadows gracelessly fell off his throne. The ferry docked at the castle, the silence broken only by the bright sound of Effie laughing uncontrollably. Chapter 17:01 Illusory Castle. After they disembarked at the castle, Effie bid them farewell and went away, giggling as she walked. Sonny and Nephis stared at her back until she disappeared from view, both not in a hurry to say anything. What do I even say after that? Sonny sighed and decided not to say anything. Nephis seemed to be of the same mind. His thoughts, however, were on fire in the wake of Effie's antics. So, while Sonny kept quiet, his imagination was running wild against his better judgment. He did not know what Nephis was thinking about, but he was definitely thinking about all kinds of things that he probably should not have been thinking about. He threw a furtive glance at Neph. Was she really calm? Was he imagining things, or did her cheeks seem a little pink? No, that is definitely my mind playing tricks on me. There was no way Nephis would be fazed by mere words. It was just his wishful thinking it was all Effie's fault. That Effie, she really had not changed at all. He would have thought that being a married woman with a child would curb her wilder tendencies, but alas. Having a loving family only seemed to embolden the vivacious huntress even more, as if having a safe space to retreat to gave her wicked tongue more power. It's a miracle that little Ling is such a sweet boy, despite being raised by that miscreant. Sunny inhaled slowly. Nephis lingered for a few moments, then looked at him with a deadpan expression. After a while, she said in her usual impassive tone, "Don't mind Effie St. Athena, she's always like this." Sunny chased the improper thoughts out of his mind, or at least tried to, and chuckled. "That's all right, I'm rather accustomed to it. I used to have a close friend who was just like her. In fact, as much as I hate to admit it, I miss it a little." She smiled faintly. "I can't quite imagine." The two of them started walking and F the pier. Instead of passing through the crowded gate of the castle, Nephis led him to a hidden postern, where two knights bowed deeply before letting them in. The pass through the thick outer wall of Bastion was like a long tunnel with walls built of white stone. Walking through it, Sunny wondered what could have brought this mighty wall down and left it laying in ruins, like it lay in the hidden realm that was imprisoned in the reflection of the illusory castle. But then again, that terrible foe had even shattered the moon, so why would Bastion fare any better? The castle was a city in and of itself. It was gargantuan, with somewhere around 1 million people living between its walls, almost half of them awakened. There were hundreds of masters here as well, and at least a dozen saints were always present, either guarding the stronghold or visiting from their own citadels on business. Sunny felt quite peaceful and comfortable living in the sprawling city on the other side of the lake, but here in the castle, he couldn't help but feel a little tense. Soon they left the tunnel and entered a lively street. "It's quite amazing, isn't it?" His voice sounded a little stifled. Nephis nodded. Indeed, Bastion is not called a great citadel for no reason. From their point of view at the lowest and outermost ring of the great stronghold, the place they found themselves on looked no different from a city street, granted. Both the wide paved road and the buildings standing opposite the monolithal barrier of the outer wall were made of the same white stone as it. There were residential buildings, merchant stalls, commercial establishments, and people hurrying on their daily errands. However, all of it, except for people and later additions to the original architecture, seemed a little too grand in scale, as if built for creatures that weren't quite giants, but also not quite humans. However, really, this street was a natural part of the defensive fortifications. Bastion was a marvel of military engineering, designed to withstand the most terrible siege. There were all kinds of courtyards, keeps, towers, and auxiliary buildings here, placed in a seemingly chaotic manner, but all of them followed a thoroughly purposeful design. If viewed from above, Bastion resembled an artificial mountain separated into distinct levels, with concentric circles of inner walls protecting each of them, and the main thoroughfare piercing each of the walls as it scaled the mountains in a spiral. If one wanted to reach the main keep from either of the outer gates, they would have to circle the mountain many times, passing many lesser gates in the process. Even things like the direction of the thoroughfare were full of purpose. If someone managed to breach the outer wall, they would have to follow it clockwise, which meant that their sword hand would be to the next wall, while their shield hand would be away from it, letting the defenders rain arrows on the attackers more effectively. All in all, Sunny did not envy the warriors of Clan Song, who might have to siege this castle one day. Even he felt that the task was much too daunting. Bastion seemed truly impregnable. But of course it wasn't. The ruins hidden in the moonlit reflection were proof. Nephis led him deeper into the ancient castle, making sure that they would be seen by everyone who had time to look. The reactions people were giving them were much more intense than those at the lakeshore settlement, mostly because much more of them recognized who Nephis was. Sunny could practically feel the veneration and admiration they felt for her. Wherever Changing Star went, people's faces suddenly looked bright and inspired, as if just seeing her gave them strength. Well, it made sense. Nephis had become somewhat of a symbol after the Forgotten Shore, and her fame only grew further in the last 4 years. Especially for the people of the Sword Domain, she was a champion of peace and prosperity. A radiant figure who defended them from the horrors of the nightmare spell, and whose light illuminated all of humanity. Princess Nephis, one of the 2 invincible sword sisters of Anvil's domain. The nickname Effie had given her in the Dark City was not that outlandish anymore, if at all. So Sunny could understand the gazes of adoration directed at Neph. However, the more intensely people admired her, the more confusion and simmering hostility his presence by her side caused them. Who was that dainty stranger walking by Changing Star's side? Who does he think he is, being so close to our princess? Suddenly, he felt a little uncomfortable. I might have underestimated the consequences of playing Neph's secret darling. He might have underestimated it severely. As a passerby glared at him with obvious hostility, Sonny made sure that Nephis could not see and glared back with a cold menace. You can glower all you want, but are you worthy? All of you wretches combined are not fit to stand by her side. Only I am. Well, that was what his glare was meant to convey, at least. Chapter 17:02 Legendary Encounter. Sonny was not unfamiliar with the castle, since he had to come here every time he wanted to return to the waking world without raising any suspicions. However, he would usually spend quite a lot of time following the main thoroughfare to the main keep, where the gateway was located. This time, Nephis led him on a shorter path to the pinnacle of the stronghold, across narrow stairs and hidden posterns that he had not even known existed. There was no need to waste time at each checkpoint either, so their progress was rather fast. Who would dare to stop the transcendent daughter of a sovereign? After a while, Sonny asked with a hint of curiosity, "By the way, Lady Nephis, where exactly are we going?" He knew that they were about to sign a contract, but wasn't sure where the signing would take place. Was he going to make a deal with Clan Valor or with the Fire Keepers directly? Who else would be involved? She looked at him with a hint of confusion, then suddenly seemed a little embarrassed. "Oh, please forgive me. I have forgotten to explain properly." With that, Nephis raised her hand and pointed to one of the tallest towers in Bastion. The tower was not much different to all the others, with one big exception. There was a graceful flying ship floating in the air near it, moored to the higher floor of the tower with thick cables. A beautiful tree was growing around its main mast. The chain breaker. Sonny unconsciously looked up at the beautiful visage of the ivory island drifting in the air high above the lake. I see. Nephis lingered for a moment. Very few people have ever visited my citadel, but you don't have to worry. Everyone there is a trusted friend and ally. It is also quite peaceful there. We won't be disturbed. Right. Sonny was not supposed to have ever been in the ivory tower, so he had to act as if the whole experience was new to him. He put a sufficiently believable expression of wonder on his face, making sure to keep a proper level of decorum, of course. I've long heard about the beauty of the ivory tower. It is my luck to be able to visit it. A faint smile appeared on Neph's face. I'm sure you'll like it. They continued on their way, soon reaching a lesser courtyard in front of the tower. There were quite a few people here, although most of them were different from the crowd at the lower levels of the castle. The closer to the pinnacle of the stronghold one was, the fewer mundane people there were around. At this point, Sonny could not see anyone but awakened, with plenty of masters mixed among them. However, the gazes directed at him were not in any way friendlier. Well, it was natural. He was an outsider after all, and people were wary of outsiders. Just before they entered the tower, a tall man wearing the colors of Clan Valor, a knight, from the looks of it, approached them and bowed deeply. Saint Nephis, if I can have a minute of your time. She frowned slightly. What is it? The knight hesitated for a moment, then said in a dignified tone, There is a slight problem with the supplies you requested. They were delivered on time, but the specifications, I'm afraid you will need to inspect them personally. If everything is in order, I'll give a command to immediately load them on the chain breaker. The matter concerned the inner working of Clan Valor, so he was being vague around Sonny. Nephis remained silent for a bit, then glanced his way. Eventually, she said, Please wait for me a little, Master Sunless. I have to deal with this issue. My apologies. I'll be back in 10 minutes. He smiled. It's no problem. He had no doubt that someone would inevitably try to bother him as soon as she left, but it was really of no concern to him. Unless Arvel himself decided to come and stir trouble, Sonny was confident in his ability to send any potential troublemaker on their way without any commotion. Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then nodded curtly and walked away with the tall knight. Sonny was left alone, thinking that it was a good opportunity to compose himself. Smiling faintly, he walked over to the lakefront ramparts of the lesser courtyard and gazed into the distance. He could see the young city stretching along the shore in the distance, bathed in sunlight and brimming with vitality. The lake was calm and radiant. It was a beautiful sight. As Sonny enjoyed the view and the warm breeze, he sighed. He could sense two shadows approaching him from behind. That was fast. Turning around, he saw two men younger than him by a few years walking toward him. One was walking with purposeful strides, while the other was trying to hold him back with a troubled expression. Both were masters and wore enchanted armor, but neither donned the colors of clan valor. So, they must have been noble scions from vassal legacy clans. Legacies. Soon the two scions reached him. The one who had been purposeful. El gave Sonny a glare and said, his voice full of arrogant indignation. I am Ascended Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan. This is Ascended Mercy of the Dagonet clan. Who might you be? Sonny blinked a couple of times, looking at them in amusement. Wait, it can't be. Is this the legendary arrogant young master encounter? It is, isn't it? Gods, the legends are true. He reminded himself to remain calm. Keep your cool, be polite, don't start trouble. Sonny smiled politely. I am Ascended Sunless. How may I help you, gentlemen? Master Tristan frowned. Ascended Sunless, of which clan? Sonny remained silent for a moment. Why was everyone so insistent on waving their family name around? Of no clan. The young man scoffed, while his friend tried to pull him away. Tristan, drop it, come on. We are going to be late for practice. Master Mercy of the Dagonet clan seemed to have a little bit of brain, at least. But the scion of Aegis Rose clan did not want to listen. Scowling fiercely, he moved a step closer to Sonny and asked, his voice harsh and domineering. Master Sunless of no clan seems to have some business with Lady Changing Star. But that doesn't give you the right to don't think I didn't notice you ogling her with lewd eyes, scoundrel. What eyes, huh? The second legacy gave Sonny an apologetic glance and tried to pull his friend away harder. He seemed exasperated, hinting that Master Tristan had a habit of saying rash things. Sonny took a deep. Be polite, don't start trouble, be polite. He calmed himself down, then opened his mouth and said, why does a moron like you have the confidence to open his mouth and spout nonsense? If you were born brainless, at least have the decency to keep quiet. Better yet, get lost altogether. Don't think I didn't notice you being dropped on your head as a child, you cretin. Chapter 17:03 Courting Death. Sonny's words hung in the air, contrasted starkly against his polite smile. The two young masters seemed frozen, as if unable to digest what they had just heard. Mercy of Clan Dagonet let out a stifled breath. At the same time, Ascended Tristan's eyes widened. His face, frozen in a state of stunned disbelief, was slowly contorted by a grimace of righteous wrath. Trembling in outrage, he bellowed, you dare? Sonny couldn't quite believe it. He held his breath, his heart beating wildly. Is he going to say it? He's going to say it. He totally is. His smile remained perfectly pleasant. I do dare. Why wasn't that obvious from my remark? Or has your flaw made you deaf? Goodness gracious, dumb and deaf. What an unfortunate fate. You have my sympathy. The young master stared at him, mouth agape. After a few moments of silence, Tristan pointed a trembling finger at Sonny and hissed. You are courting death, mongrel. He said it. He had really said it. That was Sonny had no words. It was really too astonishing. He struggled to suppress a burst of laughter. Amazing. But also, what is it with legacy brats and calling people mongrels? Sonny kept his composure with titanic effort and shrugged. Funny you should say, but I am indeed somewhat of a mongrel. His smile widened, which seemed to send the young master into a spiral. With his face turning a concerning shade of red, Ascended Tristan outstretched a hand and growled. You've gone too far, scoundrel, you need to be taught a lesson. I, Tristan of Aegis Rose, hereby challenge you to a duel. Sonny blinked. Huh? No, he was just speaking metaphorically when he suggested that the fool had been dropped on his head. But now, it seemed like maybe there was some truth to the statement. By now, their spat had attracted a lot of attention. The people in the courtyard were all gazing at them with strange expressions. Master Mercy had abandoned his attempts to drag the second legacy away and was now looking around helplessly. A duel, huh? Sonny erased the smile from his face and said in a solemn tone, "I refuse." Tristan grinned. "Great, then summon your What, you refuse?" Sonny nodded. "Yes, I refuse. What, are you really deaf?" The young master seemed flustered. He stared at him in confusion for a few moments, then asked in a trembling voice, "How can you refuse? That's cowardly. Don't you have any honor?" Amused, Sonny simply shook his head. "That's right, I am a coward and I don't have any honor. In fact, I wouldn't be caught dead having honor. Such a distasteful thing." After being accosted by an arrogant young master and asked if he was courting death, all Sonny had to do to experience the entire triumvirate of cliches was to slap Ascended Tristan across the face. However, he had no intention of doing that. Who knew, perhaps the poor fool was really suffering from a character flaw. His behavior was too outrageously hot-blooded to be explained by simple foolhardiness. Plus, it wouldn't be a good look for Sonny to go around beating children, not to mention that his meticulously cultivated harmless persona was not supposed to be able to win a duel. With a legacy ascended, no matter how much he wanted to teach the loud brat a memorable lesson. Ascended Tristan huffed and pussed, staring at him with angry eyes. Then a mocking smile suddenly twisted his lips. "Don't be too afraid, coward, I won't kill you. We'll just duel to first blood. I refuse your refusal. Summon your weapon and face me." Sonny stared at him incredulously for a bit. "Ah, to hell with it." He sighed. "To first blood, fine, I accept." His smile turned a little sheepish. "But I don't have a memory weapon, so I can't summon any." Hearing these words, young Master Tristan paled. "You don't even have a single memory weapon, and you call yourself an Ascended." Sonny scratched the back of his head, his face full of embarrassment. "I do call myself an Ascended, but not all Ascended are like you, scions of storied legacy clans. Personally, I manage a small cafe and a shop. The last time I was in a battle, I had to run away and barely escaped with my life. It had been a battle against a cursed tyrant, but they didn't have to know that." Master Mercy seemed relieved. He let out a long sigh and said tentatively, "Then let us just drop this matter. Tristan, he is clearly not a—" But his friend shook his head furiously, summoning a memory. "No, I simply can't let this matter rest. I demand satisfaction." Soon, a heavy greatsword manifested itself from sparks of light. He scoffed contemptuously and shoved the sword into Sonny's hands. "Here, this sword is called the Heartbreaker, and it is a family heirloom of my clan. I'll lend it to you for today. It is your privilege to be able to hold it, knave." With that, he shook his head and mumbled under his breath, Really, I just don't understand why Lady Nephis would associate with such a profligate wastrel. He must have deceived her with his looks, the scoundrel." Sonny held the greatsword awkwardly and rested its tip on the ground. No, really, what was this situation? Why was the person who had challenged him to a duel supplying him with a powerful weapon to fight that duel? Was Master Tristan actually brainless? At the same time, the young man in question summoned another memory, this one a much lighter arming sword. From the looks of it, he was giving his opponent an advantage, a better weapon with a longer reach. He also dismissed the outer layers of his armor, leaving only a gambeson jacket behind. "Here, I won't use any enchantments, so you won't be at a disadvantage. Are you ready?" Sonny remained silent for a moment, then shrugged timidly. "I guess I am." Young Master Tristan grinned. "Then here I come. Prepare to be humbled, wimp." He brandished his sword and lunged forward. Under the dubious gazes of everyone gathered in the courtyard, the duel started. Chapter 1704, A Slap Heard Around the World. It seemed like the diminutive Master Sunless, an unknown ascended from the lakeshore settlement, had no chance against the young master of the Aegis Rose clan. Not only was Tristan much taller and more powerfully built, but he was also a legacy. And legacies still held the title of the most skilled and deadly warriors of humanity, by far, even now that the number of awakened had swelled. Their upbringing, training, and martial culture were all designed to produce lethal fighters to rule the battlefield unopposed. The idle onlookers did not know what the pretty young man had done to enrage the legacy scion so much. But from the looks of it, he was in for a good beating, which was a shame, considering that with his jade skin and slender figure, he looked quite handsome. Sadly, though, he didn't look like much of a fighter. Neither did Master Sunless seem very familiar with handling a blade. He tried to swing the provided greatsword to deflect an incoming attack, but failed. Not just that. Perhaps due to his short stature and slender build, he actually lost control of the heavy blade and allowed its weight to pull him off balance. Instead of deflecting the opponent's sword, he yelped and stumbled forward instead. That was a common mistake most often seen among awakened. Young awakened were prone to overestimating their newfound strength, forgetting that their mass and center of gravity remained the same. So, it was easy for them to misjudge things and end up being pulled forward by the inertia of their own swing. Still, for a master to be that inexperienced in combat was a bit. The delicate Ascended seemed to be doomed. But strangely enough, he ended up being saved by his clumsy mistake. It was doubtful that he could have deflected Tristan's powerful strike, but after stumbling forward and nearly sprawling on the ground, the opponent's sword missed and flew harmlessly above his head. There was a murmur among the onlookers. Lucky. But then they were treated to a bizarre spectacle. That Master Sunless was not just lucky, it was as if he was charmed. No matter what Tristan of Aegis Rose tried to do, his sword never seemed able to reach the cowardly opponent. Master. Sunless slipped on the cobblestones, accidentally evading a skillful attack. While trying to stand up, he tripped on the hem of his own silk robe, losing balance and gracelessly sprawling on the ground, but also making Tristan's follow-up strike miss him entirely. While trying to block a downward slash, he actually failed to hold onto his sword and dropped it, staggering back in panic. However, in the process, the coward accidentally kicked the falling sword and sent it flying in the direction of the Legacy Scion, who was forced to hastily defend his lower torso and retreat. Then Master Sunless recklessly bent down to pick up the fallen sword, a grievous mistake when facing an armed opponent. However, it was exactly because no one in their right mind would think of leaving themselves so open to a lethal blow that Tristan had never anticipated it. Once again fruitlessly sliced the empty air above the oblivious opponent's head. "What are you doing? Fight like a man." A sheepish smile appeared on the unknown master's deathly pale face. "But I was trying to pick up my sword. How am I supposed to fight without a sword?" Ascended Tristan let out an infuriated growl. "Just take it, damn, I'll step back." Under everyone's bewildered gazes, he took a step back and waited patiently for his opponent to arm himself. But Master Sunless did not seem to be in a hurry, breathing heavily. Tristan's face twitched. "What are you doing?" The delicate young man coughed. "Well, you didn't specify that I should pick it up immediately, did you? So I thought I'd catch my breath real quick." The Legacy Scion seemed stuck between complete disbelief and apoplectic fury. "Pick it up right this second." Master Sunless bent down and gripped the sword. All right, there's no need to shout." Soon, the oddly comical duel continued. He continued stumbling blindly through the hurricane of steel, remaining unscathed by sheer, ridiculous luck. But even that helpless fool's luck was bound to run out sooner or later. And finally, in less than a minute, Tristan's sword pierced the silk robe and bit into the delicate young man's shoulder. He had held back, not wishing to deliver a serious wound to the offending profligate, so the cut was shallow. Still, a cut was a cut. It also hurt like a real cut, Sonny grimaced. Young Master Tristan, meanwhile, gave him a disdainful smirk and retrieved his sword. The two of them were standing close to each other, and the Legacy was staring down at Sonny, his face full of pleased indignation. "Serves you right, scoundrel. The victory is mine. Now apologize, recount your misdeeds, and humbly beg forgiveness. I'll let you off easy if you do, but if you don't blame me for being ruthless." But Sonny simply tilted his head. "Who says that the victory is yours?" Tristan blinked. "What, I clearly just won? What are you?" But Sonny was nonplussed. He raised the collar of the nebulous mantle, revealing the black shirt beneath. "We agreed to fight to first blood. Do you see any blood?" The young master stared at his chest in confusion. There was clearly a cut in the little knave's shirt, but where was the blood? Even the blade of his sword was clean. He frowned and started to speak, his tone full of confusion. "Hell," but before he could finish, and to the absolute shock of everyone watching, the next moment, Sonny's fist slammed into his face with an audible bang, sending young Tristan of Aegis Rose staggering back. The legacy scion collided with his friend, Master Mercy, while covering his face with a hand. His stunned eyes were opened wide. There was blood dripping between his fingers beneath them. Suddenly, the courtyard was silent. In that silence, Ascended Tristan slowly lowered his hand, revealing two red streams flowing out of his nostrils and marring his handsome face. His voice was listless. You. Sonny dropped the heavy greatsword on the ground with visible relief, rubbed his wrists, and let out a sigh. Then he smiled. Well, it seems like I have won. Good fight, good fight. Now shall we proceed with begging for forgiveness? You don't need to kneel, I'm not a pervert, so I'm not into such stuff. At that moment, young Master Tristan looked like he would spit blood. That, too, would have constituted Sonny's victory if the legacy wasn't already bleeding. Then Tristan's features contorted, and he seemed to completely lose his mind. With a face flush with murderous wrath, the legacy lunged forward and roared. You wretched mongrel! Sonny pretended to be frightened and flinched away with an ungentlemanly shriek. Coincidentally, or rather, quite purposefully, the sun was directly behind him, which meant that his shadow was sprawled on the cobblestones directly in front of him, right where Ascended Tristan's foot had just landed. Using a tiny bit of essence, Sonny stealthily manifested a small part of the wild shadow and made it trip the poor fool without anything noticing. That was more than enough to send the enraged young master, who had committed to the attack a little bit too hard, completely off balance. It all worked splendidly. In fact, it worked a little bit too well. Oh crap! Sonny had forgot to take one small, but vitally important detail into account. In the next moment, everyone in the courtyard witnessed a startling scene. Ascended Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan lunged at the dainty master, who let out an embarrassing shriek and flinched away in fear. By doing so, he not only completely avoided the sudden attack, but also caused the legacy to lose balance and be pulled forward by the weight of his sword. And there, right behind his cowardly opponent, was the parapet of the courtyard ramparts. The young legacy had no time to slow down and collided with it at full speed, buckling at the waist and flying over the stone parapet in the blink of an eye. A split second later, his figure disappeared from view. A dumbfounded silence settled over the courtyard. In a few moments, everyone shuddered as they heard a loud crash from somewhere far below. Master Sunless looked back with a strange expression on his face, then cleared his throat and gracefully straightened his mantle with an elegant motion. Then he turned to Mercy of Clan Dagonet and said, his voice full of sincere concern, Sir Mercy, why are dawdling? Shouldn't you hurry up and tend to your friend? Such a fall won't kill him, I think, but he'll certainly need a good healer. The petrified young man slowly nodded. Why yes, I'll go. With that, he turned around and hurried away. But at that moment, Master Sunless called out to him. Wait a moment. Ascended Mercy froze and slowly turned around. Yes. Sonny smiled and pointed to the heavy greatsword laying on the ground. The sword, what was it, the hard breaker? Take the sword with you. The young master stared at the greatsword for a moment, then bent down to pick it up. Yes. He mumbled an apology and dashed away. Sonny grinned. Make sure that Ascended Tristan takes his time to rest and recuperate. There's no need to rush. He sighed and then added, his voice full of magnanimity. He can beg me for forgiveness at a later date. Chapter 17:05 Familiar. When Nephis returned, the courtyard seemed a little liveler than it had been before. A few people had strange expressions on their faces, and a few more seemed to be glancing at Master Sunless from time to time, their gazes full of contempt and amusement. The charming enchanter himself was standing near the parapet of the ramparts, not paying the pointed gazes any attention. He was looking down calmly, a small smile playing on his lips. Nephis frowned slightly. Has anyone bothered him? She had not anticipated that leaving Master Sunless alone for a few minutes would be a problem. It was only an hour or two after they had shown themselves together in public. After all, no matter what kind of rumors people wanted to spread, such things took time. Nephis definitely did not want anything remotely unpleasant to happen to the delicate young man, so she had to be more watchful in the future. Approaching Master Sunless, she said in her usual even tone, "I am back. Did something happen?" He turned and looked at her with a smile, then lowered his gaze awkwardly. "Ah, well, nothing too serious. There were a couple young men who wanted to have words with me. I'm afraid I failed to resolve the issue amicably. Oh, well, some people simply don't have manners. I'm rather used to such situations." Nephis' frown deepened. Sonny, of course, was talking about himself. It was Sonny who didn't bother with basic manners unless he wanted to, and was therefore used to facing the violent consequences of running his venomous mouth. But Nephis understood it differently. "Cassie, who were these young men, and how dare they be rude to Master Sunless?" Cassie responded a moment later, her voice deceptively smooth. Tristan of Aegis Rose challenged Master Sunless to a duel. Nephis almost jumped. Of course, her calm expression remained the same, but her mind was suddenly awash with scorching flames. "And you didn't warn me. I explicitly asked you to keep an eye on him in my absence." Imagining the headstrong and domineering scion of the Aegis Rose clan bullying the elegant and gentle Master Sunless made her blood boil, for some reason. Feeling a degree of anger would have been both expected and reasonable, but even Nephis herself was surprised by the intensity of her reaction. The image was simply too offensive. Perhaps it was because she had just promised herself to protect the charming young man. Now, mere hours later, it had already come to this. Nephis was on the verge of blushing again, this time out of shame. A sudden thought surfaced in her mind. Should I destroy the Aegis Rose clan? She blinked. No, wait, what am I thinking about? Luckily, at that moment, Cassie responded to her heated question. "Neph, relax. What is with you today? Master Sunless is not entirely helpless, and Tristan of Aegis Rose is not entirely brainless. It's just that his flaw is, well, you know how he is. In any case, he is not a malicious person, just a hot-blooded fool. The worst that could have happened was one of them receiving a scrape." Nephis frowned. "Wait, could have happened. Not could happen, the duel already took place." Cassie coughed. "About that, maybe don't mention anything to Master Sunless. It might be embarrassing for him, even though he technically didn't lose." Nephis studied the charming young man silently. Almost immediately, she noticed a thin vertical tear in his robe, where none had been before. I should offer to heal him." She imagined laying hands on his chest and infusing it with her flames. But how could she offer to heal him without hurting his pride? Cassie said not to mention the duel. Nephis lingered for a few moments, and then reluctantly decided not to say anything. If Master Sunless wanted to keep what had happened to him a secret, she had to respect his wishes. He was already on the losing side of their relationship, which was to say, employer and employee relationship, so she had to be mindful of his pride. The Aegis Rose clan, however, Nephis usually stayed away from the internal politics of the sword domain, but if she wanted to exert influence, there was plenty of influence to go exert. Young Master Tristan was about to experience some hardship in his life, not enough to kill him, but plenty enough to teach him a few lessons on how to manage his flaw better. That will also clearly show the other clans that I favor Master Sunless, and that touching the person I favor, pretending to favor, will not go unpunished. Which could further the deception, and at the same time protect the charming enchanter going forward, thus killing two birds with one stone. Nephis took a deep breath, still feeling guilty. Then she contained her emotions, nodded lightly, and said, "Then please follow me. There won't be any other delays." Master Sunless smiled and gallantly gestured forward. "After you, my lady." As they ascended the steps of the tall tower, Nephis remained silent and thought back to what Cassie had said. What is it with me today, indeed? Many people thought that Nephis was a cold and emotionless person, but they were all wrong. Her emotions, in fact, often burned with a frightening intensity. It was just that she rarely showed them, if at all. Still, looking back, she felt like she had been too flustered in the last few hours, and even before that. Being in the company of the charming enchanter had a strange kind of effect on her. Granted, anyone would have been flustered after what Effie had done. Just thinking about it, no. Nephis refused to think about it. but it was an undeniable fact that she couldn't help but act unlike her usual self around Master Sunless. Usually, she would have been much more guarded around a stranger, but there was just something about the delicate young man that made her lower her guard. It was like an odd sense of familiarity that had no reason to exist, but was deeply compelling, as if he reminded her of something or someone that she had been longing for without even knowing. How strange. The feeling was indeed strange, but not unwelcome. It tasted a little sweet and a little bitter, but mostly it was just there. Nephis sighed. My behavior thus far has been nothing short of embarrassing. Considering that the two of us will be spending a lot of time together, I really need to maintain composure and treat Master Sunless with the degree of respect he deserves. She glanced at him, her gaze once again lingering on his exquisite features and glistening onyx eyes for a moment too long. Suddenly, Nephis felt that maintaining composure would be a bit hard. Chapter 17:06 Memory Purveyor. Following Nephis, Sunny ascended the tall tower and found himself on a spacious balcony that served as a pier for the chain breaker. Neither of them had spoken about the duel, and it suited him just fine. In any case, he had to admit that his actions had been a little naughty. He could have diffused the situation by groveling a little, but chosen to antagonize the pompous legacy instead for no good reason. Explaining the sequence of events to Nephis would have been a bit embarrassing, and as so. Sunny went ahead and shamelessly pushed that responsibility onto Cassie. Some would call such a move unbecoming, but he preferred to call it delegation. The chain breaker was floating in the air a few meters away, with a wide wooden plank affixed between its deck and the stone balcony. Several fire keepers seemed to have just finished loading a bunch of wooden crates into the cargo hold of the graceful vessel, and were now resting beneath the branches of the sacred tree. Noticing Nephis, all of them stood up. Then their gazes fell on Sunny. The fire keepers, especially the two women, had a bit of a strange reaction to his appearance. What's wrong with these people? Considerin'. Gee, how devoted the fire keepers were to Nephis. He would have expected a more intense version of the jealous hostility the denizens of the castle had met him with. However, they seemed more stunned than unfriendly. Master Sunless, why are you here? He forced out a polite smile. Good day. Oh, I am here to sign a contract. I think we'll be working together often in the future, so please take care of me. The fire keepers slowly turned to Nephis. Then the two women suddenly broke into wide smiles. Lady Nephis, thank you. Nice. He stared at them in confusion. Why are they giving her thumbs up? The fire keepers frequented the brilliant emporium due to their friendship with Aiko. Perhaps they really liked his cooking and assumed that he would be employed as a chef. Was the food situation on the Ivory Island that bad? Nephis coughed. Ah, yes, I've invited Master Sunless to the tower. Please get ready to ascend. They joined the fire keepers on the deck. The wooden plank was swiftly removed, the mooring cables untled, and no more than a minute later, the flying ship slowly moved. The leaves of the sacred tree rustled as the chain breaker started to climb into the sky. Sunny looked up and studied it for a while, his gaze lingering on the golden fruits. What would happen if I fed these fruits to Rain? Currently, Rain was preparing to hunt an awakened demon in order to absorb some of its essence and push her own toward awakening. Such was the path most of the ancient people had followed, forging their fates in the crucible of combat. The fruits of the sacred tree contained essence, as well, so its existence was much more precious than the carriers of the spell could ever imagine. Granted, it was a rhetorical question. If Sunny simply wanted Rain to awaken, he would have showered her with soul shards and been done with it. But what he wanted was to make her strong enough to survive on her own, if need be, and so cutting corners would do her more harm than good. It was the same reason why the legacy clans kept sending their children to face the winter solstice instead of safely bringing them to the dream realm in advance. By gaining access to a sovereign's gate, Sunny often clashed with legacies, but he had to admit that they did a lot of things right. Ah, if only all the young legacies were like awakened Tell instead of awakened Tristan. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Nephis. The two of them were alone at the bow of the chain breaker, gazing at the breathtaking view of the castle, the lake, and the city sprawling along its shore. The atmosphere was quite romantic, but sadly there was no time to have a proper conversation. The ivory island was drifting in the sky above the lake, just shy of casting its shadow on the ancient walls of Bastion. It would only take the flying ship a few minutes to reach it. And indeed, the chain breaker landed softly on the waters of the smaller lake, glistening among the emerald grass of the island, before Sunny could think of anything to say. "Please come this way." Nephis led him toward the ivory tower, but she didn't seem to be in a hurry. On the way, they toured most of the island, with her showing him around and explaining how the citadel was organized. It was just as beautiful and tranquil as Sunny had remembered. There had been a few changes in the past 4 years, with the island looking much better cared for and settled. However, the essence of the place remained the same. The emerald grass, the clear lake, the grove of ancient trees, the sun-bleached bones of the mighty dragon, and the great pagoda of pristine white stone towering above it, all like a heavenly palace. Sunny had last visited the Ivory Island almost immediately after killing the winter beast. Back then, he had been skulking in the shadows and in a hurry to leave, unwilling for anyone to notice his presence. It was much nicer to stroll across the verdant grass in the open, and in Neph's company on top of that. A smile found its way onto his face, this one genuine, not forced. Eventually, they found their way into the tower and ascended its steps, reaching Cassie's chambers on one of the higher floors. The blind seer occupied several rooms, one of them serving as her bedroom, one as her office, and one as a parlor to receive guests and hold meetings. The two of them entered the office. The chamber was bathed in sunlight, with tasteful wooden furniture placed sparsely on the stone floor. Cassie herself was sitting behind a desk, her hair a little disheveled. There was a serious expression on her face and solemn focus in her beautiful blue eyes. However, there was a bit of a strange smell in the office. Sunny frowned in confusion. Why does it smell like popcorn?" Not that it mattered. Throwing the unnecessary thought out of his mind, Sunny bowed courteously and said in a polite tone, "Saint Cassia." Cassie nodded. "Master Sunless, please have a seat." Sunny and Nephis sat down in front of her desk, after which the blind seer handed him a stack of papers, with the clause of the contract written on them in neat and pretty cursive. She must have asked one of the fire keepers to serve as her eyes while writing, because otherwise, that tidy handwriting would have been skewed and incomprehensible. Cassie smiled. "There is a lot to discuss, but please read and sign the contract first." Sunny gave her a long look. "It's your lucky day that I know cursive." Everyone who received a proper education did, but Sunny had only ever known how to type things before coming to the academy. He had learned cursive later, after returning from the Forgotten Shore and getting himself a position as a research assistant. But of course, no one had any way of knowing that. Signing deeply, he looked over the contract and signed it. Nephis watched him with intently as he did. The moment his signature was put on paper, the corner of her mouth seemed to curl upward slightly. Sunny smiled. "Well, as long as she's happy. It's a pleasure doing business with you." And that was how Sunny became the memory purveyor of the fire keepers. Unbeknownst to him, though, something else was happening while he was signing the contract. The news of Sunny's duel with Tristan of Aegis Rose was spreading across Bastion with the speed of a forest fire. Of course, with each retelling, it collected embellishments and turned more and more outrageous. People were talking about it all over the city. "Have you heard? Some unknown master defeated Lord Tristan in one strike." They say that they were fighting for Changing Star's affection. There were several Valor Knights and dozens of Awakened in the courtyard, but no one even tried to stop the duel. There were dozens of Valor Knights in the courtyard trying to stop him, but he defeated them all before striking Lord Tristan in the face. There were 100 Valor Knights in the courtyard trying to stop him, but he easily defeated them all, and then beheaded Lord Tristan with one strike. That unknown master is too scary, too tyrannical. What a monster! If Sunny had heard these whispers, he would have paled. He would have also probably said something like, oh no, not again." But he didn't hear anything until the next morning, when Aiko stormed into the kitchen of the brilliant Emporium and tossed a newspaper on the table. "Boss, what the hell is this?" Frowning, Sunny picked up the newspaper and read the title on the first page. The title read, "A Duel for a Saint's Heart. Wretched mongrel, Master S, defeats the noblest of knights, Lord T." His hand trembled. Chapter 1707, The Fine Nuances of Demon Hunting. The stars shone brightly in the cold black sky. Sitting on a wide tree branch, Rain studied them silently, surrounded by darkness. It's strange. Some of the stars looked familiar, but she couldn't recognize any constellations. The alien sky of the dream realm was different from that of Earth, but worse than that, it was both fickle and unreliable. The stars shining upon the Song domain were different from those illuminating the Sword domain, and even various regions of the two kingdoms did not share the same heaven. Some places did not even have a sun, while others were bathed in the light of many moons. Astronomers were probably going crazy. "Why are you still awake? Sleep. You'll need all your strength tomorrow." Her teacher's voice resounded softly from the darkness, making Rain sigh. He was right. She had climbed the enormous tree and tied herself to the branch in order to rest, but now that there was nothing else left to do. "I can't sleep." Sleep was escaping her. Her teacher chuckled. "Nervous?" Rain remained silent for a while. Was she nervous? She couldn't tell. They had spent a lot of time preparing for this hunt. From searching for suitable prey and learning all that could be learned about it to coming up with plans and contingencies, studying the terrain, and preparing all the necessary equipment. The process was only different from all the previous hunts because it had been so extensive. She was supposed to kill an awakened demon this time, after all. So Rain did feel a little nervous, frightened, even. But at the same time, she was a little excited. Not only because successfully slaying the demon would finally allow her to grasp the key of awakening, which she had been trying to do for many years, but also because of the challenge itself. She always felt a pleasant rush of adrenaline when facing appalling abominations in battle. To be strong, to be able to protect herself and other people, that was what she wanted, and why she had accepted the ominous shadow's offer to be her teacher. Rain smiled. "What is there to be nervous about? It's just an awakened demon." Her teacher laughed in the darkness. "Fair enough." There was a bit of silence, and then Rain asked against her better judgment. "Teacher, what was the first awakened demon you fought like?" The darkness spoke in a tone of nostalgia. "Oh, that guy? As tall as a house, covered in a carapace of impregnable steel armor, with claws strong enough to crush diamonds and a pair of razor-sharp sides in place of hands. A really charming fellow." Rain raised an eyebrow. Was such a creature really worth feeling nostalgic about? "So how did you kill it?" Her teacher laughed. "Let's see, that was before my awakening, when I was not much stronger than you. So I summoned a corrupted devil and pitted them against each other. At least I think it was a corrupted devil, truth be told. I still have no idea what that thing was, even all these years later. It sure was unforgettably creepy, though." He paused for a moment, and then added with a sigh. "And then I acted as bait, while my partner finished the wounded demon off." Rain opened her eyes wide, stunned. She wasn't even sure what shocked her more, the fact that her teacher had apparently been able to summon corrupted devils before awakening, or that he used to have a partner. Who would partner up with that insufferable bastard? Were they crazy? She hesitated for a moment, then asked curiously, "Where's your partner now, teacher?" The darkness remained silent for a while this time. Then he said in a carefree tone, "Well, I imagine she's in a beautiful heavenly palace, looking down upon us mortals." His tone was carefree, but for the first time, Rain could feel a hint of a strange emotion in it. What did he mean? If her teacher was a dark deity, then could his partner be a celestial deity? No gods were dead, as were all the lesser divinities. Only nightmare creatures remained. So then was his partner dead? Was that what he meant? Right, it made sense. Her teacher had once admitted to being thousands of years old, so anyone who had fought by his side before his awakening would have been dead for a very, very long time. Rain sighed, suddenly feeling pity for her poor teacher. Wishing to distract him from unpleasant memories, she asked, "But how did you manage to summon a terror to fight that demon?" He chuckled. "By setting the demon's boss on fire. Now enough talking, go to sleep." The demon's boss. Do demons have bosses? Full of confusion, Rain let out a long sigh and closed her eyes. The tree branch was swaying slightly under her, which was a bit calming. Just before she slipped into the embrace of sleep, a sudden thought surfaced in her drowsy mind. Wait, if he killed that demon with a partner, then why the hell is he making me hunt this demon alone? Her anxious dreams were cold and restless. In the morning, Rain untied the rope fastening her to the branch and carefully climbed down. Soon enough, she reached the ground, standing on the outskirts of a vast forest of dead trees. Ravenheart was so far away that the mountain chain was merely a dark line on the horizon. There was no ash around, and although the frozen ground was covered in frost, there was no snow either. This was the place where the awakened demon she was intending to kill dwelled. Humanity had conquered a vast area in the dream realm, but that did not mean that the two domains were entirely safe. In fact, safety was a fleeting illusion here. Apart from the citadels and their immediate vicinity, the wilds were still ruled by the nightmare creatures. Humans had only really started to encroach on their reign after the advent of the Dream Gates 4 years ago, building roads and expanding their settlements. In that regard, the current era was very much like the dawn of the legendary Age of Heroes, when mortal champions battled against countless abominations to help the nascent human civilization survive and spread. Of course, modern humans had no gods to guide them. They only had Queen Song, the King of Swords, and the Nightmare Spell. Well, in Rain's case, she also had an oddball of a shadow showing her the way. While she was checking her weapons in the dim twilight of the early dawn, her teacher asked calmly, "What makes demons so dangerous? Their strength, their speed, their resilience?" Rain shook her head. "No, it's their intelligence. Beasts and monsters might be stronger, faster, and much more resilient than me, but they are also not too bright. A demon, however, is as intelligent as me. It might even outsmart me if I'm not careful." Her teacher emerged from her shadow and nodded. "So how do you kill a demon?" She counted her arrows while answering. "By being more prepared, by controlling the battlefield, knowing the terrain, and learning about the enemy in advance, by taking initiative and not making any mistakes, by having a clear mind and deadly resolve." He smiled. "No one is perfect. Mistakes happen whether you want to or not, so what are you going to do if you do make a mistake?" Rain stared at him for a moment, then returned the smile defiantly. "Curse you bitterly while I die." Her teacher laughed. "Go on and try dying, see what happens." She stared at him for a bit, then shook her head. "Fine, since teacher insists, I won't." "Die?" He nodded with a smile. "Good, now go and kill that demon." Chapter 1708, The Huntsman. Rain had taken off her winter coat, her light armor, and even her military jacket, leaving only the Henley and the wool vest on. No amount of armor was going to protect her from the awakened demon, so she wanted her movements to be as agile and unobstructed as possible. It seemed a little poetic, as if she was proclaiming that there would be no retreat, only victory or death. It was also a bit funny. Awakened warriors were often shown preparing mentally for battle while donning their armor, but she was doing the same while taking it off. Such was the pitiful life of a mundane hunter. The preparations had long been complete, the traps were laid. All Rain had to do was venture into the depths of the forest and face the demon. Taking a deep breath, she went through a series of stretching exercises. She had always been nimble, but after years of training under the sinister shadow, her flexible body was like that of a snake, no, a gymnast. A very graceful, limber gymnast. That was a much better mental image. Still, she had to be careful when going all out. Her mundane flesh was lagging behind her skill and training, so it was easy to damage. "What are you, a ballerina?" Rain glared at her teacher silently. "Didn't you once tell me that you're the best dancer in the world, 2 worlds even? So who's the ballerina?" He coughed. "Well, if your teacher said it, then it's true. There was this one time I danced with a princess at a ball, and immediately after she dragged me into a private room. No, wait. Or was it me who dragged her into a private room? In any case, the two of us ended up in a private room." Her teacher smiled wistfully. "And let me tell you what happened in that room. It was nothing short of life-changing." Rain stared at him for a moment, then pretended to be sick. "Old pervert." He was offended. "Who are you calling old? No, wait, who are you calling a pervert?" She did not deign to answer, shaking her head silently. At the same time, though, Rain noticed that her previous nervousness was almost entirely gone. She felt calm and ready, as if her teacher's familiar nonsense could magically make any situation, no matter how dire, seem mundane and ordinary as well. Rain took a deep breath and checked her weapons one last time. She had already stringed her bow, her quiver was full of arrows. She had made the arrows herself, fashioning the arrowheads from the bones of awakened abominations. Her javelin was ready to be used, while her dagger was freshly sharpened. Finally, there was her sword. She drew the tackeye from the scabbard and studied its blade. At that moment, her teacher suddenly spoke. "Wait a moment, for this hunt, I'll lend you something better." He walked closer, and then bent down, reaching for the shadow of her sword. In the next moment, something strange happened. Her teacher's hand seemed to reach into the ground and pull the shadow off it. Suddenly, her tackeye didn't have a shadow anymore, however. There was an identical tackeye in his hand, only made entirely of lusterless black steel. Rain looked at it, suddenly feeling a cold chill run down her spine. The black tackeye seemed sharp enough to cut the world in half, like a blade made of pure killing intent. It was as if she was looking at death itself. And that eerie sword was tossed at her carelessly a moment later. Rain scrambled to catch it and grasped the black hilt. It was strange, despite the overwhelming feeling of cold and dark power the black sword emanated. It felt exactly like her own in the hand. The weight, the balance, even the tactile feeling of the leather Ito. She looked at her teacher silently. It was easy to forget because of how easygoing and immature he was, but her teacher was immensely powerful. Actually, she didn't even know how powerful he was exactly. It was only in moments like this one that Rain was reminded of the fact. Pulling out a sword worthy of being wielded by a saint out of nowhere. No matter how shocking, that was exactly the kind of thing her teacher would do. She carefully sheathed the black tackeye, making sure that it didn't slice the scabbard apart. "This sword seems too powerful to be wielded by a mundane human. You didn't forget that I can't control my essence, did you?" Her teacher shrugged. "That's all right, it's infused with mine." Rain nodded, then collected the things she was going to leave behind and placed them in a nook between the roots of the old tree, to be retreated later. Her original sword went atop the neat pile. She stood up, looked into the depth of the forest, and started walking. As she did, her teacher spoke. "That sword should be able to cut the flesh of an awakened demon even in your hands still. Don't rely on it too much, remember. The sword is just a tool. You are the weapon. You are the one who has to kill the enemy, not your sword." Rain nodded calmly. "I remember." She cleared her mind of all distractions, focusing solely on the hunt. The demon she was going to kill was called the Huntsman, quite ironically. That was what the people in Ravenheart called him, but actually the creature's proper name was Chalice Knight. The reason why Rain and her teacher had chosen him was precisely because there was a lot of information to be learned about the Chalice Knights. These abominations were not independent nightmare creatures. After all, rather, they had been mid-rank minions of a fallen titan. The Titan's territory used to be about 100 kilometers away from this forest. Coincidentally, it lay between Ravenheart and one of the other large cities of the Song domain, preventing the construction of a convenient road. A year or so ago, Song Sation had battled the Titan and destroyed it, obliterating most of its minions in the process and scattering the rest. Rain remembered that event well because there had been a series of missions issued by the town hall in the aftermath of the battle, all having to do with hunting down the remnant abominations. She wasn't quite strong enough to challenge them, but many awakened cohorts were. So, the surviving minions of the slain Titan had been swiftly eradicated. All except for one Chalice Knight who had found his way into this forest. Despite the fact that the abomination had lost its monstrous steed, thus becoming much weaker, he still managed to decimate several cohorts that ventured into the forest to kill him. Perhaps there was something special about this particular demon, or perhaps the awakened warriors had come unprepared. In any case, they were forced to retreat, and the oddly fearsome Chalice Knight earned a foreboding nickname, the Huntsman. Rain did not consider herself to be stronger than the awakened fighters who had tried to slay the creature in the past. However, she was definitely much more cautious and prepared than they had been. So she was going to hunt the huntsman. Once she did, her essence would awaken, and she would be able to start forming a soul core. And once her soul core was formed, then, finally, she would be stronger. Chapter 1709, Hunter's Prey. The huntsman was so dangerous because he ruled the forest like a stealthy predator. He moved unseen and attacked from the mist and darkness, picking off his victims one by one. He also seemed to know the value of intimidation and mental pressure, displaying the mutilated corpses of his victims on the branches of the ancient trees for everyone to see. Or maybe skinning corpses simply spoke to the abomination's aesthetic sensibility. In any case, his human enemies often faced him already shaken and rattled, which was a deadly poison for anyone going into battle. Rain knew that he was approaching the creature's lair because she saw a human skeleton hanging in the trees, its bones cluttering against each other in the wind. Her expression darkened. However, she wasn't shaken. She wasn't rattled either. Her mind was much too strong to be poisoned by fear. Instead, fear only sharpened it. I'll need to bury them properly after everything is over. She shivered not because of the morbid scene, but simply because she was cold. The battle would warm her up, though, so it was all right. Every time an awakened cohort ventured into the forest, the huntsman was in no hurry to attack. Sensing the threat presented by a group of experienced awakened warriors, he stalked them silently or retreated into his lair, waiting for the night to come. Then, when impenetrable darkness shrouded the world, his own hunt would begin. Rain was not a cohort of awakened warriors, so she was pretty sure that the demon would not wait to attack her. It was for the best. She knew that if she failed to slay the enemy before nightfall, her chances of survival would drop to 0. And yet the huntsman had not shown himself yet. What was he waiting for? She frowned, then glanced at her shadow. Could it be that the demon is afraid of you, teacher? A calm voice resounded from the darkness. It is highly unlikely. I am very hard to notice when I'm hiding in the shadows. There is a much simpler explanation, don't you think? Rain nodded. Indeed, there was. The huntsman was not omniscient after all. He simply had not noticed her yet. Which was what she had been hoping for. Rain knew that she wasn't strong enough to face an awakened demon in a direct confrontation, which meant that she had to rely on traps to even the odds. The problem was that even luring such a creature into a trap was problematic, because he was much faster than her. Well, if he doesn't want to welcome me. She was going to have to announce her arrival. Soon, the smell of blood and smoke permeated the forest. There was no sound, not even a single branch trembled, and yet there was a presence, a dangerous presence moving through the forest, somehow remaining unseen. Rain could feel it. Her intuition, which she had honed through dozens of hunts, was telling her that a deadly foe was approaching. Sitting on a branch downwind of where the smell of smoke was coming from, her skin smeared in ash to mask her scent, she was watching the forest intently. Even then, she was only using her peripheral vision to observe it. Many nightmare creatures could sense when a gaze was directed at them, so she knew better than to stare. It was for that reason that she managed to notice a small anomaly in the surrounding area. The frost. The patterns of frost on the ground were broken. It was as though someone heavy had walked past, leaving footprints on the frozen soil, and yet avoided her sight completely. He's like a chameleon. Once she knew what to look for, Rain quickly managed to notice a subtle anomaly. There was a patch of air that seemed to be a little hazy, but still transparent, as if distorted by heat. But how could there be heat in this frigid cold? No, the almost unnoticeable distortion was the masked figure of the huntsman, moving noiselessly in the direction of the smoke. The demon was cautious and prudent, but not as prudent and cautious as she was. That was because Rain was weak, and had no other choice but to remain humble. No wonder so many awakened were defeated by this demon. This Chalice night was a bit special indeed. Luckily, Rain had known about that strange ability of his in advance. She had talked to the members of the cohorts who had ventured into the forest to slay the huntsman in the past, and learned quite a bit about this abomination. That was why she had come prepared. She held her breath, feeling the world grow stark and clear. Her battle-ready mind entered the state of clarity. That state. She had been quite angry at her teacher for how vague and confounding his explanations about the meaning of clarity were. But after finally mastering it, Rain finally understood every word. Master the body, master the mind, the essence of combat was murder, and every action she took in combat only served one of two purposes: to kill the enemy or to prevent the enemy from killing her. Something like that could not be explained with words, only learned in battle. However, once Rain truly understood that unfathomably deep but simple truth, every battle she had fought after that was easier. Time seemed to slow down as her perception expanded. Her thoughts accelerated, and at the same time the scope of the world grew narrower, eliminating all unnecessary distractions. She could feel every minute detail of her environment with striking sharpness, from the direction of the wind to the slowly dancing snowflakes. Down below, the almost invisible menace slowly approached the bonfire she had made with wet branches, and the butchered corpse of a dormant beast she had laid as bait. It was time to strike. There was no way back anymore. Drawing her bow, she finally allowed her gaze to fall directly on the empty space where the huntsman was supposed to be, and let the arrow fly. Rain had thought that her shot was immaculate and almost impossibly swift. From the moment she knocked the arrow to the moment she let go of the string, less than a heartbeat passed. And yet, frighteningly, that single heartbeat was enough for the demon to react. She couldn't see his movements, but the vague patch of subtly hazy air shifted at an impossible speed. The arrow flashed past, but that was all right. Rain had not been aiming at the invisible abomination, anyway. Instead, she aimed at a burlap sack hanging above the bonfire. The arrow split it open, and fine powder poured into the air. It was not gunpowder, nor was it some expensive alchemical concoction. It was simple flour. However, when the cloud of flour ignited, it still produced a fiery flash. That flash couldn't be called a proper explosion, really, since there was no closed vessel to contain it, but it still served its purpose. That was to cover the huntsman in soot. Suddenly, his invisible form was not that invisible anymore. In fact, whatever camouflage the creature had been using was broken by the rain of burning flour, and Rain finally saw the huntsman in all his vile glory. Chapter 17:10, Daring Escape. The Chalice Knight resembled a human wearing a tattered suit of ancient armor that had turned green from rust. He towered at around 2.5 meters of height, but seemed even taller because of the deer antlers attached to his closed helmet. The rusty helmet itself was fashioned to resemble the snout of a snarling beast, with deep darkness nestling in the crack of its visor. There was moss growing here and there on the battered armor, and a ragged cloak, too weathered to retain any color, hanging from his shoulders like a torn banner. The creature was holding a frightening battle-axe in his hand, its blade large and heavy enough to easily split a human in two. The huntsman was like a dead knight that had crawled from under the roots of the forest that had claimed an ancient battlefield, ghastly and imposing enough to make Rain shudder. Worse than that, the dark crack of his visor was already staring directly at her. Her soul seemed to squirm under that gaze. Crap! Rain knocked another arrow on the string and prepared to draw her bow. But before she could, the huntsman had already reached the base of the tree that served as her sniper nest. His dreadful battle-axe rose and fell. That dreadful strike was enough to make the mighty trunk of the ancient tree explode into a hurricane of splinters, obliterating a whole swath of it. But a moment later, a sharp arrow fell from above and lodged itself into his knee. It struck precisely at the narrow gap between the bottom of the abomination's cuisse and the top of his pollen, which were the armor elements responsible for protecting one's thigh and knee, respectively. A pretty decent shot, considering the situation. But Rain did not have any time to celebrate, because the tree was already toppling and she was falling with it. After a moment of weightlessness, the rope tied around her chest drew taut, and she found herself flying through the air. If there was one thing her teacher had told her, it was that one should always leave themselves a path of retreat. Rain had never considered that climbing a tree would protect her from an awakened demon, so she naturally prepared a way to escape. In this case, that way was swinging on a rope and flying between the trunks of terribly tall trees at breakneck speed. She had not carried a sizable length of silk rope all the way here in vain, at least. As the wind whistled in her ears, Rain thought, "This is going to hurt." Struggling to control her body, she spun at the last moment and used her legs to dissipate the shock of colliding with another tree at great speed. The other end of the rope was tied around one of its highest branches, which allowed her to swing like a pendulum a badly designed pendulum, maybe. She did not break her neck or crack her skull, which was a relief, but her feet were in agony. Ignoring it, Rain immediately cut the rope with her dagger and plummeted down, landing softly on the frozen ground. There, leaning against the trunk of the tree, two things were waiting for her, her javelin and another arrow. Sheathing the dagger in one smooth motion, Rain grabbed the arrow and spun around, already drawing the bow. The huntsman was barreling toward her, so fast that it was hard to track his movements. But still, he wasn't faster than her arrow. With her mind clear, she could sense the movements of her enemy. So she did not aim at where the abomination was, but at where it would be. Another arrow pierced the air, striking at his other knee. Sadly, this time, Rain's aim was a few millimeters off. The precious arrowhead struck the edge of the huntsman's cuirass and shattered, only managing to slice some moss off the rusty green metal. The huntsman was an awakened demon, while the arrowheads of Rain's arrows were made from the bones of awakened abominations. Theoretically, the demon's armor and the arrowheads were of the same rank, but she herself was not. Strangely enough, that made her arrows weaker than the rusty green metal. It had something to do with essence, laws governing the world, and will. Rain wasn't entirely clear on the details, but what it meant in practice was that she had to strike at the cracks of the abomination's armor, which she had failed to do this time. She did not waste time lamenting the mistake. Grabbing the javelin, Rain spun and ran away. She ran as fast as she could. What bravery, what courage! There was no such thing on the battlefield, only strength and weakness, life and death. In normal circumstances, outrunning an awakened demon would have been impossible, but there was currently an arrowhead lodged in one of his knees. It didn't matter that such a small wound was not at all dangerous for a creature of his rank and class. A joint was a joint, and if there was something disrupting the joint's function, even a demon would be slowed down. Rain had specifically fashioned the arrowheads in a way that would make removing them nearly impossible, unless the victim wanted to take a sizable chunk of flesh out with them. So even if the shaft of the arrow was broken, the damage still remained. Granted, it would have been much better if both of the huntsman's knees were hurt. Because now, she really did not know if she would be able to escape his axe long enough to accomplish her goal. Run, run! Gritting her teeth, Rain did the unthinkable. She tossed away her bow. That was a terrible loss, not because he was afraid to lose it, but because the quiver of arrows she had hidden up ahead would be useless without it. But she had to sacrifice something, and her javelin seemed much more useful in a battle against such a large foe. As for her sword, well, her teacher had given it to her. She would never discard it. She felt incredibly lucky about leaving her coat and armor on the outskirts of the Orst. Run, goddamn you. Rain did not have eyes on the back of her head, but she could feel the ground trembling and hear the branches snapping behind her. In fact, the huntsman was barreling directly through the trees, snapping the mighty trunks like matches. It was as though an unstoppable, inescapable behemoth was pursuing her, getting closer and closer. He was already no more than a dozen meters away. A dozen meters, 10 meters, 6 meters. Rain's heart was beating wildly in her chest. But then, finally, the trees receded, and she escaped into a vast open space. That was where she had wanted to fight the demon. Be more prepared. Control the battlefield, know the terrain, learn about the enemy. Take the initiative and don't make any mistakes. Have a clear mind and deadly resolve. That was the recipe for winning a battle against a demon, any battle, really. So this was the battlefield that Rain had chosen. The open space in front of her was a swamp that hid in the depths of the forest. Currently it was frozen over, the treacherous depths encased in a layer of ice. The ice was covered by a thin carpet of snow. Rain was light enough to walk on the ice without falling under its surface. The huntsman, though, with his frightening size, heavy armor, and dreadful battle axe, he was going to have a bit of a problem. Feeling death approaching her from behind, Rain did not waste a single moment and stepped onto the hidden ice. Chapter 17:11 on Thin Ice. Rain was ready to step on the ice when something inside her screamed. Perhaps it was because of the subtle change in the sounds behind her, or perhaps it was because of the change in the currents of the wind. Perhaps she had subconsciously noticed the shadow moving unnaturally around her. In any case, she didn't hesitate even for a split second before throwing her body down. An experienced warrior did not alloy themselves to be ruled by instinct, but they also never ignored it. A warrior's instinct was the result of countless hours of training and rich battle experience, after all. Blood, sweat, and tears went into honing it into a life-saving tool. Rain dodged, and in the next moment, her side was pierced by a flash of blinding pain. She spun in the air and crashed into the ice, throwing herself into a roll. A moment later, Rain was already on her feet, sliding back as she held the javelin between herself and the enemy. A muffled groan escaped from her lips. The huntsman was spinning his grotesque battle axe, a few drops of blood marring its heavy green blade. "Damn it!" Rain briefly glanced down to assess the damage. It wasn't anything serious. The axe barely grazed her, leaving a long cut across her ribs. But if she had been even a little bit slower, it would have split her open like a log. More stitching. It was a little absurd, but she was more upset about having to mend her bodysuit than about receiving a wound. Her body was much more resilient than the threadbare bodysuit, after all. "You bastard!" As soon as the words left her mouth, the demon took a step forward. Suddenly, they were surrounded by silence. The huntsman entered the vast clearing, his armored boots sinking into the snow. Simultaneously, Rain backed away from his towering figure. They were like a fearsome predator and its powerless prey, the predator preparing for a lethal lunge, the prey raising its quills in a vain hope to save itself. The heavy javelin usually gave Rain confidence, but in front of the dreadful master of frozen forest, it seemed a fragile willow branch. "Come on, come closer." She needed to lure him into the depths of the swamp. But to Rain's outrage, the abomination halted after barely stepping on the ice. The darkness nestling in his helmet moved mockingly, and he raised the axe, pointing it at her. "Curse you!" The demon was just as smart as she was. So, He seemed to have easily recognized the threat that a thin layer of ice hiding the treacherous swamp posed to him. Rain had expected as much. She smiled darkly and continued backing away, increasing the distance between them with each passing moment. Demons were intelligent, but they were also absolutely crazy, like all nightmare creatures were. She could allow herself to walk away from the battle if she wanted to. But could the huntsman allow a human soul to escape from his clutches? She didn't think so. And indeed, out there on the shore of the frozen swamp, the demon's fingers twitched. He stared at her silently, making Rain's skin crawl, and then let out a frenzied growl. Coming from inside the huntsman's helmet, which was shaped to resemble the snarling snout of a beast, his growl sounded more than a little bit menacing. Rain's mouth was suddenly dry. "Really? Wow, come get me then." The demon struck the ground with his axe, sending a tremor through it, and then took another step. An echoing, melodious sound resounded from below them as the cover of ice started to crack. She prepared herself. In the next moment, the Nephis man lunged forward with stunning speed. The wind howled as his massive body tore through it, the terrible axe rising to deliver a fatal strike. It all happened very fast. As the demon was advancing, his foot fell through the ice, and in the next moment he plummeted down. Black water and pieces of ice flew into the air as if there was an explosion, and Rain felt the swamp tremble. Cold drops pelted her face. Of course, water alone was not going to slow the huntsman down. A human would have been rendered helpless by the need to struggle against its weight, but an awakened demon was powerful enough to shrug such a burden off without any effort. At that distance from the shore, the water was only to the huntsman's waist, so he continued moving forward after a momentary delay. But still, it wasn't a lake or a river. There was no ground under his feet, only the treacherous mass of the ancient swamp. Although the abominations managed to prevent himself from sinking for now, its speed still dropped. More than that, the moment he fell through the ice, Rain was already moving. And before the huntsman could regain his bearing, the heavy tip of her javelin had already crashed into his helmet. She did not get greedy with that attack. Greed was the third most common cause of death among experienced fighters, following directly behind arrogance and bad luck. After delivering a strong blow to the demon's face, Rain immediately pulled back and jumped away. And just in time, a split second later, his axe whistled past the spot where she had stood before, colliding with the ice and splitting it. The attack was much too fast for her to perceive and react in time. If Rain had not anticipated the danger and disengaged in advance, she would have died. Her side burned with cold pain, but that pain only made her mind sharper. Her heart was beating steadily, pumping blood throughout her body. Her muscles seemed to have come alive, making her body light and alert, brimming with energy. It was a state of absolute focus and awareness, so heightened that it couldn't last for too long. Let's see which one of us is the real demon. Brandishing her javelin, Rain grinned and escaped the cracking ice, already searching for a way to deliver another blow to the frenzied abomination. Chapter 17:12 Icebreaker. Less than a minute later, a vast swath of the frozen swamp had turned into a ravaged scene of devastation. The pure white snow was washed away, the ice was broken and shattered, its shards floating in the black water like dirty glass. The water itself was restless, boiling and rippling from the furious movements of the huntsman and the escaping gas. The swamp was trying to swallow the frenzied abomination, but was getting battered by him instead. The demon would sink deeper from time to time, but then tear himself from the insidious embrace of the marsh. Even though that struggle allowed Rain to survive so far, it was not enough to grant her victory. She was breathing laboriously. Rain had continued to retreat deeper into the swamp, and the demon continued to pursue her like a demented executioner. She had delivered more than a dozen strikes to him, but none dealt any serious damage. Even when her javelin pierced the cracks of the huntsman's armor, it felt as if she was trying to cut wet fur. Rain did do some damage to the hidden flesh of the demon, but not nearly enough to matter. At the same time, her own body was not faring well. She had not been cut by the dreadful battle axe again, so there was little blood relatively speaking. However, there were bruises. In fact, after being tossed around by the furless power of the demon's blows, Rain felt like her entire body was one glant bruise by now. And that was even considering that she fought as cautiously and cowardly as she could. The huntsman had much longer limbs, and his battle axe had much more reach than the black sword her teacher had given her. So, even if Rain was willing to risk clashing with the abomination face to face despite being slower and weaker than him, he would have held a great advantage. Stories like to speak about exalted skill and unbreakable resolve, but in a real fight, the outcome was often decided by the most mundane of things. Reach trumped skill, and weight definitely trumped will. Well, perhaps it was different for the awakened, whose power refused to obey common sense. But for someone like Rain, having a longer weapon meant emerging victorious more often than not. Which was why she did not draw her sword yet, relying instead on the heavy javelin. It's all right. Her javelin was crafted from the same material as her arrows, and it was not as if a mundane human could not leave a scratch on the body of an awakened abomination. In fact, it was entirely possible to slay one, just a bit hard. Things would have been different if Rain was facing a fallen nightmare creature, but then again, she would have never allowed herself to end up in such a situation. Her tea. Acre tasked her with slaying an awakened demon precisely, because it was not impossible for her to succeed. It was just that. The huntsman had proven to be much tougher than she had anticipated. Rain had expected to be powerless against his armor, but even when she managed to bypass it, the result was minimal. It was as though there was another layer of protection hiding behind the suit of rusted green armor. Something had to change. The demon was just as domineering and frightening as before. His movements just as foreboding. Rain, on the other hand, was starting to feel tired. Not only did she have to attack and dodge the terrible axe, but she also had to be careful about the ice. If she fell under it, then she would die from her own trap. And with more and more of the ice ending up shattered, staying away from the black swamp was becoming more and more difficult. Her lungs felt like they were on fire, and not only because she was pushing her resilient body too far, the air reeked, as well, full of foul gases released when the ice encasing the swamp was broken. Something had to change soon. Luckily, a change was coming up. Not too far behind her, and drawing closer with each frenetic sequence of offense and retreat, was a twisted tree. The tree itself did not mean anything, but the fact that it stood in the middle of a swamp meant that there was enough sol there to support its roots. There was a tiny island underneath the tree, which could save Rain or doom her. To hell with it. Rain was about to take another step back, but then paused and stood her ground instead. Her body tensed like a powerful spring and surged with strength. From her feet to her thighs, through her core to her shoulder, and finally into her arm, a powerful force was transferred and multiplied, and as Rain's torso turned, her arm flew forward like a whip. She let go of the javelin. The heavy weapon flashed through frigid air, dove under the huntsman's axe, and plunged deeply into the crack on his rusty breastplate. The power of her throw was dire enough to give the demon a momentary pause. Using that short moment, Rain turned around and dashed toward the distant tree. She knew that the abomination would follow, but it was slowed down by the swamp, sinking deeper the deeper they ventured into it. By now, the dirty water was already above the huntsman's waist, and his speed had dropped significantly. Rain ran to the tiny island, pursued by the sound of breaking ice and surging water. There was just barely enough time. Reaching the tree, she ignored the quiver of arrows hidden beneath its branches. Without a bow, they were all but useless now. Instead, she grabbed something else, a bottle of hard liquor her teacher had procured somewhere the day she turned 20. Currently, there was a length of cloth dangling from the mouth of the bottle. His voice suddenly resounded from the shadows. "W8, what are you doing, ungrateful brat? That's my most expensive bottle, you know." Rain ignored the startled voice and produced a brass lighter. She wasn't fond of drinking anyway, no, really. What had he been thinking, gifting a young girl alcohol? What kind of attitude was that for a teacher? Had her teacher been a delinquent in his youth? Igniting the cloth, Rain stood up and swiftly turned around. The huntsman was barreling toward her like a frenzied icebreaker. He had long torn her javelin from his chest and snapped it in two, leaving the broken pieces far behind. For a moment, her heart ached for her trusty weapon. Then Rain gritted her teeth and tossed the bottle at the demon. "Catch this, you rusty piece of—" The huntsman did not even bother to move his axe, swiping the bottle away with his gauntlet. Of course, it shattered instantly, spilling burning alcohol all over his towering figure. The flammable cocktail was not going to damage an awakened demon. But that stench in the air— there was a lot of gas trapped beneath the ice, and currently all of it had been released, surrounding the abomination like an invisible cloud. And when the bottle shattered, the cloud instantly turned into a sea of raging flame. Of course, Rain did not see any of it, because she was already diving behind the twisted tree. Chapter 17:13 Fire and Ice. Swamps had a natural inclination to produce methane, which often remained trapped beneath the surface, forming voluminous bubbles of putrid gas. And those were only the swamps of the waking world, which were much safer than the marshes of the dream realm. Well, at least they had been before the dark times. In times of war, humanity had unleashed all kinds of weaponized horrors upon itself. So, today, there was no telling what kind of buried plagues could be released into the world if someone went around digging in the swamps of Europe or the northern quadrant. The dream realm might have actually been safer in that regard. None of it mattered to Rain, though. What mattered for her was that methane was highly flammable. And so, when the huntsman shattered the liquor bottle, it ignited. Crap! Diving behind the tree, Rain pressed her body into the ground and covered her ears. In the next moment, she was momentarily blinded by a violent flash. Then she was assaulted by unbearable heat. And then the entire world shuddered. Rain was tossed into the air, as the tree she had been hiding behind was obliterated. That was not supposed to happen. Marsh gas could ignite and burn, but not explode, and especially not so fiercely, at least not under an open sky. Perhaps the flames somehow reached a huge pocket of trapped methane, or perhaps it had something to do with the pockets of gas sticking to the surface of the ice. Perhaps the entire swamp was anomalous, and the gas she had set aflame itself was unnatural. In any case, the result of tossing the liquor bottle surpassed Rain's expectations. By a lot. Crashing into the ground, she felt the wind being knocked out of her and let out a suffocated groan. Rolling in a mess of limbs, Rain fell into shallow water and came to a halt. That hurt. She was hurt and dazed. But there was no time for such frivolous things as pain and disorientation. Opening her eyes, Rain pushed air into her lungs, coughed on smoke, and slowly stood up. The swamp around her had transformed. It had been a plain of pure white snow once. Then it turned into a chaotic mess of broken ice and surging black water. Now it was a burning inferno. Ghostly flames danced on the surface of the glistening black water, and the air was full of smoke. The snow had melted, and the shards of ice were swiftly disappearing in the scorching heat. Everywhere Rain looked, darkness was intertwined with a fiery glow, and shadows undulated as they danced among the flames. Rain was assaulted both by chilling cold and terrible heat. Her shirt was soaked in icy swamp water and sweat at the same time, which was a terrible combination. The ash she had smeared on herself to mask her scent had been washed away. The cut on her side was pulsing with pain. That wound would have to be disinfected a lot. She let out a long sigh. At the same time, her sword hissed as it left the scabbard. Gripping the black hilt with both hands, Rain took a step forward and left the shallow water behind, returning to the soil of the small island. There was no fire where she had stood, and close to no flames where the twisted tree nor a smoldering stump had been. However, a fiery wall rose at the opposite edge of the island. As Rain assumed a stance, the wall of flame parted, and a lumbering figure emerged from, stepping onto the island in the clangor of metal. The huntsman looked a little haggard. The moss covering his armor had turned to ash, and one of the deer antlers crowning his helmet was broken. There were cinders glowing in the cracks of his breastplate, and Rain's nose was assaulted by the stench of burned fur. The abomination had lost his tattered cloak, but the dreadful battle-axe was still held firmly in his iron fist, even if its long shaft seemed charred. Almost twice as tall as Rain was, the ancient demon towered above her like a grim reaper. The darkness nestled in the crack of his bestial visor was full of frenzied fury. But she couldn't help but notice that the huntsman was hunching slightly, as if suffering from grievous wounds. Her lips twisted into a dark smile against her will. "What a pity. There's nowhere for me to retreat until the flames die. Would you mind waiting patiently for a minute or two?" Instead of answering, the huntsman raised his harrowing axe. Rain's dark eyes glistened. "Didn't think so. Well then, I'll just have to kill you bastard right here." A split second later, she was already moving. Of course, the huntsman was moving as well. And a lot faster than her, despite weighing at least 5 times as much. But Rain knew how he was going to act and where he was going to move. It was not because she had a prophetic gift or could read the abomination's mind. It was simply because she understood his physical limits from doing her research and observing him in battle, as well as because of her knowledge of combat. She knew how to wield a polearm and how one proficient in the use of a great axe would most likely attack. She knew all the elements that comprised such a suit of full-plate armor, how they were fastened to one's body and to each other, and what limitations to one's movements they would cause. She knew that the demon would favor his right leg, because his right knee was not damaged, and that he would protect the left side of his chest more, since the breastplate there was cracked, and the flesh beneath had already been pierced by her javelin. Most of all, she knew that the huntsman was boiling with demented wrath. That mad frenzy clouded his judgment and made his actions more predictable. So she had a few advantages of her own. As the flames danced, and the small island quaked from the heavy burden of Demon's footsteps, she dashed forward and met him with a flash of her black sword. The harrowing battle-axe would have split her in two if she had not sidestepped at the last moment. Rain had managed to evade the attack, albeit just barely. Still, the length of the axe and the huntsman's arm length were too great for her to strike at the towering abomination. But she had not aimed at the demon's mighty body. Instead, she aimed at the axe. Just as the fearsome weapon flashed past her, the black sword fell in pursuit, and severed the charred shaft cleanly. It had avoided the metal bands reinforcing it and bit into the burned wood, slicing through it as if it was butter. The axe blade sunk into the muddy soil, and the huntsman's balance was suddenly disrupted without its weight. Now holding only a severed shaft in his hands, the demon staggered and fell heavily to one knee. The ground quaked. In that moment, Rain could finally reach his body with her sword. Chapter 17, 14 Apex Predator. The enemy was in front of her, kneeling and momentarily vulnerable. Who knew how long that vulnerability would last? The demon would most likely regain his bearing a heartbeat later. Everything inside Rain screamed for her to attack, to throw her body forward and slay the abomination before that happened. After all, she could not be sure that there would be another chance later. Adrenaline flooded her bloodstream and her heart thundered feverishly. Her pupils widened, her mind drowning in excitement, fear, and frenetic urgency. But at the same time, the memory of the teacher's arrogant voice rang in her ears. "Bruise, what do you mean it will leave a bruise? Listen, disciple, you should be grateful to your kind and gentle teacher for educating you so tenderly. The last time I made such a mistake, I was stepped on by a mountain, not that left a bruise." It was the mark of a skilled warrior to keep a cool head in the middle of the fiercest of battles. And so, she suppressed her excitement, ignored her fear, and cast away her sense of urgency. Don't be greedy, greed will get you killed. It is a sin, and only those strong enough to bear the consequences have the right to be sinful. Rain did not abandon her caution and attacked calmly. The tip of her black sword slid into the seam of the huntsman's breastplate, plunging deep into his side. This time, there was very little resistance. Unlike her javelin, the dark tackei pierced the demon's flesh almost effortlessly. But instead of leaning into the thrust or twisting the blade to wreak more damage, Rain immediately pulled it back and jumped away. And just in time. Although the huntsman seemed momentarily dazed, and his weapon had been destroyed, his fist was already tearing the air with stunning speed. If Rain had been a split second too slow to disengage, her head would have been turned into bloody pulp. As it was, she had enough time to block with the dark tackei and received the harrowing blow on its blade. She was thrown backward like a rag doll, which was the intended outcome. If Rain had been stubborn and tried to stand her ground, her body would have received the bulk of the impact. But by allowing her to be carried away, she dissipated the force greatly. It still hurt like hell. It felt like every bone in her body was about to burst. But they didn't. Rain was tossed back into the shallow water once again and skidded in the mud. The lay water washed away her sweat and numbed the pulsing pain in her side, which felt almost pleasant. "Oh, I need to stand up." This time, it took her a little longer to gather herself. Feeling the mud starting to pull her down, Rain groaned and rolled onto her stomach, then staggered to her feet. The black tackei rose into a high stance, sending drops of dirty water flying. How badly did I wound him? It had to be a pretty terrible wound. The black sword created by her teacher was even sharper, deadlier, and much more frightening than she had imagined. If the huntsman had been a human, he would have been dead by now, his heart pierced by the dark blade. But he wasn't. He was a chalice knight, a demon from the retinue of an ancient titan that had haunted these lands for thousands of years. So even though the wound Rain had delivered him was ghastly, it was definitely not enough to bring the abomination down. She had done something equally important, though. She had destroyed his axe, effectively disarming the horrid demon. Looking up, Rain stared at the huntsman. The abomination was still kneeling, his hands resting in the mud. Fetid blood was spilling from the seams of his scorched armor. The bestial snout of his snarling helmet seemed even more terrifying now, and there was dark liquid flowing from between the green fangs. "Come on." Disarming the huntsman was not that important, in and of itself. Sure, without the great battle axe, his reach would shrink, allowing her to engage the abomination in melee. But he was more than strong and ferocious ought to tear her apart with his bare hands. Rain could hold out for a few seconds and survive a handful of exchanges, but attempting to fight the demon up close would inevitably result in her death. However, Chalice Knights were not simple abominations. These towering, armored warriors of the bygone era harbored a ghastly secret. Rain had not learned that secret from talking to the awakened who had ventured into the forest and faced its fearsome overlord. Instead, it was something that everyone in Ravenheart knew, that she had known from the day Saishan, Queen Song's daughter, killed the terrifying leader of the Chalice Knights. The tales of that battle had spread far and wide in the Song domain. More than that, detailed information about the surviving abominations was provided by the town hall when it issued the extermination missions. The bestial helmet of the huntsman was no mere decoration. It hinted at his true nature because all Chalice Knights were shapeshifters. There was a rabid beast living in each of them, and when the ancient warriors faced a powerful enemy or was in danger, that beast came out. The dreadful demon that she had been fighting so desperately did not even show the true extent of his harrowing power yet. But now that his axe was destroyed and his blood was pouring into the mud, he would. And that was Rain's best chance to kill him. Out of there in front of her, the kneeling huntsman let out a husky growl. His limbs flinched as if struck by a painful convulsion. Then his growl grew into a deafening roar. The demon's armor cracked. No, it was his bones cracking underneath it. His spine bent and dark fur suddenly burst from the seams of the rusted armor. Long claws tore through the metal of his gauntlets. The transformation had started. It seemed gruesome and gruesomely painful. It was also deeply frightening, not only because Rain knew that the unleashed beast would easily rip her to shreds and devour her, but simply because watching something human-like suddenly change into something inhuman was terrifyingly appalling. None of that mattered to her, though. What mattered to Rain was that, from what she knew, the transformation of the Chalice Knights took some time to happen. Even if it was just a couple of seconds, in a battle, those seconds were like an eternity. She had been waiting to stake her life on that eternity the whole time. As the huntsman's bestial roar reverberated across the burning swamp, Rain dashed forward. Her steps were light and swift. Before the demon could assume his true form, before the echo of the roar was swallowed by the shadows, she reached the kneeling abomination and brandished her black sword. The dark blade hissed coldly as it cut apart the world. And also the huntsman's neck. The darkness nestling in the crack of his visor gazed at her silently as his grow abruptly stopped, and the bestial helmet flew into the air, a fountain of dark blood spilling from it in a spiral as it spun. It was a clean cut. The horizontal slash was performed with perfect form, thanks to the countless thousands of practice swings she had performed under the watchful guidance of her tutors. The huntsman's severed head fell into the water and sank into the swamp with a ripple. His towering body swayed slowly and then collapsed. Rain swayed as well and sprawled in the mud next to it. The tension drained from her body, but so did all her strength. She breathed hoarsely, staring at the distant sky. The flames were dying down, but she was still surrounded by terrible heat. Well, it's good. I won't freeze to death yet, at least. In the smoky silence that followed, a sudden noise resounded, sounding indescribably misplaced in this hellish scene. It was the sound of applause. Rain tiredly turned her head and stared at her teacher, who had finally deemed it necessary to crawl out of her shadow. His voice was unnecessarily loud. "Congratulations, you have slain an awakened demon, Chalice Knight." He smiled and added quieter, his tone turning warm. "Well done." Chapter 17:15. There are no washing machines in Ravenheart. Well done. Rain had just killed an awakened demon, but hearing her teacher's praise was strangely just as validating. Or rather, it made the act of slaying the huntsman feel more meaningful. In any case, it was a nice feeling. Too exhausted to move and hurt all over, she simply lay in the mud and rested. Her gaze was directed at the sky, which was as empty as her mind. Feeling too lazy to think, Rain simply stayed still and savored the moment, unbothered by the encroaching cold. By then, the ghostly flames had been mostly extinguished, with only a few small tongues of fire dancing here and there above the ravaged swamp. While she was spacing out, her teacher disappeared somewhere. Soon, he emerged from the shadows, carrying her bow, backpack, and other things she had left on the outskirts of the forest. Placing most of it on the ground, her teacher then walked over and carefully covered her with her winter coat. "Here, don't catch a cold." Rain smiled faintly, enjoying the warmth. Her teacher, meanwhile, approached the corpse of the huntsman, looked at it curiously, and gave it a little kick. Then he circled it slowly, mumbling some nonsense in a hushed tone. Chalice Knights, wait, don't tell me. Were these the poor bastards who drank Jade Queen's nectar? Soon there was nothing but bestial need left. They might be. What fools! Even my little sister knows not to drink everything given to her by shady characters. It's you're the shady character. Rain wanted to scoff, but then decided against it. Instead, she asked, "Teacher, can I awaken now?" She knew the answer, of course, but hearing it again would give her confidence. He smiled. Well, you've already made great progress and learned how to sense your essence. I'm pretty sure that absorbing the soul shards of this demon will be the final straw and serve as a catalyst to make your essence awaken. Of course, that alone won't make you an awakened. Her teacher looked at the mud with a finicky expression, then reached into the shadows and pulled out an opulent wooden chair out of them. Placing it on the ground, he sat down and let out a satisfied sigh. The problem is that there will be no vessel to store your essence, and no bridge between your soul and your body, at least that is how I understand it. However, you will be able to control your essence, and by controlling it, you will be able to create such a vessel which is itself the bridge, a soul core. It will require time and effort, but with your level of enlightenment, I am sure that you will manage splendidly. When you do form a soul core, that is when you'll undergo a rebirth and become awakened. Rain listened to his voice silently, then sighed. How long will it take? Her teacher chuckled. I have no idea. That wholly depends on you, but from what I am told, learning to control essence is the hard part. Forming a soul core is relatively easy, albeit tedious. So, a few months, a year, we'll have to wait and see. I bet I can do it in a day. Rain didn't voice her defiant thoughts and smiled. What comes next? Sitting comfortably on his luxurious chair, her teacher smiled. Ascension is a step of rising above one's mortal nature. You will have to accumulate power by improving the quality of both your soul essence and your body. That can be achieved naturally by slowly refining the essence or by slaying powerful enemies. Once your essence reaches a qualitative change, the last step is to reform your soul core. That's a bit tricky. He shook his head. The easier part of the process is learning how to access your soul sea. The harder part, sadly, it requires the knowledge of a soul-refining technique. In the past, many such techniques were known to us humans, but sadly, that legacy has been lost. These days, everyone simply relies on the nightmare spell. Rain raised an eyebrow. So what, I can't ascend? Should I just go and jump into a nightmare? Her teacher furrowed his brow. Can't ascend? Who do you think your teacher is? Of course, you can ascend. The fact that no one else has a soul-refining technique doesn't mean that I don't, or that I can't invent a new one from scratch. Rain turned her head and stared at him dubiously. So does he have one, or is he going to invent one? Well, it didn't really matter to her now. She was not even an awakened yet, so ascension seemed distant enough to not feel real. Even the awakening. Rain sighed. I still want to challenge a nightmare. She had decided that she wouldn't, but that didn't prevent her from fantasizing about becoming a carrier of the nightmare spell. Her teacher stared at her somberly. What, why? She pursed her lips. I just want to, okay? Fine, it's great that I can form a soul core and awaken, but will I really be an awakened? What kind of awakened doesn't have an aspect? Not to mention that I won't be able to receive any memories from the spell. All those awakened in Ravenheart are walking around in suits of shiny armor and wielding enchanted weapons, clothes that clean and repair themselves, quivers that never run empty. Best of all, they can just summon and dismiss their equipment instead of having to lug it around while climbing mountains. The path of ascension was too laborious without the spell. Rain was willing to accept that finding her aspect and flaw would take her a long time, perhaps even longer than becoming a master. But the memories, simply not having to launder her clothes, would be worth it. Her teacher suddenly laughed. So this is what it's about, memories. Rain glared at him for a few moments, then gestured weakly to herself. A weird apparition like you might not care, but look at me. Soot, ash, sweat, swamp water, mud, blood, and gods know what else. This is what I have to deal with after each hunt. There are no washing machines in Ravenheart either. I'll need to wash it all by hand or pay a laundress. That's after I pay the healer to patch me up. And speaking of patching things up, these clothes need to be mended too. Her teacher shook his head, laughing. Oh, I see. So it's not devastating enchantments and mystical powers that you envy, you just don't want to do laundry. She opened her mouth, speechless. That's not true. He smiled crookedly. It's not. Rain gritted her teeth. I also don't want to carry all that weight on my back. Her teacher leaned back and laughed again. Unbelievable. After having his fill of laughter, her teacher shook his head and stood up. Looking around, he picked up a piece of charred wood and scribbled something on it with his nail. His nail cut the wood like a diamond blade. A few moments later, he nodded in satisfaction and tossed the piece of wood to Rain. "Here, catch." She raised a hand and caught the piece of wood, then hissed quietly when her side pulsed with pain. "Ouch." Bringing the strange gift to her face, Rain studied the letters carved on its surface. They read, "You have received a memory." She frowned. "What's this?" Her teacher shrugged with a smile. "Treat it as a memory coupon. What did you think, that only the spell could reward people with memories? Well, wrong. Your teacher is awesome, so he can make memories just fine. Let's see. You killed an awakened demon this time, so I'll make you an awakened memory of the 3rd tier. Rain blinked. "You can make memories." He returned to his chair and grinned. "Sure, and unlike the spell, I'll even customize it to your liking. More than that, listen, I really don't want to badmouth the competition, but the spell, it really has no imagination whatsoever. Why limit memories to powerful weapons, enchanted armor, and mystical tools? There are so many mundane things that would make for an amazing memory. That bodysuit of yours, I'll memorize it, no problem. Do you want a pillow that is always cold or a magical toothbrush? Your teacher can make that happen as well." He looked at her with a smug expression. "Hell, I can even make a roll of toilet paper into a memory. If you don't go overboard, it will never run out." Why the hell is that bastard talking about toilet paper? Rain stared at her teacher for a while, then blinked a couple of times. "Are you telling me that you have been able to create memories this whole time?" He nodded. Strange question, but yes, sure. Slowly, Rain's blood started to boil. "So why the hell haven't you made me any memories, then? Was watching me suffer fun for you?" He glanced at her with an offended expression. What are you talking about? I was always planning to arm and equip you. It's just that you are still a mundane human. Until you form a soul core and awaken, your soul can't even contain memories. Blame yourself for being so slow. What's so hard about becoming the first human in history to awaken naturally, huh? Do I ask for much?" She took a deep breath and turned away, staring at the sky again. What an insufferable cheapskate deity. Who can make memories? Slowly, a few grandiose thoughts entered her mind. After a while, though, Rain sighed. "Well, it's good enough. Teacher is amazing. Sure, I won't have an aspect, but having memories is already great. Receiving them directly from someone instead of earning them from the spell is a little weird, I guess. It's not much different from how legacies inherit memories from their clans, though." Her teacher frowned, then chuckled suddenly. "Hey, now that I think about it, aren't you a legacy yourself? Your big brother can provide everything a legacy clan can, and much more on top of that." She looked at him scornfully. "Oh, teacher is like a legacy clan now. So do you have a legacy relic then?" He tilted his head with a smile. "A bunch of them, actually." Rain blinked a few times. "Does he really?" Actually, she wouldn't be surprised. "Well, what about a citadel then?" He grinned. "A citadel? Sure, I have one of those. It's a huge temple built of black marble, shrouded in eternal darkness. Granted, it's a bit of a fixer-upper, but what can you do? My citadel is almost as old as the universe. The ambience there is great." She stared at him silently. "That's great. Speaking of great, since it's teacher, there has to be a supreme in our clan, no doubt. Should I consider myself royalty? Might as well, right?" Her teacher coughed in embarrassment. Well, technically, our clan doesn't have a sovereign at the moment." Rain's eyes gleamed with triumph. His capacity for nonsense has a limit, after all. "But we do have a supreme devil. I used to bully the little bastard a lot in the past, but now that he's all grown up, it's not very fun." She took a deep breath, turned away, and stared at the sky. The sky was indifferent and beyond reach. "I give up." Chapter 17, 16 Grain of Sand. After a while, Rain felt rested enough to move. She rose from the ground with a grima. And went about taking care of her wounds. Her teacher had made a fire from the splintered remains of the twisted tree, so neither of them had to freeze in the cold. Rain disinfected the cut on her side, then wrapped it tightly in a clean bandage. That would have to do until she returned to Ravenheart and found a healer. Usually, she would have been lamenting the need to pay one, but there was a sizable reward promised to anyone who managed to slay the huntsman. Not only could Rain afford a decent awakened healer, but there would be enough coins left for her to replace the broken javelin, and maybe even upgrade a few pieces of her equipment. No, wait, actually, I don't need to worry about that anymore. Rain still had hope of awakening swiftly. Even if she failed to do it before returning to Ravenheart, there would be no more hunts in the next few months. She already had everything she needed to form a soul core, so the best course of action would be to hole up in a safe place and patiently work on becoming an awakened. Once she was an awakened, her mundane equipment would not be of much use. She would be able to draw a much more powerful bow, wear armor crafted from much heavier mystical materials, and even wield memories. Her entire arsenal would need to be changed. She would have to purchase a lot of things. Suddenly, Rain did not feel rich anymore. She was so poor. Full of sorrow, Rain put on her winter coat and approached the remains of the huntsman. She stared at it for a while, then glanced at her teacher. Should we harvest his armor, it should sell for a lot of coins. He scratched the back of his head. Who's going to carry it all the way back to Ravenheart, though? Rain sighed. How can a deity be so useless? Yeah, still, we should take the axe blade, at least, to prove the kill at the town hall. That axe blade alone would sell for a hefty amount of coins. She fished the giant blade from the ground and attached it to her backpack. Her teacher, meanwhile, looked at the remains of the dreadful Chalice Knight and clicked his fingers. Several shadows suddenly rose from the ground and sliced the carcass apart, cutting the rusted armor like paper. Ray didn't look at the bestial features of the corpse as she harvested the soul shards and sat down, staring at them solemnly. There were 3 of them. The glimmering crystals were not too large, but to her they meant the world. This is it, then. She had been striving desperately to reach this moment for 4 long years. Those years had been full of pain and hardship, but also joy, satisfaction, and fulfillment. And now, the final stretch of the road was right in front of her. Her teacher sat on the ground across from her and smiled with encouragement. Go on, you worked hard to be here. Rain looked at him, remained silent for a moment, and smiled back. I did. With that, she unsheathed her knife and crushed the soul shards one after another with its pommel. She felt a stream of power flowing into her soul, and then her soul suddenly surged. Rain struggled to describe the way she felt with words. It was as though her entire body was suddenly permeated by a cool, vibrant, nurturing flame, however. That flame simply passed through her flesh, unable to touch it. What is happening? Her teacher was looking at her with keen interest. The gaze of his onyx eyes was strangely intense. I can see it. Your essence is awakening. It is as though your soul, which had been dim and drowsy, is suddenly coming to life. A soft radiance is spreading, and it is lively. He remained silent for a moment, and then spoke in a calming tone. Try to control it. Guide it throughout your body, following the roadmap of your major blood vessels. Your blood is circulating because of your heart, but you don't have a soul core, which is like a heart for soul essence. So for now, you'll have to substitute it with your will. Rain took a deep breath and closed her eyes, imagining the map of her body. She could feel her essence flowing freely, chaotically, with no shape or form. So she slowly extended her will and tried to guide it. She had never been able to control her essence before. It had always felt like trying to push a boulder to the top of a mountain. The boulder was dead weight. It was cold and reluctant to move. The moment she lost concentration, even a little, it rolled back to where it had come from. But this time, her essence felt alive and responsive. It followed her guidance, flowing slowly in a complicated cycle. At first, there was a lot of chaos and colliding currents in its flow. But as Rain deepened her concentration, the torrent of her soul essence grew increasingly stable and orderly. Her teacher chuckled in amazement. Wow, on the first try, you're doing great. Rain did not open her eyes. So how do I form the core? His voice was calm and confident, like an anchor that she could use to keep steady. The method is simple, once you can make the essence. Circulate freely, increase the speed. Make it rush like a mountain river. Then increase the speed even more until it's spinning inside your body like a raging whirlpool. Make it condense under the pressure of its own weight and the pull of the rotation. You don't need to form the entire soul core all at once. 1 grain of sand is enough. Next time you will create 1 more, and then 1 more. Sooner or later, the density of your essence will reach a critical point, and a soul core will be formed. Rain smiled. She could imagine it vividly. It was a beautiful process, like stars and planets forming from incandescent stardust. She concentrated fully, making the essence circulate faster and faster and faster. The greater its speed, the more willpower she needed to keep the raging force of the whirlpool under control. Come on, a little more. She could feel a condensed mass of energy slowly forming in the place where her heart would have been. It was not solid yet, but also not as ethereal as the usual state of soul essence. More like a shimmering liquid. And at the very heart of that mass, where the pressure was most crushing, something solid was slowly being born. A tiny crystalline gemstone, so small that it could only be called a grain of sand. Rain opened her eyes and shuddered, her entire body drenched in sweat. The whirlpool of essence dissipated, and she sprawled on the ground in utter exhaustion. Her chest rose and fell heavily as if she had just run a marathon. The mental fatigue was even worse. Her teacher raised a fist. Success, you did great. But Rain was full of bitter disappointment. A single grain of sand, did I really boast that I'll form the soul core in one try? Ah, so embarrassing. Thank the gods I didn't say it out loud. How long would it take her to create enough of these tiny gemstones for them to merge into a core? A month? A year? Rain wanted to groan. But doing that would undoubtedly make her teacher way too happy. She couldn't let the enemy win. She sighed and then slowly sat up. I'll stay home for an entire month, let Mom pamper me and work on awakening slowly. Disappointed? Who was disappointed? A whole month or even several months of doing nothing and being spoiled rotten. No biting cold, no blood and sweat, no hideous abominations and revolting corpses. Just eating well and meditating in peace. It was a dream come true. Wouldn't it be great to rest for a few months while being absolutely safe with nothing terrible happening? It sure would. Her teacher suddenly looked at her with suspicion. His onyx eyes narrowed. What is this? I sense a familiar disturbance. Hey, you didn't just think something stupid in your head like, finally, the worst of it is over, or that demon is definitely dead, nothing bad will happen, did you? Rain raised an eyebrow and put on an innocent expression. No, why would I? Only a complete fool would think something like that in the middle of the dream realm. He studied her dubiously for a moment, then exhaled slowly. Well, good, and don't use such harsh words. Some people, very smart people, were known to make small mistakes like that in the past. Anyway, time to head back to Ravenheart then. Chapter 17, Russell. Rain collected her things and holstered the backpack onto her shoulders. The axe blade was terribly heavy, which messed with her balance a little, but she could handle it. The frightful black sword her teacher had given her was already gone, and her tack-eye regained its shadow. She studied the familiar sword for a few moments, then sighed and sheathed it smoothly. Rain was ready to leave. But she didn't. Teacher, we might have a problem. He turned to her and raised an eyebrow in confusion. A problem? What's the matter? She hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly scratched the tip of her nose. Well, you see, that explosion was much more powerful than I had expected, so all the ice is broken. How am I supposed to get back to shore? He stared at her for a bit, then glanced at the ravaged landscape of the vast swamp. Indeed, the little island was surrounded by nothing except mud and black water, with not a single intact piece of ice in sight. The deadly expanse of treacherous sludge stretched all the way to the distant shore. Her teacher lingered for a bit, then sighed and approached her. Crouching, he pointed to his back. Climb on, brat. Rain didn't make him ask twice. There were ways to traverse a swamp, but none that were both safe and timely. Not to mention that she had just disinfected her wound and didn't want to get it wet and dirty again. Plus, her battered body was exhausted. Why would she refuse a piggyback ride offered by a powerful deity? Climbing onto her teacher's back, Rain wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled. He lifted her like a feather, not showing any strain at all despite how thin his body looked, and headed for the swamp. Ah, how humiliating, a divine shadow like me being reduced. To carrying ungrateful mundane girls. Gods are truly dead. Ignoring his grumbling, Rain rested her head on his shoulder and allowed her consciousness to drift into a relaxed state. The familiar sound of her teacher's voice was almost like a lullaby. Walking to the edge of the island, he didn't even try to slow down and stepped directly into the muddy water. However, his foot never plunged into the murky sludge. Instead, the shadows moved and coalesced into a glossy black plate under it. Then another plate appeared as he took a step. Like that, her teacher walked across the swamp as if he was walking on a paved road, the black plates dissipating behind him after a few moments. The water sloshed and surged, but never managed to touch his leather boots. That reminds me of that time we fought the drowned in the lost temple of fallen grace, back when I was still wearing the Serpent King's crown. Who knew that I would end up becoming a swamp rickshaw one day? Damn, life is sure full of irony. Rain did not know what the words drowned, fallen grace, and Serpent King meant, but they sounded exciting. Was her teacher a king once in ancient times? No, knowing him, it was more likely that he had stolen a king's crown and wore it to gloat and boast about his nefarious deeds. The walk to the shore was both comfortable and uneventful. Rain could have climbed off her teacher's back once they reached solid ground, but he simply continued to carry her without saying anything, and so she didn't say anything either. Perhaps he saw through her bravado and realized that her condition was worse than she was letting on, and that she was too exhausted to hike through the forest while suffering the pain of her wound. Still, after a while, Rain spoke. We should take down the corpses of the fallen awakened and give them a burial. Usually the queen would have taken the dead, but the huntsman must have prevented them from leaving on a pilgrimage to her palace, and as a result, their bones had been left unattended. Her teacher stopped. Rain couldn't see his face, but she felt a subtle change in his mood. Suddenly, the shadows populating the frozen forest seemed much deeper, and the world felt much darker. Her breath escaped as a cloud of cold vapor. Does he not want to bother with burying them? Climb off. He bent his knees, allowing Rain to stand firmly on the ground. She was a little confused. What? But then she heard it, a branch snapping somewhere behind her. Placing her hand on the hilt of her sword, Rain turned around and looked back. There she saw several human figures walking in their direction. They seemed like a cohort of awakened, no. A master and his retinue, perhaps. 1, 2, 3 people. One of them was waving his hand in a friendly gesture. Before Rain could discern any details, though, something strange happened. Her teacher's hand appeared from behind and covered her eyes. She froze. What? Something was very wrong. His voice sounded very calm, too calm even, which only made Rain feel more nervous. Hey, brat, listen to me very carefully. From now on and until I tell you otherwise, no matter what happens, don't open your eyes. All right. She nodded slowly. Yes, teacher. He remained silent for a moment. All right, stand here and don't move. With that, her teacher removed his hand. Rain's eyes were tightly shut, so she couldn't see anything, but she felt him walking past to stand between her and the approaching people. Their steps were drawing closer. Wrong, this is very wrong. Rain was not stunned by the fact that he had covered her eyes. What truly disturbed her was the fact that her teacher had not retreated into the shadows. In all the years that she had known him, he had never, ever shown himself to other people. It was to the point that Rain had considered him a hallucination at first. But now, her teacher remained in the open, in front of absolute strangers. Why? Her silent panic was interrupted by his bright, carefree voice. Greetings, who might you be? The sound of steps halted, and a deep baritone answered in a friendly tone. Greetings, I am Master Sean, and these are my companions, Master Skiff and Awakened Arden. We were on our way back to Ravenheart. Are you headed that way as well? Rain frowned. Master Sean, Master Skiff. She had not heard of these Ascended before. Granted, there were thousands of Ascended in the world, but still. Each of the Song Domain's masters was like a minor celebrity, especially those in Ravenheart. There was something else that seemed strange about these people, too. She was standing there, frozen, with her eyes closed. But they did not seem to care enough to react in any way. Wouldn't it be natural to ask what she was doing? Her teacher lingered for a few moments. Yeah, we were on our way back to Ravenheart, too. Then there was a long stretch of silence. Eventually, Master Sean asked, his voice sending a chill running down Rain's spine. For some reason. You look a little familiar, young man. Say, have we met before? The tone of his voice was perfectly friendly, and so were his words. But she suddenly felt suffocated, as if there was something eerily, maddeningly wrong with it all. Her teacher's answer was a little somber. As a matter of fact, we have indeed met before, although I doubt that you'll remember. In any case, why don't you and your friends continue onward? Let's part on friendly terms and go our separate ways. How about it? There was another lengthy silence. Shivering, Rain heard a strange rustle come from the direction of the three strangers. Their surroundings were slowly turning colder. What was that rustle? How about it? How about it? How about it? Master Sean's voice still sounded human, but his speech had turned strangely incoherent. Another voice joined, its mannerisms and intonations too similar to the first. We are on our way back to Ravenheart. These are my companions, Master. We are on our way. How about it? Rain was still stuck on her previous thought, unable to throw it out of her head. What was that rustle? She had never heard a sound like that before. Just at that moment, the disturbing rustle grew louder, and a third voice added amicably. These are my companions. My companions. My companions. That rustle. How about you become my companions too? Her teacher took a deep breath. Rain could hear his voice turning dangerously cold. Listen here, bastard. She had never heard such coldness in his voice before, and the unfamiliarity scared her. You might have managed to claw your way out of Dread's tomb, but so did I. You might have survived in the depths of 1,000 hells, but so did. So save me the theatrics and be on your way, otherwise I'll stop being gracious and skin you alive. Rain shuddered. Skin him. Suddenly a thought flashed in her mind. The Skinwalker, the great abomination that had been the nightmare of humanity for the past 4 years. A great abomination. 3 of the indescribable horror's vessels, no less. Her terror was so vast that she couldn't even move. All Rain could do was keep her eyes closed and tremble. I'm dead, I'm so dead. No, death would be a mercy. At that moment, Master Sean, Skinwalker's vessel, spoke with a hint of curiosity in his voice. You, whose companion are you? Her teacher scoffed. And then the world quaked. Chapter 17, 18 Sounds of Battle. The world quaked, and then Rain was suddenly enveloped by absolute darkness. It was as if an impenetrable wall rose to surround her from all sides. The deafening cacophony of terrible sounds coming from the outside was muffled and dampened by that wall, and nothing but slight tremors reached her. For the moment, at least, she was safe. But those sounds... Feeling a cold dread grasp her heart, she took a shaky breath and tried to comprehend them. There was the sound of trees snapping. There were the screams of the air being torn. There was the roar of the ground being upturned. These were the sounds that she could recognize. But there were other sounds as well. Inhuman howls, chilling groans that sounded like the world itself was weeping. Eerie and revoltingly organic rustling, as if a mountain of flesh was ripping as it expanded while consuming itself. And many more that Rain simply could not describe, and was afraid to fathom. The ground was shaking violently, and she was struggling to stay standing. Her fingers turned white on the hilt of her sword. Teacher, be safe, please. But how could anyone stay safe when facing the Skinwalker? Countless people had fallen to its menace and were consumed, becoming vessels of the abomination's corruption. Mundane humans awakened, masters, even saints. Not even the sovereigns could eradicate this living curse. Shrouded by darkness, Rain realized how painfully weak and helpless she was. Just a few moments ago, she had been full of pride, praising herself for slaying an awakened demon. But now she remembered that in the world of the nightmare spell, she was nothing but an ant. An ant who couldn't even do anything when her teacher was fighting to protect her. Strong, I want to be strong. She had not changed at all. She was still the same girl who had been powerless to protect herself, let alone anyone else, when the tide of nightmare creatures descended on her school. The world continued to scream and quake for several minutes. Then an eerie silence suddenly enveloped it. The tremors stopped and the terrible sounds ceased. Rain remained motionless, keeping her eyes closed. She didn't dare to think about how the battle had ended. The thought of imagining her teacher not being there anymore, was too appalling. More appalling than what would happen to her if he was truly gone. Suddenly, the wall surrounding her disappeared. She knew that it had because light suddenly shone through her eyelids and cold wind scraped against her face. The air was permeated by the smell of wet wood and soil. "Please." A moment later, a familiar voice spoke from somewhere near. "Brat, you can open your eyes now." The relief Rain felt at that moment was strong enough to make her sway. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around, then froze in shock. And no way. The frozen forest was gone. It was obliterated entirely, and everywhere she looked, nothing but a barren expanse of flattened and upturned land could be seen. The trees had been reduced to mere splinters, and the ground itself was broken, with dark fissures covering it like bottomless scars. Here and there, the splinters were wet with blood. Buried under them, broken corpses of the unfortunate nightmare creatures who had populated the forest lay, their macabre sight mercifully hidden by the debris. That scene of devastation stretched as far as the eye could see. The entire landscape had been drastically changed in a matter of minutes, redrawn by the fury of the harrowing battle. The scale of the dreadful destruction was simply unfathomable. Rain took a trembling breath and finally looked at her teacher. He was standing a few steps away, as nonchalant as ever. His hair was ruffled, and there was a smudge of something dark on his cheek, but other than that, he was the same pale, roguish scoundrel she knew. Of course, Rain struggled to perceive him in the same light. She had known that her teacher was a powerful being, of course, but this was the first time she really witnessed his power. Where were the vessels of the Skinwalker? Rain tried to compose herself. The Skinwalker. Her teacher remained silent for a few moments, then silently took a step back. Behind him, 3 human corpses were piled on top of each other, each missing the head and with a deep wound where their hearts should have been. 3 vessels of a great nightmare creature, Rain swallowed. Her teacher had just killed 3 great abominations, just like that. There was something else. Did she imagine it, or were there tiny shards of a broken mirror glistening on the ground in front of the corpses? What, how? Trying to comprehend the situation was too disturbing. So, Rain would rather think about its consequences. Her teacher had revealed himself, and although they were far away from Ravenheart, such a drastic change of landscape would not escape notice. Which meant that they had to get out of here as soon as possible. Receiving the reward for the huntsman was also not an option now. Rain would have to keep the fact that she was anywhere near this place a secret. It was a good thing that she had not shared her plans to hunt the demon with anyone. No one could know that a being who could slay 3 vessels of the Skinwalker lived in her shadow. She would have to return to Ravenheart and lay low for a few months. Luckily, that was what she had wanted to do anyway. Her teacher sighed. "I know what you're thinking about, but Rain, sadly, you are wrong." She tilted her head a little. "What, why? Because you defeated the Skinwalker." He lingered for a moment, then shook his head and pointed to the 3 corpses. "No, drawing attention to myself is not a good thing, sure. But actually we have a bigger problem. This guy, Master Sean, I recognize him. He was an ascended from the House of Night." Rain failed to understand what he was trying to say. "So?" Her teacher sighed and rubbed his temples in frustration. "Right, you don't know. Well, let's just say that members of the House of Night should not be anywhere near the territory of Queen Song right now. And they must have been fairly close to Ravenheart, moving in secret when the Skinwalker got them. So, I am afraid that you and I have seen something that we were not supposed to see." She hesitated for a few moments, remembering everything that her father had mentioned about the House of Night and its relationship with the Song domain. Was there some problem between the two? It didn't seem that way. If anything, the Song domain seemed to be moving toward having a problem with the Sword domain, while trying hard to maintain a friendly relationship with the weaker House of Night. All of it was very mysterious. But at the same time, Rain understood the underlying meaning of what her teacher had said. Something that we were not supposed to see, got it. Promising that I won't tell anyone is not going to work, I guess. So, just how big of a secret is it? Her teacher's face was a little somber. big enough for Clan Song to erase any witness from existence. Well, not any witness, but a mundane girl with no backing. They won't hesitate to silence you even for a split second. Rain felt a cold chill run down her spine. Damn the royal clan. Why would Clan Song pay attention to someone as small and insignificant as her? She gritted her teeth and looked at him stubbornly. I do have backing, though. My father works for the government. His rank is pretty high now, too, surely, Clan. Song won't want to spoil their relationship with the government because of something like that. Her teacher smiled wistfully. Ah, the naivete of youth. First of all, you are overestimating the significance of your father's position. Second of all, you are overestimating the significance of the government. And lastly, you are underestimating Clan Song, who says that anyone would be able to prove anything after they make you disappear. His smile turned colder. In fact, they won't even have to make you disappear. Technically, there's a guy among them who is much worse than the Skinwalker. He can destroy your soul and wear your body like a suft, coming to family dinners and gossiping about boys with your mother. No one will suspect a thing. Rain shuddered. Slowly, the magnitude of the trouble she had gotten herself into was starting to dawn on her. Crab, who had made her think all those stupid things earlier, spend months in absolute safety, rest and relax while working on awakening at a leisurely pace, be pampered at home. She had been such a fool. Rain cursed quietly, stared at the three corpses for a while, and then asked her teacher in a hopeful tone. So what do we do? Her teacher was, whatever it was that he was. He had to have a solution without a doubt. Suddenly, she felt a lot calmer. Her teacher remained silent for a while, then smiled. Who to do, indeed? Well, I am sorry to tell you this, Rain, but you can't show your face in Ravenheart for a while. You'll have to disappear before they can make you disappear. We need to go somewhere where they won't be able to find you quickly and spend some time there. She closed her eyes and asked, her tone turning a little grim. Where can I even go? Even if I can survive a solo journey to another citadel, there is no city in the Song domain where the royal clan doesn't have eyes. Crossing into the Sword domain is not an option, not that I would want to leave my family behind. I can't return to the waking world without the help of a saint, and even if I could, locating me there would be even easier. Her teacher scratched the back of his head with a thoughtful expression. He lingered for a while, then glanced at her with a strange expression. What about one of those road crews? They are safe enough for you to survive, with more than enough mundane humans for one more to not draw attention, and best of all, far removed from all citadels. They're lacking manpower, too, so no one would ask any questions. If I were you, I'd get myself hired as a laborer there and hide in the crowd. A sly smile appeared on his face. Her teacher remained silent for a moment, then added with a chuckle. In fact, wasn't there a huge crew being assembled to construct a road east? You know, to Godgrave. Why don't you join that one? Rain sighed. Why not, indeed? Chapter 17, 19 Story Time. Mommy. Effie patted little Ling on the head and smiled. What do you want, Dumpling? She was sitting in a comfy wooden chair, staring at the wooden ceiling absent-mindedly. The little boy cuddled comfortably on her lap, hugging her like a little monkey. He looked up at her with his bright eyes and grinned sheepishly. Story. Effie laughed. Story, which story? Little Ling was suddenly very thoughtful. He remained silent for a while, a comically concentrated expression on his face, and then beamed. Mommy defeating the giant. She hugged him and shifted slightly, then said in a deep voice. All right. Listen then. A long time ago in a faraway land, 6 evil saints imprisoned Hope in a tall tower. Hope was very lonely in the tower and cried bitterly. So your mom and her friends decided to defeat the evil saints and rescue her. The image of the damp stone cell under the Chalice Temple flashed in her memory. The smell of blood, the whimpers of the other girls, the war maidens, driven to madness by the demon of desire, were slowly training to death. The graveyard of swords surrounding the ancient temple. She chased the ghastly memory away and smiled warmly. Noctis, the wicked warlock of the East, Uncle Kai, who was a brave warrior from the Ivory City back then, Auntie Cassie, who was a wise priestess of the Night Temple, and of course your mom, who was a little girl. These were the 4 heroes who ventured to rescue Hope. Oh, and there was someone else as well. A nameless shadow who had escaped its master and became friends with Noctis. Effie only had a vague recollection of the shadow devil who had followed Noctis, but it seemed rude not to mention him. Her adorable son giggled. Huh, what's so funny? Ling Ling giggled again. Mommy is not little. How can Mommy be little? She smiled. I was a little kid once too, you know. Actually, I was a little kid twice. In any case, after we, the four heroes, met each other and swore to save Hope, the evil saints learned about it and sent a messenger to scare us. It was a huge giant, as tall as a mountain with a body made of Po. Lish Steel, but your mom and her friends weren't afraid at all. That was because the kind priestesses of the goddess of life had taught me the secret art of slaying evil giants, you see. Effie continued to tell the fairy tale version of her second nightmare, just as she had done 100 times before. For some reason, this story was one of Ling Ling's favorites, maybe because the very idea of his mom being a little girl excited him endlessly. She had no idea why, but looking back, it had indeed been a bit exciting. Effie had spent her actual childhood either in a hospital bed or in a wheelchair, so getting a little taste of what it meant to be a healthy kid was special, even if it was in the depths of a ghastly nightmare. Of course, she had removed all the distasteful parts from the story, replacing them with fantastical and exaggerated adventures. Flying ships, eccentric sorcerers, fire-breathing dragons, and a happy ending. The sugar-coated version of the Nightmare of Hope had everything one needed for a great fairy tale. And so Cassie dropped the flying ship right on the evil giant's head. Boom, crash, bang, the ship shattered into 1,000 pieces and the giant fell down, making the ground shake. Auntie was perfectly fine, of course. She had jumped away just in the nick of time and glided down with the help of her magical rapier. A huge shadow was still. Just then the door opened, and a handsome young man walked into the room. Way too handsome, even. Effie smiled at her husband and took and exhaled slowly, trying to maintain a relaxed expression. Daddy. Little Ling jumped off her lap and ran to hug his dad. Luckily, this time, he remembered to control his strength. Picking the boy up, Ling's dad smiled at him and then glanced at Effie. He was hiding it well, but she could see that the smile did not reach his eyes. It's time. Her husband nodded and then looked at the little boy in his arms. Hey, Wolfie, how about you and Dad go on a little adventure? Little Ling seemed to be torn. But Mommy didn't finish the story. His dad laughed. The evil giant story? I'll finish it for her. Or how about it? Dad has an evil giant story, too. There are really too many evil giants in the world now that I think about it. This one was named Goliath and only had one eye. Effie sighed, then rose from her chair and stretched slowly. Then she followed her husband out of the room. They were currently in their spacious, sunlit cottage. It had been built from natural wood by none other than him and had a simple, cozy charm to it. The cottage was the centerpiece of the entire farm, which was a rather idyllic place. A beautiful view of the emerald meadow opened from the front porch. Of course, the meadow had transformed in the last 4 years. There were fields, vegetable gardens, barns, and livestock corrals. There were also a few other buildings, some of them hidden in the forest. Most of these buildings were built of wood, but some included more advanced materials. The latter extended underground and served a different purpose. These buildings included barracks, armories, and all the other essentials of a military base. That was because the Beast Farm often moonlighted as a dimensional carrier for the Wolf Army. Boss. Boss is here. Attention. A scattering of soldiers stood at attention. Most were hidden from sight, but some had gone out to stretch their legs. Little Ling waved at them excitedly, causing a wave of smiles. Uncles are funny. Effie nodded at the nearest soldier and said in a quiet tone, Assemble the troops. ETA is 1 hour, so be ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. We are going to spearhead the breaching maneuver by the Western Quadrant Defense Forces. The mission is just as the briefing said, push the abominations back and establish a fire line. Funnel the civilians, if there are any left, into the designated safe zone. The soldier, a rowdy-looking man who had been under her command from the first days of the deployment to Antarctica, nodded with a roguish smile. What about the big bastards, boss? Effie inhaled slowly. Don't worry about them. The government is sending the entire cavalry this time. We'll take care of the gate guardians. And also, she frowned and glared at him. Watch your language in front of Ling Ling, you reprobate. Aren't you already a master? Why are you still so brainless? The man blinked a couple of times, then gave her a terribly guilty look. Oh, sorry, boss, I forget. He didn't seem too sincere, though, no doubt itching to accuse her of hypocrisy and double standards. Effie shook her head and pushed him away. Go get ready. With that, she turned to her husband and son, putting on a bright smile. Shall we go? She took her husband's hand, and a moment later, the three of them disappeared from the meadow. Instead, they appeared in a room with alloy walls, situated in the depths of a government fortress. The furnishings were sparse, but there was a large screen displaying the arid landscape of the western quadrant on one of the walls. Little Ling looked at the sand dunes with interest. Daddy, what is that? His dad smiled. This is a desert, Wolfie. We are in the western quadrant. Aren't you a lucky kid to get to travel all around the world and see all kinds of places? The boy was thoughtful for a moment. Daddy, aren't you a little silly? It's a picture. Little Ling has seen a lot of pictures already. Effie's husband laughed. I guess you are right. He glanced at Effie and nodded. She remained silent for a bit, then patted little Ling on the shoulder and said in her usual carefree tone, Dumpling, Mom has to go to work now. Be a good boy and listen to Dad, okay? He grinned and waved at her absent-mindedly. Bye, Mommy, have fun at work. A second later, little Ling was already asking his dad about deserts and sand. The handsome young man exchanged a poignant look with her, silently mouthed 3 words, and then took their son out of the room. Outside, a high-ranking government envoy was already waiting for them. Left alone, Effie took a deep breath and said quietly, I love you too. Then the smile slowly disappeared from her face, replaced by a grim expression. She remained motionless for a while, then nodded and summoned her armor. Soon, her athletic figure was covered by a skin-tight layer of polished metal, as if she had been dipped in liquid steel. She also summoned the starlight shard, shaping it into 2 strips of white cloth. One was tied around her waist, the other covered her chest. Effie was ready for war. Well, as much as anyone could be ready for war, which, in her experience, was not much at all. Picking up the black beast locket, she hung it around her neck and walked to the door. In the corridor outside, 2 figures were waiting for her. An annoyingly stunning man with auburn hair and green eyes, and a chillingly beautiful woman with pale skin and raven-black hair. Effie erased the grim expression from her face and smiled mischievously. Hey there, handsome. Oh, and you too, Kai. Guys, you won't believe what I saw in Bastion. Princess found herself a boyfriend. At least I think that she found him. She might have just kidnapped the poor man to do unspeakable things to him. I know. She froze suddenly, looked behind her with a cautious expression, then relaxed visibly and added in a quieter tone. I know I would, if I wasn't such a prim and proper, virtuous married woman. Chapter 17, 20 Hard Day at Work. Just a few minutes later, a majestic dragon with scales that resembled the midnight sky was flying over the endless sea of dunes, devouring distance with stunning speed. Effie and Jet were on his back, looking south with somber expressions. After a while, Effie sighed. The situation has already changed. Jet nodded. Yes, the city wall is breached. Western Quadrant Defense Forces are on approach, but the Call is wreaking havoc with their tech. The awakened vanguard was attacked by one of the lesser gate guardians and managed to put it down, but their advance was stalled. So we will arrive first. Soul Reaper maintained a neutral tone, but Effie could see that she was in a grim mood. It's not your fault. Don't beat yourself up too much. Jet glanced at her and smiled. My fault? Of course it's not my fault. I am not someone who feels bothered by such things anyway. But despite her tough girl routine and carefully constructed facade of a cynical salary woman, she was bothered. Effie had gotten to know Soul Reaper Jet a bit during the Southern campaign, but they became really close during the Third Nightmare. And in the 4 years since, their friendship and comradeship had continued to blossom. Jet was a professional first and foremost. She wasn't really someone with a bleeding heart, the opposite, actually. But she took her responsibilities very seriously. As such, her cynical loyalty to the mission of preserving humanity was quite ironically much greater than the noble intent of most ardent idealists. She had already been doing her very best as a master, but now that Jet was a saint, one of the 5 saints serving the government, the scale and scope of her responsibilities were much greater. While Effie and Kai mostly dealt with military and diplomatic issues, simply executing the orders, Jet was much more knowledgeable and experienced. As such, she was involved in the administration and decision-making process of the government, influencing what orders all of them received. The government was in turmoil, too. It was in flux, drifting on the currents of history. 4 years ago, the higher echelons of the government had made a decision to throw vast resources into rapidly developing its presence in the dream realm, where the future was. That was why Effie was almost permanently stationed in Bastion, while Cal spent most of his time in Ravenheart. Jet, however, had been against that strategy. She had insisted on keeping the government NTS in the waking world, spread across the 3 remaining quadrants, to lessen the inevitable losses as much as possible, even at the cost of the future inferiority of the government's position in the brave new world of domains and sovereigns. It was not that she disagreed with the notion that the future of humanity lay in the dream realm. It was just that she advocated for a different allocation of resources. Sadly, she had failed to turn her opinion into policy. If she had, the current disaster could have been avoided, or at least lessened. Effie sighed. "You're angry, I can smell that you're angry. Well, guess what? There's nothing better for treating anger than a good slaughter, and we'll be drowning in abominations in a few minutes, so there's no day like today." Jet chuckled. "You are right, sure, but also let's not use the word slaughter, okay? Makes me queasy." At that moment, Kai's pleasant voice resounded in their heads. "Ladies, if you feel queasy and are going to be sick, please wait until I land. At least, really, don't go around despoiling my scales. I have an image to uphold." Effie grinned. "Oh, what about your image? Who are you trying to impress, Queen Song's daughters?" The dragon didn't respond to her provocation. Instead, he lingered for a while and then asked, "How is Aiko doing?" Effie sighed. "Come ask her yourself. She's still pretending to be angry. Oh, but she's doing fine, by the way. Her new boss is kind, handsome, and treats her very well." Kai answered nonchalantly, "I'm glad, as long as she's doing well." A few seconds later, he asked in the same neutral tone, "Just out of curiosity, how handsome are we talking? What about his style? Who makes his clothes?" Effie grinned and chose not to answer. In front of them, the sea of dunes slowly turned into a desolate plain, with a vast, dried riverbed cutting it like an endless scar. Far away, on the opposite side of the immense chasm, a large city stood where the river's shore had once been, shrouded in haze. Their banter abruptly stopped. The city was burning, with towering plumes of black smoke rising into the piercing blue sky. Even from that distance, Effie could see the signs of cataclysmic devastation. The toll of human lives must have been terrible. Cal, with his incredible sight, could see much more. He didn't say anything, but his silence suddenly seemed sorrowful and forlorn. Effie gritted her teeth and looked away. "Do you see it, Kai? Was the last transmission accurate?" The dragon folded his wings and rushed toward the ground. His voice was even. "Yes, 7 gates. 6 of them Category 3, 1 Category 4. The gate guardian of the latter seems to be a great devil." He paused for a moment, then added, "The city is overwhelmed. A horde of abominations is rampaging on the streets. The local garrison seems to have fallen." Jet closed her eyes for a moment. "It's good, then?" Kai asked quietly, the emotions in his voice suppressed. "Good." She nodded. "Yes, if the abominations are rampaging, it means that there's still someone alive." A moment later, the dragon landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Jet and Effie jumped off his back and approached the edge of the dry riverbed's slope. Out there below them, the hastily assembled army of the Western Quadrant was assembling into a formation to assault the fallen city. In front of the mundane soldiers, the battered, awakened vanguard was finishing off a wave of nightmare creatures that had wandered away from the burning ruins. They had noticed the flamboyant landing of the great dragon and were now looking back, cheering and waving their heads in the air. Kai's fame preceded him. Effie cracked her knuckles and asked, her voice uncharacteristically somber. A great devil, can we even handle something like that? All three of them had become immensely powerful after transcending. The battles they had won were beyond count, and the nightmare creatures they had killed were beyond measure. And yet, they had never faced a horror like that before. Only the sovereigns had. Facing a great devil was a first for them, and could very well become the last. A relaxed smile appeared on Jet's face. What's the matter? If push comes to shove, we'll just die. Well, the two of you will die. I'm already dead. Above them, the dragon scoffed. His magnificent voice resounded above the desert, making Effie's heart tingle. That was just something Kai's draconic voice did, even if he did not use his aspect abilities. Still, we should try to stay alive. Well, Effie and I should. You just stay in one piece, Lady Jet. She chuckled. All right, as we've discussed before, Kai will support the Western Quadrant forces in their advance. Effie and I will spearhead the assault, push back the abominations, and engage the Gate Guardian. There's nothing else to say. Godspeed. The beautiful dragon nodded its great head, then pushed himself off the ground and glided gracefully toward the assembled army. Jet looked at Effie, already summoning her scythe. She lingered for a moment, and then said in a tone that was a little gentler than usual. But seriously, don't die, Effie Nightingale, and I can die, but you can't. You know why. There are people waiting for you to return. For a moment, Effie felt her heart tremble, just like it did every time she went into battle. It had been easy to risk her life before when she was young, but now she had things to protect, and people whom she did not want to and could not allow herself to leave. Every time death snarled in her face, Effie felt guilt and shame. And fear. What was she doing on the battlefield when her husband and son were somewhere else, waiting for her? Why was she being so stupid when she could have remained safe behind a citadel wall, in their idyllic cottage, allowing someone else to fight and bleed and die in her place? But then she remembered. It was precisely because of little Ling and his dad that she was here. Because someone had to prevent the world from collapsing on their heads and burying them under the rubble. Effie didn't particularly trust someone else to not mess everything up, so she had to build a world where her son could live a decent life with her own 2 hands. Thankfully, her hands were quite strong. If you wanted to do something right, you had to do it yourself. Looking at Jet, Effie grinned. Why do you always talk about dying, big sister? Not everyone is like you. I'm not planning on kicking the bucket anytime soon. That would be such a tragedy. Imagine all the food I would not be able to eat. Laughing lightly, she shook her head and activated her transformation ability. A moment later, a titanic figure clad in polished steel rose from the dust, shining brilliantly under the incandescent sun. Chapter 1721, Footsteps of History. Effie rose to her full height, towering 100 meters above the desert. She was like a colossus cast of lustrous steel, the gorgeous lines of her athletic body shining under the blinding sun, a beautiful war deity rising to face the tide of monstrous abominations. The white fabric of the starlight shard rippled in the wind. Expanding the 2 memories to fit her giant size cost a significant amount of essence, but it was worth it. Sadly, the same could not be said about the rest of her arsenal, not that there were a lot of memories in her possession that could accommodate her transformation. Even those that could were too weak to justify the expenditure. Especially because Effie had other ways to spend her essence. As soon as her transformation was complete, she activated her ascended ability. Instantly, every soldier at the bottom of the dry riverbed, those that could see her at least, felt their hearts beating faster. Their spirit and body were reinvigorated, while their strength, speed, agility, endurance, and resilience were greatly enhanced. But that was the good thing about Effie's transformation. It was hard not to notice a 100-meter-tall colossus, especially one as striking as her. Her ascended and transcendent abilities synergized beautifully to make sure that anyone on the battlefield could see her at any moment, even in the midst of a furious melee. As long as she was on the front line. The loud, reverberating roar rose from the riverbed as thousands of soldiers, both mundane and awakened, chanted in exhilaration. Raised by wolves, Saint Athena, war beast is here. Their impassioned voices were full of resolve and grim determination. And as they looked at her, Effie felt her essence being slowly replenished. Well, at least someone is in a good mood. Looking past the exultant soldiers, she gazed at the burning city. From her current height, Effie could see the eerie fissures of the nightmare gates surrounding it like 7 ghastly siege towers. One of them was especially tall, reaching even higher into the sky than she did. There were several gargantuan figures moving in the sea of nightmare creatures. The great devil was not the only calamity unleashed by the 7 gates. There were other gate guardians as well. 2 of them was even titans. A great devil, a corrupted tyrant, 2 fallen titan, and a swarm of terrors. One way or another, today's battle was going to end up in the history books. It was not quite the chain of nightmares, but definitely the worst crisis the waking world had faced since the Southern Campaign, by far. What would the history books tell? That on that day, the forces of humanity triumphed valiantly over a dreadful enemy. Or that on that day, humanity mourned the loss of many of its most brilliant warriors. Even now, on the precipice of the battle, Effie could not tell. To hell with that. She grinned and kneeled, then placed the back of her hand on the ground, the open palm facing the sky. Who cares about history? This battle might seem dreadful, but it was destined to become an insignificant speck in the tapestry of horrors that awaited humanity in the coming decade. In the near future, there would be 100, 1,000 battles much more terrible than this. By the end of it all, there might be no one left to read history books, let alone write them. Such exciting times, she was definitely not going to miss them. Cassie, are you watching? There was a moment of silence, and then a response came, as calm and relaxed as ever. I am. Effie smiled. Watch well. It was Cassie's job, after all, to witness and remember everything. Down below on the ground, the tiny ant that was jet soared into the air and landed gracefully on her palm. Effie rose to her feet, gazed ahead, and took the first step forward. The ground quaked under her titanic footsteps. She leaned forward and pushed off, breaking into a sprint. The sight of the beautiful steel colossus running was both magnificent and terrifying, the sheer scale of it all escaping imagination. Awash in the echoing war chant of the advancing army, Effie leaped over the vast battle formation, the marching mundane soldiers, the wings of lumbering MWPs, the heavily armored tanks, the awakened phalanx, and crossed the dry riverbed in no more than a dozen great strides, making the world quake. Then she was among the nightmare creatures. Standing on her palm like a beautiful toy soldier, Jet shouted. Don't slow down. Proceed to the designated drop point. Ethel answered with a sea-off. When have I ever slowed down? Her valse was like the thunderous song of a divine war horn. And that was with her keeping it down. Jet was tough enough to withstand the full volume of Effie's voice, but if a mundane human happened to be too close, they would easily be crippled or outright die under its pressure. So she had developed a habit of staying silent or speaking softly when assuming the godlike form of the militant giantess. A moment later, her foot descended on a swarm of nightmare creatures, ruthlessly crushing dozens of them in one fell swoop. Some had survived, and were already trying to crawl up her shins, their fangs and claws scraping fruitlessly against the polished steel. Her armor was a supreme memory of the first tier, though, so none of their attempts amounted to anything. Even if the armor was breached, Effie had her awakened ability to fall back on. As great as her offensive might was, her defenses were even more astonishing. In fact, Effie was often tempted to say that she was practically indestructible. Of course, she never did. Saying something like that was just inviting trouble. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures out there. Many of them had means of bypassing physical defense, or could deal entirely different types of damage. The moment a powerful awakened became arrogant was usually the moment they died. The spell whispered into her ear. You have slain. You have slain. You have slain. Ignoring the sonorous choir of its voice, Effie leaned forward a little and delivered a powerful kick, pulverizing an especially large abomination. The creature must have been at least a dozen meters tall, and would have looked like a towering behemoth to the advancing soldiers. But to her, it was no bigger than a large rat. Its body disintegrated into a disgusting torrent of bloody liquid, and before that liquid splattered across a vast stretch of the riverbed's slope, Effie was already past the foremost wave of the nightmare creatures. Nothing but devastation was left in her wake. "You have slain a corrupted monster," Maw of Kanak hit. A moment later, she reached the city barrier. It was quite inferior to the great walls surrounding NQSC. Not all human cities were siege capitals. After all, the true siege capitals had been constructed and received that title during the dark times, and there were just a few of them left standing in the world. Of course, all human cities had been turned into highly advanced strongholds after the descent of the spell, both to keep the nightmare creatures out and to make them habitable in the aftermath of the previous era. Still, the scale of their defenses varled. The ruined city in front of Effie had quite a robust wall once upon time, but now it lay in ruins. The streets were obscured by smoke, and countless abominations were rampaging under its suffocating shroud. From this close, she could hear a terrible cacophony of crumbling buildings, bestial roars, sporadic gunfire, and human screams. There were indeed survivors there below her, which was why she had to be careful. "To your left." Jet's shout was very timely. Turning her head, Effie saw a wide highway piercing into the heart of the city. There was a fortified railway in its middle, with a mess of overturned train cars laying on the tracks. The highway itself was crowded by military vehicles, all empty and painted red by blood. This was where the city garrison forces had tried, and failed, to stop the tide of abominations after the walls fell. What was important to Effie, though, was that she would be able to use the highway to reach the heart of the city without trampling countless civilians to death and toppling damaged buildings. Paving a bloody path through the horde of abominations, she stomped her way to the highway. Countless abominations perished under her footsteps. Those that were more powerful were crushed to death in her grasp, torn apart, or splattered across the concrete. Their assault was like a dark tide. Some were large enough to pose a threat to even someone as giant as her, but Effie did not only have size on her side. She also had her skill, intellect, and battle experience. The combination was truly devastating, and none of these meddling creatures could withstand her might. It would have been even more devastating if she had a proper spear and shield to wield, but alas, she did not. So Effie fought with her bare hands, or rather, with her entire body except for one hand, which was being used to carry Jet, in accordance with the ancient hand-to-hand combat techniques hammered into her bones by the war maidens of the Chalice Temple. There were swarms of flying abominations as well. When those descended upon her, even Jet received an opportunity to bloody her blade. Reaching the highway, Effie advanced swiftly toward the heart of the city. As she ran, shattering the road and flattening overturned train cars and abandoned military vehicles with each step, she kept her eyes on the true threats. To her left, on the edges of the city, the colossal shape of the fallen Titan was toppling residential towers and feeding on the crushed corpses of countless humans. To her right, the massive figure of the corrupted Titan was consuming the remains of the government compound. Another Titan was nearby, having already breached the ceiling of a deep underground shelter. And finally, far ahead on the opposite side of the city, past the shattered barrier, a vague silhouette of the Great Devil was towering above the local outskirts, moving slowly in the eerie silence. There were two more gate guardians spread throughout the ruins, as well, both already gazing at her and narrowing the distance. And a sea of nightmare creatures following them. Everyone wants in on the party. Finally, she reached the drop point. Effie sent a shockwave spreading from the spot where the edge of her foot had dug into the ground to stall her momentum, and came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, her voice shook the sky with a thunderous, defiant call. "Wolf Army, charge!" Chapter 17:22, Slingshot Maneuver. The wolves had been a company during the Southern Campaign, consisting of around 100 awakened and 10 times as many mundane soldiers, as well as a platoon of MWPs and a robust stable of specialized vehicles. The majority of the mundane members of the Wolf Company were not frontline specialists, but instead support personnel meant to facilitate and enhance the combat effectiveness of the awakened. However, the company had swelled in the past few years, turning into a battalion consisting of 1,000 seasoned awakened warriors and around 5,000 mundane soldiers. It had also distinguished itself as one of the most elite combat units of the government forces, earning the official title of the Wolf Army. The wolves were, first and foremost, shock troopers. They often fought in isolation from the rest of the government forces or led the attack, dropping directly into the fiercest locations on the battlefield from the Black Beast locket. That was right. Effie not only had her own army, but also often carried it around. Their most common strategy was for her to assume the giantess form, cleave her way to a strategically important point, and deploy her legion in a flash of shocking violence. It was the same today. As Effie's roar stunned the nearest nightmare creatures, rows and rows of soldiers materialized on the rubble of the burning city, as if marching out from the depths of hell. A moment later, the awakened vanguard already unleashed a barrage of arrows, projectile weapons, and long-range aspect abilities. At the same time, heavy artillery vehicles launched concussive shells, and the lumbering MWPs came to life, the barrels of their armaments blooming with fire. The melee fighters had already closed down their ranks, forming a loose phalanx. The tide of nightmare creatures descended upon them in a demented frenzy, only to be broken, torn apart, and pushed back. "Show them hell," Effie's booming voice thundered from above. Invigorated by the sight of their commander, the wolves let out ferocious howls and redoubled their efforts to eviscerate the nightmare creatures. "Cheeky bastards." She bent down and swiped her hand across the ruins of a building, grabbing a hulking abomination and using it as a projectile to crush dozens more into bloody paste. Effie observed the battlefield from high above. For the moment, at least, everything was going according to plan. The wolves had a simple but dire objective: to secure a stronghold in the ruined city that would serve as a bulwark against the horde of nightmare creatures. The 7 gates were positioned far away from the dry riverbed, so most of the abominations were amassed on the other side of the city center. The position where the wolves had deployed was on the outer edges of the center, above the largest underground civilian shelter, and close to the reserve control station responsible for the city's automated defense systems. They had to push the nightmare creatures back, establish an impregnable fire line, bring the defense systems back online, secure the perimeter, and help funnel the surviving civilians into the shelter. At the same time, the main force of the Western Quadrant Army would advance from the rear under Kai's leadership, cleanse the western part of the city from abominations, and join the Wolf Army, effectively drawing a clear battle line straight through the city center. That was the plan, at least. Of course, the entire plan depended on a single presumption: that the 3 saints would be able to slay, or at least hold back, the primary targets, the Gate Guardians. Because no matter how elite and experienced the wolves were, and no matter how numerous the Western Quadrant Army was, mortal soldiers like them were simply incapable of stopping titans, let alone facing great abominations in battle. Effie glanced at the towering figures of the 2 titans, both drawing closer. The corrupted tyrant seemed to be moving in the direction of the Western Quadrant Army, which had already engaged in a bloody battle on the streets of the city. That one was Kai's problem now, sadly. It seemed that the reinforcements would be delayed. The true horror, though, was the Great Devil, which had abandoned the outskirts and crossed the ruined walls of the city, moving unhurriedly in the direction of the Wolf Army. The creature was still dozens of kilometers away, but its presence already felt suffocating. "We can still win." In this battle, the government army had a secret weapon. That weapon was the seneschal of the great clan Valor, Saint Song of the Fallen. Information was the lifeblood of warfare, especially so when one was dealing with nightmare creatures, many of whom possessed great and terrible powers. Knowing your enemy was more often than not the difference between life and death. And with Cassie whispering into the ears of Effie, Kai, and Jet, they would know what the enemy was capable of once the abominations got within range of the dormant ability. Of course, no one except for the 3 of them could know that the blind seer serving the King of Swords was secretly assisting the government. "It's good to have friends." As Effie thought that, Jet suddenly spoke in a calm, cold voice. "I think the situation calls for the slingshot maneuver." Effie looked down, studying the tiny, beautiful woman standing on her palm. Soul Reaper's icy blue eyes were full of grim, murderous, and cold resolve. "That one, are you sure?" Jet nodded, then smiled faintly. "Yes, I'll stall the Great Devil until you and Kai are done dealing with the other Gate Guardians. Don't play with your food and come help me as soon as you can." Effie hesitated for a moment, holding back the words of concern. Jet was right. Dealing with two titans was already outside the realm of possibility. If the great devil was allowed to enter the fray and join forces with them, everyone would be doomed. Eventually, she simply smiled. "All right, just don't kill it before we arrive. Or if you do and receive a weapon memory, give it to me. You already have your legacy relic while I'm sick of fighting abominations with my bare hands. Their guts get stuck between my fingers. It's disgusting." Jet grinned. "Deal, now do it before I change my mind." Effie sighed, then shifted her body, slowly bringing the hand on which Jet stood back. She extended her colossal arm backward, keeping it level with her shoulder. The slingshot maneuver was not something the two of them had learned from books on military science. It was something they invented after participating in countless battles together. Well, calling it a maneuver was mostly a joke. They just liked how legitimate it sounded, which was a bit funny, considering the actual procedure. The procedure in question, meanwhile, was rather simple. Effie strained her muscles, exhaled, and slung her arm forward. Her hand rotated, the open palm facing the wind. Jet would have slid off and plummeted down if not for the fact that the pressure of acceleration pressed her into the vertical wall of polished steel. A mundane human would have been crushed by such pressure, but her transcendent body was immensely resilient. She endured, kneeling slowly and looking up. A small hurricane was raised by the passing of the colossal arm. Effie grunted and pushed her palm forward with all her might, launching Jet into the air like a supersonic missile. The Soul Reaper soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the distant Great Devil with Terib. La speed! As she did, her figure was suddenly surrounded by wisps of ghostly mist. Chapter 1723, The Flight of the Wraiths. Being carried around on the palm of a militant giantess was perhaps the world's most exciting amusement ride in the world, losing only to being tossed into the sky by the said giantess, or maybe riding on the back of a dragon. Today, Jet had the opportunity to experience all three. Who would have thought that a neglected girl from the outskirts would one day be living such an exciting life? However, she wasn't really having fun. Nor was she living, if one wanted to be technical. Clad in a black leather armor, Jet soared across the sky. Her raven-black hair fluttered in the wind as her figure tore apart the towering pillars of smoke, the landscape of the ruined city streaking beneath her like a blur. Her icy blue eyes were burning with murderous intent. Perhaps it was for the best that she was moving much too fast to see the scenes of devastation clearly. The terrible loss of life was aggravating enough, but the irreparable damage done to the crucial infrastructure would frustrate her even more. At the end of the day, the two were one of the same. Cities could not function without people, while people could not survive in this poisoned world without the protection of the cities. So the losses humanity had suffered today were doubly great. Even if they were to win the battle and slaughtered the nightmare creatures, rebuilding the city was out of the question. Not with the focus of humanity slowly shifting toward the dream realm, and not in the aftermath of Antarctica. After today, there would be one less human city on Earth. The survivors could be relocated to other population centers, and in time, the population would grow to replenish the lost lives, but the number of cities would only dwindled. Too many of them had been swallowed by the chain of nightmares, and in the years that followed, 2 more fell to the Skinwalker. This city would be the third the government lost in the last 4 years. To Jet, losing a city felt like being robbed of her personal belongings. It was sad, humiliating, and deeply distasteful. She had a commitment to work for the government a long time ago, and as such, any defeat that the mission of the government suffered was a personal slight. Those bastards. Jet was really sure who she was referring to, the nightmare creatures, or the people who had pushed back against her desire to allocate more precious resources to the waking world. It was not like she did not understand the inevitable future. The waking world, their world, was not ending yet, but its trajectory was already clear. There were already more nightmare gates opening each year than ever before, and the median category of those gates was slowly climbing toward a complete disaster. Most importantly, the sovereigns were in the dream realm, not only because they chose to be there, but also because it was hard for them to enter the waking world, as if their very existence was denied by it. So, even if a new supreme was born in the future, they wouldn't be able to remain here continuously and protect the cradle of humanity. Therefore, a single Category 5 gate would spell doom to all who remained. Which wasn't that bad, actually. Jet wasn't a reactionary hellbent on remaining on Earth simply because that was where she had been born. In fact, she understood better than most that adaptability was humanity's greatest weapon. Why wouldn't they resettle into a new world if their own was dying? In fact, for every city that had been destroyed in the waking world, several were founded in the dream realm. The government would have to relocate their efforts there as well. It was just that, in her opinion, even the best of her colleagues were panicking. The trauma delivered by the chain of nightmare was too great, even if few people acknowledged it. And since they were panicking, they were rushing too much. So she was forced to clean up their messes. Because of the rush, the government forces were too late to prevent this city's destruction. How ironic. Sometimes she regretted that there wasn't anyone else among the people wielding power who had come from the outskirts. If there had been just one person who shared her mindset. Ah, but wasn't it a pipe dream for someone from the outskirts to survive the gauntlet of the nightmare spell? Even she could not claim to have truly survived it. Streaking across the sky like a deadly missile, Jet kept her gaze trained on the great devil and gritted her teeth. A split second later, she activated her transformation ability. Her flesh turned into a ghostly mist, and a few moments later, there was a spectral wraith in the sky above the dying city. The wraith form had many advantages in battle. But it was also quite handy if one had been tossed like a dart by an unreasonably strong giantess, since being a ghost could prevent them from turning into thin film splatter. Across several kilometers of ragged terrain upon landing. Not that Jet would. With her special physique, she could strike the ground like a meteor and climb out of the crater in one piece, if a little battered. Still, a soft landing was better. This time, sadly, the landing was not going to be particularly soft. She was dropping right on top of a great devil, after all. Effie's aim was immaculate. In the last few moments before plummeting to the ground, Jet snarled coldly and turned her scythe into a kopish. By now, her legacy relic had reaped countless souls. The strongest of them had belonged to a great monster, and so it was equal to a supreme weapon of the second tier. Of those countless souls, 5 were currently bound by the relic, one for each of the 5 forms it could turn into. Jet could consume them to replenish her essence if her own reserves ran dry. Apart from that, each of the bound souls granted a mystical effect to the corresponding weapon, akin to an enchantment. The soul dwelling in the black kopish had belonged to a corrupted terror once, and a dreadful one at that. The effect granted by its soul to the sickle sword was that anyone cut by it would fall into a debilitating lethargy, losing the motivation to fight, move, and eventually even breathe. Of course, powerful enemies could resist the insidious lethargy, somewhat, but would still be weakened a little with each strike. As such, the kopish was the most suitable of the Mist Blade's forms when dealing with an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. And that was what Jet was dealing with now. A great devil. At that moment, a soft voice resounded in her ears. He is the great devil, Heart of Kanakhet, the remnant of a cursed king. His power is to command the souls of the dead. He also wields the power of curses and is a wraith himself. His body is made of sand and is all but immune to physical damage. Worst of all, his soul can't be destroyed until all the souls he commands are scattered. And they are legion. I am sorry, Jet. It's a bad match. Jet grinned. Thank you. How fitting. The great devil she was about to face was also of the undead tribe, a fellow wraith. His powers did not exactly counter her own, but rather rendered them futile. It was, indeed, a bad match. Or maybe the best, considering that few people except her had even a tiny chance of destroying him. In any case, her determination to slay the abominations only grew stronger. Because as much as the Heart of Kanakhet was a bad match for her aspect, he was a perfect match for her legacy relic. Absorbing his soul would not only elevate its overall power by 2 tiers, but also grant one of the Mist Blades forms a powerful effect that had a good chance of having synergy with her aspect. Now then, all that remained was to actually kill this great devil. Or at least survive long enough for Effie and Kai to arrive. Jet slowed down her descent and glided gracefully to the shattered ground. Her ghostly kopish pointed forward. There in front of her, a towering figure was slowly walking through the burning ruins, surrounded by a haze of screaming souls. Chapter 17:24 Nightsinger. Press forward. They are flanking us. Second company fall back. We need an ascendant here. Across the wide stretch of burning ruins, the Western Quadrant army was fighting against the disorganized horde of nightmare creatures. The tide of abominations continuously crashed into the phalanx of the awakened warriors, quenching the flames that burned all around them with their fetid blood. The mundane soldiers followed behind, supporting the awakened and sweating inside their powered armor suits. The heavy artillery had remained in the riverbed, waiting for precise targeting data. They didn't dare to fire after the initial salvos, afraid to implicate the civilians who might have still been alive somewhere out there, among the smoke-filled streets. However, the MWPs still pushed forward. The influence of the Nightmare Gates was messing with their electronics, but after the rich experience of dealing with it in Antarctica, the scientists of humanity had made leaps in shielding technology. So, the lumbering war machines could fully exert their overwhelming firepower, for now. It was a heroic sight, but usually, even such a large expedition force would have been ill-prepared to face the vast horde of nightmare creatures, especially in the hellish conditions of urban warfare. Nevertheless, today, the soldiers of the Western Quadrant were valiantly pushing into the depths of the city and eradicating the nightmare creatures at a startling pace. There were two reasons for that. One reason was the shining silhouette of Saint Athena, who towered above the burning city in the distance. The sight of her not only lifted the spirits of the soldiers, but also imbued their bodies with ferocious power. Awakened were affected more, but even the mundane fighters showcased inhuman strength, speed, and endurance. What would not have been possible on any other day was possible today. The other reason. Fall. A deep, thunderous, chilling voice rolled across the burning ruins, crashing into the horde of abominations like a tidal wave. Countless nightmare creatures staggered and toppled to the ground. Others pressed forward despite its domineering power. However, their movements were drowsy and weak, as if they were struggling against an overwhelming compulsion. That was the moment when the soldiers of the Western Quadrant army advanced, cutting into the mass of dazed nightmare creatures like a sharp knife. The human warriors were strengthened by the war beast, while their enemy was weakened by the Nightsinger. Together, the powers of the two saints reigned on the battlefield. Kai folded his wings and plummeted down. His great maw opened, and an eerie, melodious, otherworldly sound escaped from it, akin to a haunting song. That song made all the other sounds of the ruined city, the roaring of flames, the groans of crumbling buildings, the clangor of steel, the howls of monstrous creatures, the thunderous drums of the cannonade, dissolve into background noise. A moment later, the song crashed into a swarm of nightmare creatures led by a hulking behemoth, causing their bodies to explode into gruesome fountains of crimson liquid. It was as if they were torn apart by an invisible blast. A transcendent sonic attack was an insidious thing. Rushing along the stretched battle line with tremendous speed, Kai flew through the expanding cloud of crimson haze and wasted a split second to observe the ruins. His vision spread far and wide, piercing through soil, concrete, and alloy. There was nowhere it couldn't reach, and instantly the whole city was perceived by him. What he saw was gruesome and sickening. Countless human corpses, countless people dying as he watched, frightened civilians hiding in their homes or underground shelters, fear and sorrow written on their faces, ashes, flames, and loss on a scale that the human mind could not comprehend. And of course, the nightmare creatures. The wolf army was pushing abominations back in the heart of the city. Effie was moving to intercept the approaching titans. Jet had just reached the sinister figure of the great devil. And closest of all, the corrupted tyrant barreling in the direction of the Western Quadrant soldiers. I need to kill it quick. The wolves were holding up well, but that was temporary. If the reinforcements did not arrive on time, the casualties would start to mount. Worse still, Effie would have to fight against two titans alone, and Jet would have to face the great devil alone. The more time he wasted, the more people would die. Just at that moment, like a lifeline, Cassie's calming voice resounded in his mind, whispering the secrets of his enemy. Kai spread his wings and rushed forward. As he flew above the carnage, His song shattered the most threatening of the abominations advancing on the awakened phalanx, while his words made the rest stagger and lose strength. Despair, fear, kneel. His essence was evaporating like morning dew. There were countless winged nightmare creatures clamoring to rip into his flesh as well. He tore them apart with his talons, shredded their flesh with his fangs, and broke their bones with his tail. Leaving the Western Quadrant army behind, Kai remained alone above a sea of abominations. A hail of attacks enveloped him, coming both from the ground and from the air. He shrugged them off, evaded some of the abominations, and killed others. And all that time, he could see scattered survivors looking at the sky all across the city. Some of them were numb and terrified, thinking that the Midnight Dragon was another dreadful abomination. Some seemed to recognize him, looking up with desperate hope. The expressions of the latter hurt him more, because he knew that, for many of them, maybe most of them, there would be no salvation. Because in this world, weakness was a sin, and they were sinners. Kai was no stranger to that sin either. True, the days when he considered himself weak and unworthy to be in the company of his friends were long gone. After years of leading soldiers and surviving the most terrible hells, Kai wasn't shameless enough to proclaim that he lacked strength. No, he was strong. But his strength was still lacking. If he was stronger, more people would survive, and his friends would return from the battle with fewer scars. Sadly, he was already close to the pinnacle of what a human could achieve. It was so strange. Who could have thought that someone like him, a gentle and shy kid overly interested in music and fashion, would end up this way? Still, there were ways to gain greater strength. Opening his maw, Kai spoke. Be stronger. This time he was speaking to himself. Be faster. His mighty, winged body was suddenly overcome by a surge of energy. Be sharper. A moment later, he sent a destructive sonic wave spreading outward in a wide cone. Countless nightmare creatures were swept away by the invisible power of his song. A vast cloud of dust and debris instantly flew into the sky, which was suddenly void of suffocating smoke. In the middle of the devastated cone, the corrupted tyrant staggered as the sound blast crashed into it. The dreadful abomination was not killed, of course, or even seriously wounded. But that was not what Kai had wanted. All he had wanted was to distract the enemy for a moment. Knowing that his commands would not have a strong and immediate effect on an enemy of that class and rank, he simply rushed to the ground and opened his maw. In the next second, his sharp fangs bit into the tyrant's neck. Chapter 17:25 Silent Clash. A wide street was shrouded in darkness, framed by the burning buildings and billowing smoke. The ground was littered with rubble and broken vehicles. Here and there, human bodies lay in the pools of blood, covered with dust. A woman with raven-black hair and icy blue eyes was standing in the middle of the ruined road, holding a black sickle sword. In front of her, a towering figure was moving slowly across the rubble, each of its steps exerting an invisible pressure on the world. The creature was surrounded by a haze of swirling sand, with only a vague silhouette of a gaunt human visible behind its veil. 1,000 screaming souls shrouded the ancient devil like a mantle. Jet looked at him coldly. I hear that you are called the Heart of Kanakit. Nice to meet you. I am called Soul Reaper, Jet. A dark smile appeared on her pale face. This is my city, so prepare to die. The great devil halted, looking down at her through the veil of sand. The whirlwind of souls surrounding it parted, revealing 2 gaping pools of darkness, ghostly flames ignited in their depths, piercing her with a gaze of indescribable malice. And hunger. Then a rustle of a myriad of whispers rose like a tide, enveloping her in a cold embrace. Jet did not know the words of the ancient language the fiend spoke, but understood them regardless with the help of the spell. Broken Thingbo submit surrender, succumb. She felt a powerful compulsion press her into the ground, as if 1,000 invisible hands were pulling her soul down. However, the weight of her shattered soul was too great for them to move it even by a millimeter. Jet's smile widened. She raised her sword and took a step forward. In your dreams. A split second later, her ghostly figure dashed toward the devil. Jet possessed an unusual soul. Her core was like a vast sphere of shattered crystal, countless shards pressed messily together to form a jagged sun. Her radiant essence constantly leaked through the gaps between the shards, but in return, the more living beings she killed, the more her broken soul core grew. And Jet had slaughtered countless beings over the years, since that was the only way for her to survive. By now, her core was massive like a giant star, burning furiously in the cold darkness of her desolate soul. Not only that, but her dead flesh could absorb much more essence than that of someone who was truly alive, which granted her tremendous physical strength. Strangely enough, that physical might also translated to the dire power of her wraith form. Moving like a ghost, Jet appeared in front of the great devil and lashed out with her sword. All of it happened in an instant, too fast to be discerned by mundane eyes. Of course, the eyes of the great devil were not at all mundane. The figure hidden in the sand shifted, raising a hand to swat away her strike. At the same time, the sand rose like a giant palm, repeating its movements. However, the mist blade was not swept away. Instead, it passed through the sand and cut deeply into the ancient fiend's soul. A moment later, a building to their left exploded into a cloud of dust, obliterated by the giant hand of sand. And one of the myriads of souls subjugated by the heart of Canacut dissolved into nothingness, receiving the cut on his behalf. The abomination sustained no damage at all. It was only affected a little by the lethargic power of the black copish, shrugging it off a split second later. 1,000 spears of sand shot from his towering figure, moving too fast to be dodged at such a close distance. They passed through Jet's ghostly figure without doing any damage as well. She jumped back, knowing that this advantage of hers would not last for too long. And indeed, the silhouette hiding inside the sand tilted its head slightly. Then, the sand settled back onto it, forming the shape of a gaunt giant. Instead, the haze of screaming souls flowed forward like a raging river, threatening to tear her own apart. Soul attack. Jet gritted her teeth. This was going to be unpleasant. She pushed off the ground, weaving between the falling pieces of the toppled building to evade the torrent of souls. In her perception, the jagged pieces of torn alloy and shattered concrete were floating down a cell. Only nearly static, the great devil's attack, however, was almost too fast to react. In the next several seconds, the burning street turned into a furious battlefield. Two wraiths, one made of mist, the other of sand, clashed in eerie silence, no sound produced by their ghostly steps. Only the sand rustled as it brushed against the rubble. Despite the devastating power unleashed by them, not even a single particle of dust was disturbed by their battle. The pillars of smoke were not torn apart by the hurricane wind. The scorching flames were not extinguished. The ground did not quake and the sky did not shatter. That was because Jet was intangible, and so were her attacks. The harrowing storm of phantoms pursuing her was similarly aimed at her soul. If their battle had been happening on the material plane, though, the entire district might have already been flattened, turning into a smoldering ruin like many other districts of the city already had. Damn it! Jet reeled back, pierced by excruciating pain. She had delivered a rain of blows to the ancient fiend, but what was the point? Her insidious power, which had served her splendidly across countless battlefields, was almost entirely useless against the vile power of the heart of Canacut. Instead of cutting his soul, she was simply destroying the phantoms he had consumed. And they were indeed legion. There must have been millions of people living in the outskirts, where the great devil had been wandering before her arrival, and very few had escaped his bloodlust. Even if less than 1% of the victims had joined the whirlpool of souls, Jet would have to land thousands of strikes to destroy them all. Each of the attacks she failed to evade, however, dealt direct damage to her own soul. It was vast and tenacious, true, but in this war of attrition, Jet was still doomed to lose. Why did this bastard have to wield power over souls? Jet dodged a rustling torrent of haze and slashed at it with her sword, obliterating another unfortunate specter. Sadly, these specters were not actual beings, but instead parts of the great devil, therefore, destroying them did not replenish her essence. Essence exhaustion was one of Jet's fears, perhaps even her only true fear. For all other awakened, losing all of their essence simply meant enduring a period of powerlessness and not feeling well. But to her, it meant death, true death, the final and irreversible obliteration of her being. What was worse, Jet wasn't sure that she would be able to control herself when facing this slow and excruciating dissolution. The few times she had come close to exhausting all her essence, well, she didn't really want to remember them. She had done a few shameful things. Unsurprisingly, pushing her the limits to battle a great devil consumed an ocean of soul essence. Jet wasn't panicked yet, because her reserves were many times deeper than those of most other saints. More than that, 5 powerful souls were bound to her mist blade. If push came to shove, she would consume them one after another, postponing the inevitable. Still, even if she miraculously won today, the sea of soul essence she had accumulated would be all but spent. Jet would have to collect it again, drop by drop. Such a chore. Killing had become a chore a long time ago for her. Sometimes, she dreamt of being free of her flaw and living a peaceful life somewhere where there was no need to ever spill the blood of living beings. Not that there was such a place anywhere in the 2 worlds for someone like her. Those dreams were rare and silly, though. Most of the time, Jet was quite content with her life. Not at the moment, though. She evaded another attack nimbly and delivered a ruthless strike to the abomination, then jumped back, phasing through a melting wall. The sand followed. Despite the harrowing might and vile powers of the great devil, she was still holding her own. She was still fighting, full of resolve to see the fiend die. Why wouldn't she kill him? She had killed countless bastards who thought that they were stronger than her, and were stronger than her already. Strength didn't decide who lived and who died. Jet did. Come follow me more, hurt me more, waste time on me more. If there was one blessing about this excruciating fight, it was that the curse of lethargy affecting the heart of Kanakhat was slowly accumulating. Its effects were not significant yet, and yet Jet could feel that the devil was struggling a little to maintain his unceasing assault. Ignoring the pain, Jet felt a dark grin twist her lips. She retreated one step at a time. Perhaps she was not powerful enough, yet, to slay the heart of Kanakhat. But luckily, she wasn't alone. Just like the devil had a legion of souls to protect him, she had an army, too. She had Effie and Kai. So she just had to preoccupy the bastard until they arrived. Surrounded by smoke and flame, suffering the assault of a great devil, Jet smiled viciously. And laughed. Chapter 17:26 Strategic Solution. The wolves were pushing the abominations back. A team of specialists already gained access to the reserve control station of the city's automated defense systems, working on bringing them those that had not been destroyed, at least online. Makeshift barricades were being constructed, and there was even a trickle of civilians being guided to the shelter already. Effie had assisted her soldiers as best she could. She had personally eliminated the most threatening abominations in the vicinity of the wolf army and made sure that her soldiers were not overwhelmed by the tide of abominations. But now, to make sure that they were not annihilated, she had to sortie into the city and face the enemy on her own. Fighting a titan was not a problem. Effie was plenty titanic herself. However, this time there were 2 walking calamities approaching her soldiers. One was a towering giant not much smaller than she was, his body carved from obsidian stone. The giant had 6 hands, each holding an archaic weapon. His head had 4 bestial faces, one on each side, waterfalls of blood spilling from 4 terrible maws. The bastard had swallowed countless humans and was hungering for more. The other titan was grotesque and disgusting. It was vaguely insect-like in appearance, with a bulging, fleshy hump rising dozens of meters into the sky from its back. The chitinous body was almost invisible under that mountain of flesh, and there was a noxious miasma drifting around the revolting creature like a vile haze. What troubled Effie the most was that there were 2 of the gargantuan abominations. Even worse, they were approaching the wolf army from different directions. If she rushed to face one, the other would trample her soldiers, leaving none alive. Those wretched things. Usually, she would not have been miserly on the swear words, but ever since becoming a mother, Effie had been trying to clean up her speech. With varying degrees of success. Letting out a chilling growl, she threw a burning gaze at the obsidian giant, then turned away decisively and pushed her colossal body into an earth-shattering run. The crawling horror was closer, and so she had decided to deal with it first. She had decided to do something else, as well. It was a bold new strategic solution that would not lose to the glorious genius of her patented slingshot maneuver. Of course, Effie would have to try her damnedest to make sure the thing actually worked. Leaping over a sprawling park with one tremendous jump, she caused the ponds located on its premises to spill out of their shores with her thunderous landing, and barreled toward the Titan. The creature was enormous, but the top of its bulging hump barely reached her abdomen. Its flesh also seemed strangely porous, of course. Effie already knew why. As she was closing in on the monstrosity, it crawled forward and straightened its segmented legs. At the same time, a strange ripple spread over the gargantuan hump of its back. Effie scowled and held her breath, which wasn't easy because of her flaw. Nevertheless, it was necessary. In the next moment, countless holes opened in the mountain of flesh, expelling long plumes of the noxious miasma. It shrouded the Titan like a cloud, spreading outward to cover a vast stretch of the city. Effie's face darkened. There had still been survivors in that district. Not anymore. Curse you. But that was not all. Following the miasma, numerous black rods were expelled from the holes in the creature's fleshy body. As they shot into the sky, the rods spread translucent wings and unfolded segmented legs, turning into a vast swarm of monstrous dragonflies. They seemed like tiny vermin to Effie, but of course, each creature was at least a meter long, easily capable of ripping an adult man to shreds. The undulating wall of the dragonfly swarm swirled around the crawling Titan, whose hump had deflated somewhat. Ah, damnation! Effie allowed her supreme armor to envelop her face, turning into a beautiful mask of polished steel that perfectly copied the contours of her face. A tall white plume fluttered in the wind like a river of silk threads. Here we go. She extended both her hands to the sides, lingered for a moment, and then forcefully brought them together, making her palms collide. A thunderous clap resounded above the city, shaking the heavens. Her clap was so forceful that it produced an actual shockwave, causing several buildings inside the cloud of miasma to explode with dust and crumble. The cloud itself was torn apart and pushed away from the city by the hurricane wind. Even the monstrous dragonflies were dazed, a breach appearing in the defensive wall of abominations surrounding the Titan. Leaning down, Effie plunged into that breach and enveloped the crawling horror's gargantuan body with her arms. Its fleshy hump pressed tightly against her torso, smearing disgusting fluid all across the polished breast. Plate, struggling against the desire to retch, she dug her fingers into the abomination's soft belly. Effie could feel the fetid liquid trying to corrode her armor. She could also feel the creature's sharp claws scratching against her shins and leaving deep grooves in the polished metal. It didn't matter. She could withstand the attacks of the Titan for a few seconds, especially before it regained its bearings and got serious about breaching her armor. If there are two hostile forces attacking from different directions, the strategic move would be. Gritting her teeth, Effie strained every muscle in her colossal body. She rarely had a chance to push against the limits of her strength, but today was one of those days. No, actually, she had never done something that crazy before, at least not after becoming a saint. Killing the Titan would take too long and compromise her soldiers. She felt confident that she could kill the crawling horror, but not that she would slay it fast enough to prevent the obsidian giant from reaching the position of the wolf army. So, Arg! A muffled growl escaped from beneath her polished mask. It felt as though her muscles would burst and her spine would snap. But instead, her feet plunged into the ground. At the same time, the Titan's segmented legs rose above it. Growling, Effie pulled upward and lifted the gargantuan body of the crawling horror into the air. So heavy. She didn't stop at that, though. As her growl turned into a roar, she exhaled and tossed the titanic being into the air. The strategic move would be to move the hostile forces to the same location. Effie had not just tossed the revolting abomination away. She had thrown it directly at the second Titan, whose lumbering figure was towering above the ruins in the distance. Looking at the crawling horror fly, its comically tiny body finally revealed from under the glant, fleshy hump. Its segmented legs moving in what seemed like pain, she couldn't help but frown. How come all my strategy solutions always end up as me tossing someone at someone else, though? The sight of the massive titan flying across the sky was so stunning that even the nightmare creatures on the ground stopped in confusion. The human soldiers, who had developed a habit of glancing at Effie's towering figure frequently, did not miss the bizarre and baffling sight either. Perhaps both the abominations and the humans had a similar thought. I am seeing things right. They weren't. The only creature who wasn't confused was the obsidian giant, because the crawling horror was flying directly at him. Even though the four-faced titan was as tall as Effie, he would still be buried under the mountain of flesh if she managed to hit her target. And she had immaculate aim. The giant moved, bringing one of his 6 weapons up. Then it ruthlessly fell down. The stone mace struck the crawling horror in the air, damaging its body and slamming it into the ground. A lake of fetid blood flowed out of the wounds of the revolting abominations, drowning several streets. The obsidian giant had avoided being struck by the titanic projectile. However, no sooner than the crawling horror hit the ground, the visage of a beautiful steel colossus was revealed from behind its enormous body, barreling toward the 2 titans at terrifying speed. Her exquisite mask was emotionless and eerily calm. Behind it, though, Effie's lips were twisted into a bestial snarl, and her eyes burned with murderous fury. Die. Chapter 1727, A Brawl of Titanic Proportions. The crawling horror was not as tall as Effie and the obsidian giant, but it was still a titanic creature. Therefore, its vast body had obscured the giant's view for a few moments before being struck down. Effie used these moments to shorten the distance between her and the enemy, unseen. By the time the enormous abomination smashed into the ground, the obsidian giant barely had any time to react. All he could see was a steel colossus rushing at him with great speed, her body the picture of physical excellence and perfect athletic form. The white plume of her helmet fluttered behind her like a foaming stream. The earth quaked with each of her graceful but thunderous strides. Effie did not waste any time to attack. She was unarmed, but that did not mean that she was powerless. Leaping over the scrambling, crawling horror, she planted her feet into the ground and grabbed the hand of the obsidian giant that had swatted the abomination down. Then, leaning back, she balanced on one foot and raised her other leg, bending it at the knee. A split second later, her foot shot forward like a demolishing siege ram and delivered a devastating sidekick to the chest of the 6-armed titan. A deafening thunderclap rolled over the burning city, and an invisible shockwave tore apart the billowing smoke. The power of Effie's kick was so harrowing that a net of cracks appeared on the black obsidian of the titan's chest. The giant himself staggered back, his movement seeming slow because of his tremendous size. The obsidian giant would have been sent flying back and toppled to the ground, flattening dozens of buildings, if not for the fact that Effie was still gripping his hand. At the same time as the dreadful mass of the titan's colossal body pushed him back, she growled and twisted his arm, pulling it in the opposite direction. Effie used the rebound from her kicks to her advantage, adding it to her strength and channeling terrifying strain into the obsidian. There was a sound of cracking stone, and an ominous groan of something that should have been indestructible being torn. In the next moment, the elbow joint of the obsidian giant exploded into a rain of jagged shards. They rained down like meteors, causing clouds of dust to rise into the air. Effie wrenched the titan's arm, tearing it from the socket entirely, and then ripping it off. Finally free of her grasp, the 6-armed abomination was tossed back. Of course, by then, he was a 5-armed abomination already. Most importantly, crushing the fingers of the torn hand, Effie grasped one of the obsidian giant's weapons. A colossal black mace fell snugly into her grip, and a ferocious smile twisted her lips behind the mask. Now she wasn't unarmed anymore. 2 titans. Her voice boomed above the ruins, making the sky tremble. Effie took a step forward. One is made of stone, the other is disgusting. Neither is edible. What's the point of your misbegotten existence? With that, she lunged into the forest of obsidian weapons. The giant had already recovered from her strike and launched a barrage of attacks, his 5 remaining arms moving like the spokes of a gargantuan wheel. By then, the crawling horror had already come to its senses. Despite the fact that the abomination had been wounded and removed from its potent defenses, the cloud of miasma and the swarm of monstrous butterflies, it was still a dreadful creature. Its enormous body deflated, and then a tide of enormous tentacles shot from beneath it, aiming to wrap around Effie's legs. "Ah, you!" Caught by surprise, Effie swayed. She managed to block 3 of the giant's weapons with the black mace, but 2 more struck her on the shoulder, sending a powerful shock through her body and producing a river of sparks as they scraped against the polished steel of her armor. Crap! The powerful tentacles of the crawling horror were restricting her movements, enveloping both of her legs and one arm. At the same time, the obsidian giant was raining blows on her from above. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTNOVELC AVEC/O/M. She managed to protect her head, but her torso was being battered, the breastplate on the verge of bending inward. The supreme armor still held, but it had a limit too. Effie was a rank above the 2 vile creatures, but 6 classes below them. At the end of the day, though, what mattered the most was that she simply did not have enough limbs to contend with them both. "You bastards!" Growling, she tried to rip the tentacles apart with pure strength, but the spongy flesh was too slippery and elastic. She tried to break off another arm of the obsidian giant with a powerful strike of her mace, but to no avail 3 of his weapons blocked her strike, while 2 more crashed into her helmet. All she achieved was becoming dazed. The situation seemed dire. What to do? Effie growled furiously and then dismissed her helmet, as if inviting the dreadful giant to smash her skull. And indeed, an obsidian sword instantly fell from above, aiming to slice it open. She looked up, placing her face in the path of the gargantuan blade, and caught it with her teeth. A dark joy ignited in Effie's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled upward in a vicious grin. Then she tightened her jaw, shattering the obsidian blade. The dreadful giant was left holding only a hilt. He moved, planning to bring his 4 remaining weapons down upon her, but at that moment Effie looked at him, her teeth still bared in a grin. A split second later, her lips moved, and she spat a jagged shard of the gargantuan sword at his face. The fragment of the obsidian blade was shot through the air with the speed of a supersonic missile and plunged into the giant's eye, utterly destroying it. Even though the Titan had 7 more left, he still flinched back. That gave Effie all the time she needed, stopping her struggle against the crawling horror who had been trying to pull her down to the ground. She suddenly kneeled and bit into the largest tentacle, tearing it apart with her teeth. The revolting abomination let out a terrifying screech and reeled away, a river of fetid blood spilling from the severed tentacle. Effie spat the revolting flesh out, drowning a sea of flames below in a torrent of blood, and grimaced. "Arg, it tastes like SH, tastes like crap." Using the momentary weakness of the vile Titan, she used her trapped arm to grab another tentacle, pulled it to her mouth, and bit it up. Art as well. Both of her arms were free. The obsidian giant was already towering above, his 4 remaining weapons raised to crush her head. Effie lunged forward from her kneeling position. Her shoulder collided with the Titan's abdomen, and her arms whipped around to embrace him. Then a bestial growl escaped from between her bloodied lips. The armor on her back split under 4 devastating blows, but her awakened ability stopped the obsidian weapons from doing serious harm. She mustered all of her strength and lifted the obsidian giant into the air, not too high, but just enough to rob him of any leverage. And away we go. Twisting her spine, Effie bent backwards and threw the Titan over herself, performing a messy suplex. Of course, she didn't slam the obsidian giant into the ground. She slammed him into the crawling horror. The world shuddered, deep fissures opening in the cracked earth. And by the time the 2 battered Titans recovered, a graceful winged shadow fell on them from above, followed by an eerie song that washed over their bodies like a crushing wave. Chapter 1728, Cost of Time. The heart of Kanak, the heart of Kanakit. Suffering unbearable pain, Jet continued to fight the great devil calmly. Her mind was cold and focused, methodically calculating every move and motion of the enemy. She was unable to destroy him, but the abomination could not bring her down, either as the 2 of them fought, the harrowing fury of their battle boiling in eerie silence. Time continued to flow. She was drawing the clash as much as she could, callously luring the ancient fiend to his eventual end. Once Effie and Kai arrived, "How do we kill him then?" Kai would be able to weaken the great devil with the power of his voice. Effie would be able to deal some damage to the abominable creature with the help of the Starlight Shard, but not enough damage, considering that it was merely an ascended memory of the 5th tier. The white cloth could shine beautifully in the darkness, as well as imbue her weapons with a rare type of elemental damage, one that wasn't that useful, apart from being able to cut intangible things. It was a bit ironic that the only way to fight the terrible wraith had been given to her for slaying the Lord of the Dead. If Jet remembered correctly, that was the name of the fallen tyrant Effie had killed on the Forgotten Shore. Something moved in her mind. Still, none of it is enough to kill the heart of Kanakhet. The most useful thing Effie would be able to do in this battle was augmenting Jet with her ascended ability. However, Jet was powerless against the great devil. Unless she could deliver him 10,000 cuts, the fiend would not go down. However, as Jet moved between the raging storm of screaming souls, slashing the whirling hurricane of sand with a blade made of mist, she felt a seed of an idea or a revelation, maybe, bloom in her mind. What was I thinking about? The heart of Kanakhet. The name was quite peculiar. Jet did not know what Kanakhet was, but she had a strange suspicion. That suspicion came from the name of another abomination, a corrupted monster Effie had killed soon after entering the city, and something she had read in a history book. It was a strange thing, really. Jet had never been that interested in history, only learning enough to understand the modern world, however, at some point. And for a reason that she remembered only vaguely, she developed a liking for it. Perhaps it was because of meeting someone who was very enthusiastic about ancient cultures, and being secretly displeased at not having enough knowledge to sustain a conversation. She couldn't remember who it had been exactly, though. Maybe one of the Army command officers back in Antarctica, or someone at the academy, which she often visited to enjoy the food in the instructor's cafeteria. In any case, Jet had read about a strange custom that ancient humans had here, in the Western Quadrant, once upon a time. They prepared their dead for burial in quite a peculiar way, removing all the organs from the bodies before placing them in opulent tombs. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN or VELWORLDC //M. There was even a legend about a god whose body had been cut apart, and then assembled back together, bringing him back to life. The heart of Kanakhet, the maw of Kanakhet. She wondered if there were also the hand of Kahakhet, the lungs of Kanakhet, the horns of Kanakhet. Cassie had said that the great devil was the remnant of a cursed king. Maybe that king had been cut into parts, just like that ancient god. And maybe those parts were kept apart to prevent him from coming back to life like the ancient god had. Why was Jet suddenly thinking about that? She wasn't quite sure yet. The hateful giant of sand was pursuing her relentlessly. The whirlwind of souls surrounding him was just as plentiful as it had been before, as if she had not depleted it even a little. The great devil had slowed down, somewhat, because of the accumulated weight unnatural lethargy, but that was all. The corrupted terror whose soul was bound to the black kopish had infected an entire city in the eastern quadrant with lethal sloth. The loss of life was tragic, and if Jet had not hunted the creature down in time, it would have become calamitous. But all it could do to the heart of Kanakhet was reduce his speed a bit. Tough bastard. Jet retreated, phasing through a blackened wall. The sand followed her, spilling through the cracks and broken windows before coalescing back into the shape of a gaunt giant. Another flurry of attacks descended upon her. But wasn't it strange? Due to her transformation ability, Jet could become an intangible wraith. Her body was like mist, but that mist was not mundane. It could not be scattered by the wind or dispelled by flames. For example, it could pass through solid objects or move underwater. That was because what looked like mist was not mist at all, but simply a manifestation of her power. Of course, Jet could return to her corporeal form at any moment. The heart of Kanakhet, though, was tangible and intangible at the same time. The sand comprising his body never phased through the walls like she did, simply penetrating the cracks and gaps in a quite mundane way. Why did the ancient wraith need the shell of sand to begin with? She barely dodged another storm of souls, each of the myriad of them like a screaming blade, and grimaced. Her reserves of essence were running dangerously low. Feeling a bit regretful, Jet consumed one of the souls bound to her mist blade. That soul belonged to a corrupted tyrant she had killed in Verge, in front of the gruesome wall of flesh that marked the point where the harrowing, mindless mass of the first Seeker's sprawling body began. The silent battle continued, and she endured more excruciating pain. Soon, she was forced to consume another soul. That one belonged to a corrupted titan that had fallen to her blade under the walls of a government citadel in the Dream Realm. The battle against the dreadful creature had cost a lot of lives, but the citadel withstood the calamity in the end. Jet continued to retreat, buying time. Some time later, she absorbed the third soul. It belonged to a great beast she had slain in South America. Jet had had to cash in a favor that Saint Neve of the House of Night owed her to make it across the ocean in time with his help. She was starting to falter. The fourth soul dissolved into a torrent of essence that watered her desolate soul. The fourth soul had belonged to one of the saints who had completed his third nightmare in the wake of Antarctica. The public did not know about him, because the man had gone mad soon after transcending. The scars dealt to his psyche by the chain of nightmares were too deep, and his life ended in tragedy. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTNOVELWORLD_C/O/M. Of course, a much greater tragedy had been prevented by stopping him in time. Jet let out a stifled hiss and staggered back, clutching at her chest. This time, the blow she had failed to evade was too vicious. She consumed the fifth and final soul. This one belonged to the great monster she had slain in Antarctica. She had gone there to find and kill that abominable thing, Winter Beast, but to her dismay, it was already dead. In the absence of the powerful Titan, several dreadful nightmare creatures crossed the strait from East Antarctica to claim its land. Jet had recklessly fought one of them to satiate her smoldering anger. Not good. There were no more souls to consume. Well, there was one. Her own. Smiling, Jet regained her balance and raised her sword. Her cold gaze fell on the approaching devil. Hey, Heart of Connecticut. Her voice was calm and full of dark amusement. I know your secret, also you took too long, it's too late now, bastard. A great dragon landed on the burning building to her left, and a giant foot encased in polished steel landed on the rubble to her right. There would be no need to consume her own soul today. Her reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 1729, 3 Saints and a Devil. The 3 saints faced the great devil, standing like a wall between him and the distant troops. For a moment, none of them moved. The abomination was studying the new enemies with its hollow eyes, while Jet and her comrades were observing his gaunt form wearily. How is the situation? Her voice sounded a little stifled because of the pain. Kai answered after a short pause. The Western Quadrant Army should be reaching the wolves by now. Jet nodded slowly. Good, then Effie, get down, you're too big of a target. In the next moment, the ruins were torn apart by an explosion of harrowing violence. The great devil did not wait anymore. It took a step forward, and at the same time, a hurricane of sand and screaming souls rose, making countless buildings shatter and dissolve into dust. That dust was caught by the wind, joining the obliterating whirlwind. The words of the ancient language resounded once again in T. He howling of the wind, rustling like a myriad of whispers. All succumb, satiate, serve. Jet did not listen, throwing herself into the tide of souls. Now that Kai and Effie had joined the fight, the ancient fiend was not using only soul attacks. Instead, a flood of sand flowed from his gaunt figure, turning into a vague figure of a regal man around it. His giant hands shot toward both of them, and his mouth opened, as if trying to utter a curse. The battle was silent no more. Instead, a deafening cacophony of sounds rang across the burning ruins, assaulting their ears like a tide. Before the great devil could utter a curse, though, a giant mace of black obsidian crashed into the mass of sand forming his head. The abomination was not harmed, but the head of the enormous sand projection was momentarily dissipated, taking some time to reform. Instead of his voice, the voice of the great dragon resounded above the battlefield. Slower. Kai's compulsion was not strong enough to overwhelm the will of a great devil, at least not immediately. But, fusing with the debilitating effects of the unnatural lethargy, it bound the fiend with insidious chains. Kai and Jet had gone through countless battles together, and using the soul-numbing blade of the black Kopish in conjunction with his voice was a true and tested tactic they used against powerful enemies. The dragon pushed itself into the air, dodging one of the giant hands made of sand. At the same time, the second hand reached toward the steel giantess. However, at that moment, her figure flashed blindingly with reflected light and disappeared. Instead, a tall woman clad in polished armor appeared on the rubble, already summoning a spear and a shield. Effie activated one of the enchantments of the Starlight Shard and shouted, "Jet, this thing, how the hell do we kill it?" Jet was in the middle of brandishing her mist blade, which had turned into a war scythe. Now that all souls bound to it had been consumed, there was no reason to stick to the form of the Kopish anymore. "Good question." She obliterated another soul and shouted back, "That abomination from the Forgotten Shore, the Lord of the Dead, do you remember how you killed it?" Effie used her shield to withstand a terrible blow, putting her shoulder behind it. Despite the harrowing strength of the great devil, she managed to stand her ground. "That mountain of bones? Sure, what about it?" Turning into a wisp of mist, Jet evaded a torrent of screaming blades and turned back into a wraith. "On my command, let's do the same." She had read the reports about the Forgotten Shore extensively, so she knew a lot about the strange, nightmare creatures of that unexplored region of the dream realm. The Lord of the Dead, as the survivors of the Dark City called it, had been an abomination that lived in the catacombs, its body resembling a mountain of bones. However, those bones were simply the outer shell of the fallen tyrant. Its true body was hidden deep within and resembled a giant corpse worm. During the final battle against the Lord of the Dead, the sleepers led by Nephis had managed to damage the outer shell significantly, which allowed Effie to toss her shield through the heart of the bone mountain. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT N Ovia LS Avia tilde S tilde OM. The worm was destroyed, and the tyrant died. Jet wanted to do the same to the heart of Kanakit. The hint of a revelation she had felt after remembering the Lord of the Dead was about the nature of these two abominations. The fallen tyrant had been an overgrown corpse worm hiding inside a mountain of bones to protect its frail flesh. The great devil, however, was a wraith. She knew better than anyone that wraiths had no fear of physical attacks. Why, then, was the heart of Kanak using a shell of indestructible sand? Why did he have the need to protect himself from physical attacks at all? What was his secret? It was thinking about the ancient legends of the Western Quadrant that had given Jet an answer, one she believed to be true. Who knew that amusing herself with a bit of history would be so useful one day? If Jet ever managed to remember who it was exactly that influenced her to develop such a hobby, she should thank them. "I'll deliver the strike, both of you get ready." If she was right, and they managed to pull the assault off, then the great devil would be killed. The other gate guardians must have already been dealt with, considering that Effie and Kai were here, so killing the heart of Kanakit meant winning the battle and living to fight another day. If she was wrong, Jet would think of something else. In any case, the damned fiend would die, the battle would be won by humans, and her soldiers would return home victorious. Defeat was not an option. Back then, in her first nightmare, she had crawled out of a fresh grave, digging herself from beneath the wet soil with her bare hands. Ever since then, nothing Jet did seem that hard in comparison. So killing this great devil could not be that hard either. Chapter 17, 30 Heartbreaker. The battle continued, with the three of them slowly losing ground. The great devil was pushing them further and further back, toward the fire line established by the wolf army. Now that they were closer to the heart of the city, there were many nightmare creatures around. Jet would have loved to go on a rampage and cut some of them down to replenish her essence, but sadly, the ancient fiend was too powerful and overbearing. She could not allow herself even a momentary distraction if she wanted to survive. The abominations, too, seemed to abandon their demented frenzy and scattered to avoid the rolling whirlwind of destruction that was the battle against the heart of Kanakhet. Jet, Effie, and Kai were already battered and beaten. Both their souls and bodies had received plenty of wounds, well, in her case, not the body. Nevertheless, they were still holding up well. Pain and injuries were nothing new to them. Each possessed a rich experience of crawling out of the most harrowing of hells. All Saints did. But these three, in particular, had experienced too many horrors to be deterred by a few scrapes, no matter how frightening the adversary was. It was also because of their experience that they cooperated seamlessly, not only resisting the unholy powers of the great devil, but also slowly luring him into a trap. The heart of Canak was like a tide of devastation. He was insidious, lethal, and seemingly immortal. No matter how many times they forced the giant limbs of moving sand to collapse, the sand simply reformed into its previous shape again. No matter how many of the souls the fiend had consumed they destroyed, his wailing legion seemed endless. And yet, the moment of his death was swiftly approaching. There were a few things Jet needed to achieve to make sure that her plan worked. She had to learn the limits of both the giant sand projection conjured by the great devil and his actual body, create an opportunity, and make use of that opportunity with flawless timing. Finally, everything was ready. Raising her scythe, Jet yelled, "Now!" In the next moment, the three saints moved like three parts of the same body. The dragon dove down, opening his maw to release a haunting song. That song crashed into the great mass of sand and produced an earth-shattering blast, dissipating the vague form of the towering man for a moment. Almost at the same time, Effie tossed her shield into the breach created by the blast. The shield tore through the air like a cannonball, colliding with the gaunt figure hidden in the hurricane of sand. That figure was the actual body of the great devil, of course, just like the giant projection he had used to fight them. It was also made of sand. Effie's shield could not truly destroy or even damage it, but the dreadful power contained in her throw was so vast that it shattered the torso of the fiend, turning it into a cloud of sand for a split second. Soon, the sand would be pulled back to rebuild the body of the abomination. But not just yet. Jet's icy eyes glinted with dark satisfaction. It seems I was right. There in the chest of the great devil, revealed when his body broke apart. A black human heart was revealed, hovering in the air like an amalgamation of countless curses. The heart of Canak. If Canak was indeed a cursed king whose body had been cut apart and scattered to prevent him from coming back to life, then wouldn't the true core of his remnant, the great devil, be one of those body parts? The wraith was just a manifestation of the sinister will that still dwelled in the vile heart, and the body of sand was just a shell to protect it. Just like the mountain of bones had protected the corpse worm. But now, the heart of Canak was stripped of its protection. Before the indestructible sand had a chance to coalesce back into the form of the gaunt man, Jet lunged forward with astonishing speed. Her scythe flashed and cut the black heart apart. The strike was swift and precise, almost surgical. However, a devastating shockwave thundered from the point where the mist blade pierced the heart, spreading in a wide cone and toppling a few buildings. Jet staggered and pulled her scythe back, suddenly feeling utterly exhausted. Did it do it? It had better have, otherwise we'll be in deep trouble. The whirlwind slowly came to a halt. The invisible hurricane died down. Rivers of sand spilled to the ground, forming tall dunes. The wails of tortured souls grew quiet and then disappeared entirely. Jet looked up at the broken figure of the great devil's shell. Its contours gradually blurred, and then it crumbled like a sandcastle. The spell whispered into her ear. "You have slain a great devil, the heart of Canak. You have received a memory." Jet smiled and looked at the bleeding pieces of the black heart with contempt. After a few moments, she shook her head and looked away. "You should have stayed in the safety of hell, fool. Why come to this dire and dangerous world?" The battle wasn't over still. There were still plenty of nightmare creatures in the city, and it would take some time for the government forces to slaughter them all. Cyrillic letter 456 GHTNOV ELWORLD/C/OM. But with the most powerful gate guardians gone, the three saints should be able to oversee the cleansing without too much problem. Then they would have to gather the survivors, treat the wounded, and transport all civilians away from the ruined city. Work, work, work. There was no end to it. Jet could not remember the last time she had not been overworked. Well, the third nightmare was a bit relaxing in that regard. Perhaps she would take such a vacation again, sometime in the future. But first, Jet absorbed the shattered soul of the heart of Canak into her mist blade. At the same time, she took a deep breath, feeling a few soul fragments being pulled into her core, making it a little bigger and capable of containing a little more essence. Her expression changed slightly. "Walt, what is?" There wasn't just one fragment, or even a few. A whole flood of them was suddenly pulled into her soul, too many to count. Countless. What the hell is this? Zugh. A long time later, the battle was over. The nightmare creatures had been eradicated, and although the 7 gates still remained, barriers were built around them, with soldiers keeping watch in case more abominations arrived. The city was beyond saving. It was damaged too much, and too many people had died. The survivors were slowly emerging from the shelters, while the soldiers were searching the ruins for those who had not been lucky enough to find a way to safety. Jet had no heart to look at the lost faces of the civilians, so she retreated to the top of an artificial hill, observing everything from a distance. She had replenished her essence greatly after participating in the final cleansing, so she was feeling all right. Cal and Effie were sitting nearby, staring at the ruins with exhausted expressions. After a while, Effie suddenly said, "That was a bit scary, wasn't it?" Kai stared at her silently for a while, and then shook his head. "Scary, you know what was scary? Watching a Titan fly across the sky like a balloon. Now that gave me a fright." Despite her fatigue, Jet smiled. "Damn, I missed that. What a pity." Effie grinned. "What's the problem? Next time I'll throw a Titan in your direction. You'll get the front row view." But then the smile disappeared from her face. She sighed, lingered for a bit, and added wistfully, "But anyway, battles like this one will only become more frequent in the future, won't they?" Jet hesitated, then nodded simply. "I guess." The huntress lowered her gaze. All 3 of them remained silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Despite the fact that today's battle had ended in triumph, and a historic one at that, none of the 3 seemed particularly joyous. Instead, their faces were somber, and their eyes were harsh. Eventually, Effie broke the silence. "Well, whatever. Now about that memory you received, please tell me it's a weapon." Jet gave her an odd look. "Sorry, it's not a weapon. Actually, that memory, it's a bit strange." Effie cursed, then leaned back in irritation and glared at the sky. "What is it, then?" Instead of answering, Jet simply extended a hand and summoned the memory. Soon, a peculiar object appeared on her palm. She raised an eyebrow, looking at it with a vexed expression, and said slowly, "It's an hourglass." Chapter 17, 31 Slaying Blade. NQSC was still shivering in the embrace of winter, but the smell of spring was in the air. The deserted alleys of the outskirts were drowning in dirty snow and deep shadows, with no one to clean the former and no lights to dispel the latter. Many of the decrepit human hives stood empty, their tall walls forming lightless wells. The people who used to populate the hives had long abandoned the cradle of humanity for the vast and dreadful expanse of the dream realm. Sonny was leaning against a wall in one of the alleys. He was clad in the fearsome carapace of the onyx mantle, hiding his face behind a mask, not exactly a suitable attire for the waking world. His appearance would have probably frightened the mundane passers-by if there were any. Granted, he was standing in the shadows, so no mundane human could see him anyway. "Feels so strange. I can barely recognize the place." The outskirts of today were too different from the overpopulated, suffocating slums where he had grown up. Times were changing, and NQSC was changing with them. Sonny had believed that the world was unchanging, once upon a time. The great upheavals of history, the decimating wars, the descent of the nightmare spell, the legendary achievements of the first generation had happened long before, reshaping the ways of humanity. But by the time he was born, everything seemed lasting and stable, and so he simply took that stability for granted. It was a strange feeling to realize that he was living in the very thick of history instead. Who knew that there had never been any stability, and that the reality he knew was fleeting like a mirage? He sighed and touched his mask briefly. The mask he wore was the memory he had created, definitely not me. Unlike Weaver's mask, which resembled the ferocious face of a demon, this one was quite human and entirely expressionless. With impenetrable darkness nestling in its eyes, the emotionless mask was quite eerie. It was also not as comfortable as Weaver's mask, which hurt his craftsman's pride a little. He sighed. That lazy guy in Bastion is really worthless. Calling himself names was perhaps not very healthy, but certainly amusing. Sonny looked down. Many things were happening at the same time. Nephis had received the orders of the clan Valor elders and was supposed to meet him today to relay their will. In the distant Song domain, Rain had made her way to the roving camp of the road construction crew and was hired as a laborer. The guy in Bastion, truth be told, there was no time to be lazy. From playing the role of the memory purveyor for the Fire Keepers to preparing to forge a sword for Nephis, that incarnation of his was the busiest right now. Not to mention that he had to craft a few memories for Rain in advance of her awakening. The war was drawing closer, and time was running out. Nephis, meanwhile, was running late. Sonny was growing bored. To dispel the boredom, he sent some essence into the handy bracelet and summoned the runes. He studied them for a while, went over his memories, and finally settled his gaze on the list of his shadows. Soon, the runes describing the Soul Serpent ignited in the darkness. Shadow Soul Serpent. Shadow Rank Transcendent. Shadow Class Terror. Shadow Description. When the end came, Shadow was the last of the gods to be destroyed. Many have resented him for creating death, but in the end, death embraced all. His gaze lingered on the description. Sonny had read these runes for the first time a long, long time ago. Back then, it all seemed so strange and mysterious. Now, however, although he knew more about how Shadow God had created death and what it meant, the description of Soul Serpent still touched upon a great mystery. One of the last great mysteries that Sonny still could not solve. He knew how the war between the gods and the demons had started and why. But how did it end? How were the gods destroyed? What could have killed the creator of death? For now, there was no answer. Shaking his head a little, Sonny continued to read the runes. Shadow Attributes. Shadow Guide, Spirit Guide, Soul Weapon, Soul Beast, Soul Companion. 3 of the attributes had been there before the first enhanced Sonny's essence control when Serpent was in its tattoo form. The second allowed Serpent to become a weapon. The third allowed it to assume the form of a beast. The Spirit Guide and the Soul Companion attributes were new. He concentrated on them. Attribute Spirit Guide. Spirit Guide Attribute Description. Soul Serpent enhances the rate at which its master can absorb elemental essence. Of course, both the name and the description of the attribute had been written by Sonny himself, and were the result of his own observations and consideration. Actually, he did not know if this new power of serpents was a separate attribute or an evolution of the Shadow Guide. However, there was an important distinction between the two that had made him divide them. It was that the Shadow Guide only functioned when Serpent was in the form of a tattoo, while the Spirit Guide did not. Whether it was the tattoo, the soul weapon, or the soul beast forms, spirit essence, at least that of Shadow, seemed more active around Serpent, and nourished Sonny's soul better. Perhaps there was something else to that attribute, but he did not know. In any case, it was quite useful. The Soul Companion attribute's name and description, likewise, included some guessing on Sonny's part. He had assumed that it was an evolution of the Serpentine Steel ability at first, but eventually decided otherwise. Attribute Soul Companion. Soul Companion Attribute Description. Soul Serpent confused with its master's shadow shell, granting it some of its abilities. Sonny felt that he had not explored the depths of this attribute yet, but what he did know was that just like Serpent could augment his body as a tattoo, it could also enhance his shadow shell. The abilities that the shell could channel were Soul Reaver and Slaying Blade. And speaking of abilities, he lingered for a while, then continued to read the runes. Shadow abilities: Serpentine Steel, Soul Reaver, Grace of Shadows, Formless, Mark of Shadows, Slaying Blade. The first 4 abilities were quite familiar to Sonny. The first allowed the soul weapon form of Serpent to assume the shape of any weapon. The second granted Sonny a portion of essence of those slain by its weapon or soul beast forms. The third allowed Sonny to bestow Serpent on someone else, and the fourth allowed Serpent to assume the forms of shadows dwelling in Sonny's soul. The fifth and the sixth abilities were new. Mark of Shadows was a peculiar ability, and one Sonny knew the least about, since there was no good opportunity to experiment with it. Ability Mark of Shadows. Mark of Shadows Ability Description. Soul Serpent allows the Lord of Shadows to mark his vassals. Sunny honestly did not know how it worked exactly, so he had allowed himself a few liberties when composing that description. He had been able to find out that Serpent could create lesser versions of itself, for lack of better word. Theoretically, Sunny could place a serpent tattoo on someone, after which a little soul snake would be born in their soul. What was that snake capable of? Was it a new being or a manifestation of Serpent? He wasn't sure. Sunny had tried to mark his shadows, but since they did not really have normal souls, the ability did not work. He had also tried to mark Rain, but nothing happened. He guessed that the soul needed to be at least awakened to nourish and accommodate the little soul snake, and for the mark of shadows to take root. And since there were no other volunteers, his experiments had ended there for now. All he could tell was that the mark of shadows was connected to the grace of shadows, or maybe even an evolution of it. It was a way to share some benefits of being the master of Soul Serpent without parting with it entirely. And finally, there was the slaying blade, the most mysterious of Serpent's abilities. What was written in the runes had mostly come from Sunny's intuition, corroborated only slightly by careful observation. Something like that was hard to observe. Ability Slaying Blade. Slaying Blade ability description. When in its soul weapon form, Soul Serpent embodies the death aspect of Shadow God. As such, it ignores the will of greater beings. Perhaps Sunny should have capitalized the word will. Creatures of higher ranks, such as the corrupted tyrant, Condemnation, had a way of bending the world to their will. And what was the foremost will of all living beings? The will to survive, the will to continue existing. Therefore, killing truly powerful beings was not simply a question of cutting them down. The killing intent of the murderer had to overpower their will to exist, as well. Without the tyrannical will to kill, the sharpest of blades would fail to cut their skin, and the most gruesome of wounds would fail to extinguish their lives. Unless Soul Serpent was involved. From what Sunny could tell, when Serpent assumed its soul weapon form, it was as deadly to the greater beings as it was to mundane creatures. He did not have a very rich experience of slaying truly powerful abominations, so this statement was inconclusive, but from what Sunny had seen, it was also undeniable. He wasn't sure how it worked exactly. Maybe his killing will was enhanced. Maybe the will to exist of the enemy was weakened, or even completely ignored. In any case, he was certain that the serpent's soul weapon form was unexplainably deadly. Which wasn't particularly useful to him, for now, since most of the enemies he fought did not possess that much of the will. And yet, Sunny felt that as his power continued to grow, the caliber of the enemies he faced would also become increasingly inconceivable, and therefore, the slaying blade would gain more and more importance in the future. Tremendously so. If I live long enough to see that future. As he thought that, there was a sound, and he sensed movement at the periphery of his shadow sense. Soon, a luxurious PTV awkwardly made its way through the snow and stopped some distance away from him. The passenger door opened, and a familiar figure climbed out of the vehicle, looking around with a deadpan expression. Sunny dismissed the runes and smiled behind the mask. Nephis had arrived. Chapter 1732, Luxurious Ride. Nephis was wearing inconspicuous civilian clothes. Well, there was a medieval flair to them, since the fashion trends had changed in that direction after the advent of the Dream Gates. In the past, only legacies dressed that way, and even then only for special occasions. But now it wasn't strange to see people in the affluent districts of NQSC wearing capes, waistcoats, and gambesons. Neff's neat ensemble was tailored to fit her figure perfectly. She wore pristine white, her half-shoulder cape embroidered with golden thread, of course. It covered her shield arm, leaving the sword arm free. All in all, she looked exactly how one would imagine a princess of a great clan should look like, beautiful and breathtaking, her clothes blending modest restraint with opulence. She looked out of place in the dirty desolation of the outskirts. Or, rather, the outskirts looked out of place when near her. As Nephis was looking around, Sunny moved and emerged from the deep shadows, stopping at the border between darkness and light. Lady Nephis. She turned to him, then took a few steps and bowed slightly. Lord Shadow, I am sorry for making you wait. Then she tilted her head a little and studied him. Her gaze briefly explored his onyx armor, then drifted to the emotionless mask. After a short pause, Nephis asked, "Don't you think that your attire is a bit unsuitable for the waking world?" Sonny smiled behind the mask, then raised his chin a bit. "Why, I think I look quite good, don't you?" She seemed to be startled by the question. Of course, her expression remained calm, with none of that bafflement finding its way onto her face. But after spending some time with Nephis in Bastion, Sonny was slowly relearning how to read her emotions. Eventually, she said, "You look unique, I guess." Her tone was flat. Sonny grinned behind the mask, the darkness nestling in its eye remaining cold and inscrutable. Honestly, he was glad to have the mask hiding his features. Recently, he had been spending a lot of time with Nephis in Bastion, and most of it was emotionally charged and intense enough that maintaining a calm facade was somewhere between a burden and a torment. He was tired from trying to keep his feelings in check or hiding them when all else had failed. Playing the role of an aloof Lord of Shadows was a bit of a relief. He nodded. "You look stunning as well, Lady Nephis." She gave him a strange look. Sonny wanted to chuckle, but held himself back. Remembering his previous blunder, he briefly considered adding that Kai Song's daughter could not compare. But after contemplating the matter deeply, he wisely decided not to remind Nephis about them at all. "Shall we?" She gestured to the luxurious PTV and walked back to the passenger door. The interior of the vehicle was just as opulent as its exterior. The seats were upholstered with genuine nightmare creature leather, while natural wood was used for the fittings and fixtures. There was even a refrigerated bar with various beverages and a table with refreshments. Sonny stared at the refrigerated bar, momentarily lost in studying its construction. Was it purely electrical or used spell tech? If so, which kind? While he was lost in contemplation, the PTV softly drove off. "Right, I forgot to ask where we are going exactly." As if reading his mind, Nephis spoke in a calm tone. "The elders were surprisingly open to most of your terms. Still, a few details still need to be discussed. We are going to meet with a representative of Clan Valor and reach the final agreement." Sonny stared at her silently. The PTV was much smaller than his dearly missed Rhino, but still more spacious than most civilian vehicles. Therefore, although they were sitting on the same seat, Nephis was regrettably a bit far. Would it have killed her to sit closer? He asked evenly, "Are you not a representative of Clan Valor, Lady Nephis?" She smiled faintly. "I am, however, there are people who represent it more." After that, both of them kept quiet for a while. The PTV made its way out of the outskirts and past the great barriers of NQSC, bypassing the usual inspection procedures entirely. The great clans stood high above the most privileged of classes, so those associated with them enjoyed a lot of convenience. Of course, all of it was a little ironic. The PTV, the warm clothes Nephis wore, all of it was a masquerade that people like them willingly upheld. In truth, she did not need to wear a cape in the winter cold because no mundane cold could bring discomfort to a saint. As for the vehicle, Nephis could fly, while Sonny could reach great distances with Shadow Step. More than that, both of them could run much faster than the PTV could drive, so using one had little point. He lingered for a few moments, then asked, "Why are you dressed so warmly?" She seemed to have understood his meaning and shrugged with a faint smile. "Helps me feel human." Sonny tilted his head. Indeed, there was a purpose for the masquerade that went beyond simple convenience. However, he was sitting here clad in battle armor. His demeanor and actions seemed to go against such conventions, so what did Nephis think of him? That he wasn't human, or that he did not care to feel like one? Sonny turned to look at the partition separating the passenger side from the driver's cabin. Even though he could not see who was driving the car, he could sense their shadow. It was a familiar one, belonging to one of the fire keepers. The PTV was also decently armored and fitted with sound isolation materials, so he could probably speak freely. After hesitating for a few moments, he asked, "I was thinking about one of our previous conversations." Nephis glanced at him with a hint of curiosity. "Oh?" Sonny stared ahead indifferently. "You said that if one wants to kill a sovereign, they need to become a sovereign, hypothetically speaking, of course. Do you really think that there is no other way?" She see. Medcom, but then again she always did. Unless Effie was involved. After a long stretch of silence, Nephis looked away and shook her head. It is not only a necessity, but also the only acceptable way. Sunny did not say anything, knowing what she meant. The sovereigns had covered their backs indeed. Nephis sighed. There are hundreds of millions of mundane people living across the two domains, by now. Their number is constantly increasing. There are many more sleepers each year as well, but not nearly as many as there should have been. Because those who enter the dream realm through one of the sovereign gates are protected from having to undergo the first nightmare. As long as they don't leave the borders of their domain, the spell won't call upon them. Her expression darkened. So what will happen if a sovereign falls and their domain collapses? All those mundane people will instantly be taken by the spell. The casualties will be harrowing, and the nascent human civilization in the dream realm will be decimated. The only way to avoid such a result is for another supreme to take the place of the one who fell, and for a new domain to rise from the ruins of the one that was destroyed. She looked at Sunny somberly. Do you see, Lord Shadow? You asked me how I would fight a sovereign. Killing a sovereign is tremendously hard, but not impossible. Killing one in a way that I can stomach is much more vexing. You might not harbor similar concerns, but something tells me that you do. So you see, in the hypothetical situation you presented, becoming a supreme is not only what has to be done, but also what needs to be done. I won't have it any other way, nor can I. As she finished speaking, the PTV came to a halt. Nephis smiled. But let's not discuss such dreadful matters anymore. We have arrived. Sunny nodded and prepared to exit the vehicle. As he did, he asked with a hint of indifference. Who are we meeting? Nephis opened the door and climbed out, then said without turning back. Oh, didn't I mention, we are meeting my sister. Chapter 1733, Familiar Stranger. Sunny did not show any outward reaction. The Lord of Shadows was not someone who would be agitated by a mere mention of the Princess of War, after all. Internally, though, he was troubled. Morgan. His relationship with Morgan of Valor was not very deep, but it was rather impactful. From their first meeting in the arena of the Dream Tournament, to his brief stint as her sparring partner, to the hellish journey across the Nightmare Desert. He couldn't say that he hated her a lot, but he also couldn't say that there was any sympathy between them. First and foremost, Morgan represented the great clans in his mind. Not only their callousness, but also their dread and might. As such, he could never quite perceive her as an individual, which was, perhaps, a little unfair, but also understandable. There had been a time when Morgan represented the pinnacle of power in his mind. That time was long gone. By now, Sunny was confident that he was superior to her in all but a few aspects. Morgan did possess a diabolical talent for warfare and strategy. The cruel stratagem she had pulled off in Antarctica would have decimated the forces of Song, costing the Queen of Worms several of her most cherished daughters and the chance to claim the tomb of Ariel, if not for the sudden arrival of the Nightmare Gates, of course. And that was despite Mordred's scheming to ruin Varer behind the scenes. However, that was not what troubled Sunny. What troubled him was that he did not know the current Morgan at all. The old Morgan was dangerous, but familiar, like a sharp sword. The new Morgan was a stranger. There were rumors that she had changed a lot after suffering a defeat at the hands of her brother, and the mystery surrounding her third nightmare did not help. Someone cunning and unfamiliar was the exact kind of person he would have preferred to avoid. However, there was no avoiding her now. Sighing quietly, Sunny followed Nephis into a lavish building. It seemed that the elders of Clan Valor were being considerate today. They had not invited him to the heavily guarded compound of the great clan, choosing neutral territory to conduct the meeting instead. It was just that. The territory they had selected was an exclusive restaurant frequented by the elites of NQSC. Sunny, in his onyx armor, looked more than a little out of place when a dapper Mater D led them to a private booth on the lowest underground level of the luxurious establishment. He caught a few stares. But not as much as Nephis. She ignored them casually, so he followed suit and acted as if it was the restaurant that was at fault for the mismatch, not the other way around. Is that the way of a legacy? Soon they entered a spacious underground chamber. The interior here was worthy of being called a work of art, with tasteful decor and softly murmuring water features creating a pleasant and tranquil atmosphere. Or rather, it would have been tranquil if not for the dangerous presence of the woman who sat behind the table, enjoying a glass of red wine. Well, some things never change, I guess. Morgan was as striking as he had been before. She was dressed in a flawlessly tailored business suit, which was entirely black, just like the fashionable leather gloves she wore on her hands. Her raven-black hair only made her alabaster skin look paler, and there were only 3 flashes of vibrant color about her: her ruby cufflinks, her red lips, and her daunting vermilion eyes. Her presence was much more powerful and cold than it had been in the past. The luxurious chamber was permeated by a sense of lethal sharpness, as if everything here was a hidden blade. However, what drew Sonny's attention the most was something that he could not quite put into words. Morgan seemed different somehow. Whether it was her sharp gaze or elegant demeanor, everything about her seemed the same, but also fundamentally changed. Perhaps she had just matured, perhaps it was something else. In any case, Sonny found it much harder to only perceive Morgan as an extension of Clan Valor and its ruler, as opposed to a person. "What is up with Morgan?" While Sonny was staring at her silently, she put down the wine glass and smiled. Her smile was perfectly pleasant, but looked cold and infinitely sharp despite having no reason to. "You are here, sister, finally." Nephis simply nodded. "Lord Shadow, this is my older sister, Princess Morgan of Valor. Sister, this is Saint Shadow." Hiding behind the mask, Sonny studied them without saying anything. The two did not look like sisters. In fact, with one dressed in white and the other in black, they looked as if someone had consciously attempted to create 2 exquisite beauties who were the exact opposite of each other. Morgan looked at him with curiosity. "Ah, the Hermit Saint of Guiltythree. I've heard a lot about you, Lord of Shadows. It is a pleasure to finally meet you face to face, or face to mask, one guess." Her smile widened a little. Sonny tilted his head, then walked over to the table and pulled out a chair for Nephis. Once she was seated, he sat down himself and stared at Morgan, who had been observing his actions curiously. "The pleasure is mine, Lady Morgan. I've heard a lot about you, too." She raised an eyebrow. "Oh, only good things, I hope." Sonny kept quiet for a moment, considering what to say. Eventually, he spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. "That brother of yours paid me a visit. He seemed like a weakling." The implication was clear: a person who knew Mordred's true background would undoubtedly know about the Battle of the Black Skull. Therefore, what Sonny had said meant the following: "I fought your pathetic brother and defeated him easily. You had fought him and lost miserably. Doesn't that make you the true weakling?" Of course, Mordred was not weak. He was the opposite. The vessel that had visited Sonny in Godgrave was merely one of countless that the Prince of Nothing controlled, and an expendable one to boot. Which meant that it did not possess a lot of power, nevertheless. That weak body had somehow traversed the harrowing hell of the death zone and arrived at the nameless temple in one piece. Even then, Sonny had only defeated it easily because Mordred had no knowledge of how dangerous his soul was anymore. The legion of silent shadows dwelling in Sonny's soul took care of the rest. Sadly, it was a trick that would only work once. What would happen the next time Sonny and Mordred met? He wasn't sure. No one truly knew how many bodies the Prince of Nothing controlled. His transformation ability was similar to that of the Soul Stealer. It allowed Mordred to split his soul and wear multiple bodies at once. It seemed to be weaker than that of the appalling plague, though, or at least more limiting for someone who had not succumbed to corruption and wanted to remain sane. Otherwise, Mordred could have probably consumed all of humanity by now. Sometimes, when Sonny walked around the crowded streets of Bastion, he looked at the faces in the crowd and felt momentarily overcome by fear, thinking that he had no way to know if, maybe, Mordred already had. If everyone had already been turned into his marionettes, with only Sonny and a few powerful people left alive, not knowing that they were surrounded from all sides. It was a disturbing feeling. Chasing the paranoia away, Sonny glanced at Morgan and waited for her reaction. She looked at him silently for a few moments, and then threw her head back, laughing melodiously. "Oh right, you met that despicable person and roughed him up. That makes me like you already. Please tell me more." Chapter 1734, Behind Closed Doors. After the initial pleasantries, it was time for the actual negotiations. However, Sonny did not have to strain himself too much. Most of the work had already been done by Nephis and Cassie, so he could just reap the reward as of their efforts. Still, he felt a little wistful. The situation was reminiscent of the last time he had to negotiate with Valor. Back then, it was Morgan who had come to represent the great clan, as well. Sonny had been a mere master and in hot water with her family because of the incident in the Night Temple, trying to avoid becoming their retainer at all costs. Times have changed. Today, he was trying to come to Valor's side instead. However, the situation was entirely different. His position had been hopelessly below the great clan back then, and therefore there had been almost no room for negotiations. Now, Valor needed him much more than he needed them, at least on the surface. As such, he held all the leverage and could dictate his terms freely. Morgan sipped her wine and smiled. So let me get it straight, Lord Shadow. You are willing to ally yourself with the Sword Domain in the upcoming war. You will fight on our side, aiding our armies to the best of your ability. Which, by the way, must be truly a sight to behold, considering how impressed my sister seemed after returning from Godgrave. Taken, even. Sitting by his Alda, Nephis remained perfectly impassive. He noticed her grip on the stem of her glass tightening, though, and smiled behind the mask. Morgan continued. However, you refuse to swear allegiance to my father. You also insist on retaining sole ownership of your citadel, which, as you must know, is the most precious thing you possess in the context of this conflict. More than that, you are only willing to make a personal deal with my sister, not a pact with Clan Valor as a whole. Am I correct? Sonny nodded. Indeed. Morgan laughed again. Ah, really, if I hadn't known any better, I would have thought that you harbor impure thoughts about my little sister, Lord Shadow. You don't, do you? He answered evenly. Not at the moment, no. Nephis spared him a calm glance. Before Morgan could reply, however, Sonny added in the same aloof tone. I hear that Clan Valor offered a marriage alliance to the House of Night, Lady Morgan, but you were refused by that young saint. I wonder if the rumors are true. His wording was ambiguous, leaving room for interpretation. Did he mean that Clan Valor was refused, or that Morgan herself was? Her smile turned a little sharper, her tone sullen. I must say, for a famous recluse, you are very well informed, Lord Shadow. By now, everyone powerful enough to be informed of his existence had to be wondering about his identity. Someone as strong as the Lord of Shadows could not have appeared out of nowhere. The legacy clans, especially, would not believe that he was a nobody. They believed in family background and pedigree too much, and for a good reason, considering their own accomplishments. From what Sonny knew, the most popular theory about his background was the very same that had often made his ears bleed as mongrel, that he was tied in some scandalous way to the founder of the House of Night, Nightwalker. Some considered him an outcast from the Song Domain, while some were certain that he was the bastard son of some legacy clan in the Sword Domain. Those who knew more about the truth of the world even suspected that he had been secretly raised by the mysterious third sovereign, Asterion, perhaps hailing from the same destroyed fringe faction as him. Sonny wanted them to speculate as much as possible. The wilder their imaginations ran, the further they would move from the truth, while simultaneously deepening the impression of him in their minds. Morgan shook her head and smiled. In any case, it's fine. You don't have to swear allegiance to my father, and you can keep your citadel. Of course, we will need you to make some concessions in return. Sonny raised an eyebrow behind the mask. He had expected that Morgan would acquiesce to his demands. However, he had not expected that she would do it so easily. His refusal to accept Anvil as his king was easy to swallow. Right now, the King of Swords needed his strength more than his fealty. Sonny could maintain his independence, not becoming a part of the Sword Domain until the war was over. It didn't matter too much, because once the war was over and Anvil conquered the world, forcing a recalcitrant saint to submit or be eradicated would not present a problem. If the war was lost, though, he would be dead and therefore problem-free. The Citadel, however, Sonny had thought that Valor would fight for the ownership of the nameless temple harder. It presented them with an enticing opportunity to spread the Sword Domain into Godgrave before the war had even started, after all. I guess they are really wary of me, offering my services to Song instead. Or maybe there was something else at play. He would have to ask Cassie later. For now, though, Sonny stared at Morgan silently, then said without any emotion, "That is good to hear. What concessions?" She looked at him, interlocking her fingers and resting her C hin on them. "As my sister has informed you, the war will start with both clans establishing fortresses on the shoulders of the dead god. From there, we will venture deeper across the breastbone, slowly conquering Godgrave and searching for the citadels in the hollows. We will fight each other desperately in the process, of course, trying to stall the enemy." Sonny nodded, prompting her to continue. "Although you can keep ownership of your citadel, you will need to make it available to the forces of Clan Valor. In short, we will establish a secondary fortress there, garrisoned by a relatively small but elite force of awakened and masters. They will have to place their anchors and make use of the gateway, of course, but no saints, as per our agreement." She smiled. "I do not need to tell you how great of an advantage it would be to possess an operational base in the depths of Godgrave. Not only will we be able to hasten our exploration of it, but we will also have an opportunity to put pressure on Song from two sides, forcing them to allocate a significant force to defend their flank, unless they wish to have their supply lines cut, of course." He considered it for a few moments, then nodded. "Acceptable." Morgan continued. "Second, you will have to assist our saints in establishing safe passages through the hollows and share your knowledge of local topography, including the probable locations of unclaimed citadels, the hunting territories of powerful nightmare creatures, and the general characteristics of the abominations dwelling in Godgrave. Having advanced knowledge of these things will be of great help to the war effort, no doubt." Sonny tilted his head. Venturing into the hollows was dangerous, but unavoidable. He had expected a condition like that. "I agree." She smiled and picked up her wine glass, bringing it to her red lips. "Well, and lastly, all the rest that one would expect from an ally. You will participate in general battles against the enemy, take responsibility for your stretch of the battlefront, and so on. I trust a warrior like you won't be reluctant to prove his mettle." Sonny smiled behind the mask. "I don't have a desire to prove anything to anyone, but sure, these terms suit me fine." Morgan nodded and offered him her hand. "If only everyone was so easy to persuade. Then I will look forward to working with you in the future, Lord Shadow." Sonny took her hand, feeling a bit disappointed. That was it, wasn't it a bit anticlimactic? They were talking about the war that would reshape the world, throw all of humanity into chaos, and potentially destroy it. And yet the words they spoke were so mundane. But then again, maybe the fate of humanity had always been decided by dry conversations between very few people, held behind closed doors in opulent chambers. He smiled. "I am looking forward to the future as well." Chapter 17:35 Toast to Loyalty. After Sonny and Morgan shook hands, the official part of the not-so-clandestine meeting was over. Of course, there were plenty of details left to discuss. What troops would be stationed in the nameless temple, how their accommodations would be organized, who would provide provisions to feed them when the first mapping expedition would start, and 1,000 more. But all these things could be decided at a later date and in a less ostentatious company. Morgan leaned back in her seat and raised her wine glass, smiling with satisfaction. "This calls for a toast, if I do say so myself. The three of us will be fighting side by side soon, so to loyal comrades, may we fare well." Nephis took a sip of wine without saying anything, while Sonny simply stared at the table, full of regret. He wasn't that attracted by the wine, but there was also a veritable feast in front of him, all dishes prepared by masterful chefs and both extravagantly expensive and endlessly delicious, without a doubt. However, he was wearing a mask, so none of these delicacies were destined to land in his mouth. "Damn." Morgan looked at him with a smile. "You aren't drinking, Lord Shadow." He stared at her silently for a few moments, then picked up the wine glass. "To loyal comrades." Sonny did not move, but on a wall behind him, his shadow picked up the shadow of the wine glass. It brought the shadow glass to its lips and leaned its head back, as if drinking. Then, it lowered its hand and returned to its previous position, copying his pose perfectly. Morgan laughed. "Fascinating." Sonny smiled behind the mask. It was indeed fascinating. The three of them were toasting to loyalty, each planning treason. Morgan was playing nice for now, but as soon as the war was over, she would give the Lord of Shadows an ultimatum: submit or die. Sonny was promising to fight for clan valor, but he intended to betray them before the war reached a conclusion. Nephis was playing the role of an obedient daughter while planning to kill her adopted father, the King of Swords, and usurp his domain. This toast of Morgan's was quite funny. Sonny put the glass down, contemplating the ease with which Morgan had accepted his demand. Was there really no other reason than to prevent him from siding with Song? Claiming a citadel in Godgrave could very well be the deciding factor of the entire war. Valor would not have given up on the nameless temple easily, unless... He turned his head and stared at Nephis, who was savoring her meal quietly. She wouldn't, would she? He lingered for a few moments, then asked in an indifferent tone, "Why didn't you insist on claiming my citadel, Lady Morgan?" People usually tended to dance around the truth in these situations, but there was a benefit to playing the role of a reclusive, aloof, and eccentric saint. If Sonny wanted to be direct, he could very well be as direct as he wanted. Morgan seemed amused by his question. She glanced at Nephis, then said in a pleasant tone, "I can answer, but if you share what I say with anyone else, there'll be blood." It didn't even sound like a treat, just like a fact. Sonny did not bleed easily, so he was not impressed. He stared at Morgan, waiting, but Nephis answered instead of her. "It is indeed exceedingly important to claim a citadel in Godgrave. The side that manages to win the race will be able to unleash the power of its sovereign upon the enemy first. There's no need to describe how meaningful such an event can be. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN OVYLS/m. But even without the nameless temple, valor possesses a vital advantage in that regard." Sonny scowled behind the mask, not liking where it was headed. Nephis took a sip of wine and continued calmly. "That advantage is me, and my ivory tower, the only citadel among those conquered by humanity that can move." He stared at her somberly. After a few moments of cold silence, Sonny asked, "Are you insane?" Nephis smiled. "I feel like I've been asked that before." Sonny shook his head. "You are planning to move the ivory tower into the skies above Godgrave. Do you have a death wish and fancy turning into ash?" She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "I'll try to land it before that happens. In any case, you wanted to keep your citadel, Lord Shadow, and that was the price. Now you can have the nameless temple, while the sword domain has a chance of gaining a foothold in Godgrave." Morgan chuckled. "My little sister is correct. Needless to say, Song must not know the details of our plans. I'll trust in your discretion, Lord Batto." Bunny remained silent for a while, considering the implications. These damned fools. She had agreed to this for him. Was it Neff's idea to bargain on his behalf, or Cassie's? Why were they being so reckless? He was going to need to rethink a few things. The presence of the ivory tower in Godgrave seemed very improbable, given the region's lethal nature, so he had not seriously considered the possibility. Clan Song seems to be in for a very unpleasant surprise. Sonny contemplated silently. He wanted to say something, but at the moment, the tranquil atmosphere of the underground chamber was suddenly broken by a grating, echoing, ringing sound. The sound came from two directions, impossible to ignore. Sonny frowned, recognizing it. "Really, now?" Across the table from him, Morgan paused for a moment, then reached elegantly into the inner pocket of her suit jacket and pulled out a slick communicator. At the same time, Nephis unbuttoned her waistcoat and produced hers. The two of them studied the screens in silence. After a few moments, Nephis showed her communicator to Sonny. The Lord of Shadows had abandoned the waking world to dwell in the dream realm, so he naturally did not have one. Sonny looked down, already knowing what he would see. There, on the screen, an emergency notification was blinking urgently. "Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Gate activity detected in your proximity. ETA minutes. Evacuate immediately. 37 minutes. The Obel scale had become much more reliable after the conclusion of the chain of nightmares, but it had never quite managed to return to its past stability. 37 minutes was much more time than the citizens had received back when a gate opened near Rain's school, but still far from a stellar result. Nephis pressed on the notification, and a map opened on the screen, denoting the impact zone. After another tap, a further message showed up. Attention all awakened. Request immediate action. Gate category: 2, 61% probability, 3, 34% probability, higher undefined. Strike Force ETA, 14 minutes 44 seconds. He let out a small sigh. This time, at least, the government forces would arrive far in advance of the Nightmare Gate's descent. The disaster would be contained, and civilians would have plenty of time to evacuate. Then Sonny glanced at Morgan with suspicion. Had she known that this would happen? Logically, she could not have. But then again, all of it was a little too convenient. Choosing such a public location for their meeting was premeditated, without a doubt. Morgan clearly wanted to send Song a message that the Lord of Shadows was taking Valor's side. Was there a better way to announce it than to be seen clearing a gate side by side with him? Not to mention that it was a good opportunity to gauge his strength. Sensing his gaze, Morgan looked up from the screen and smiled helplessly. Ah, how bothersome. Do not worry, Lord Shadow, we can stay here until the turmoil ends. The restaurant is outfitted with top-notch defenses and employs awakened guards. She leaned back and then added in a relaxed tone. Or, we can respond to the summons and help the government contain the gate. You are my guest today, so you decide. Sonny stared at her coldly, feeling like he was being played. Before he could answer, though, Nephis wiped her lips with a napkin and stood up. She hid her communicator, buttoned up her waistcoat, and glanced at Morgan calmly. I'll go. Morgan laughed. My little sister is an example to us all, as always. Well, in that case, I'll go too. Sonny sighed and threw a regretful look at all the food on the table. Should he secretly leave a shadow behind and make it steal all these delicacies once they leave? Abandoning that thought, he pushed back his chair and stood up as well. His voice remained indifferent. Then let's go. Chapter 17, 36, make it 4. The three of them left the opulent chamber and headed to the surface level of the restaurant, intending to leave. Morgan walked in the front, while Sonny and Nephis followed a step behind. As they approached the elevators, they could see the staff of the restaurant leading the guests to a heavily armored shelter. This place was usually visited by the elites of NQSC. After all of them were prominent citizens. Their safety had to be guaranteed for an exclusive establishment to fare well. Many of the elites recognized Morgan and Nephis. Sonny could tell that all of them were relieved at the sight, especially when they saw Neph. Her reputation was not only that of a brilliant warrior, but also that of a selfless champion. Morgan could have decided to ignore a descending gate, but changing star would never. Lady Nephis, Lady Morgan, are you heading for the gate? Morgan slowed down a little and bowed slightly. Indeed, have no worry, ladies and gentlemen. We will contain it in no time, and you'll be able to finish your meals in peace. Please excuse us. Nephis bowed silently and continued on her way, surrounded by excited whispers. As they entered the lift, Morgan sighed and looked at her sternly. Really, sister, couldn't you have said something? That old man manages the hydroponic complex that supplies half of the grain to Bastion. The young couple is the daughter and son-in-law of the chief administrator of the Central District of NQSC. The rest hold important positions as well. Leaving a good impression would not hurt anyone, would it? Nephis glanced at her emotionlessly. Actions speak louder than words. Morgan laughed. What does the action of ignoring them say, then? However, she didn't press the issue. She wasn't someone who cared for ingratiating herself to people either. In fact, it was the people who were desperate to get in her good graces. Not only was Morgan a saint, she was also the princess of the Sword Domain. Her importance would trample all of these elites combined. Soon they emerged from the restaurant. The beautiful building had undergone a transformation, plates of heavy armor descending to cover the doors and the windows. Sonny would have expected the armor to be made from reinforced alloy, but to his surprise, it was actually made from Dream Realm materials. Truly an exclusive establishment. A familiar fire keeper, Sid, hastily opened the door of the PTV and invited them inside. The drive was a short one, only taking a few minutes. Most of the vehicles on the road were moving away from the impact zone, but they were driving to its very heart. In the end, they arrived almost at the same time as the first squids of the government forces. The gate manifested in a park. It had not opened yet, of course, but there was already a sinister atmosphere in the air. There was a strange haze above the frozen pond, a precursor to the appalling fissure that would split reality apart soon. Armored vehicles had torn apart the white blanket of snow, and soldiers were hastily raising fortifications. The government awakened were silently preparing for battle, while a small group of awakened volunteers were huddled together, discussing their aspects. The arrival of the luxurious PTV caused quite a stir, and when Morgan and Nephis emerged from it, everyone simply froze, staring at them with wide eyes. That's the Sword Sisters. Goddess Morgan, G-Goddess Nephis. Quiet, you fool, they are saints, they can hear you. Who is that with them? Is he an echo? I don't know, but that guy is super creepy. Sunny stared at the soldiers menacingly, unhappy with the way they ogled Nephis. Morgan and Nephis, meanwhile, calmly walked to the person in charge. It was a master wearing a military coat on top of light memory armor. He, too, was both elated and taken aback at the sight of them. Lady Morgan, Lady Nephis, it is an honor to meet you. Morgan nodded, flicking a snowflake off the lapel of her stylish black suit jacket. We were nearby, so we decided to help. The master seemed relieved. That is great. With two saints we can standing behind them, Sunny shifted slightly and looked up. A wide smile appeared on his face, hidden by the emotionless mask. 3 saints, but actually make it 4. No sooner than he thought it, there was a rustle, and a dashing figure descended from the gray Aki. The soldiers, who had been stunned by the arrival of 2 sublime beauties, now seemed dumb-struck. And Nightsinger. He's so. Oh my gods. I'm not dreaming, am I? Sunny's smile trembled. That bastard doesn't change. Indeed, the man who had descended from the sky was none other than Nightingale, Saint Kai the Dragon Slayer. Wearing beautiful armor made from ivory scales and burnished bronze, with luscious auburn hair and mesmerizing green eyes, he was just as tantalizing as ever. No, even worse, L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT NOV YE LWORLDS or \M. Kai had always been unreasonably attractive, but now that he was a saint, his beauty was almost blinding. It was to the point where Sunny felt a strange impulse to look away, but was also incapable of doing so. There were only 2 transcendents out there who could challenge Kai in the looks department. One of them was Cassie, the other was Beastmaster. Sunny could not compete. Not that he needed to. I have my charms as well. Really, he looked quite good. It was just that anyone would feel that comparing themselves to Kai was simply unfair. It was a cruel injustice. While Sunny was staring at him sullenly, Cal landed softly in front of Morgan and bowed. Then he looked up with a refreshing smile. Lady Nephis, Lady Morgan, are you here to help? Morgan remained silent a split second longer than usual, then reciprocated his smile. Ah, yes, as I was saying, we were nearby. Kai's smile widened a little. Please accept my deepest gratitude. I've just returned from the Western Quadrant and happened to be in NQSC by chance. Truly, what a fortunate turn of events. This gate won't disturb the citizens with such distinguished warriors protecting them. Nephis looked at him and asked with a faint smile, How is Effie doing? He chuckled. Everything is well. The battle was a tough one this time, but we pulled through. Little Ling already has a new favorite bedtime story. With that, he turned to Sunny, lingered for a moment, and asked politely, It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Saint Cal with the government forces. And you are? Sunny hesitated, considering how to answer. Eventually, he decided to do some mischief. Staring at Cal emotionlessly, he said in a calm tone, You can call me Shadow. I am your best friend. Kai blinked a couple of times. Slowly, a funny expression appeared on his face. His thought process was rather clear. My best friend? I clearly have never met this person before. But he doesn't seem to be lying. No, but it can't be true. I would have remembered having a best friend. So if he's not lying, but also not telling the truth. I see this man is insane. He sincerely believes his lie. Wait, oh gods, he's not assassing, is he? Kai's magnetic smile dimmed a little. At that moment, Nephis gave Sunny a strange look and intervened. This is Saint Shadow. He is a bit eccentric. He is also here to help. Kai hesitated for a bit, then nodded dubiously. I see. Thank you for volunteering, Lord Shadow. With that, he turned to the master in charge of the government forces. Scrap the battle plan and move your people back. We will take care of the gate. With some luck, you guys won't even have to put down the stragglers. The master nodded gratefully. Yes, Saint Call. By then, the wind was stirring, and a strange dimness was spreading over the park. The air above the frozen pond was trembling more intensely. The descent of the Nightmare Gate was not far. Kai turned to Morgan and Nephis, asking politely, How do you want to handle this? Morgan lingered for a few moments, then gave Sunny a teasing look. Her red lips twisted into a smile, and she said pleasantly, Lord Shadow, would you like to do the honors? My sister was so eloquent when describing your prowess. I must admit, I am a little jealous at not having had the pleasure to witness it myself. Sunny stared at her coldly. Want to measure my strength, do you? He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. Sure, stay here then, I'll handle it. Well, then you'll have to be disappointed. As the reality split, torn apart by a dark fissure, a graceful figure of a stone knight rose from his shadow, two ruby eyes igniting with cold crimson flames. Sunny looked up at Saint, pointed at the gate, and said evenly, Go deal with it. His taciturn knight tilted her head slightly, then turned around and looked at the gate. Although she did not say anything, somehow, it felt as if her aloof gaze was full of disdain. Summoning her black blade and a round shield, she gave its rim 2 lukewarm blows and headed toward the frozen pond with graceful, unhurried steps. Morgan, Nephis, and Kai were left staring at her in bewilderment. Sunny crossed his arms and said in an even, indifferent tone, That should do it. Everyone relax and enjoy the show. Chapter 17, 37 A Walk in the Park. When the appalling darkness of the Nightmare Gate split reality apart, sunlight dimmed and turned strangely bleak, making the world look desaturated. A gust of cold wind rushed across the snowy park, as if the sky itself was being sucked into the black fissure. A moment later, an eerie shockwave rolled over the soldiers, making them stagger. Neph's white cape fluttered in the wind, but none of the 4 saints moved. For a moment, the only being moving in the impact zone was Saint. She walked steadily toward the gate, her graceful figure emanating the feeling of a cold, indifferent inevitability. Kai stared at her back for a second, then cleared his throat. Your echo seems really impressive, Lord Shadow. Stylish, too, such a chic and understated armor design, monochromatic in theme, yet rich and expressive instead of being dull. What a beautiful use of form and texture variation to counterbalance the lack of a dynamic palette. Splendid, really. Wait, where was I? He paused for a moment, and then added with an embarrassed smile. Right, what I meant to say was, your echo can stall the abominations and break their momentum. We will follow behind and engage the nightmare creatures when they get past her. Sunny glanced at him and tilted his head a little. Get past her? Kai hesitated a little, unsure of what to say. Yes, there is a high enough possibility that this gate will reach Category 3 after all. Even if she is a transcendent echo, it might be a bit tough. Sunny smiled behind the mask. Just watch. He turned away and stared at Saint. Kai, Nephis, and Morgan had no choice but to follow his example. In fact, Sunny felt a bit awkward, just standing there and doing nothing while Saint did all the work. He would have summoned the shadow chair and sat down, but sadly, that chair usually stood behind the reception desk of the brilliant emporium. Anyone who had visited the dining hall could recognize it at a glance. Standing awkwardly it is, I guess. Out there in front of them, the first of the nightmare creatures appeared from the dark fissure of the Nightmare Gate. It was a hulking beast with a bulging body, terrifying muscles moving smoothly under its tough gray hide. The abomination's hind legs seemed underdeveloped, but its front limbs were grotesquely large, resembling craggy tree trunks. 2 vicious tusks curved upward from its jaw, as long as pikes. The beast let out a deafening bellow and charged forward, the ground shaking from its heavy footsteps. Saint did not slow down. She simply lowered her shield, meeting the abomination's charge head-on mid-stride. In the next moment, the dreadful tusks hit the onyx shield and shattered. Next was the creature's head. Its skull burst like a rotten pumpkin, splattering across the snow in a crimson wave. The massive abomination collided with the shield and was crushed into pulp against its surface, only to be tossed aside by a flick of the wrist a moment later, falling to the ground in a lifeless, bloody heap. It was as though it had used Saint to commit suicide. Standing by Sunny's side, Kai blinked. Nephis, who had seen the taciturn shadow before, seemed unsurprised. Morgan was too shrewd to show a reaction, but her gaze had turned a little sharper. Sunny smiled. In front of the gate, more nightmare creatures were born from the appalling darkness. A tide of them, each seemingly powerful enough to rip an armored vehicle to shreds. Saint finally seemed to pay them attention. Gripping her sword, she lunged forward and turned into a dark blur. A cloud of snow, ice, and torn ground exploded into the air from where her foot had pushed against the ground. By the time the soldiers had registered that, she was already among the abominations. To them, it looked as if a hurricane of darkness descended upon the tide of nightmare creatures, tearing flesh from bones and swiftly turning crimson from the haze of blood. A cacophony of howls filled the air, and severed bodies rained down on the snow, which was swiftly painted red and melted under the heat of harrowing violence. Of course, the four Transcendents could follow the battle clearly. To them, it looked quite different. Instead of the hurricane of blurry darkness, they saw Saint wielding her sword with chilling grace, reaping a harvest of lives with each movement. Her swordsmanship was solid and precise, each step measured, each slash flawlessly efficient and inescapably lethal. The black sword rose and fell, severing abominations in half. The onyx shield swung, crushing their skulls and breaking their bodies. The sword was like the ruthless blade of a guillotine, while the shield was like an impenetrable wall of polished black stone. Saint was so tyrannical that even when surrounded by monsters and demons, she seemed like the true hellspawn. Despite the gruesome massacre she was perpetrating, her dark armor remained spotlessly clean, with not even a single drop of fetid blood landing on its onyx surface. Her dreadfully beautiful battle art was like an elegant dance, allowing her to weave between the falling bodies without becoming stained by their filth. The tide of abominations collided with her and came to a shuddering halt, dissolving into a haze of blood right in front of the stunned soldiers. Morgan took a deep breath. "Lord Shadow, this echo of yours is quite fearsome." Kai nodded slowly. "Yes, indeed, you must cherish her a lot." Sunny gave them a short glance, then turned back to face the nightmare gate. "Actually, she is the second weakest among my servants." Which was technically true. After all, among his shadows, only the marvelous mimic was lower than Saint in rank and class. Of course, Sunny would not bet money on any of his other shadows surviving in a battle against the Onyx Saint. He wasn't even sure that he would survive something like that if push came to shove. Kai stared at him with wide eyes, prompting Sunny to smile behind the mask. "The second weakest." He nodded. "I killed the original as a sleeper, after all. It was a long time ago." The beautiful archer paled. "Sleeper, you killed that as a sleeper." Sunny remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. "Sure, come to think of it, among the nightmare creatures I killed as a sleeper, she was one of the weakest as well." Saint had been a mere awakened monster back then, and Sunny had killed plenty of abominations of higher rank and class on the Forgotten Shore, including a great devil. So, if one only took pure strength into account, Saint had indeed been in the lower tier of the creatures slain by him there. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Finally, not knowing what to say, he turned away stiffly. Sunny chuckled internally. "Oh, I miss teasing this guy." In front of the nightmare gate, Saint had mercilessly obliterated the first wave of the abominations. The same fate awaited the second wave, and the third. Not a single nightmare creature managed to escape her blade. Observing the scene of chilling carnage, Sunny couldn't help but feel a little wistful. He remembered vividly the first time he had encountered a nightmare gate, how desperate he had fought, and how impossible the task of stemming the tide of abominations had seemed. In the end, he would have failed if not for Jet's timely arrival. Yet this time, the category of the gate was one rank above the one he had defended against as mongrel. However, Sonny did not even have to move a finger. Just one of his shadows was enough to contain the threat, and he did not even have to bestow the full augmentation of all his shadows upon her. So much time had passed, and so many things had changed, some for the better, some for the worst. Sonny secretly glanced at Nephis, and Kai, as the gate guardian, finally emerged from the fissure. The creature looked like a mountain of gray flesh, its towering body brimming with bulging muscles, sharp tusks, bloodied spikes, and ghastly bone armor. It bellowed furiously, making the entire park quake. A corrupted tyrant, from the looks of it. Standing on a pile of corpses, Saint glanced at it and finally deemed it necessary to summon the elemental darkness from her heart. A dark aura enveloped her black sword, and a cold chill ran down Sonny's spine. Her ruby eyes flashed with furious crimson light. The tyrant surged forward, and at the same time the black blade slashed the world apart. Now who's showing off? A thin line slowly revealed itself on the towering abomination's powerful body, cleanly dividing it into two vertical halves. Then it slowly oozed blood. The tyrant stumbled, then slowly crumbled to the ground, its body falling apart into two bloody chunks. The handy bracelet spoke into Sonny's ear. "You have slain a corrupted tyrant. Your shadow grows stronger." These were the only fragments Sonny had received from this fight. Looking at the carcasses of the massacred nightmare creatures, which piled high in the suddenly silent park, he sighed. What a waste! Saint stared at the bleeding chunks of the dead tyrant with indifference, then turned and glanced at Sonny. Receiving his nod, she took a step back and dissolved into shadows. A few moments later, Creepy and Crazy silently returned to him and fused with Naughty, who had been pretending to be a normal shadow all along, resting leisurely on the ground beneath his feet. Sonny looked at Morgan and remained silent for a moment. "My apologies, I'll try to give you an opportunity to witness my prowess some other time." Chapter 17, 38, Crumbling Dam. The gate crisis had come to an end just like that, leaving the government soldiers standing there in stunned silence. In the end, none of them had to do anything to contain the nightmare creatures. The arriving reinforcements were shocked to see piles of corpses littering the ground. They had been expecting to dive into a dire battle, but ended up witnessing the aftermath of a chilling slaughter instead. Of course, it was not as if they had nothing to do. The park had been ravaged by the devastating battle, and the ugly fissure of the nightmare gate still shimmered in the air. Sonny looked at it with regret. There were not that many parks in NQSC, and this one would be unusable for the foreseeable future. Unless a cohort of masters challenged and conquered the nightmare seed, this place would never be safe for humans. The initial tide of abominations had been obliterated, and the gate guardian fell. However, new nightmare creatures could emerge from the fissure at any moment. The government forces would have to build a containment zone around the gate, complete with powerful explosive charges and a fortified perimeter. Mundane soldiers and awakened warriors would have to stand watch inside the zone at all times, participating in sporadic skirmishes every time an abomination wandered into the waking world. Kai was looking at the gate as well, his expression grim. In the decades since the descent of the nightmare spell, many of such containment zones had littered the areas populated by humans. There were many here in NQSC, too, and the more of them appeared, the thinner the government forces had to be spread. The situation had only worsened after the chain of nightmares. It was comparatively easy to find cohorts of awakened willing to challenge second nightmares and hopefully conquer it, closing the gate. The one near Rain's school had long disappeared, for example. But it was much harder to close a Category 3 gate, since only masters could hope to survive the third nightmare. Even then, most did not. And although the number of masters humanity possessed had increased tenfold, and continued to grow with each year, the number of gates of higher categories was increasing faster. Kai sighed and shook his head. His voice sounded a bit tired when he mumbled quietly, "No rest for the wicked." Morgan, who had been conversing with the master in charge of the government soldiers, glanced at him with curiosity. "Oh, will you lead the charge personally, Lord Kai?" He smiled weakly, causing a few of the mundane soldiers to sway, and shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'll have to discuss it with my superiors first." She nodded in understanding. "Well, for what it's worth, Clan Valor is willing to offer help this time. After all, I didn't get to do anything despite showing up so confidently. My hands are itching for a fight." Sonny was listening to them in confusion. He was certain that none of it showed in his body language, and yet Nephis decided to explain. "The government is trying to adapt to the new environment. Since there are too many gates that can't be closed, they are constantly searching for a way to lessen the strain of guarding them all. The most effective method is to allow a saint to follow the call to the nightmare seed and cleanse the territory surrounding it from all abominations. That way, they won't be wandering into the waking world, at least for a while." She studied the dark fissure of the gate and added, "I have participated in plenty of these cleansing operations myself. Many of the legacy saints have followed my example as well, offering their services, especially those of the new generation, who hold me in high regard. Their battle experience is comparatively poor, so they see it as an opportunity to sharpen themselves. As long as the vicinity of the nightmare seeds is cleansed at set intervals, the strain on the government resources is lessened drastically." Sonny stared at her for a while, then said in a cold tone, "Sounds like trying to plug holes in a crumbling dam." Nephis smiled faintly. "Indeed, however, it also teaches the people who are sealing the holes how to swim." Then her expression darkened a little. "But I agree with your sentiment. It is merely a stopgap measure." Kai and Morgan walked over, catching the tail end of their conversation. The charming archer smiled. "As long as there are brave people who are willing to rise to the occasion, everything is not lost. We will continue to keep this world safe, or at least as safe as possible, like you did today. Lord Shadow, please accept my sincere gratitude." Sonny stared at him for a while. Then he nodded and said evenly, "Fine, I accept it." Kai gave him a dubious look. Not knowing what to say, he turned to Nephis, intending to thank her as well. "Should I do it or not?" Sonny hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help himself. So he added in a tone of indifference, "Ference, don't expect my help next time, though. I have a bad history with nightmare gates. The last time I happened to be near one, I ended up in a custody dispute with a cursed terror. Encountering the Category 4 gates in Antarctica had led him to the third nightmare, after all, where he ended up meeting a certain vile bird." Kai forgot what he was going to say to Nephis and stared at him numbly. Or a custody dispute?" Sonny gave him a nonchalant nod. "Yes, the cursed terror wanted its spawn back, thieving scumbag." The charming archer took a deep breath, looked at the sky, and then forced out a few words, his tone stifled. "Oh, I see." He struggled to say something else, but Sonny interrupted him. "By the way, nightingale, it's a bird, isn't it? How one dislike birds." Kai froze, looking at him with a troubled expression. Sonny stared at him for a bit, then leaned forward, raised a hand, and patted him on the shoulder. "It's all right. I'll make an exception for you, Saint Nightingale, since we're friends." With that, he turned to Nephis and said without any emotion, "I am ready to leave." She was staring at him strangely. Morgan was as well. Sonny tilted his head a little. "What?" The two of them glanced at each other, then shook their heads at the same time. No, it's just that. You have a unique way with words, Lord Shadow." "Nothing." The former was said by Morgan, while the latter was said by Nephis. He smiled behind the mask. "Curious, I've been described as unique twice today. I'm starting to suspect that it is not a compliment." Morgan smiled pleasantly and said in an exceedingly polite tone, "It isn't." Shaking her head, he bowed to Kai lightly and turned away, heading for the PTV that had driven them here. Sonny followed, giving Nephis a chance to say a proper goodbye to the charming archer. She caught up with them soon, wearing a complicated expression. Or rather, her expression was as stoic as always. However, Sonny could feel a bit of tension hiding in the depths of her gray eyes. They passed the military vehicles and approached the PTV. The firekeeper who had driven it, Sid, was already back. She had joined the volunteer awakened before the gate opened, intending to lead them into the battle. Of course, their participation had not been necessary in the end. Sid was on her way to open the passenger door when Nephis stopped suddenly, looking at the PTV with a frown. Sensing her unease, Morgan and Sunny stopped too. Morgan glanced at Nephis, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a hint of amusement in her voice, "What's the matter?" Neph remained silent for a few moments, studying the luxurious vehicle somberly. Then she slowly turned away and looked at Sunny. "Lord Shadow, I apologize." He blinked a couple of times. Was she apologizing for having dragged him to an opening gates? No, Nephis saw the fight against the nightmare spell as a sacred duty of all awakened. She would not have apologized for something like that. "What then?" Hiding his confusion, Sunny asked in a cold tone. "What for?" Her expression remained calm when she answered. "It seems that I am about to be assassinated. Sorry for the inconvenience." "What?" Before Sunny could react, Sid unlocked the passenger door and pulled on the handle. In the next moment, the PTV disintegrated in a blinding flash, and the roar of a deafening explosion thundered above the snowy park. Chapter 17, 39 Assassination. The PTV exploded. No, really, Sunny was stunned. Who tries to assassinate a saint with explosives? Were these people mentally challenged? The notion was so silly that, for a moment, his mind refused to register it. Everything had happened too fast for the government soldiers to react. The vehicle dissolved into a blinding flash, and a furious onslaught of flame was unleashed upon the world. A devastating shockwave also rolled out, spreading like an invisible ripple of crushing force. But of course, the saints were faster. Kai was too far away to do anything, but Sunny, Morgan, and Nephis were not. Granted, there was not a lot that they could do in such a short amount of time. Nephis seemed to have controlled the flames to flow around Sid, her driver. The firekeeper was spared from being burned, but received the full brunt of the shockwave, staggering back as her dirty blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Of course, as a master, she would not be hurt badly, but a pained grimace still appeared on her face. Morgan, meanwhile, raised one leather-clad hand and cut the explosion apart. Sunny was pretty sure that he was not seeing things. As her hand slashed forward, both the flame and the shockwave parted in front of her, as if cut by an unseen blade. The explosion rolled past the Princess of War, leaving her entirely unscathed. Not a single blemish appeared on her stylish black suit. As for Sunny himself, he didn't do anything. That short moment was enough for him to determine that the explosion was utterly mundane, so there was no need to act. Sunny simply allowed the flame to swallow him, and for the shockwave to batter him. A second later, his onyx figure was revealed from the expanding fire, standing exactly where he had stood before. He didn't even flinch under the assault of the violent forces. But behind him, many of the government soldiers were thrown against the hulls of the armored vehicles, the vehicles themselves swaying heavily or even overturning. Screams and stunned yells filled the air. There were many wounded. Luckily, the PTV had stood apart from the military vehicles, so no one seemed to have died. But still, the explosion seemed to have hurt everyone, except for the person it was supposed to, presumably, kill. Before the shockwave even had time to dissipate, Morgan, Nephis, and Sunny looked at each other, all sharing the same thought. It's a diversion. The explosion was simply meant to distract them when the actual attack arrived. But what? Suddenly feeling a sense of urgency, Sunny sent his shadow sense outward, spreading it across a vast area. There were countless shadows on the crowded streets of NQSC, so his mind was almost overloaded by the density of information flowing into it. Luckily, he had long learned how to filter out the useless noise, concentrating solely on potential threats. There did not seem to be anything dangerous close to them, but it took some time for his senses to stretch to their absolute limit. There, Sunny had sensed a swift shadow barreling towards them, but there was already no time to react. Before any of them could move, a strange arrow that had only become visible a split second before hitting its target revealed itself in the air, piercing through the cloud of flame caused by the explosion. It was enormous in size, almost 2 meters long, and resembled a projectile fit for a sledge engine much more than it did an arrow meant to be shot from a bow. If not for the fletching on the backside of the shaft, Sunny would have mistaken it for a heavy javelin. The great arrow struck Nephis in the chest, throwing her back like a rag doll. She flew backward and crashed into a military vehicle, deforming the alloy armor plates before falling to her knees. Sunny was already moving. He knew, of course, that something like that would not kill Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, to be honest. He wasn't even entirely sure what it would take to kill her, given her divine ability to heal herself, but his heart still skipped a beat, knowing that she was hurt. That arrow, what kind of arrow was it? What was its rank and class? What enchantments did it possess? Did it carry a deadly venom? Did the arrowhead explode into numerous jagged shards after piercing the victim's flesh? However, in the next moment, Sunny's eyes glistened under the expressionless mask. That was because the broken pieces of the arrow dissipated into a whirlwind of sparks. Nephis, meanwhile. Her waistcoat was torn, and so was the white blouse beneath it. What he saw in the tear was not her alabaster skin, however, but the metal rings of a chainmail shirt, bent, but unbroken. That memory, he recognized it from their time in the tomb of Ariel. Still kneeling on the ground, Nephis suddenly leaned her head to the side, and the second arrow flew past it. It pierced the heavy military vehicle, dragging it away with the force of the impact, and exploded from the other side in a rain of alloy debris. Who the hell is shooting these giant arrows? The third arrow was cut apart by Morgan, who severed it with her bare hand. However, now that Sunny's shadow sense had extended further, he could feel it. A dozen swift shadows were falling upon them like meteors, each moving with dreadful speed. 2 were aimed at him and 2 more at Morgan. One was heading towards Sid, but the rest were all aimed at Neff's heart. It didn't make sense, really, considering the distance from which the mysterious archer had shot them. Most of the arrows must have been in the air long before the first arrow hit, and very likely before the PTV had exploded. So the sniper must have accounted for everything. How the 3 saints would react to the explosion, where Nephis would be thrown back, how Sunny would move. What kind of skill was that? Was the mysterious archer a prophet? Or did the arrows possess a mind of their own, altering their paths to pursue their prey? Sunny had to deal with the strange arrows before there would be a chance to find the answer. There's not enough time. He raised a hand and simply caught one of the great arrows from the air, sliding back a few steps before its momentum dissipated. Sunny had already started to manifest countless shadows when a haunting song suddenly resounded above the silent park, drowning out all other sounds. Sound was invisible, and yet he sensed the song move past him like a ghostly river. In the next moment, the great arrows seemed to have hit a wall in the air, splintering and scattering in different directions. Looking back, Sunny saw Kai closing his mouth as he rushed toward the burning remains of the PTV. Good job, buddy. Sunny's shadow sense had already reached the limits of his perception, encompassing a vast part of NOSC. However, no matter how much he searched, he could not sense the mysterious archer that meant one of 2 things. Either the sniper had the ability to avoid his detection, or the arrows had been shot from beyond the range of 40+ kilometers. Sunny felt a hint of chill, wondering who would have been able to shoot enchanted arrows from such a distance, and with such precision. A master, possibly with the right aspect, but quite unlikely. A saint, an echo of a high rank. Catching Kai's glance, he gestured in the direction from which the arrows had come. A split second later, his former friend shot into the air, flying toward the possible location of the attacker. But somehow, Sunny doubted that the sniper would be caught. They must have escaped immediately after sending the arrows loose, and would be long gone by now. Looking back, he studied the scene of devastation. Broken vehicles, pieces of burning debris, dozens of wounded soldiers groaning on the ground. Nephis was slowly rising to her feet, white flames dancing in her eyes. Morgan lowered her hand, a deep scowl replacing her usually composed expression. Sid had just landed on her back, rolled over her shoulder and jumped to her feet, hissing in pain. The whole attack had only lasted a few seconds, but the impact it had left was bound to have long-lasting consequences in the days to come. And maybe even beyond that, far in the future. Chapter 1740, No Traces. Sunny had been right. The archer was long gone by the time the arrows hit. Kai flew all the way to the edges of the city, searching for the sniper with his miraculous vision, but found no trace of them. He did discover the sniper nest on the roof of a dormitory tower in the outskirts, close to 50 kilometers away from the Nightmare Gate. However, there were no clues to be found there, only a few footprints in the snow, and punctured concrete where the arrows had been thrust into it for ease of access. The arrows themselves were memories, and had either dissolved after being destroyed or disappeared after being dismissed. There were no functional cameras in that area of the outskirts, so no records remained to identify the attacker. The sniped, whoever it was, had disappeared like a ghost. By the time Kai returned, the park looked like a disturbed anthill. Nephis had insisted on healing the soldiers who had been hurt in the explosion, and there were no casualties. But an attempt on the life of one of the two princesses of valor, or maybe even both of them, was no small matter. Government forces flooded the scene, both to take care of the gate and to investigate the scandalous event. There was nothing they could find, of course, but doing nothing was not an option. Sunny had accompanied Nephis as she healed the soldiers and received their gratitude, both admiration and devotion burning in their relieved eyes. Then, he followed her to the side of a medical vehicle, where Morgan was waiting for them while typing something on her communicator with a cold expression. Sid, the fire keeper, was walking behind them sullenly, her civilian clothes in disarray. That was where Kai eventually found them. The charming archer relayed his findings with a troubled look on his face. "We will conduct a thorough investigation on the scene, of course, but I am afraid that we won't find anything. There is no physical evidence left, and since the attacker was careful enough to eliminate these traces, they would have had means to throw off our divination experts as well." He looked at Nephis with guilt in his eyes. "I am sorry, there is not a lot that the government can do." She grimaced silently. Morgan, however, was more vocal. Looking at Kai with a frown, she said in a cold tone, "NOSC is your territory. Please forgive me for being blunt, Saint Cal, but the government is allowed to exist because it is useful, maintaining order in the waking world. If members of my clan can be freely attacked on your land, with no consequences, then what use is there for the government?" He met her sharp gaze somberly, not saying anything. She scoffed and shook her head. "Fine, whatever." My little sister answered the call and hurried to prevent a gate crisis in her usual selfless manner, but ended up being struck by human arrows. Once the news gets out, what do you think will happen? Kai frowned, still having nothing to say. However, Sunny was staring at Morgan instead. She brings up an interesting point. How had this ambush been possible to begin with? It took a lot of time to plan an assassination, especially if the target was a saint. However, their decision to answer the emergency alert had been made on the spur of the moment. No one could have known that Nephis would be in this park on this day. The only way to CT her actions would have been to know about the descent of the gate in advance, as well as getting access to her schedule. Had the government known about the gate long before but held back the information, why would they? The location Morgan had chosen for the meeting was too conveniently close to the emerging gate as well. Was it a coincidence, or had she really known what would happen? Sunny tilted his head a little, an amusing thought surfacing in his mind. Did Valor send the sniper themselves? Why would they try to dispose of Nephis now? Had the ambush even been an earnest attempt to kill Nephis? Sure, a different saint could have been killed by those arrows, but it was very doubtful that she would have been seriously harmed. But then again, very few people really knew the full extent of Neph's abilities. The party responsible for the assassination attempt could have simply misjudged how hard she was to kill. Too many things seemed strange about this incident. One fact was undeniable, though the entire situation smelled fishy. Nephis finally spoke, placing a hand on Morgan's elbow. "Morgan, that's enough." The Princess of War gave her a long look, then shook her head. "No matter. Even without any evidence, there are very few archers in the world who are capable of something like that. The government might not have the means, but we of Valor do. It won't be hard to find the suspect after investigating each of them. And when we do, mark my words, Saint Kai, there will be hell to pay." He bowed, hiding his face from view. "As you wish, Lady Morgan." Sunny was tired of seeing his friend being bullied by someone else, so he turned to Nephis and asked, hoping to turn the conversation in a different direction. "How did you know that the PTV would explode?" She glanced at him, hesitated for a few moments, then looked away with a shrug. "You probably don't know, Lord Shadow, but there were many attempts on my life when I was younger. I have a lot of experience with this sort of thing. It's easy to notice if a vehicle has been tampered with if you know where to look. I always do. Sunny stared at her silently. But I do know. You've told me before. I even witnessed it in your dreams. That was what he wanted to say. But of course, he didn't. Soon, a convoy of heavily armored vehicles appeared near the entrance to the park. These ones painted in the colors of clan valor, not the government. Morgan looked at the convoy and put her communicator away with a heavy sigh. Glancing at Kai, she lingered for a moment and said with a semblance of decorum, "I will be going then. Please inform me immediately if there is any news about the investigation, Lord Cal." Then she turned to Nephis. "Are you coming? You must be tired after healing all these people." Nephis considered it, then shook her head. "I'll catch up with Kai. You go. There has to be a lot of things you have to deal with." A dark smile appeared on Morgan's face. "Ah, yes, I do now. Are you sure, though? Who says that there won't be a secondary attack? If someone manages to kill you, Father will be terribly cross with me." Nephis raised her chin a little. Her voice remained even when she said, "Is there someone who can kill me?" Morgan remained silent for a bit, then chuckled and turned away. "Suit yourself? Well, my sister is right. If someone manages to kill her, they would have worked really hard." With that, she nodded to Sunny and walked away. "Until we meet again, Lord Shadow." Soon, her elegant figure disappeared from view, leaving him alone with Nephis and Cal's sunny side behind the mask. So these two are going to catch up. There was no place for him at their friendly reunion. So it would be better for him to leave as well. He opened his mouth, intending to say something curt and aloof, but to his surprise, Nephis spoke first. Giving Kai a poignant look, she turned to Sunny and asked, "Lord Shadow, would you mind keeping us company?" Chapter 1741, Best Policy. They left the impact zone in a government transport. The ride was much less luxurious than Nephis' destroyed PTV, but Sunny, who had crossed countless kilometers in shaky military vehicles, did not mind. I wonder how much that PTV cost. If Sunny had lost something that lavish and expensive, he would have been cursing the dead gods and drowning in bitterness. But Nephis did not seem to mind the loss too much. Granted, her mood seemed a little strange. As they drove past the burned remains of the PTV, she stared at it intently, a distant look in her eyes. "Are you all right?" Sunny wished that it was him who had asked that, but the Lord of Shadows was not that considerate. So he had kept silent and Kai spoke in his stead. Nephis lingered for a few moments, then looked away from the wreckage and sighed. "Sure, it's just that the situation is so familiar, but the outcome is entirely different. Times have changed." It seemed that she was reminiscing about the past, just like Sunny. He had contemplated how different dread of having to face a nightmare gate for the first time felt from today's battle, where he did not even have to lift a finger. Nephis, meanwhile, must have been comparing the powerlessness she had felt as a child to today's attempt on her life. The difference had to be quite startling, considering that she was one of the most powerful saints in the world now. The transport moved along the streets of NQSC at a moderate speed. The news of what had happened, however, was spreading much faster. Sunny did not even want to imagine what kind of storm would rise when people learned that Changing Star, humanity's darling, had almost died to a human assassin while defending innocent lives from a descending nightmare gate. The people responsible for the government's propaganda would be losing their minds by now. They were great masters of both disseminating and suppressing information, but this time, the incident was too sensational, and the parties involved were too renowned. There was no stopping this story from spreading far and wide, so they could only try to control it the best they could. The government was in a tight spot. It was a bit ingenious, actually. Nephis was so beloved and venerated largely because the government had once decided to make her into a shining symbol for the whole of humanity. She had worked very hard to build upon that foundation, of course, but the government was responsible for the initial push. Now, however, someone had taken the fruit of their labor and used it against them. The public outrage caused by an attempt on Changing Star's life would be proportional to the amount of effort the government had put into turning her into someone who was revered and admired by all. That reputation of hers had only grown more exalted in the last 4 years, reaching unimaginable heights. Was the assassin's real goal to undermine the government instead of killing Nephis? Sonny continued to contemplate who was behind the attack while the transport rolled across the streets of NQSC, eventually reaching a remote district. There, a modest manor stood apart from the bustling city, surrounded by a tall wall. This was the manor of the immortal Flame clan, which served as the base of operations for the fire keepers in the waking world. The transport passed the security check and made its way to the underground vehicle stable. Kai sent the driver and the guards assigned to Nephis by the government away. Sid also bade them farewell and left, lamenting the state of her tattered clothes under her nose. The loss of the expensive ensemble seemed to bother her much more than the recent ambush. The firekeepers are certainly a strange bunch. Nephis led her 2 guests to a secure room in the depths of the manor. Noticing how well protected it was, both from modern means of surveillance and through extensive use of runic magic, Sonny realized that what she had planned wasn't really to catch up with Kai. He had suspected as much. He looked around with outward indifference, then pulled out a chair and sat down. I am guessing this is not a simple reunion among friends. Kai remained standing, leaning on a wall with one shoulder, while Nephis sat across from Sonny and nodded. Indeed. He tilted his head a little. May I know what the purpose of this meeting is, then? Nephis smiled faintly, remained silent for a moment, then looked at Kai. Do you know what St. Nightingale's flaw is, Lord Shadow? Sonny leaned back, perfectly relaxed. He can sense lies, does he not? Kai's flaw wasn't exactly advertised, but he had also never made a point of keeping it a secret, so anyone who wished to know would have known. Nephis nodded. Yes, I thought we'd have an honest conversation, you and I. As a habitual liar, Sonny couldn't help but grow tense at these words. There were so many things he was deceiving the world about. Had she learned 1 or 2 of his secrets? Which ones? How much trouble was he in? Of course, that was not necessarily the case. Nephis could have simply wanted to discuss something that did not tolerate falsehoods. In any case, none of Sonny's worries showed in his body language. In fact, he smiled behind the mask. After maintaining silence for a couple seconds, Sonny shrugged. Why not? I am the most honest person in the world after all. 2 worlds even. Nephis stared at him for a moment, then glanced at Kai. Kai studied Sonny with a very strange expression, hesitated for a bit, and gave her a short nod. She seemed perplexed. Sonny suppressed a chuckle. So, what did you want to discuss with me, Lady Nephis? Nephis frowned slightly. However, her voice was even when she spoke. We've been dancing around the issue for a while now. You gave me plenty of hints, subtle or not. We are supposed to be allies, so what I want to discuss today will decide how far our alliance will go. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN or VELC a VEC or /M. If you don't mind, I will ask you a few questions. The nature of our partnership will depend on your answers. He remained silent, voicing no objections. She lingered for a while, then nodded and said, First and foremost, I am quite curious. You seem to be very keen on knowing how I would kill a supreme, Lord Shadow. What exactly makes you think that I, a princess of the Sword Domain, am so interested in regicide? Sonny stared at her silently, cold darkness nestling in the eyes of his emotionless mask. His onyx armor glistened with a sinister luster in the dull lamplight. Eventually, he spoke in an aloof tone. I can answer your question with 3 of my own. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Oh. He nodded, then said evenly. Who attempted to kill you as a child? Why? And what would I do in your place after becoming a saint? His voice turned even colder than usual. Imagine that a bunch of traitors killed my father, conspired to ruin my clan, and turned my life into living hell. The further into hell I fell, the higher these despicable ghouls rose. If something like that happened to me, I would have been positively peeved. Sonny shrugged. In short, it's because I know enough about you, Lady Nephis. She studied him for a while with a deadpan expression, then glanced at Kai. Receiving his confirmation, Nephis scowled. Her voice sounded a little flat. I must say my sister was right. You are indeed very well informed for a recluse, Lord Shadow. Chapter 1742, Good Reason. Sonny grinned behind the mask. What can I say? I wasn't always a recluse. She contemplated for a few moments and eventually nodded. All right, then my next question. Let's presume that you are correct and I do indeed harbor such an interest. But what about you? What is your reason? Sunny chuckled. Would you believe me if I said that my reason is exactly the same as yours? Nephis thought for a moment, then shook her head. Not really. He tilted his head a little. Well, fair enough. It's not. In truth, I don't have as great a grudge against the sovereigns as you do. I do despise them a great deal, true, but to answer your question, I guess it has to do with what I desire. She pierced him with a heavy gaze. And what is it that you desire, Lord Shadow? He laughed coldly. Oh, nothing much. A nice house with a scenic view, somewhere warm and pleasant, tasty meals and good company, enough money for a comfortable life, safety and well-being, stuff like that. Nephis blinked a couple of times. She seemed quite surprised by that answer. You live in a dark temple in the middle of a death zone, surrounded by dreadful nightmare creatures. But all you desire is a nice house and tasty food. Sunny stared at her emotionlessly. Don't forget the good company. He paused, then added evenly. You might think that it's a simple wish, Lady Nephis, but that is the thing in this world we live in. Even a simple wish like that is insurmountable. One would have to be a god to live without worries. No, actually even becoming a god might not be enough. She frowned. What does it have to do with your enmity against the great clans and the sovereigns? He remained silent for a few moments. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded dark and sinister. The root of my enmity lies in the fact that they insist on dictating the shape of the world where I live, while not possessing enough competence to keep it safe. Their methods, their callousness, and their hubris are both misguided and loathsome. What better proof there is than this war they are about to start? Sunny shook his head. In other words, I disdain the notion of allowing the sovereigns to decide my fate. I would rather have the power to make such decisions for myself. I fought long and hard to gain it. Kai nodded silently, signaling to Nephis that he was telling the truth. She took a deep breath and looked at Sunny silently. Slowly, white sparks ignited in her eyes, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Next question, then. You could have moved independently or made alliances with all kinds of other people. Yet you chose to build a relationship with me. Why? Sunny stared at her for a few moments, then shrugged. What was he supposed to answer? Because you are changing star. Noticing a silent question in her eyes, he added somberly. You know, people these days tend to dismiss the value of a proper education. Take basic language skills, for example. Very few make an effort to earnestly learn the runic languages of the dream realm, relying on the spell to do the translating for them. If they did, however, they would have known what your true name really means, Lady Nephis. Sunny smiled, hiding behind the motionless mask. You are not a star that changes, but rather one that causes change. A star that brings ruin and misfortune, but also opportunity. We live in a time of great upheaval, and is there a better person to forge an alliance with than someone who is fated to be at the center of all these calamities? He chuckled. Someone like me, who is not fated for anything, can do worse than to attack. Myself to someone like you. It's even better if I place you in my debt. A common enemy, a shared fate, and a little bit of leverage is the perfect foundation for a lasting alliance, don't you think? Sunny finished speaking and looked at Kai. The charming archer hesitated under his gaze, then nodded slowly. There, that should be enough. However, this time, Nephis did not look to Kai for confirmation. Instead, she stared directly at Sunny and said, You are lying. He frowned, taken aback. After a long pause, Sunny said in an even tone, Hasn't Saint Nightingale just confirmed that I'm not? She shook her head lightly. Kai has the ability to discern lies, but he is too honest and too decent. There are many ways to deceive someone by telling the truth, and that is what you are doing, Lord Shadow. You are not telling me everything, which is fine. I don't need to know all your secrets, but I do need to know if we really share a common enemy and why you've decided to become my ally. Sunny remained silent for a while. Damn it! She had forgotten him, so why had she not forgotten all his lessons in deceit? Eventually, he sighed and looked away. Sunny lingered for a few moments. then allowed the mask of indifference the Lord of Shadow wore to crack a little, revealing a glimpse of sincerity. Someone told me once that people like me are born to destroy things, not build them, that this world needs killers and destroyers more than it needs saviors and builders. Well, they were right. He looked at her, hiding behind an expressionless mask. I am indeed best at killing. However, there are people building things all over the dream realm today. There is a young girl building a road somewhere in the song domain right now. Elsewhere in the sword domain, a young father is developing a farm to feed his wife and child. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN or VEL world C or /M. These people might not be as powerful as me or as ambitious as me. They can't slay nightmare creatures as well as me. But they matter, too. Sonny grimaced and added evenly, that young girl, that farmer's child, and countless others like them. Ah, it's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I hope that all the killing I do will change the world into a shape that allows them to live their lives building new things. Even if they have to build them on the ruins that people like us, changing star, leave in our wake. He leaned forward a little. How is that for a reason? She remained silent for a long while, looking at him calmly. Eventually, it seemed as if Nephis accepted his answer. She sighed, then asked nonchalantly, do you serve any of the three supremes? Sonny shook his head. I don't. She nodded. Are you planning to betray me? He chuckled. Not particularly. Nephis raised an eyebrow, then she smiled slightly. Are you hiding anything from me, Lord Shadow? A great deal of things. She looked at Kai, received his confirmation, and then leaned back in her chair. Fine, this is acceptable, then I'll be honest too. At that moment, the door opened, and someone who Sonny had very much not expected to see entered the room. Jet glanced at him with a scowl, then turned to Nephis and said, her voice harsh, this guy reeks of death. A crooked smile twisted her lips. I like him. Chapter 1743. A small group of committed citizens. Sonny was surprised to see Jet here. She was one of the executive leaders of the government now, after all. Someone like her was not supposed to visit members of a great clan unannounced. Not that he wasn't happy to see her. Jet was exactly like she had been before. Her ivory skin, raven-black hair, and icy blue eyes made for a striking sight. Despite the fact that she had risen much higher in the government hierarchy by now, her uniform was pretty much the same. It was just that there were 4 stars on the insignia instead of 3. If anything had changed, it was that she seemed even more sleep-deprived than usual, if that was even possible. Sonny found himself staring at her without meaning to, but for a very different reason than he had during their first meeting. It was just good to see her after all that time. Jet stared back at him. You must be the Lord of Shadows. He nodded and answered evenly. You must be Soul Reaper, Jet. She studied him for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. What's up with the Halloween costume? Huh? Sonny tilted his head, contemplated her question, and asked seriously. What is Halloween? Jet blinked a couple of times. Eventually, she waved a hand at him. Never mind. I've heard a lot about you, Shadow. It's nice to finally put a face to the name. Well, sort of. So no one is going to explain to me who this Halloween is? Rude. Sonny frowned behind the mask. Only the good things, I hope. Jet grinned. Well, they say that you rule a death zone, eat cursed nightmare creatures for breakfast, wrestle titans for fun, and can turn into all kinds of terrible monsters on a full moon. He stared at her somberly. That is prepost. Ruse. She nodded and wanted to respond, but before she could, Sonny added in an even tone. I can turn into all kinds of terrible monsters anytime I want. What does the moon have to do with it? Jet seemed to forget what she was supposed to say. Standing beside her, Kai suddenly choked on thin air. Sonny smiled silently. Looking at Nephis, he asked, Lady Nephis, you mentioned that you would be honest with me. I wonder what you were about to say. She lingered for a moment, but it was Jet who answered instead. Officially, I am here to placate Nephis on behalf of the government. To tell you the truth, this assassination attempt saved me a lot of trouble otherwise. I would have had to come secretly. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN or VELC AVEC or /M. Actually, I am here to meet you, Shadow. Sunny studied the two of them, having a few guesses about what was about to happen. Nephis nodded. We are waiting for a couple more people as well. Almost as soon as she said it, Sunny became aware that someone else was in the room. He shifted his gaze, noticing that Cassie had appeared at some point, standing quietly beside a wall. The darkness nestling in the eyes of his mask seemed to grow even more impenetrable. Song of the Fallen. She bowed lightly. Lord Shadow. It wasn't that strange that he had not sensed her approach. Sunny could still feel the underlying fabric of existence rippling around them subtly, somewhat akin to the shockwave of an opening nightmare gate. It was a strange sensation that only saints could feel, denouncing that someone had crossed over from another realm nearby. Cassie must have arrived directly from Bastion. But then Sunny sensed something else, a terrible premonition. In the next moment, there was the sound of energetic footsteps, and Effie entered the room gingerly. She looked around, and her gaze settled on Sunny. He tensed immediately. Gods, what is that woman going to say now? Effie stared at him for a few moments, then smiled. Hey. With that, she turned to Nephis. Way inferior to Master Sunless. I bet he can't even cook. Stay strong, princess. Nephis closed her eyes. Sunny, meanwhile, opened them wide. What the hell do you mean, way inferior? How can I be inferior to that lazy bastard? I mean, we're the same person. Cassie had a very strange expression on her face. Nephis exhaled slowly, remained motionless for a moment, and opened her eyes again. Lord Shadow, meet Saint Athena raised by wolves. Sunny stared at Effie, lamenting the fact that looks could not kill. Or rather, his looks could not. There had to be an awakened out there somewhere with such aspect, and definitely more than a few nightmare creatures. He said emotionlessly, She's loud. Effie gave him a dirty look and grinned. Wanna arm wrestle? If you win, I'll shut up. Scowling behind the mask, Sunny tilted his head and stared at her some more. He was tempted, but did not wish to destroy the table. I don't. She laughed. Good choice. With that, she finally sat down. Now there were 6 of them sitting around a table, which, coincidentally, was round. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, Saint Cassia, Song of the Fallen, Nightsinger Kai, the Dragoness Layer. Saint Athena raised by wolves, the War Beast, Soul Reaper Jet. And a mysterious transcendent known as the Lord of Shadows. The 5 saints looked at him, while Sunny stared back at them silently. The cohort is all here. He secretly looked around. The room where they had gathered was not exactly opulent, but someone told him that history was going to be made here today. He could practically sense it in the air, the omen of ruinous change. Sunny sighed and said evenly, It seems that I've found myself in illustrious company. Nephis remained silent for a while, then sighed. I told you that the nature of our partnership would depend on your answers, Lord Shadow. Your answers were satisfactory, so I've decided to trust you. Enough so, at least, to bring you into the inner circle. These people are my closest confidants. She paused, then added after some deliberation. Usually I would not have been so quick to trust someone, but time is not on our side, and my instincts tell me that you deserve it. I've asked St. Kai to help me confirm this feeling. I hope you won't take offense. St. Cassia advised me to take this step as well. Sunny remained silent for a moment, then said in an aloof tone, What a strange group. 2 renowned transcendent warriors of the sword domain, 3 exalted champions of the government, and me, a stray that has no master. Why exactly are the 6 of us gathered here together? Nephis looked at each of the gathered people slowly. Then she shrugged and answered in her usual even tone. Because the 6 of us are going to destroy the sovereigns. Chapter 1744, Changing the World. The 6 of them were going to destroy the sovereigns. Sunny was silent for a while, staring at the members of the cohort from behind his expressionless mask. Then he chuckled. You want to topple both domains and completely change the world, with just 6 people. Nephis remained composed and gave him a nonchalant shrug. Why not? Wasn't the world I want to change shaped by just 3? He had no retort. The current shape of the world had indeed been dictated by 3 powerful individuals, Anvil of Valor, Kai Song and Asterion. For the past 2 decades or so, they had been acting as the gods of humanity, deciding its fate from behind the curtains. And now, Nephis and her cohort were preparing to rise in rebellion against the gods. It was strangely poetic. It was also a little ominous, as if history was repeating itself. Sunny sighed. "So you are welcoming me into your underground revolution club. Well, fine. That has been my intention all along as well. But now that we have reached this point, I need to ask you the same question again, Lady Nephis. This time in a less hypothetical context. How do you plan to defeat the sovereigns?" She met his dark gaze calmly. "My answer stays the same, by attaining supremacy myself." His gaze suddenly turned much more intense. "Oh, have you found a way to become a supreme without challenging the fourth nightmare?" Sunny would lie if he said that he wasn't interested in hearing the answer. He had been trying to discover the secrets of supremacy himself. After all, in Neff's case, she couldn't challenge the fourth nightmare because she wasn't allowed to. But in his case, he simply couldn't without the spell. Coming into contact with nightmare seeds was meaningless. Not only was Sunny unable to enter a nightmare, but getting too close to a seed put him at risk of becoming corrupted. Nephis inhaled slowly, a hint of tension appearing in her eyes for a short moment. "Did I find a way? This is a complicated issue. In a sense, yes, I did find a way to become supreme. However, I am still searching for the means of actually walking that path." Sunny frowned behind the mask. "You will have to be more specific than that, I'm afraid." She looked away and smiled faintly. "Each aspect is unique, and so the paths to supremacy are unique for each individual. At the root of it all lies the act of imposing your will upon the world, thus attaining authority over it. But the actual imposition differs from aspect to aspect, as does the process. It all depends on one's source element." For now, what Nephis was saying followed Sunny's own guesses. What she said next, however, surprised him. "My source element is longing, desire, yearning, passion, inspiration. The more people I inspire to feel a sense of longing, the more of them become a part of my source element. By building up my source element, I am building the foundation of my future domain. In fact, it has already been built." Sunny stared at her wordlessly. "Huh?" Suddenly, he saw many of the actions Nephis had taken in the last 4 years in a new light. The tireless wandering, the endless battles against the tide of nightmare creatures, the wordless compliance with being sent to handle the most deadly of calamities over and over again, the public appearances, even the theater plays secretly funded by Cassie. Sunny tilted his head a little. So has Cassie secretly built her own propaganda machine to prepare for Nephi's ascent to supremacy. It seemed very likely. He turned his head and stared at Jet. She smiled at him lazily. "Yes, while Nephis and Cassie were working hard on their side, I've been subtly pulling the strings of the government to fan the flames. The initial decision to make Changing Star into a martyr was not my decision, but the reason why we haven't abandoned this narrative after she was adopted by Valor, and instead doubled down on it, is my doing." Sunny remained silent for a few moments. "I understand why Changing Star is doing what she is doing and why Song of the Fallen is supporting her. But what about you, Soul Reaper? You as well, War Beast and Night Singer. Why has the government decided to bet on her?" Jet chuckled. "The government is less monolithic than it has been before. The older generation is too stuck on the idea of maintaining neutrality. It has served them well in the past, so they are naturally biased and assume that it will continue to work. But I am of the opinion that they are wrong. In this new world, neutrality is a myth. No one will be allowed to remain on the sidelines once the sovereigns start fighting for dominance, let alone if one of them becomes a true hegemon." She shook her head. "The government itself is different now as well. Our power has grown greatly in the wake of the Chain of Nightmares. Countless Awakened never left after becoming part of the evacuation army, and while we have few saints, the ones we do have are among the most powerful ones in existence. For all intents and purposes, the government is like the fourth great clan now. Maybe even the third, considering the dwindling influence of the House of Night." Jet paused for a moment, then sighed. "And that an inevitable process. Soon enough, the Dream Realm will become humanity's new home. In that future, the role of the government will have to change. If we don't adapt, we will disappear. Which is not really a problem, since we would have served our purpose. But then the question is, who will rule that new world? A dark smile appeared on her ivory face, never reaching her cold blue eyes. The King of Swords, the Queen of Worms, or the third one, none of them are qualified. Sunny looked at her with curiosity. Why do you say that? He had his own reasons to believe that the sovereigns were not the best choice to guide humanity. But Jet had always been very practical. What was her reason? She chuckled. Sorry, it's nothing too philosophical. Actually, my reason is very simple. It's because Changing Star has gone from a mundane girl to a saint in about 5 years, while the sovereigns have been stuck at their rank for decades. Once we are all living happily in the dream realm, what will the one who wins the war do when an unholy titan wanders out of a death zone? Will they be able to contend with the future? I don't think so, so I am betting on someone who would. Because I know that Nephis won't be satisfied with mere supremacy. When Jet finished speaking and gave him a relaxed smile, Effie added in a calm tone. Big Sister is mainly preoccupied with the end result, but as for me, I care about how we get there as well. It's not enough to just preserve the world, it's also important what kind of world it will be. Right now, the stuck-up legacies are looking down on everyone. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN or VEL World C or /M. Drives me nuts, really. Can you imagine how much worse it will become once all of humanity is living under their roof? The kings, the queens, I don't trust any of them, but I do trust Nephis. She at least won't stop me from becoming a supreme myself. If anything, she'll probably push me into a nightmare seed. Nephis did not comment on that, making Effie smile. You would, wouldn't you? See, she's not even denying it. After that, Kai broke the silence, speaking simply. I just believe that it is the right thing to do. No more, but also no less. Sunny stared at them for a while. Eventually, he shook his head. What could he say? You are all crazy. Then he smiled behind the mask. Fortunately for you, I am as well. Fine, I like it. Let's conquer the world. Chapter 1745, Missing Catalyst. After making the bold proclamation, Sunny paused for a moment and then added in an emotionless tone. Or rather, 2 worlds. One more, one less, it doesn't really make a difference. Jet chucked it at his words, while the others just nodded with varying degrees of seriousness. Only Nephis did not react, simply looking at him calmly. Sunny sighed, leaned back a little, and said evenly, However, let us return to the initial conversation. Lady Nephis, you said that your source element is the people whom you inspire, and that they are the foundation of your domain. However, what comes next? How do you plan on building upon that foundation to actually reach supremacy? He was quite stumped. It seemed that Nephis was half of a step ahead of him. She had dived deeply into the nature of her source element, to the point of being able to enhance it. Sunny, however, had never even questioned whether his connection to the shadows could be deepened. What was he supposed to do? Actively try to build rapport with the wild shadows, turning them into his zealous followers? Would that bring him closer to supremacy as well? No, I am thinking about it wrong. Nephis had said it herself, and he knew it too. Each aspect was unique, and the process of realizing a domain differed for each awakened. What worked for her would not work for him, and vice versa. She had to weave a vast tapestry of yearning souls, inspiring people one by one. But his source element was shadows. As their lord, he already enjoyed the veneration of every shadow in existence. Sunny had no need to build a foundation for his domain. Or did he? If there was a process of accumulation involved in the initial stages of attaining supremacy, then what was he supposed to accumulate? The thought resonated with him so deeply that even the humble shopkeeper stopped what he was doing, far away in Bastion, frowning for a moment. Isn't it quite obvious? Unseen, Sunny's eyes gleamed under the mask. Had he not been accumulating something from the very start of it all? The legion of silent shadows dwelling in his soul, were they the foundation of his future domain? Shadow God had been the god of death as well, after all. Was Sunny limiting himself by ignoring the connection shadows had with death? If so, what the hell was the nature of his domain supposed to be? He grimaced, feeling more lost than he had been a minute ago. Maybe Nephis will enlighten me. Sunny waited patiently for her answer. Sadly, he was doomed to be disappointed. When Nephis finally spoke, a slight frown twisted her BR. Oh, that I am not sure about. As I've said, I know the path to supremacy, but I'm unable to walk it yet. There has to be some kind of catalyst that will ignite the foundation I've built, turning it into an actual domain. The soul, the source element, the world, once all three are fused together by will, a sovereign is born. But how to fuse them, I do not know. Damn it. Sonny sighed secretly. Well, it would have been too easy if the answer was handed to him on a platter. He remained silent for a while, then asked somberly, So what you are saying is that you must become a supreme to defeat the sovereigns without drowning the dream realm in the blood of mundane humans. However, you have no clue how to actually achieve it. Therefore, this whole uprising of ours is a gamble. Nephis smiled faintly. When has anything been without risk in this life? If you know a way to become supreme, Lord Shadow, I am all ears. He tilted his head and stared at her emotionlessly. If I knew a way, would I still be a saint? The last sovereign I killed was not very talkative, so I didn't have a chance to ask. In fact, Daron of the Twilight Sea had been entirely incapable of speech by the time Sonny killed him. Kai's chair suddenly wobbled. Nephis spared him a glance, then chuckled. Indeed, however, it is not entirely up to fate. In fact, I have a reason to believe that there will be progress soon. Sonny raised an eyebrow behind the mask. Oh, how so? She lingered for a moment. Once the war starts and we enter Godgrave, there will be plenty of great nightmare creatures abound, as well as some cursed ones. Watching how they impose their will upon the world might give us a clue. More than that, in the later stages of the war, Anvil and Kai Song will take to the battlefield personally. Observing them will be even more illuminating. Nephis paused, then added evenly. Additionally, I am moving toward a breakthrough in mastering my aspect legacy. I suspect that receiving that boon will be of great help. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Her aspect legacy? The last time he had glimpsed her runes, only one of the 7 fruits was unlocked, the knowledge of fire. It deepened her already startling connection to that element and bestowed knowledge upon her, including the true names having to do with flames. What other branches were there? Knowledge of souls? Knowledge of authority? What knowledge was she hoping to receive? He remained silent for a moment, then asked directly, What kind of breakthrough are you seeking? Nephis met his gaze and answered calmly. Knowledge of passion. I've been studying passion as of late and have already made great strides in mastering it. Now it was Sonny's time to wobble. It took all his self-control not to fall out of his chair. He remained still through sheer will, not allowing even a hint of his emotions to show in his body language. Passion, how is she studying passion? What great strides? What exactly is she mastering and with whom? Outwardly, Sonny remained calm, but internally he was fuming. After a long silence, he asked evenly, What does passion have to do with anything? Nephis looked at him with a hint of confusion. It has to do with my source element, of course. What else? Sonny let out a mental sigh of relief. It's all right, it's all fine. She's not practicing passion with anyone. Luckily, the conversation could be safely guided elsewhere. Or so he thought. Because right at that moment, Effie suddenly said, Oh, right, I am sure that it's not the case, but if Master Sunless is having trouble making you achieve a breakthrough, tell him to come see my husband. Let the man learn from the master. That guy is a real veteran. Something fell on the floor noisily. Kia silently covered his face with a palm. Jet's smile widened a little. Cassie turned her head, pretending to look away. Sonny was appalled. Who says I need to learn anything, you vile woman? I am myself a weight. Why am I even thinking about her nonsense? Damnation. Nephis looked at Effie in confusion. Isn't your husband an awakened? Plus, Master Sunless is a real veteran, too. And what does he have to do with my aspect legacy? Sonny felt vindicated. Thank you, no, stop what? Effie stared at Nephis with a strange mix of mischievousness and exasperation. After a few moments of silence, she said in a low tone, Princess, you mean that he served in Antarctica, too, right? Neff's confused frown deepened. Of course, what else could I mean? Effie sighed and waved a hand in the air, giving up. Forget it, gods, why do I even bother? Chapter 1746, Just War. After Sonny was introduced to the general shape of the plot, more technical details had to be discussed. The war was approaching swiftly, and at least 3 of the 6 conspirators would have to participate in the bloodshed directly. The other 3 could be drawn into the deadly game between the 2 sovereigns as well. Both the government and the House of Night were desperately trying to maintain neutrality, but it was unknown if the great clans would cross the line in exerting pressure, thus making at least one of the neutral sides an accomplice in the domain war. Jet seemed a little troubled. Our position was more or less stable before, but now, with that damned assassination attempt, I don't know. The situation is unclear. She glanced at Cassie and raised an eyebrow. The blind seer seemed distracted for a moment, then said quietly, "The news is spreading like wildfire, both in the waking world and in the dream realm. By now, it's all people are talking about. Everyone is outraged. Of course, even the legacy clans are incensed. The situation is much more fiery in the sword domain incendiary, but the song domain is reacting badly, too. Neph's influence transcends borders." Jet frowned. "That was fast, too fast even." Castle nodded. "Someone has been prepared. They are adding oil to the fire." As everyone fell silent, Nephis said in an even tone, "I wonder who is responsible this time." Jet looked at her, lingered for a few moments, and smiled crookedly. "It wasn't your own performance." Nephis frowned slightly, not exactly offended by her words, but seemingly displeased. Her answer was short. "No." Sonny listened with interest. Actually, he had considered that the whole thing was staged by Cassie as well. That would be in line with both her goal and her cunning. However, a few things didn't add up. Nephis leaned back and sighed. "My first thought was that it had been planned by Morgan. But it's not really her style. If Morgan was behind the assassination, there would have been countless victims among the government soldiers. She is always thorough, after all." Jet crossed her arms, considering. Eventually, she simply shook her head and said with a hint of frustration in her voice, "Then who the hell did it? It couldn't have really been Song, could it?" Kai seemed troubled as well. He remained silent for a while before saying cautiously, "Actually, it could have been. Princess Morgan was right when she said that there aren't a lot of archers in the world who can pull off something like that. The 2 prime suspects, coincidentally, are from the Song domain. One is Silent Stalker. The other is Dar of the Maharana clan." Sonny smiled darkly behind the mask. "That guy." He had considered Dar of the Maharana clan as well. The man had an eerie ability to hit targets from a great distance, and was fond of using oversized arrows to boot. Sonny had brushed sides with him during the Dreamscape tournament, almost catching a few of those arrows himself. Later, they crossed swords in the elimination rounds, where the legacy scion was cut down by Mongrel. He had not left a good impression. Maharana was one of the vassal clans of Song, too. Effie scratched the back of her head. "Dar of the Maharana clan? Last I heard of him, he was a master. Where is he now?" Cassie answered a moment later, effortlessly pulling the information out of her head. "He is presumably still a master. Although no one has seen or heard of him in the last 6 months, he could have challenged the 3rd nightmare and transcended in secret, or died trying." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then spoke in his usual aloof tone. "I can tell you who is behind the assassination attempt." He had not been certain before, but now, the pieces fit together too perfectly. The rest of them looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Sonny leaned forward a little. "Your instinct was correct, Lady Nephis. It was indeed Morgan Well, or at least Clan Valor. Of course, they never really intended to kill you." Nephis nodded. "That much is clear. No one who would want to kill me is stupid enough to try so half-heartedly. But why are you pointing at Clan Valor?" He grimaced behind the mask. "The assailant had to know your schedule. They also had to know that the Nightmare Gate would lure you into the open. Of course, the sniper could have tried to hit you on a crowded street, or even through several walls, but that park was too convenient of a location for that kind of attack to be a coincidence. I am pretty sure that Morgan knew about the gate in advance and chose the location of our meeting accordingly. One assumed that she wanted to gauge my power, but she simply wanted to deliver you to the impact zone." Sonny paused for a moment, then shook his head. "No, actually, it is more likely that she wanted both. The Princess of War is very efficient. After all, her actions rarely pursue only one goal." Effie frowned. Why do it, though? He stared at her silently for a moment. As I've said, Morgan's actions tend to accomplish several goals at the same time. So why stage an attempted assassination on her little sister? The first reason is quite obvious, since you and your fellow government representatives are suffering the outcome right now. It is to discredit the government and gain leverage against it. Soul Reaper mentioned that your position has been destabilized by playing the Ignatian card and acting offended on behalf of their adopted daughter. The Elders of Valor are now in a position to put pressure on you to join their side. Jet chuckled. Just that much leverage won't be enough. Well, most likely. Sunny nodded. Yes, but that is only because discrediting the government is merely a secondary goal of the entire affair. Cal frowned, then asked him somberly, "What is the primary goal, then?" Sunny sighed behind the mask. You know, there are a lot of nasty rumors flying around the Song domain about clan valor. How people from the Sword domain are monopolizing resource shipments from the waking world to make their lives more miserable. How most of the Elders of Valor, including the King of Swords himself, have been taken by the Skinwalker. How people there are suffering under the tyranny of corrupt legacies and cry out to the heavens for help. He leaned back and shrugged. Of course, plenty of such rumors are spreading about Clan Song in the Sword domain as well. The Queen of Worms is a rotten fiend. She kills innocent people to enslave them into her undead army. The Song sisters feed on human blood, stuff like that. All these rumors are false, naturally well, except that last one. That one might actually be true. In any case, they are carefully prepared and spread by both sides for a single purpose. An expression of disgust appeared on Cal's face. He remained silent for a few moments, then uttered through gritted teeth, "Justification." Sunny nodded. Indeed, the great clans need to warm up the populace to the idea of war. Not only the masses, but also the awakened warriors who will be fighting on the front lines. I am sure there is a version of it for the vassal clans, as well, not that those have a lot of choice when it comes to obeying the sovereigns. So for those of you who are fond of history, you must know what casus belli is. The faces of several people in the room darkened. Effie coughed. Casus belli, sure. We all know it, of course. But to those of us who don't, can you explain, please? Sunny was tempted to tell her to ask her husband for an explanation, but held himself back. Instead, he said in an emotionless tone, "Sure, there is not much to explain. Casus belli is just a fancy term for justification, an official reason given when starting a war. An assassination of a royal is more than enough reason to drown the world in blood. In fact, this exact scenario was used before to do just that." He chuckled coldly. Honestly, I would have expected Valor to actually kill one of their saints in order to have a more solid claim. But either someone among them is growing soft, or they can't allow themselves to lose even a single transcendent before the war. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN or VEL World C or /M. In any case, someone attempts to kill Changing Star, humanity's favorite saint, and both of the main suspects just happen to be from the Song domain. One of them is even conveniently unavailable for questioning. This is more than enough ground to spin a pretty tale. Sunny sighed. As for the fact that none of the government soldiers had died, which is unlike how ruthless Morgan usually acts, that is the result of a shrewd calculation as well. If the purpose of the assassination attempt is to make Clan Valor look like the wronged party, then wouldn't it be counterproductive to make the government suffer more losses than Clan Valor did? Who would look like the true victim then? So it was all part of the plan. His cold voice echoes in the room, sounding more than a little bit sinister. As everyone was digesting his words silently, Sunny laughed. Well, at least that is how I would have done it, with more flair, of course. Nephis looked at him somberly, not saying anything. Eventually, though, she spoke in an even tone. So, they had someone pretend to try and kill me while using the method that would point at someone serving Kai Song. This gives them the ammunition they need to both declare war and maintain the illusion of righteousness eventually. And, as an added bonus, they even get a chance to pressure the government into making concessions, or even joining their side entirely. He nodded. More or less. Nephis sighed and looked away. She remained silent for a while, then said quietly, "Well, good, it plays into our hand, actually. If I become the catalyst for the start of the war, it would only be logical for me to be the one to end it." At that moment, Cassie spoke, her voice a little grim. "If they are already moving so openly, Then it seems that we have even less time than we thought. I'm afraid that some of our plans will have to be accelerated or even abandoned entirely. Sunny scowled behind the mask. Yeah, like me forging a sword for Nephis. I doubt I can make it in time, can I? Nephis gritted her teeth. It has been a long time coming. All we can do is prepare ourselves the best we can, when song and valor go to war. The only side that shall win is us. She looked at the people gathered at the room, her gaze set. Teeling on Sunny. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her face. Or we'll die. Lord Shadow, that favor I owe you'd better call it in soon. You might not get the chance later. He crossed his arms and stared back at her. Who gave you permission to die? Sunny smiled slightly behind the mask, then said in a cold tone. You are too weak right now. Become stronger first. Nephis remained silent for a moment, then chuckled. All right, if you insist that I become stronger, it seems that I have no other choice. I will. Soon after that, the secret meeting ended. The members of the cohort left, some openly, some in secret. Sunny himself simply crossed the border between the realms, returning to the nameless temple. There was a lot for him to do. Outside the manor of the immortal Flame clan, the engines of war were churning, and the world was moving on. Chapter 1747, The Infamous Lord Mongrel. In the days following Sunny's appointment as the memory purveyor of the Fire Keepers, the brilliant Emporium had undergone a transformation. Once established as a cover for his ability to weave sorcery, the Memory Boutique was suddenly thriving due to the high number of acquisition deals flowing through it, almost as if he was a real merchant. The Fire Keepers were quite generous. Nephis did not enjoy the favor of the Valor Elders, so her private troops rarely received resources that a princess's personal guard deserved. They existed on a pitiful stipend that wouldn't cover the needs of 50 awakened, let alone 100 masters. Nevertheless, they were quite rich. Their riches did not come from the great clan, but from their own exploits instead. Every time Valor sent Nephis and her Fire Keepers to deal with a terrible calamity of some sort, which happened on a regular basis, countless abominations would fall to their swords. That meant that there would be many memories and echoes brought back from each expedition, as well as valuable materials harvested from the nightmare creatures. The Fire Keepers kept the best for themselves and sold the rest. That way they were quite self-sufficient, and their coffers never ran empty. Cassie managed the assets of the Fire Keepers, investing in various enterprises throughout the sword domain. In fact, many establishments in Bastion and other young cities had been funded by her on behalf of Nephis, not only bringing in stable income, but also adding to Changing Star's reputation. There was a sizable charity fund established by the Fire Keepers, as well, helping people in need. In short, Nephis was quite affluent despite being shunned by the elders of Clan Valor. And now Sunny was benefiting from her wealth, as well. There were a lot of mocking rumors about him in Bastion these days, calling him names and detailing what it was exactly that he was doing for Nephis in exchange for her money and gifts. But Sunny didn't mind, in fact. He was of the firm belief that everyone talking nonsense about him were simply jealous. Who wouldn't want to receive expensive gifts and attention from a stunningly beautiful young lady? What was there to feel shame about? If they did not know how to put themselves in such an envious position, it was their problem. Plus, of all the things Sunny had learned over the years, shame wasn't one of them. He had none to begin with. In any case, the brilliant Emporium was now handling the flow of memories in and from the Ivory Island, collecting a commission from each deal. Granted, the Fire Keepers weren't selling much these days. They were, however, on a spending spree. The war was just beyond the horizon, and everyone who knew anything about it was in a hurry to arm themselves as well as possible. Aiko was so giddy that Sunny was seriously concerned that the petite girl would explode from the excitement. Her greed and love for money put even his own prodigious avarice to shame. The deal with the Fire Keepers was not the only reason why the brilliant Emporium was doing better than usual, though. The restaurant side of the business was booming as well. And the reason for that was not just Sunny's face. Well, it was, in a manner of speaking. The real reason was that damned duel with Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan. Sunny had expected that playing the role of Changing Star's lover would attract a lot of attention, of course. What he had not expected was how much the citizens of Bastion loved to gossip, and how much free time they had on their hands. These people, there were no empty seats in the dining hall, and apart from a couple of regulars, the rest of the crowd was here for only one reason: to catch a glimpse of the despicable mongrel who had cunningly bewitched Changing Star. The thrill-seekers had even scared away his regular customers. Fewer and fewer of them were showing up in the brilliant emporium each day, to Sonny's chagrin. He could hear the hum of their whispers from the kitchen. "I saw him. Good gods, I was on the fence before, but now I really und. Stand Lady Nephis. No way, that bastard is deceiving her. He must be a Song spy." "What spy? Why would people from the Song domain send spies here?" "What you haven't heard? Their creepy queen is just straight evil. She even sent assassins to kill Lady Nephis." "She wouldn't dare." "It's true, everyone is talking about it. That's why I think that this mongrel is a spy." "Quiet, you idiot. What if the mongrel hears you? Don't you know how many people he massacred in the castle?" "Still, he doesn't look like a spy. He's too dreamy to be a spy." Stuck in the kitchen, Sonny gritted his teeth and concentrated on cooking. "That's Lord Mongrel to you fools." He was tempted to spit into the pan. Of course he didn't, fools or not, he had a reputation to uphold. Sonny did not care if his name was being dragged through the mud. But no one was allowed to besmirch his cooking. In the end, he was almost relieved when it was time to close the shop. Sonny chased away the last customers, locked the door, and collapsed onto the shadow chair in utter exhaustion. What a contradictory feeling. On one hand, he was tired of hearing idiots talk trash about him. On the other hand, the idiots paid a good amount of coins to spend time in the brilliant emporium. So, it was a good thing overall. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and descended into the memory boutique. There, Aiko was busy checking the descriptions of the memories she had recently purchased. She was in charge of the whole operation, not only because she had better business sense than him, but also because Sonny was unable to receive and transfer memories, like all carriers of the nightmare spell could. The memories he crafted had to be designed with the customer in mind. Sonny had stolen a trait from the shard memories of the Forgotten Shore, which had the ability to bind themselves to those who touched them. After modifying it a little, he was able to devise a way to bestow the memories on the clients without transferring them directly from his own soul. Which meant that for the deals concerning purchased memories, he needed an awakened courier. Alco played the role splendidly, delivering the memories to the fire keepers in person. "How is it going?" The petite girl looked up from the documents and grinned. "All accounted for, boss. We even managed to find a weapon with the weird combination of enchantments that Master Shim requested. Damn, it's still strange to call that guy a master. I remember how he used to nag the older hunters for losing all their shards gambling with me, back in the Bright Castle." Sonny smiled. "Good then, make a trip to the castle tomorrow. Come back early, though. I won't survive in the kitchen alone." Aiko shuddered at the word early, then sighed and gathered the documents. "See you tomorrow, boss." Soon she was gone. Sonny had followed her onto the porch and remained there for a while, watching the sun set and the full moon rise. Tonight was the night he had to meet Cassie again. Chapter 17, 48 Precious Moments. Cassie was waiting for him near the same toppled tower as the last time. She was just as ethereally beautiful as the last time, too, bathed in moonlight and standing on the edge of tranquil water. However, the atmosphere of their meeting was different today. It was more familiar somehow, perhaps even friendly. When Sonny emerged from the lake, Cassie smiled faintly. "Sonny." He brushed his wet hair back and smiled as well. "Lady Cassia." She shook her head lightly. "It feels unfair that you are still maintaining decorum after insisting that I should be more informal. Call me Cassie, please." He hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. "All right, Cassie, shall we go? I am hoping to explore as much of the mirror labyrinth as possible tonight." She nodded and offered him her small hand. Sonny took it and pulled them both into the shadows, teleporting straight to the underground chamber they had discovered before. This time, there was no need for her to guide him deep into the ruins of the castle, erasing the memories of the nights patrolling it. The chamber had not changed at all, which was a relief. Sunny vividly remembered the warning Cassie had given him about the others, so he was wary of the beings that lived inside the mirrors in the former stronghold of the demon of imagination. Summoning the shadow lantern, he drowned the maze in shadows without wasting any time. Soon after, Sunny and Cassie continued to explore the labyrinth. This place is vast. They had wandered it for hours the last time, and were not making any noticeable progress tonight. Slowly, Sunny was starting to grow wary. He remembered the nightmare desert and the black pyramid standing at its center. No matter how long one walked across the white dunes, the pyramid never drew closer. Was there some sort of trickery preventing him from reaching the heart of the labyrinth as well? They walked in silence for a while, but quickly grew bored of it. Ev, and truly Cassie spoke. I must admit, Master Sunless, Sunny, you are a fascinating man. He raised an eyebrow. I am. The blind seer chuckled melodiously. Indeed, I suspected that you were, of course, when we first met. But knowing it and witnessing it in person are two different things. That stunt you pulled with poor Master Tristan, I pride myself on being able to predict things, you know. However, that caught me by surprise. What were you thinking? Sunny coughed quietly. What was he thinking, indeed? He kept quiet for a few moments, then said nonchalantly, well, thinking too much is bad for one's health. Back then I was thinking, gods, I want to punch this buffoon so much. And so I did. It's all about the little joys in life. She drew a sharp breath. I guess. Sunny grinned. Anyway, it ended up working in our favor, didn't it? We wanted everyone to get the wrong impression about the nature of the relationship between me and Nephis. Well, mission accomplished. Cassie exhaled slowly. A little bit too well, even. He glanced at her. Whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well. The blind seer did not find what to answer. She remained silent for a while, then laughed quietly. True, then here is your true body, the Lord of Shadows. Meeting him in person was quite an experience. The contrast between him and Master Sunless is quite striking, to say the least. I applaud your acting skills. Sunny looked at her curiously, hesitated for a bit, and then smiled. Why, thank you, but actually you are wrong. Cassie raised an eyebrow elegantly. I am. He nodded. This is my true body. The Lord of Shadows is a shadow, he's a performance. She tilted her head a little baffled. Wait, you mean to say that this, the shopkeeper, is your true personality, and the aloof saint of Godgrave is merely an act? Sunny smiled, then sighed, and eventually looked away. Yes, but also no, I guess each of my incarnations is me. It's just that they have different purposes. The purpose of the Lord of Shadows is to be a warrior, so the parts of my personality that have to do with conflict take the lead. The purpose of the humble shopkeeper is to live peacefully and enjoy life, so he's a bit of a homebody. He paused and then added with a shrug. It's not that strange. We all wear different masks when dealing with different people. A person will behave one way when they are with their family, act differently when they are with their colleagues, and put on a new mask when they meet their friends. I am much the same, it's just that I have many bodies, so I can wear all the masks at the same time. Cassie looked at him thoughtfully. Isn't it easy to lose sight of your true self that way? Sunny smiled. You might not know, but I am the world's topmost expert on not losing my true self. Shadows are formless and shapeless by nature, so I have to be careful not to forget the shape of my soul. She lingered for a while, then let out a wistful sigh. I'll have to ask you for advice one day, then. I also struggle with maintaining my sense of self. Living through other people's senses and experiencing their innermost memories can be disorienting sometimes. Cassie smiled, then asked in a gentle voice, But speaking of the Lord of Shadows, can I ask you something? Sunny glanced at her briefly. You can. She nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, Before you asked me to keep the true identity of Master Sunless to myself, saying that Nephis would not trust either if the connection between him and the Lord of Shadows was revealed. But now you are not a stranger to her anymore. She has accepted Lord Shadow into her inner circle and entrusted him with her life. Likewise, Neph is sympathetic toward Master Sunless. Why maintain the charade? Sunny did not answer immediately, contemplating her question. Why did he want to keep that secret? He hesitated for a while, then sighed. Because it's fun. It was a callous answer, but a truthful one. Well, of course it was otherwise. He wouldn't have been able to give it. There was no strategic reason to keep Nephis in the dark anymore. And yet, Sonny was enjoying himself too much to let it go already. Nephis did somewhat trust the Lord of Shadows now. But she was also wary of him, because anyone who possessed such power would make people wary. The humble shopkeeper, however, wasn't powerful at all, so she could allow herself to be at ease around him, and to Sonny such moments were precious. They were much closer to the relationship they had before becoming saints than the courteous distance between her and the Lord of Shadows. He didn't want to lose these moments yet. Cassie let out a small laugh. Fun, well, I have to admit it is indeed a lot of fun. However, she lingered for a moment and asked quietly, don't you think that it is unfair to her to keep such a secret? Sonny kept quiet, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. Eventually, he let out a sigh and lowered his head. You are right, it is indeed unfair, but don't worry, I'll tell her soon. He looked ahead and added with a hint of regret in his voice. I'll tell her before the war starts. Until then, well, Master Sunless should probably make an effort to enjoy his last days of peace as much as possible. The two of them continued to explore the labyrinth, sometimes keeping silent, sometimes chatting about this and that. Sadly, Sonny failed to solve the maze this time as well. Not long before the dawn came, he found himself back in the underground chamber, face to face with Cassie. It was time to show her another memory. Chapter 17:49, Leave It All Behind. The battle had just ended, and the winter beast was gone. The dark ecstasy of having killed the butcher of Falcon Scott had washed over Sonny's heart and receded like a tide, leaving it cold and hollow, dark and utterly devoid of light. There was nothing binding him to the world anymore. He was banished from the nightmare spell, fate, and existence itself. In the whole world, two worlds actually, not a single soul cared whether he lived or died. No one even remembered that he existed. Facing the cruel truth of that loss was too painful, and so, Sonny longed to leave it behind. He opened his eyes in a familiar hall. Warm sunlight was pouring through the stained glass windows, painting the ivory walls with vibrant colors. Heavy chains lay on the floor, arranged into a flawless circle. The sky was vast and blue outside. The ivory island floated on the sea of clouds, enveloped by a peaceful silence. Sonny had not wanted to come here. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to avoid this place at all costs. However, this was where his soul was anchored to the dream realm, and so, this was where he had arrived after giving up on the waking world. Standing in the center of the chain circle, Sonny shifted slightly and dissolved into the shadows. The ivory tower was mostly empty right now. Most of the fire keepers were still lost in the depths of their nightmares, while Nephis and the rest of the cohort were too busy to visit it often. Still, he didn't want to be seen by anyone. They could not remember him even if he told them who he was, so there was no point. Sonny glided across the floor as a shadow, hiding in the darkness near the gate. Then he extended his shadow sense outward and froze. On the emerald grass outside the great pagoda, two people were walking toward its gate. The sunlight suddenly seemed brighter. He kept himself hidden when they entered the sunlit hall. Nephis was frowning, while Cassie followed her with a strangely lost expression on her delicate face. Sonny remained motionless as he unwillingly eavesdropped on their conversation. Are you sure? Cassie nodded slowly. Yes, I think I am. The future has grown too elusive to decipher. Nephis halted and remained silent for a few moments. Can it be connected to your transcendence, or witnessing that thing in Verge? The blind girl hesitated briefly. That was what I thought as well. However, I've reached out to several seers in confidence. They all seem to be having trouble glimpsing anything from the future as well, all over the world. Nephis' scowl deepened. What can be the reason? An aftershock of the dream gates being open, the chain of nightmares itself. She shook her head and continued walking. We will have to investigate it later. Right now, there is too much to do. It is pure pandemonium out there, with so many people suddenly arriving in the dream realm. The refugee camp outside Bastion is lacking provisions and manpower, with too few awakened to guard them against the nightmare creatures. At least there is no lack of water, but all of it was too sudden. The situation can swiftly descend into a disaster. Cassie sighed. I heard that they are going to build a city on the lake shore, and with the sleepers of Antarctica having awakened, there are much more capable warriors now than before. Nephis nodded. Still, I am going there to help. The blind girl remained silent for a moment. I see, I'll go with you then. Sonny hid in the shadows, listening to the news about the tribulations of humanity without interest. What did it have to do with him? Nothing at all, not anymore. Nephis shook her head. Someone has to stay here to welcome our people once they return from the nightmares. Plus, you have another important task to accomplish. Cassie raised an eyebrow. You really want to do it? Nephis gave her another nod. It is time to abandon the chained isles. We are too far away from everything important here. I want you to fly the Ivory Islands south toward Bastion. With that, she turned around and walked into the circle of chains. Standing there, Nephis frowned and briefly touched her face. She remained motionless for a while, then said somberly, Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Cassie did not answer, simply standing there with a confused expression. Eventually, Nephis grimaced. That other issue, have you been able to discover anything? Cassie slowly shook her head. No, I talked with Effie and Kyaganjet too, but it's hard to dispel the fog that's clouding some of our memories. I think it must have been Torment who had done something to us. But what, and why, and when, there is no answer yet. Nephis sighed. Keep digging, I'll do some research too. Soon she was gone, returning to the waking world. Cassie did not move for a while, standing there with her head lowered. Eventually, she whispered quietly, What has she done to me? With that, she turned around and descended into the basement of the Ivory Tower, where the runic controls of the island were located. Sonny was left alone. He exhaled slowly and emerged from the shadows, looking in the direction where Cassie had gone. Torment, did she really believe that her defiled twin had been capable of doing something like that? The timeline didn't make sense, and Cassie knew it. Well, it was a reasonable theory to make. Torment's power, Cassie's power, had to do with manipulating memories after all. For a moment, a desperate hope ignited in his heart. What if Cassie could restore the memories of him with her transcendent ability? What if he could make them remember? But no, he knew that it was impossible. If it was, she would have already done so, restoring her own lost memories first. I'm sick of it. He gritted his teeth and walked out of the Ivory Tower. By now, the crushing was of no threat to him. Sonny wasn't sure if he could endure its terrible pressure, but he also did not need to. The range of his shadow sense had grown enough to reach the distant islands, so he could simply step through the shadows to leave the Ivory Island behind. He contemplated for a few moments, considering if he should. What was he going to do anyway? Live like a hermit in some godforsaken corner of the dream realm? Leave to travel the unexplored regions of this dreadful world, away from where any human could see him? Jump into the sky below and try to reach its bottom out of curiosity? Each alternative was as good as the next one. Well, jumping into the sky below was probably a bit worse than the rest. Sonny remained still for a while, thinking. In the end, he did not use Shadow Step to reach the flying island far below. Instead, he circled the great pagoda and headed toward the graceful gazebo, where the portal to the Ebony Tower stood. If he remembered correctly, there was a chamber in Nether's scorched tower where the walls were engraved with countless runes. Sonny had not been able to understand those runes before, or at least retain the understanding of the ancient demon's words. After his visit to the estuary, however, who knew what he would be able to learn? Chapter 1750, Nothing But Time. The Ebony Tower was just like the last time Sonny had seen it, floating ominously in a boundless black void, with a sea of fire burning above it relentlessly. The firekeepers had established an outpost here, but after the chain breaker gained the ability to brave the crushing, they only maintained a token presence in the sky below. Now that Neph's followers had left to challenge the nightmares, there was not a soul around. He stepped out of the black arch on the highest level of the obsidian pagoda and remained there for a while, staring into the distance. Somewhere far away, in a different world, One of his shadows was following Rain. Sunny had to think of a way to approach her openly, but his current mental state was too volatile to try. "I'll think of something later." Nothing moved in the sky below. Nothing disturbed the cold silence. Rid of the suffocating pressure of human company, he felt comfortable for the first time in a while, or at least numb. There was consolation in solitude. Sunny exhaled slowly, then allowed the onyx mantle to retreat back under his skin. With his military bodysuit in tatters, he was left practically naked. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny allowed the wild shadows to envelop his lithe body and manifested them into a semblance of soft fabric. Summoning the endless spring, he satiated his thirst and left the 6th level of the Ebony Tower. The 5th level consisted of one large chamber. It was shrouded in darkness, with countless runes covering the obsidian walls. These runes were the reason why Sunny had chosen to come to this place. He stared at them emotionlessly. I knew it. Before, Sunny had been unable to read the forbidden runes. In fact, simply beholding them had almost killed him, but things were different now. Not only had he grown vastly more powerful since his day as an awakened, but he had also received the revelations of madness from the sin of solace. Thanks to that, he glimpsed the secrets that Ariel had left behind, and was seemingly inoculated against the power of the forbidden runes by the knowledge of the forgotten god. And so, Sunny did not feel repelled by the runes carved into the walls of the Ebony Tower anymore. All he felt was a slight sense of discomfort. Of course, he still had to be careful when studying them. The knowledge of the void that a demon was capable of enduring could very well plant seeds of corruption into his transcendent soul, and there was not telling if any of it was mixed between the passages concerning the forgotten god. There was also a bit of a problem. Nether had not used the runic alphabet Sunny was most familiar with while leaving the notes on the wall, and since the spell never translated the forbidden runes, he could not do it himself from memory. After years of wandering the dream realm and exploring ancient ruins, he could somewhat decipher the meaning, but a proper translation would take a lot of time. Which was fine. Sunny had nothing but time these days. He did not get to work immediately, though. What was the rush? Instead, Sunny left the 5th level behind and descended lower. He passed the solemn shrine on the 4th floor, the workshops on the 3rd floor, the divine flame reservoir on the 2nd floor where Weaver's arm had once been left to burn, devoured by the harrowing rot, and finally reached the 1st level of the Ebony Tower. That was where the fire keepers had established their living quarters. The central chamber had been shrouded in darkness once, but now it was brightly lit by a multitude of enchanted lanterns. Sunny counted them calmly and smiled. Each of the lanterns was a memory belonging to one of the fire keepers. They had been left behind here for a reason. For as long as the master of the lantern was alive, their lantern would continue to glow. If they perished, the lantern would dissipate into a rain of sparks, destroyed with the rest of their memories. There was a similar chamber in the ivory tower, which could tell if any of them had died. From the look of it, the fire keepers were doing well in the second nightmares. The number of lanterns had not dwindled at all, at least not yet. Looking away, Sunny walked over to one of the cots and fell on it heavily. As soon as his head hit the pillow, his eyes closed on their own. He was tired. It was time to sleep. Tomorrow, his new life as an aimless wanderer would begin. Sunny woke up feeling refreshed. It was still strange to him to sleep while one of his incarnations stayed awake. In such moments, his consciousness seemed to split, one part of it functioning normally, the other drifting in the comforting embrace of slumber. He even dreamed sometimes, while simultaneously observing his dreams from the side. In any case, his mental fatigue lessened no matter which incarnation slept, as long as one of them did. Rising from the cot, Sunny looked around groggily. There was nothing pressing he had to do, so he was not in a hurry. He summoned the covetous coffer, took out some supplies, and seasoned some monster meat. While it was roasting, Sunny brewed himself a pot of coffee. Then he took the pot and the plate of meat outside and ate breakfast while dangling his feet above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The sea of divine flames above made for a spectacular sky. He enjoyed the views for a while, sipping coffee and not thinking about anything in particular. Eventually, though, Sunny grew bored and finally returned to the 5th level of the Ebony Tower. He looked at the runes for a while, eventually stopping near a familiar section of Nether's writings. Out there on the obsidian wall, a strange map had been carved into the stone. The ivory tower, the tomb of Ariel Ravenheart Bastion, the great vessel that served as the citadel for the House of Night, the underworld, and Weaver's mask placed above the other 6 landmarks, with a question mark next to it. The other 6 strongholds were only marked by a single rune each. Desire, oblivion, dread, imagination, repose, destiny, and fate. Sunny studied the map with amusement. It had seemed a bit strange before. After all, there were no borders, no terrain, no measure of distance between the strongholds. They all seemed strangely disconnected, as if there was no map at all. Now, of course, Sunny knew the demons had built their citadels in different realms, and so it could as well have been a realm map. It was only after the dream realm had assimilated all mortal realms, and 5 of the 6 divine realms, that the demonic strongholds ended up connected by land. Finally, his gaze settled on the carving of Weaver's mask. Nether had not known where his eldest siblings dwelled, or if there was such a place at all. Perhaps Weaver had been a homeless wanderer, just like Sunny. Smiling darkly, Sunny looked away from the map and turned his attention to the runes. Chapter 1751, Why Did the Flame Wane? The work progressed slowly. There was no day or night in the sky below, and Sunny did not particularly care for tracking time anymore. He only knew how much of it had passed because of the happy shadow, which continued to act as rain. Guardian somewhere far away. The task of learning how to read the forbidden runes was engrossing. Sunny was not trying to decipher the ancient script blindly. He was familiar with many variations of the runic language that had been used in the dream realm, or rather, in the multitude of realms that would one day become its various regions. The languages the people of the bygone eras had spoken were different, and so were the writing systems they had used. However, they all shared a common root: Hope, who had invented the concept of writing and the original runic script. Being familiar with that script and many of its descendants, Sunny could somewhat infer the meaning of derivative runic languages and learn how to read them. That task was not an easy one, even for a saint, but after spending a few weeks in the Ebony Tower doing nothing but studying Nether's writings, he was making quick progress. Sunny studied the runes, took walks along the edge of the scorched island, slept, and lay idly on his cot staring at the ceiling. His life was tranquil, easy, and entertaining. Truly free of all burdens. Sometimes he felt the desire to claw at the walls of the obsidian tower. In those moments, he visited the lightless shrine and stared at the statue of the goddess of black skies. The face of the statue was obscured by a veil, but the sculpture was so exquisitely carved that the veil seemed to be made from fine silk, not cold stone. He could see a vague silhouette of a divinely beautiful face, outlined by its delicate folds and creases. Sunny couldn't help but feel that it shared a close resemblance to the faces of the broken porcelain dolls that piled into a mountain on the lowest level of the tower, as well as Saint's inhumanly beautiful visage. Had Nether been obsessed with Storm God, or simply too lazy to sculpt a multitude of faces when there already was a perfectly fine one for him to copy? He had been a very practical man, after all, as well as the most impractical of them. Why else would he rise in rebellion against the gods? As Sunny made advancements in his understanding of the forbidden runes, he was able to make a rough estimate of when exactly the demon of destiny had resided in the Ebony Tower. It had been in the latter half of the Golden Age, during Hope's imprisonment. Nether seemed to have already fallen out with Storm God, but was not contemplating going to war against the heavens yet. Instead, he had turned his back on the world and dedicated himself to his misguided passion, trying to create living beings, which was an authority exclusive to the gods. Much like Sunny had turned his back on the world and dedicated himself to studying these forbidden runes. The Ebony Tower seemed to attract disheartened men. Most of the runes carved into its walls were esoteric, to say the least. Sunny slowly learned how to understand their meaning, but that did not mean that he understood what they meant. It would be the same if someone had given him a highly advanced scientific paper on quantum physics to read, knowing human language would not help him comprehend the contents. The fact that Nether's writing had never been meant to be read by anyone except the demon of destiny himself did not help either. He had left these notes for himself, so they weren't very detailed. There were many passages like, dissected, structure, pathways, flow, basic mechanics hide the deep complexity of process and function. Material. Correlation or causation, potential hints at obsolescence, source unknown, observation flawed. Sonny could not really understand the meaning of these passages, but he did discern several underlying themes. Nether's goal was to create a living being, and as such, his research had been developing in two directions, the creation of a body and the creation of a soul. The former was purely time-consuming, but the latter seemed to vex the demon to no end. How did the gods will souls into existence? Why were the creatures created by the gods able to propagate, giving birth to new souls? What was the secret? There was no answer. The demon of fate had created weaving, while the demon of desire had created runic sorcery. The demon of destiny, however, had not authored an original school of sorcery of his own, taking elements from wherever he felt useful and bending them to serve his purpose. However, he had possessed the deepest understanding of soul power out of everyone Sonny had known, except for the gods themselves. Nether had been able to manipulate souls and soul essence to a frightening degree, accomplishing things that should not have been possible. And yet, he had not been able to create a living being out of nothing, no matter how ingenious his methods were and how great his determination was. That was one thing that the demon of destiny could not build. For a time, Sonny knew that the demon had eventually succeeded, creating Saint and her people. His perception was influenced by knowing the end result, but back then, Nether must have been daring to the point of insanity, to pursue something that had never been done before and was not supposed to be possible. What had motivated him to persist in his seemingly hopeless endeavor? Sonny did not know and doubted that he would learn the answer in the Ebony Tower. The runes carved into its walls were Nether's research notes, not a personal diary. There was no mention of the demon's feelings or emotions, as if he had not been capable of having them at all. That said, not everything written on the black walls was dry and void of feeling. After weeks of studying the runes, Sonny concentrated on 3 fragments, all unlike the rest of the passages he had translated. The first one seemed like a poem or a short story that Nether had written down for some unknown reason. It read, "Why does the flame wane? I asked the black skies. What is life?" The skies answered in a subtle voice. A mother is watching her children die slowly of starvation. There is only enough food for one of them, but she is hungry too. That is life. The war is over, and those who discarded their weapons to surrender are made slaves. They are brought to an arena and told to kill each other. A young warrior looks at a sword, his hand trembling. That is life. A man loves his wife but feels lonely in her company. One day, walking the market, he sees a beautiful stranger smiling at him sweetly. He hesitates to return the smile. That is life as well. I pondered. So life is a choice. The skies laughed. Life is desire. It's a desire to be alive. The skies were illuminated by a myriad of stars, burning in the beautiful darkness. Like the flame of desire had burned in the hideous void, giving birth to the 7 gods. Why does the flame wane? Sonny thought about the strange story for a long time. Was it a fable Nether had written down on a whim, or the transcript of an actual conversation between him and Storm God? In any case, it had to have meaning. The demon of destiny was not someone who would have carved runes into stone without a reason. He had been trying to create life, so the story could have been a contemplation on the nature of life. However, to Sonny, it seemed like there were many layers to this passage. The goddess of black skies had described 3 situations. One was about hunger, one was about the desire to survive, and the last one was about lust. So had she been trying to say that life was hunger, fear, and lust? He did not think so. It seemed that the exact situation did not matter too much. What mattered was that the character of each anecdote was faced with a choice. Nether had been the demon of choice, so was that the true meaning of the story? Somehow, Sonny felt that it was not that important either. The truly important part was the first and the last lines of the story. Why did the flame wane? The waning flame was presumably desire, the primordial desire that had been born in the void, and gave birth to the gods in turn. Sonny remembered the murals describing the origin of the demons clearly. both those that he had seen in the drowned library of fallen grace, and those he had seen in the estuary. On one, a golden flame was burning in the darkness. On the next, 7 figures, the gods were surrounding the greatly diminished flame. Sitting on the edge of the ebony island and looking at the sea of divine flames above, he blinked. No, wait, but really. Why did the flame diminish? The divine flames that had created the sky below waned slowly over thousands of years, until only this much was left. One day, they would be extinguished altogether. But why had the primordial desire waned after giving birth to the gods? Did it have something to do with the secret of life? Nether had built the ebony tower because he wanted to use divine flame to create living beings, but he eventually abandoned that path and returned to the underworld. Had he been trying to substitute the flame of desire with the flame of divinity? All of it seemed too interconnected somehow and encapsulated in the strange story to be a mere coincidence. However, even if it was, Sunny could not, for the life of him, understand what it actually meant. He summoned Saint, shared his theory with her, and asked for her opinion. Saint, of course, remained silent, simply staring at him with indifference. Thought so. Sunny clicked his tongue, dismissed the shadow, and returned to the tower with a sullen expression on his pale face. Chapter 1752, Reading About Nothing. The second passage he was keenly interested in was much less poetal, but tantalized Sunny much more. That was because it mentioned the other demons, most of all, the nebulous demon of fate. The runes read, Gods created all living creatures, but not all creatures they created carry a divine lineage. Only those born of the gods do, and those born of their descendants. Why have the gods forbidden us 7 to sire offspring? Why are we destined for loneliness? Is it because we are of the forgotten one, who slumbers in the void? Where is the void, and where is its gate? How did Weaver enter it, and what did Weaver see? Why did Weaver decide to break the will of the gods and create a lineage? Blood, bone, flesh, soul, spirit, mind, and shadow. The gods shall discover the transgression, but they cannot. That is because, having created a lineage, Weaver does not possess a lineage. It has been lost and will be lost, therefore having never been in Weaver's possession. One cannot be punished for something that has never been. A piece is lost to fantasy, a piece is lost to fear. A piece is lost to respite, a piece is lost to darkness. A piece is lost to sorrow, a piece is lost to rot. And finally, a piece is stolen by a thief. Weaver's defiance is elusive, just like Weaver is, but mine will be different. Sunny stared at the runes for a while, his eyes burning with wanderlust. Nether seemed to have been considering the difference between him, the youngest sibling, and Weaver, the oldest. Both had decided to defy the gods, but in a different way. Gods created all living creatures, but only those born of them carry a divine lineage. It seemed that Weaver had pursued the latter, while Nether had pursued the former. But more importantly, Weaver's lineage. Finally, he knew the remaining parts of the weave. He had already found blood weave, bone weave, and soul weave. Flesh, mind, spirit, and shadow weaves remained. Shadow weave. Would absorbing it make up for Shadow God's lineage that blood weave had so unceremoniously devoured? And if he managed to collect all 7, would the broken lineage of Weaver restore itself to an unblemished state, granting him its full power? Sunny finally understood why the weave had been shattered into many fragments. To begin with, it was because Weaver had hidden its existence from the gods by scattering it across the tapestry of fate. Its fragments had always been fated to be lost, and so it was as if Weaver had never possessed them at all. The fragment destined to be lost to sorrow was soul weave, which Sunny had found near Oblivion's grave. The fragment destined to be lost to rot was bone weave, which he had found here in the ebony tower. The fragment destined to be stolen by a thief was blood weave, which the nightmare spell had granted him for slaying the spawn of the vile, thieving bird. At the time when Nether had been carving these runes, Oblivion was still alive, while Weaver had not lost an arm. Therefore, the demon of fate had foreseen these events in advance, or maybe even reached into the tapestry of fate to attach the fragments of the weave to its strings. One had to be inventive to avoid the gaze of the gods. But where had the other 4 fragments ended up? Sunny looked back at the runes. A piece is lost to fantasy, A peace is lost to fear, a peace is lost to respite, a peace is lost to darkness. He contemplated for a few minutes, then turned and gazed at the map where the strongholds of the demons were depicted. Fantasy, fear, rest, darkness. Imagination, dread, repose, destiny. Were the remaining 4 fragments of the weave located somewhere in Bastion, Ravenheart, Stormsea, and the Underworld? He was suddenly overcome by the desire to travel to Bastion and check himself. However, that desire quickly dimmed. Going back to Bastion, Ravenheart, and the great citadel of the House of Night that drifted on the waves of Stormsea meant diving back into the boiling cauldron of humanity. Sonny had just escaped it. Why would he go back? The Underworld was a better choice, but also a suicidal one. Sonny was not ready to venture into the depths of the Hollow Mountains. His strength might have increased explosively after the transcendence, but true darkness was the natural enemy of shadows. Out there, below the jagged peaks, was the realm of darkness. Sonny would be nearly powerless there, blind, weakened, and without an ally. He could imagine himself braving a death zone, but not the Underworld. Forget it, then. Deeply disappointed, Sonny turned away from the passage and tried to never look at it again. Maybe someday in the future. The third passage that interested him, coincidentally, had to do with the Hollow Mountains. But it was a strange one. The runes read, "What can contain the void? Nothing can." Gods used nothing to envelop the void and place the cage of desire above it. In the places where the cage is thin, nothing slips through its seams. The Underworld is one such place shrouded in nothing. It is like mist. However, nobody can exist in the mist. Nothing can contain the void, and nobody exists within it. I am wary of nobody and fear nothing. Sonny was utterly bewildered by what he read and thought that he had messed up the translation at first. But after going over it one more time, he confirmed that the translation was correct. Was Nether having a stroke? He reread the runes several more times, his bewilderment growing. No, he was not someone who would write down nonsense. So the passage must have had meaning, but what was the meaning of nothing? Sonny pondered the question for a few days, until a tenuous idea surfaced in his mind. What if nothing was literally something? Not the absence of everything, but the presence of nothing. Just thinking about that made his head hurt. But it seemed very much like something that the gods would be involved in. These beings operated with ideas and concepts, after all, having shaped the very universe into existence. So if nothing could contain the void, the gods could have gone and literally used nothing to contain it, enveloping the void in a layer of nothingness, which the void beings could not cross because nothing could stop them, and bringing down the cage of existence on top of that layer. That would be a godlike thing to do, wouldn't it? That nothingness seemed to seep into the universe, though. Like mist. Weren't the Hollow Mountains always shrouded in a strange mist? Sonny opened his eyes wide, remembering how the cohort had escaped a flood of mist on the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. Back then, they felt a terrible threat emanating from it, not knowing why. If that mist was literally nothingness, would they have been erased from existence if it swallowed them? Sonny also remembered the eerie creature that had come from the mist and demanded that he open his eyes on the Ashen Barrow. Nobody exists within it. Were there actual beings born from and dwelling in nothingness? He suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. The demon of destiny was wary of nothing and feared nobody. Wasn't Nether actually admitting that he felt wary of nothingness and feared the beings dwelling in the mist? Got him it. As if the world wasn't scary enough already. Sonny already had his hands full dealing with the nightmare creatures. There were also the void creatures, which were infinitely more harrowing than the familiar abominations. Luckily, they were locked away by the gods. And now there were also nothing creatures, nobodies. No, he simply refused to deal with that. Time to get some sleep. Sonny shook his head and left the 5th level of the Ebony Tower, returning to his living quarters. The translation was mostly complete. He had already determined which passages he could understand, which he couldn't fathom, and which spoke too much about the void, meaning that he had to avoid them at all costs. Staying in the sky below was slowly becoming meaningless. Perhaps it was time to start thinking about his next destination. "I'll consider it tomorrow." Just before falling asleep, Sonny wondered where he would go, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. "I don't exist in the memories of the world anymore, so am I a nothing creature, too? A nobody." Chapter 1753, Runaway. In the morning, Sonny woke up and simply remained on the cot, staring at the ceiling. He felt strangely apathetic. Yesterday, he had considered whether it was worth it to continue studying Nether's writings. There wasn't much left for him to learn from the runes as soon as that idea entered his mind. All the motivation and excitement he had been feeling about translating them disappeared. Without something to look forward to, he could not find a reason to get up. How long had he spent in the sky below anyway? A month, closer to 2. In any case, he had beaten his previous record. Might as well get comfortable. Sonny closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He spent the next few days doing nothing. Sometimes, Sonny would go outside and look at the sea of flames. Sometimes, he would remain in the ebony tower, staring at the walls. Only his incarnation that guarded Rain remained active, which was the sole reason he was not dying of boredom. Eventually, however, he became fixated on a strange thought. "Can I cross the hollow mountains?" The question seemed rhetorical, but it was not. Sonny did not dare delve into the hollow interior of the great mountain chain, where elemental darkness dwelled. But what about braving the mist shrouding it to traverse the exterior? If the mist enveloping the jagged peaks was indeed pure nothingness, then anyone who entered it would become nothing. At least that was what one would think. They would think wrongly, though. Sonny had undeniable proof that it was possible to survive in the mist, at least for some time. It was the fact that Saint Cormac had spent months exploring the Hollow Mountains on behalf of Clan Valor before being killed by Saint Tyrus. What had been his goal? Searching for a way to cross to the other side, looking for an entrance into the underworld where Nether's stronghold was supposedly located, or something else entirely which Sonny could not even guess. In any case, if Cormac could do it, then Sonny could too. Should I try? He had no plans and no particular desires, except for the desire to be far away from everyone. Was there a more distant place than the unexplored vastness beyond the Hollow Mountains? There, Sonny would be truly and utterly alone, which was what he wanted. The romance of the unknown. His curiosity and wanderlust were calling him. On the other side of the impregnable mountain chain lay the forgotten shore. It was now a desolate land of perpetual darkness. Most of the creatures that had populated the coral labyrinth were gone, annihilated by the terror of the Crimson Spire. The dark sea was gone, as well, sealed by his own hand. Maybe a few abominations still survived, somewhere in the darkness, but he still wanted to visit that place one more time. Sonny could retrace the steps of the journey he had made with Nephis and Cassie. He could make sure that the Soul Devourer was dead, and if not, fulfill his promise to burn the damned thing to the ground. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN or VELC AVEC or /M. He could return to the dark city and sift through the scorched ruin of the bright castle, find the statue of the Slayer that he had never seen, and sleep on his own bed in the ruined cathedral. And that was not all. Humans knew about the Forgotten Shore now. They also knew that the Nightmare Desert lay to the east, thanks to Nephis making the journey. However, no one had even learned what lay to the west and north of that cursed place. Sonny could become the first human to ever set foot in those mysterious regions of the dream realm. Sure, no one would ever learn about his discoveries, but he would know doing it for himself was enough. A subtle sense of excitement slowly took hold of his heart. No, I must have lost my mind. The Hollow Mountains were vast, and they were called a death zone for a reason. Who would want to enter a death zone of their own free will? One would have to be completely insane to do something like that. He would never. Shaking his head, Sonny summoned the covetous coffer and went about cooking himself a dinner. The dimensional storage was still full of monster meat, but there were plenty of ingredients from the waking world as well. Feeling a bit down, Sonny decided to pamper himself a little. Pulling out a printed cooking book from the alloy chest, he turned the pages absent-mindedly. Eventually, his attention was drawn to 2 recipes. Sonny frowned. Waffles or pancakes? He wasn't very knowledgeable about these staple dishes, so deciding which to make was a big problem. In the end, he decided to make both. Sonny had abandoned the thought of crossing the Hollow Mountains. Or rather, he had tried to. However, it was stuck in his mind like a catchy melody. The more time he spent idling in the Ebony Tower, the stronger the call of adventure became. He had come up with all kinds of reasons for why it was a terrible idea, and yet it only grew more alluring. Can I do it or not? He probably could. Sonny continued to hesitate, wasting time and indecision. In the end, the decision was more or less made for him. One day, he opened his eyes earlier than usual. His 5 shadows had all been resting on the floor, but now they seemed alert. His shadow sense had long ago enveloped the island, so he could instantly feel the most minute changes in his surroundings. Someone was moving on the highest floor of the Ebony Tower. The portal. Sonny rose from the cot noiselessly. He had been careful not to leave any traces of himself anywhere on the island, so all there was to do was place his pillow back in its original position. The shadows wrapped themselves around his body, and a moment later he dissolved into the darkness. Soon enough, a delicate figure walked down the stairs, followed by a few more. It was Cassie and a few fire keepers who seemed to have undergone the ascension already. Gather everything, we will be leaving shortly. Sonny observed as the fire keepers went about dismantling their makeshift outpost. The cots were disassembled. The enchanted lanterns were gathered and prepared to be carried away. The modest kitchen was taken apart and stored in crates for transportation. What are they doing? Cassie looked a little bit disheveled, which was very unlike her usual tidy self. She observed the fire keepers silently, but at some point, a slight scowl appeared on her face. The blind seer wandered the hall for a bit, seemingly without aim. Eventually, she stopped near the cot Sonny had slept on and touched the pillow briefly. He was about to grow tense, but at that point, one of the fire keepers called out to her. Cassie, are we really not going to be able to return here? Turning around, she lingered for a few moments, then answered with a sigh. I don't know, the ivory tower is about to leave the chained isles. The connection between the 2 portals might depend on distance, or it might not. In any case, it is better not to take the risk. Hiding in the shadows, Sonny was momentarily stunned. Right, Nephis told Cassie to take the ivory tower to Bastion. He had forgotten all about it. What would have happened if he stayed on the Ebony Island until the connection between the 2 portals was broken? Was he capable of ascending all the way to the sky above on his own? Probably after doing some weaving, at least. But it would be such a pain. It seems I can't stay here anymore. It was so sudden. But it was also a relief. Feeling strangely liberated, Sonny silently hid himself in Cassie's shadow and stayed with her until the outpost was completely disassembled. Then, he followed the blind seer back to the portal on the way. Sonny said a silent goodbye to the statue of Storm God and threw one last glance at the map carved into the wall on the 5th level. The Hollow Mountains were calling to him, and he had no reason to refuse the invitation anymore. Once Cassie and the fire keepers returned to the Ivory Island, taking him with them, Sonny silently reached down with his senses and used Shadow Step to teleport to the distant land far below. He stepped out of the shadows on the southern island, in the ruins of the ancient stronghold that had once belonged to Shadow Lord, and where he battled Nightmare many years ago. In the sky above, the beautiful silhouette of the Ivory Island was drifting among clouds. Sonny remained motionless for a while, looking up. Eventually, the flying island slowly moved, traveling south, crossing the chasm separating the chained isles from the rest of the dream realm and leaving them behind. It was time for him to go as well. He watched the ivory tower float away, and then turned around, facing north. Goodbye. Taking the first step, Sonny headed away from the ruined stronghold, never looking back. Chapter 1754. I hurt, therefore I am. Sonny remembered the first time he went all the way to the northern boundary of the chained isles vividly. Back then, it had taken Cassie and him around a month to reach the night temple from the sanctuary of Noctis. The southern island was further away from the Hollow Mountains than the sanctuary, and yet Sonny made the journey in under a week. Even then, it had only taken him that long because he was taking his sweet time. He did not need to traverse the heavenly chains to get from one island to the other anymore. Instead, he simply turned into a crow and flew north, landing from time to rest or take a look at something peculiar. The crushing was of no issue because he could escape it at any time with Shadow Step. The nightmare creatures of the Chained Isles were too weak to pose a serious threat to him, at least as long as he stayed alert. Most simply fled, frightened by his dark presence. Strangely enough, Sonny felt that he was more at home in the dream realm than he was in the waking world. It was as though being a transcendent finally made him suited to exist in this land of beauty and dread. Soon he saw a black line on the northern horizon. The line grew darker and taller as he ventured further north, until he finally could make out the jagged peaks of the hollow mountains. The great mountain chain pierced the sky like the fangs of a giant dragon, at least that was how Sonny always perceived it before. Now, however, he knew that they were simply a scar left on the surface of the world by the fall of a void creature that had been killed here at the dawn of time. True darkness was born from the blood of that abyssal being, which had seeped into the broken earth. Having beheld the draconian peaks, Sonny lowered his gaze and looked down. The northern island had been destroyed in the battle between Sky Tide and St. Cormac, so the chasm separating the Chained Isles from the hollow mountains was wider than before. Across the dark abyss of the sky below, the mountains rose steeply into the distant sky, white mist rolling down their slopes. It flowed into the abyss like a wall of clouds, disappearing into the darkness. Sonny exhaled slowly. He was standing on the edge of an island, with the broken chain that had once connected it to the northern island rattling quietly far below, far away, on the other side of the chasm. The great anchor chain that had once connected the Chained Isles to the hollow mountains was hidden by mist. He was not alone. Saint, Serpent, Nightmare, and Fiend were standing around him. Gloomy, creepy, haughty, naughty, and crazy shadows lay on the ground as well. Only the happy shadow was missing, busy with its own mission. Sonny exhaled slowly, then looked at his retinue. He remained silent for a while, then said with a pale smile, "The smart way of doing this would be to send one of you into the mist first, to see how it goes." None of them showed any reaction except for Fiend, who tried to hide behind Saint without drawing attention. Sadly, with his current size, hiding behind Saint was not as effective as it had been before. Sonny grinned. "Luckily for you, no one has ever accused me of being smart." He had been complimented on his wit from time to time, but never in an accusatory tone, so the statement was technically true. Shaking his head, Sonny commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around his body. Then, he dismissed the shadows and faced the abyssal chasm once more. What a bother! He had already tried to extend his shadow sense into the mist to breach the chasm with Shadow Step, but couldn't sense a single shadow on the other side. In fact, he couldn't sense anything. It was as if nothing existed beyond the veil of mist. Perhaps quite literally. Here we go. Sonny dissolved into the shadows, then emerged from them in the form of a crow. Flapping his wings, he cawed loudly and flew toward the hollow mountains. He left the rattling of chains behind and glided on the winds above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The white wall of flowing mist drew closer and closer, and as it did, Sonny's heart beat faster and faster. What if I really just disappear? Would it be that bad? After all, he was all but erased from existence already. Ending up being swallowed by nothing only seemed fitting. What the hell, of course, it's bad. Sonny was not going to disappear. He still wanted to live, in fact, he wanted to live more than ever before. That was a strange quirk of his personality. The less reason there was for him to live, the more he wanted to survive, out of nothing but pure spite. Now that the world had truly and utterly rejected him, Sonny had to stay alive, no matter the cost. Letting out another caw, Sonny plunged into the white mist. Immediately, he felt strange. What was that feeling? Sonny couldn't quite describe it. However, it was debilitating enough to make him fall from the sky. He crashed into the cold rock, rolling down the slope in a mess of limbs. The crow shell had collapsed, and he was back to his human body. The rocks bit into his skin painfully, but Sonny did not and could not pay it any attention. What the hell is this? It was like a mind attack, but also completely different. At the same time, it was like a soul attack, but did not bring him any pain. It was also like a physical attack, but did not harm his body. The best way Sonny could describe it was that suddenly he felt as if he was dreaming, or rather had been dreaming all along. As if he was nothing but a fleeting dream, and all his life had been one long, meaningless nightmare. And therefore, that none of it was real, and none of him was real either. His sense of self was slowly dissolving under the numb indifference of that obvious realization, as if he was being pulled into a state of senselessness. Sonny had never existed and would never exist. He did not exist. As soon as he acknowledged that fact, his soul started to dim. His body started to lose strength as well. His thoughts turned slower. That is right. Sonny smiled faintly. Come from nothing, return to nothing. He could sense the mist flowing around him. Through him, was his body turning transparent? If so, that was all right. That was how it should be. Only, if I don't exist, if there is no me, then why does it hurt to have never existed so much? He had experienced being erased from existence once already. That pain would have been meaningless if he had never existed in the first place, so the mere fact that it had hurt him so badly was a contraction. If he was nobody, then he would have felt nothing. But he felt something, and therefore he had to be somebody. Pain bloomed in his heart like a flower. And with it, his transcendent soul ignited with the beautiful radiance of divine flame. Tenacious blood ran through his body, filling it with strength. His mind was aflame with desire. Desire to exist. I hurt, therefore I am. Wait, what? What kind of nonsense am I spouting? Sonny groaned and concentrated all of his formidable mind on a single thought. I am. He was not nothing. He was not nobody. He was sunless, formerly known, or rather unknown, as lost from light. He was the devil of Antarctica. He had been the mad prince once, but he was not anymore. He was even Lord Mongrel, even if he wished otherwise. He was Sonny. It took all his focus to keep that thought from dissolving into the mist. Once he managed to prove his own existence, the pressure of nothingness did not disappear, and the pull of non-existence did not lessen. Sonny had to keep concentrating on the fact that he had been, was, and would be without reprieve. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN or VEL World C or /M. If he let go of that fervent thought even for a few moments, both his soul and body would probably turn into flowing mist. Damnation. Grimacing, he slowly rose from the cold stone and stared into the white nothingness that surrounded him with a grim expression. Ah, how insidious. This was not going to be easy. Mumbling quiet curses, Sonny dusted himself off and looked around. He could not see anything, and the mist was dampening his senses, so he didn't even know which direction he was supposed to go. However, it wasn't hard to determine where the north was. All he had to do was pay attention to the ground. The ground under his feet was sloping in a certain direction. Going down meant returning to the chained isles. Going up meant venturing deeper into the hollow mountains. He rubbed his face, sighed, and started climbing the slope. Chapter 1755 Affirmation. 1755 Affirmation. Sonny walked up the rocky slope, surrounded by the flowing mist and a silence so absolute that it was almost deafening. He could not see very well, and even if he could, he wouldn't have been able to perceive much. His mind was so strained by the imperative need to continuously affirm his own existence that there wasn't much space left for other thoughts. The mist could barely be permeated by his shadow sense as well. His senses were impaired, not as much as they would have been in true darkness, but still severely. Step, step, another step. All sounds were muffled, and he could not hear his own footsteps. Because of that, Sonny had an eerie feeling that he was not moving at all. Damnation. This is going to be tiring. He walked for a few hours, feeling more and more fatigued. Just a day before, he was flying across the chained isles, unrestrained and full of power, but now, simply taking a step felt like a burden. That said, Sonny suspected that he would slowly, very slowly grow accustomed to the pressure of existing within nothingness. He would have been long erased from existence if he had been a mere sleeper, but a transcendent soul was much more vast and potent than that of a dormant being. More importantly, it was fundamentally different from the souls of sleepers, awakened, and masters. That was because a saint's soul was connected to the world. So, To erase it, nothingness had to erase all those connections as well. That was why Sonny could struggle to keep existing in the mist. In the next few days, he made little progress. Sonny did not dare to move brazenly here in the hollow mountains, especially before knowing what horrors lay hidden in the fog. So, he kept a low profile and simply walked, like a mundane human would. The slopes under his feet turned steeper and steeper, and his surroundings became colder and colder. If these were mundane mountains, there would have already been snow covering the ground. But in this eerie place, the hidden expanse of black rock remained barren, with nothing but mist flowing across its surface. Sonny judged that he would have to start climbing in earnest soon, scaling towering cliffs. Alternatively, he would have to circle around the steepest slopes to find easier paths. There were no ruins hidden in the mist, no signs of living beings having ever been here. No sounds, no signs of danger. Nevertheless, Sonny tried to remain as alert as possible. He did not believe for a moment that there would be no abominations hiding in the fog. After all, if he could resist the pull of nothingness, so would the more powerful of the nightmare creatures. And then there were the others, those who had been born from the mist. As the days passed, he was slowly getting better at keeping himself from disappearing. It was still putting a constant strain on his mind, but at least Sonny did not sway like a drunk anymore while walking. He could pay more attention to his surroundings as well, which was a relief. He journeyed deeper into the mountains, having nothing to do but think. Of course, what he thought about the most was nothing. Sonny did not know how Cormac had managed to brave the insidious mist, perhaps the same way he was doing it, through sheer will, or perhaps with the help of some artifact forged by the King of Swords. However, he had come to believe that some people were better suited for the task than others. And surprisingly, Sonny was one such person. There were several reasons why he could survive better in the white mist of the hollow mountains. The first reason was very simple. It was his transcendent ability, shadow incarnation. One had to constantly affirm their existence if they wanted to resist the pull of nothingness, which, among other things, meant that they could not allow themselves to sleep. Surrendering to sleep, even for a few moments, would mean death, and even saints had to rest from time to time. Sonny, however, could delegate rest to his absent incarnation. Not only that, but his avatar could also don the puppeteer's shroud. He had transplanted the blessing of spirit enchantment of the shroud of graceless dark into the weave of that armor, which enhanced his ability to endure and recover from mental fatigue. Cormac had not possessed such an ability, so his expeditions into the hollow mountains had never lasted more than a month or two. Sonny, however, could, in theory, stay here indefinitely thanks to his avatar. The second reason was that he possessed a rich experience of trying to maintain his sense of self due to shadow dance. Sonny had spent years trying not to lose himself in the forms and shapes of the beings he shadowed, so resisting the dreadful pull of nothing. Was, in a sense, nothing new to him. It would have been much better if he still had a true name, but sadly, that was one of the two disadvantages weighing him down. The other disadvantage was that there were no strings of fate connecting him to other people, places, and events. Erasing someone like him, untethered from everything, was easier. After all, the vacuum left in his absence would be very small. Luckily, there was the third reason, his greatest ally in the sea of nothingness. It had to do with the power and nature of his soul. A powerful soul was harder to erase from existence than a weak one, and Sonny's soul was much more potent than that of almost any other saint, let alone someone of a lesser rank. Not only did he possess 6 cores instead of 1, but each of them was also altered and bolstered by soul weave. He also carried 4 powerful creatures in his soul: saint, serpent, nightmare, and fiend. The nature of his soul was no less important. In that regard, Sonny actually had 2 advantages. The first was one of his attribute, the flame of divinity. For whatever reason, divinity seemed to repel nothingness, protecting him like a radiant shield. The second was the fact that he was a shadow and had the soul of a shadow. Sonny did not know why, but he had come to believe that shadows were especially difficult to erase from existence. The vile thieving bird's spawn had failed to consume his soul because he possessed shadow essence instead of soul essence. Similarly, nothingness was having trouble swallowing him now. He remembered the cohort's journey to the outer boundary of the underworld and the forlorn shadows he had found in the maze. They had belonged to the companions of the First Lord, but their owners were somehow gone, leaving only the orphaned shadows behind. Sonny thought that he understood how that had happened better now. They must have encountered a creature of nothingness somewhere there, in the dark maze. But Sonny and the rest had been warned by Cassie to keep their eyes shut, and so they somehow passed through the darkness unscathed. Stopping for a moment, Sonny let out a sigh, leaned against the black rocks, and stared into the mist. Keep our eyes shut. Chapter 1756, Nothing Left. Once again, Sonny remembered the chilling encounter with the creature that had come to the ashen barrow from the mist. Lust-like in the dark maze on the precipice of the underworld, he had survived that encounter by keeping his eyes shut on Cassie's advice. The creature had been insidious, though, trying to trick them into opening their eyes. That was the first of the very few times Sonny had encountered an abomination capable of human speech. But now, looking back on that fearful night, Sonny couldn't help but doubt if it had really spoken. He went over each and every word the creature had said. His expression slowly froze. Now that he thought about it, was it not the case? Every word it used was one that Nephis, Cassie, or Sonny had spoken themselves. The mist being had stolen their words, just like it had stolen Cassie's voice, like a twisted reflection. Was that because the creatures of nothingness did not possess voices of their own, or for some other unfathomable reason? In any case, how the hell did the carapace demon chase it away, back into the depths of the dark sea? The nightmare creatures populating the transient sea of the forgotten shore were all of the corrupted rank, at least. Soul Devourer's loyal thrall, however, was merely an awakened demon. Had it been because it served the tree and was augmented by it in some way? Because the Soul Devourer attacked the invader alongside its guardian? Or simply because battling the mist creatures was different from battling other abominations? Maybe the carapace demon had kept its eyes shut as well. Don't I know another creature who makes me want to keep my eyes closed, though? Well, actually, he knew too. The first one was Torment, but he was more interested in the second one, Mordred. The self-proclaimed Prince of Nothing, who could enter a being's soul through the eyes. That title of his was it simply an ironic moniker Mordred had invented because of being abandoned by his family, or something far more meaningful? After all, the connection between him and nothingness did not stop there. In the second nightmare, the original body he had been sent into belonged to a mysterious mist creature. A mist creature who had descended from the Hollow Mountains and consumed every living soul in the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope. Mordred had undergone some sort of transformation in the Ebony Tower, as well, making him almost impossible to sense through divination. The Ebony Tower, which had belonged to Nether, the prince of the underworld, who was closely tied to the white mist and nothingness, wearing it like a mantle. Was it all a series of coincidences, or did Mordred possess some connection to nothing? I just can't make sense of th. At Guy. What was his aspect? What was his flaw? What had Asterion done to him, and why did he enter the first nightmare as a child? What had happened to him in that nightmare? Mordred carried the lineage of War God, the goddess of life, as well as progress, technology, craft, and intellect. The patron deity of humanity. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN or VEL World C or /M. The core of his aspect seemed to be connected to reflections and mirrors, which didn't strike Sonny like something having to do with warfare, and was only tangentially connected to technology and crafting. Of course, lineage and aspect did not have to be directly connected. Sonny himself carried the lineage of Weaver, but possessed an aspect tied to Shadow God. Nephis carried the lineage of Sun God, but her aspect was not connected to any god at all, but rather to the mythical Nephilim. In any case, what did mirrors have to do with nothingness? Sonny did not see a connection, but there had to be one. I'll ask the bastard the next time I see him. No, right, I won't see him ever again. It was a bit of a relief. After catching his breath, metaphorically speaking, Sonny sighed and continued on his way. However, this time he took additional precautions. He closed his eyes and moved forward, relying on nothing but his dampened shadow sense, sticking to shadows where he could. The nothingness was oppressive, but at the same time it was strangely healing. Sonny was tormented by fatelessness. He was in pain because nobody remembered him, but here, ironically, his very life depended on being able to at least remember himself, and do it fiercely. If no one else could acknowledge his existence, he had to do it himself. And the more Sonny affirmed his existence, the duller his pain became. What a perverse situation, El. Moving stealthily through the mist, Sonny smiled crookedly. But then he froze. Crap! He had grown so accustomed to the desolate silence of the hollow mountains that the sudden change sent him into a panic. The ground had just trembled under his feet. Alarmed, he dashed to the nearest outcropping of rocks and dissolved into the shadows cast by the overhanging stones. Remaining absolutely still, Sonny observed the world somberly. The ground was shaking at short intervals, the tremors growing more violent with each minute. The silence was finally broken by the sound of rocks rolling noisily down the slopes. It echoed in the mist, distorted strangely. What? It was then that it happened. A twisted dark pillar descended from the sky and crashed into the mountain slope not far away from him. It remained motionless for a few moments, leaned, and then rose into the mist, only to fall down once more, dozens of meters away. Further away, another pillar crashed into the stone, and then another and another and another. Sonny suddenly felt very small. These are legs. In the next moment, an indescribable sound rolled through the mist, disturbing its flow. Distorted, it was like a deafening bellow of a war-born or a sorrowful wail of a gargantuan beast. The wail was full of fear and agony. A vast shadow covered the area where Sonny was hiding, and then dark liquid poured from above. Enormous waterfalls of something that resembled blood fell down and splattered on the rocks, turning into mountain rivers. Hidden in the shadows, Sonny observed the terrible scene in silence. The mist flowed above the rivers of dark blood, and as he watched, the blood slowly became transparent, already turning into wisps of fog. A few moments later, the foaming rivers were gone, and all that was left was nothing. The towering pillars left the range of his perception, and the vast shadow pressing Sonny down disappeared with them. The enormous creature, whatever it was, had moved on. About a minute later, something crashed into the ground in the distance, causing one last, violent tremor. Sonny hesitated for a while, then emerged from the shadows. He stood motionless for a while, looking in the direction of where the enormous creature had gone. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and followed. What the hell am I doing? He wasn't sure why he wanted to find the place where the creature had fallen, but something was pushing him forward. Perhaps it was the need to know what kind of enemies he would face in this eerie place. Perhaps it was simple curiosity. Perhaps it was something akin to the call of the void, the morbid desire to jump into the beckoning abyss. At some point, Sonny turned to a vertical slope and started climbing. The white mist was not uniform. It was thicker in some places and thinner in others. Usually, the closer to peak one got, the further they would be able to see. It took him some time to climb the tall cliff stealthily. Following along its edge, Sonny reached a narrow ledge and came into view of a vast mountain valley. It was shrouded in mist, but he could still see the appalling shape of an immense, abhorrent creature that lay in the fog, its titanic body stretching as far as he could see. Shifting his gaze, Sonny paled when he saw an ocean of vile darkness permeating the being's soul, spreading from 7 tumorous growths. Oh, a great titan! His heart was suddenly cold. Looking upon a great titan was already unnerving enough. What made Sonny truly tense, however, was the fact that the abomination's flesh was terribly torn and mutilated, as if it had barely escaped from a fearsome clash. What could have mangled a great titan so badly? The wounds were hideous and utterly dreadful, and yet they did not seem grievous enough to kill a being such as this. However, they weakened it. They weakened its body, they weakened its mind, they weakened its soul, and they weakened its will. And that was much too dangerous in the hollow mountains. Although the unfathomable abomination was still alive, the mist was already flowing over its endless shape. Hiding in the shadows, stunned, Sonny remained motionless and watched. As a great titan was devoured by nothingness, slowly dissolving into a milky fog. Not long after it was completely gone, it died just like that. No, not even died. The titan was simply erased, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 1757, Hollow Mountains. Sonny had felt bold not too long ago. Transcendence had increased his power tremendously, and reuniting with Serpent added another fearsome shadow to his dark legion. He had braved the dark depths of Earth's oceans, slaughtered his way across the Antarctic center like a grim reaper, slain the winter beast, and crossed the chain aisles as if he was walking a walk in the park. His power had gotten to his head, and he had thought himself truly strong. The hollow mountains disabused him of that notion. Wandering the endless expanse of flowing mist, lost among jagged peaks, Sonny was reminded of how weak and insignificant he was in the grand scheme of things. Effie had once said that the dream realm was a dark paradise, but as far as Sonny was concerned, it seemed more like hell. If the conquered regions of the dream realm were hell, however, the hollow mountains were a deeper and much more dreadful abyss. The horrors that dwelled here were beyond all reason, unfathomable and indescribable, possessing the power to reshape the world with the chilling malice of their alien wills. Great abominations, and even cursed ones, Sonny saw their grotesque shapes moving in the mist from time to time, making him shudder. Sometimes, a vague silhouette of a vast creature would pass his hiding spot, wreathed in wisps of fog. Sometimes, an entire section of a mountain would come alive, sliding away to reveal itself as a gargantuan tentacle that had been wrapped around the towering peak. Sometimes, he would hear eerie sounds echoing in the mist and feel as though his very mind was being consumed by them. If not for the onyx mantle, which granted him a high degree of resistance to soul and mind attacks, those eerie cries alone would have been enough to kill him. This was a land of death, after all. Humans had named such regions death zones for a reason. There was no place for mortals here. And yet Sonny was here. He might have been humbled by the dread of the hollow mountains, but he was not deterred by it. Even if he was not powerful enough to face the creatures dwelling in the mist, he was strong and resourceful enough to survive them. As time went on, he learned to resist the will-eroding pull of nothingness better. It still strained him, but pushing against the dissolution of his self had eventually become a habit. He moved stealthily and stayed out of sight, making sure not to attract the attention of the great nightmare creatures, and retreated at the mere suspicion of a cursed one being close by. Of course, he was not always able to escape. As months went by, Sonny failed to evade the attention of powerful abominations a few times. Navigating the mist was difficult, and his senses were impaired, so were theirs, but that simply meant that many things were up to luck. And Sonny had no luck to speak of. When he was forced to fight, the battles were chilling. The black rock shattered, and the mist boiled from the furious forces unleashed by the combatants. Sonny had to give it his all to simply survive, testing the absolute limits of his transcendent power and using every ounce of cunning dwelling in his devious mind. Sometimes he killed the enemy. Sometimes he repelled their assault and escaped. Sometimes he hurt them enough for their will to be shaken and let the mist finish the job. It was strangely convenient. Unlike the nightmare creatures, Sonny never surrendered to nothingness, no matter how badly he was hurt, how terribly his flesh was mangled, and how much agony he was in. His will and desire to exist never wavered. That was an advantage humans had over the abominable beings of corruption, it seemed. The abominations had never had a strong sense of self, to begin with, while humans prized themselves for being highly individualistic. Sonny had never thought that there would come a time when his only enemies would be great nightmare creatures, but here it was. The hollow mountains were a natural preserve for the most dreadful of beings. Only those whose will was strong enough to exist in nothingness could survive here, after all. Sonny was one such being, as well it seemed. He had wandered the steep slopes of black rock for months, persistently searching for safer paths and seeking shelter in shallow caves when his body needed rest. Being surrounded by terrible enemies who were much more powerful than him and hiding from them like a tiny bug in order to survive. It felt a little bit nostalgic. Sonny felt as small and powerless as he had on the forgotten shore, but at the same time, his mind was as clear as it had been there. He just had to survive, using all possible means. There was just life and death, with nothing in between. And just like on the forgotten shore, the more he survived, the stronger he became. Battling great nightmare creature in the flowing mist was just as merciless of a crucible as the crimson labyrinth and the dark city had been for him as a sleeper. He was slowly coming into his own strength, learning how to wield the vast power of a transcendent. He also gained terrible experience of facing such creatures. With every dreadful abomination that fell by his hand, Sonny learned how to kill the next one better. And with every abomination he managed to elude, he learned how to escape from the next one better. Fighting opponents stronger than himself, that was the best way to grow. Of course, it was not all battles here in the Hollow Mountains. In fact, Sonny spent most of his time hiding and creeping stealthily between the jagged peaks. He was tense and on edge most of the time, but sometimes he was also very bored. There were long stretches of time he had to spend holed up in some cave or hidden in the dark embrace of shadows, waiting for the danger to pass. Sonny entertained himself by working on the project he had started in the tomb of Ariel, trying to turn the covetous coffer into an echo. He was making steady progress, slowly learning how to make that particular memory into a vessel for the shadow of the mordant mimic. Now that Sonny had lost the assistance of the nightmare spell, he wasn't sure if he would even be able to make the conversion, but he still wanted to try, since he knew that he would not be getting any new echoes for the same reason. Fighting powerful nightmare creatures was more than exciting, but he needed some variety as far as entertainment was concerned. Weaving provided a nice change of pace. Of course, nightmare creatures were not the only beings dwelling in the mist. There were also the others. Sonny had only encountered the creatures of nothingness after leaving the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains and venturing deeper into the vast expanse of the deadly region. His very first encounter had almost become his last. Whispers of long-forgotten voices, echoes of long-extinguished wails, they surrounded him from all sides, drifting in the mist. Sonny had his eyes tightly shut, hiding in the shadows and praying for the eerie being to move past without noticing him. Somehow he knew that if he saw it, he would not survive, or at least his self would not survive. Who knew, perhaps 6 lonely shadows would be left wandering the world in his wake. Eventually, the whispers grew distant and disappeared. The deeper into the mist Sonny went, the more of these creatures he encountered. He had never gazed at them, so he didn't even know what they looked like, or if they looked like anything at all. He could allow himself to fight the nightmare creatures, but every time he encountered a mist being, he either hid or escaped. It was only that, after a while, Sonny started to doubt if they were even creatures at all. It almost felt as if the voices wandering the fog were strange phenomena instead, as though the eerie remnants of things and beings erased by nothingness drifted in the mist, attracted to each other by the ancient vestiges of erased wills. He had a particular suspicion, though. To be is to be perceived. There was a school of thought that claimed that things only existed if they were perceived. That which was not perceived did not exist, but since one could not perceive nothing, everything they did perceive had to be something. In other words, nothing would become something by the mere act of being perceived. Like a reflection, perhaps, which was only there when one stood in front of the mirror. It was a bit of a strange philosophy, and one that depended on the existence of an omniscient God to make sense, a God who perceived all of existence, and therefore made it real. The gods were dead, of course, and more than that, they had never been omniscient. So that disproved the whole notion, but Sonny still felt that there was a kernel of truth to it. Perhaps things could exist without being perceived, and nothing would not become something even if it was witnessed. But he felt that the beings of the mist would definitely become more real if they were witnessed. To behold them was the same as giving them power. Looking upon them would make nothing become something enough to come into contact with existence and tear it apart. At least that was what he thought. For that reason, Sonny did not only close his eyes near the mist creatures, but also covered his ears and retracted his shadow sense, turning himself blind, deaf, and mute. Being devoid of most senses in the middle of a death zone was its own kind of terror, but he simply gritted his teeth and endured. Sonny did not know if what he was doing had any meaning, but the creatures of nothingness had never managed to consume him, so maybe he was doing something right. Chapter 1758, Something Wicked This Way Comes. Even if Sonny found a tentative way to survive encounters with the creatures of the mist, and even if he was slowly learning how to survive in the battles against the great nightmare creatures, claiming their lives one after another, even if he avoided the cursed ones with utmost caution, there was still one big problem he had to contend with. The Hollow Mountains themselves. The Forgotten Shore was a vast land, one that probably had been its own realm once upon a time. The Nightmare Desert was of the same size, if not larger. And yet the mountain chain stretched from east to west like a great wall, bordering both of these regions and a few others. It was simply enormous. Worse than that, the jagged peaks were shrouded in thick mist, which made navigating them all but impossible. Sonny was mostly sure that he had not lost his understanding of where the North was, but after dozens of furious battles and narrow escapes, his certainty was not absolute. Maybe he was hopelessly lost, or maybe the hollow mountains were simply too vast. In any case, his journey was taking longer than he had expected. Much, much longer. Out there beyond the mist, Rain's family had already left the waking world behind and settled in Ravenheart. Sonny's avatar had approached her and somehow talked his way into becoming her teacher. But Sonny was still wandering the mist, hiding from the unspeakable horrors that dwelled within it, and clashing with them when there was no chance to escape. At times, he doubted that anything except for the white mist had ever existed. He was so accustomed to the flowing fog and the black rocks, so used to the harsh life of the weakest being in the mountains, and so familiar with the strange nature of existing in the sea of nothingness that his past did not seem real. Wasn't it ironic? The only thing that seemed to have existed was non-existence. The warm and endearing life of his distant avatar seemed like a dream instead. Funny. Beaten and battered, hurting all over, Sonny was slowly learning how to fight and function without the nightmare spell. Tired of only working on turning the covetous coffer into an echo, he tried to envision a memory that would replace some of the rudimentary functions of the spell, especially those having to do with presenting information in an easily digestible manner. Such a memory was not that hard to weave, but actually designing it required some creativity. After all, the source of all that information would not be the nightmare spell, but Sonny himself. Therefore, he had to find a way to automatically convert things he knew or perceived into runes. That was an interesting challenge. Apart from that, he was also trying to teach himself how to enter his soul sea. Some of the things he had learned with the help of the nightmare spell had remained with him, like muscle memory. The acts of traveling between realms and placing realm tethers, for example. But some, like visiting the soul sea, were completely gone, so he had to relearn them. The ancient people of the dream realm had been able to enter their soul seas long before the nightmare spell was created, so there was no reason that he couldn't do the same. In fact, there had probably never been a transcendent who did not know the way into their soul sea, so Sonny felt a bit ashamed of himself. It was just hard to find the way without a teacher. Nevertheless, he eventually succeeded, even if it had taken him slightly more than a year. After entering the soul sea, Sonny confirmed two things. The first thing was that the memories he could not summon were truly gone instead of being simply unavailable. That gave him a sense of bitter melancholy. The second thing he learned was that the formless shadow of the vile thieving bird's spawn was gone, as well, just as he had suspected. The loathsome creature had claimed its odious chick. A year had already passed, and he was still in the Hollow Mountains. He had celebrated his 22nd birthday in a tiny cave on the side of a misty mountain. Sonny felt thankful to the Onyx Man, TLE and the puppeteer's shroud. If not for the fact that both of his armors could repair himself, he would have been wearing rags. He was also thankful to the endless spring because of Cassie's gift. He was not only able to quench his thirst whenever he wanted, but also wash himself regularly. Otherwise, every creature in the region would have probably detected his stench. He was also thankful to Bone Weave and his transcendent teeth. Most of the provisions he had stored in the covetous coffer were long gone, so his diet consisted predominantly of the meat harvested from the great nightmare creatures slain by him. It tasted heavenly, but chewing it often was something only saints would be able to do. A few months after gaining access to the Soul Sea, Sonny successfully turned the covetous coffer into a flawed echo. It was only an echo in name, possessing the structure of one, but lacking the main component semblance of autonomy. Nevertheless, that was fine. Sonny did not need the coffer to do anything that a real echo would be able to do. He just needed it to be the vessel for the shadow. Once the faux echo was turned into a shadow, the autonomy would follow. It was just that it would be true autonomy, not the masterful imitation of one granted by the spell. It took him another month to figure out how to fuse the shadow of the mordant mimic with the covetous coffer. Strangely enough, Serpent was of great help in that regard. With its help, Sonny guided the dark flames of his soul to encompass both and listened to his instincts from there. Sadly, everything happened so fast that he failed to glean the secrets of the mysterious process. He still had no idea how exactly shadows were made, just that his aspect contained some sort of authority that allowed him to create them. Nevertheless, Sonny wasn't sure that he would be able to repeat the process just yet. In any case, that was how the marvelous mimic was born. Sonny had come up with the name himself, because that was how he felt after commanding his new shadow to turn itself into a little hut. Sleeping under an actual roof, away from the mist, wasn't that simply marvelous? His journey through the hollow mountains was still exhausting and harrowing, but at least it had become a little more comfortable. In the end, it took him around a year and a half to escape that misty hell. One day, Sonny was limping down a slope, one of the hundreds, or maybe even thousands of the slopes he had climbed, with an emotionless expression on his pale face. Of course, no one could see his face because it was covered by Weaver's mask. Hidden from view, his eyes were bleak and lifeless. His hair had grown longer than it had ever been and was tied roughly by a piece of string. The puppeteer's shroud was torn, tattered, and stained with blood. He had just escaped from a terrible fight and had no time to dismiss the armor yet, giving it a chance to repair itself. 4 of his shadows were exploring the mist, surrounding him from all sides, far enough to serve as scouts, but close enough to escape back to him at the first hint of danger. Only Gloomy remained glued to his feet. Sonny was talking to it in a flat voice. "Well, anyway, that might be true, but mind your manners. I am a saint, you know, Saint Sunless. Would it kill you to flatter me once in a while?" The shadow stared at him sarcastically, then suddenly rose from the ground, turning into an avatar. The avatar, unlike the original body, was clad in the onyx mantle. The avatar said, "So what, I am Saint Sunless too, I never lie." Sonny stared at the avatar darkly. "What a hateful face. Stop staring at me, bastard." The avatar scowled. "Who are you calling a bastard, you bastard? Don't you have any respect for our mother?" Sonny hissed through gritted teeth. "Be a bit louder, why won't you? Do you want some cursed creature to hear you?" The avatar stared at him gloomily for a while, then looked away. They walked side by side for some time, keeping quiet. Eventually, Sonny spat angrily. "Waste of essence." The avatar grinned. "I might be a waste of essence, but you're the one wasting essence to have a conversation with yourself. Fool." Sonny widened his eyes. "What conversation? It's a quarrel with myself. Get your facts straight, idiot." The avatar did not answer immediately, instead turning his head this way and that. Eventually, he asked, "Say, don't you think that the mist has been strangely thin recently? I can almost see the next mountain." Sonny scoffed. "That's just how it is." But then he fell silent, because at that moment, Sonny fully realized that he was right. The mist was indeed too thin. It was thinner than ever before, even. He lingered for a moment, then dismissed the avatar, wrapped the shadow around his body, and hurried his steps. He recalled the scouting shadows, too, augmenting his body further. Can it be? No, really, can it? The world was slowly turning darker. It can. Sonny set himself to remain calm and alert, moving forward as fast as he could while remaining cautious. Half a day later, he climbed a tall peak and looked ahead, staggering slightly at the sight. He did not even register at first what he was looking at. The only thing he cared about was that he could see anything at all. Out there in front of him, there was no mist. Instead, there was a vast and desolate expanse of flat land. A land shrouded in eternal darkness, with a starless void looming above it as a black sky. Sonny inhaled deeply. No way. After all these years, he had returned to the Forgotten Shore. Chapter 1759, Return to the Forgotten Shore. The desolate expanse of the Forgotten Shore lay in front of Sonny, shrouded in darkness. The black sky was vast and empty. There were no stars, no moon, and no sun populating the lightless abyss, making it seem boundless. Faced with the hollow eternity of its unfathomable grandeur, Sonny couldn't help but feel indescribably small. Below the black sky, a barren wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see. The Forgotten Shore had changed, becoming almost unrecognizable. The terror of the spire, nameless sun, was dead, and the endless sea of crimson coral that had been born from her was gone as well, replaced by ashen dust. The darkness shrouding the desolate expanse was absolute, but it was merely the absence of light, not the true darkness that dwelled in the abyss of the underworld. Therefore, Sonny's gaze could pierce its veil without restraint. The forgotten shore had become a land of shadows. His bloodless lips twisted into a pale smile. "I'm back. Duh." It took him a few more days to descend from the hollow mountains and leave the dark slopes behind, finally setting foot on the forgotten shore again. Surrounded by the sea of ashen dust and absolute silence, Sonny remained motionless for a while, gazing into the distance with a strange expression on his bruised face. The lack of light, the lack of sound, the lack of life. How peaceful! It was a land of death. He walked a few steps forward and then staggered, falling to his knees. His hands drowned in the dust, and his breathing had become labored, hoarse whistles escaping from his mouth each time his chest rose and fell. Orgazala. Sonny was suffocating. It was not for the lack of air, but simply because both his mind and body were in turmoil. He was having a strange semblance of a panic attack, caused by the fact that there was no mist around him anymore. There was no nothingness, and therefore, Sonny didn't have to struggle to remain existing anymore. He had grown so accustomed to that constant necessity, though, that its lack was like a powerful shock. Everything around him was so solid and immutable, so tactile and palpable, so something. Everything was something. Wasn't that bizarre? As it turned out, it was possible to experience a panic attack from the sense of relief. That feeling was so powerful that it debilitated Sonny completely, making him unable to think, move, or control himself. He remained on his knees for a few moments, and then sprawled in the dust. It's so calm. Very soon he curled into a ball and peacefully fell asleep. Zugh. Sonny slept without dreams for several days. He was both surprised and concerned by how long his original body remained asleep, but judged that it deserved a little rest. Or maybe a lot of it. Spending a year and a half in the hollow mountains was not for the faint of heart. In fact, it was pure madness. If Sonny had known how long and dreadful his journey would be, he would have never ventured into the mist. Or maybe not. Maybe he would have still gone into the nothingness. After all, even though crossing the hollow mountains had been a nightmarish affair, it had also been fun in a perverse and morbid kind of way. It was also quite fruitful, tempering his will and sharpening his skills. Sonny was a transcendent now, and so his skills needed to become transcendent as well. In fact, he had been contemplating the concept of a transcendent battle art as of late. In any case, his body needed to rest, so he let it sleep. However, sleeping in the dust was not too comfortable. He manifested an avatar and summoned the marvelous mimic. Once the shadow turned itself into a hut, the avatar carried his body inside and put it on the makeshift bed, which was nothing more than an elevated platform formed by the mimic on his behalf. Saint, serpent, fiend, and nightmare guarded the hut, each augmented by one of the shadows. The avatar, meanwhile, made a fire and went about preparing some food. By the time Sonny woke up, there was a real feast waiting for him on the table. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and sat up, rubbing his eyes. The pillow and blanket he had manifested before slowly dissolved into shadows. The avatar gestured to the food with a grin. "Come eat. I have 10 different types of monster meat for you to enjoy." Sonny was quite hungry. Why, so he didn't waste any time. Taking the first bite, he lingered for a few moments, and then asked somberly, "Have we run out of salt?" The avatar shrugged. "You know we did." Sonny let out another sigh. "What about coffee?" The avatar looked at him with amusement. "There's a bit left. Let's save it for a special occasion." Sonny did not need to ask himself these questions, of course, because he already knew all the answers. But still, it was nicer to eat while enjoying a friendly conversation, even if he was talking to himself. His retinue was great in many regards, but none of them were the talkative sort, in fact. The only one of who had ever spoken was Fiend, but that guy was better off keeping his mouth shut. Finishing his breakfast, Sonny mounted Nightmare, dismissed the rest of the shadows, as well as the avatar, and headed north. The darkness took them in its welcoming embrace, and the ashen dust rose into the air, disturbed by the adamantine hooves of the tenebrous stallion. Zugh. It was strange. Sonny vividly remembered the long journey back to the dark city that he and the members of the cohort had made after visiting the Hollow Mountains. Back then, it had been an endless battle for survival. The Crimson Labyrinth had been teeming with all kinds of vile nightmare creatures, and all those creatures had wanted to taste their blood. But now the nightmare creatures were gone, annihilated by the merciless sun. The Crimson Labyrinth was gone, too, its demise caused by the destruction of the sun. The coral maze had withered in the absence of its source and crumbled into dust. Now there was no one to lunge at Sunny from the darkness. There was nothing but death and desolation around him. Silence and peace. He rode the nightmare north at a mild pace, not in a hurry to reach his destination. Rocking gently in the saddle, Sunny sipped water from the endless spring and looked around, his gaze full of placid curiosity. I think I recognize that place, no, do I? It was hard to orient himself in the sea of dust. There were a few landmarks that Sunny would have recognized, but he entered the forgotten shore in a different spot from where the cohort had gone. His route was entirely different, and he could have been hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away from the places that the cohort had visited. Well, it did not matter. If Sunny wanted to, he could spend the rest of his life here. He would find what he was searching for eventually. No, actually, that was not quite right. Since there were very few nightmare creatures on the forgotten shore now, if any, his supplies would run out eventually. So his time was limited after all. Sunny's laughter rang in the tranquil silence. Gods, never thought I'd have such a problem. There were not enough abominations around, such a travesty. Wasn't that ironic? Sunny traveled on horseback for a few days, then turned into a crow and flew into the boundless black sky. Drifting on the winds, he soared above the sea of ashen dust and made his way north while observing the desolate land for any familiar landmarks. No monster lunged at him from the dust or from the black abyss above. This land, which had become synonymous with dread and danger in his mind, was now strangely peaceful. It seemed safer than even the waking world, let alone other regions of the dream realm. Sunny opened his beak and let out a few piercing caws, laughing at the irony. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. After flying above the barren wasteland for a few more days, he found what he was looking for. The ruins of the Crimson Spire. Chapter 1760, Ruins of the Crimson Spire. The Crimson Spire, which had been a symbol of both oppression and salvation for the sleepers of the forgotten shore, was no more. Sunny had witnessed the beginning of its destruction, all those years ago, but was sent away by Nephis before the Cyclopean structure collapsed. Looking at the mountain of shattered black stone that towered above the sea of dust like a titanic gravestone, he wondered how she had escaped the cataclysmic collapse. It must have been hard to escape that disaster. It must have been even harder still to survive the long journey across the desolate forgotten shore, traverse the nightmare desert, enter the underworld, and conquer the second nightmare. He had always known how hard it would have been for a mere sleeper, but only after spending close to 2 years in solitude did Sunny realize how taxing it must have been on Nephi's mind. Escaping the collapsing spire had probably been the easiest of her ordeals. Sunny gazed upon the vast ruin from the sky, then plummeted down and turned into a human. Walking across the dust, he fell into a solemn mood. Soon something crunched under the boot of the onyx mantle. He hesitated for a moment, then kneeled and brushed the dust away. Below it, a monstrous skull was revealed. Sunny stared at it for a while, then rose and looked around. He could discern more bones on the ground around him, all covered by a thick layer of dust. A quiet sigh escaped from his lips. It's here. He was on the edges of the battlefield, where the Dreamer army had fought against the horde of nightmare creatures. There in the distance stood the broken remains of the siege engines that Kai had commanded. Not too far away, Effie had held the line against the flood of abominations, her soldiers dying one by one until nobody was left. Behind that place was the spot where the Dreamer army had made its last stand, the rising water already reaching their knees. Sunny knew exactly how many sleepers had come to siege the Crimson Spire. He also knew how many of them had survived. So it wasn't difficult to calculate how many human skulls lay here, buried in the ashen dust. He remained silent for a while, and then said quietly, "Your nightmare is over." Sighing deeply, he continued on his way to the bridge that led to the island where the spire had once stood. The bridge itself had long collapsed, destroyed by the falling debris. Once upon a time, Sonny had used the dark wing and Saint's strength to breach the wide divide. Today, however, he simply disappeared from the spot and appeared on the other side a moment later. All it took was a single step. Clad in an onyx armor with his raven-black hair dancing in the wind, Sonny walked across the rubble and then froze in place, a subtle expression of astonishment appearing on his alabaster face. His eyes widened slightly. Well, this is a surprise. Out of there in front of him, a stone colossus was kneeling on the ground, unmoving. Sonny recognized him instantly. The weathered surface of the ancient stone, the small cracks and fissures where countless abominations had assaulted the giant since ancient time. After wandering the forgotten shore for thousands of years, the statue of the builder had finally come to a rest. Of course, his head was still missing. The giant hammer that had once struck down the harrowing depth dweller lay in the rubble to the side, forgotten and abandoned. The colossus was still and motionless, its back turned to Sonny. Inhaling deeply, he walked around the gargantuan statue and faced it. For a while, there was only silence. In front of the kneeling colossus, 6 stone heads lay in the rubble, staring blindly at the empty space where the gates of the Crimson Spire had once been. The Lord, the Priestess, the Hunter, the Slayer, the Knight, the Stranger. The 7th head, the builder's head gently in the statue's hands, was held gently in statue's hands. The colossus did not show any sign of life, having found what he had been looking for all that time. Sonny lingered for a bit, then shifted his gaze, looking within the stone giant. His mind was full of bright curiosity. "What are you really?" After a while, a strange sound escaped from his lips. "So that's how it is." The walking statue was neither a living being nor a nightmare creature. It had no soul. Instead, 7 transcendent soul shards were hidden in its stone depths, connected by dimly glimmering essence channels. Soul shards, not cores. The ancient colossus was an automaton, a great golem created by the builder and brought to a semblance of life by sorcery. Sonny had no doubt that if he broke the statue apart, he would find a complicated weave of countless runes engraved into its hollow core and the expansive web of essence channels. It was a crude creation, far less intricate than even the echoes that the spell weaved. No wonder Saint had treated it with disdain. She was a true living being, after all, first created from stone by the demon of choice, then brought back to life by a treacherous shadow. The wandering colossus, the forsaken knight of the ruined cathedral, they were no more than pale imitations. Their power might have been much greater than hers, but their nature was deeply and fundamentally inferior. If Sonny was to guess, one of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore, the Stranger, must have been one of the stone saints, and had brought a small number of his soldiers with him to this dark land. The builder must have been in awe of Nether's craftsmanship and tried to recreate it clumsily. The walking giant was the result. By now, the 7 soul shards placed in his stone body were almost entirely devoid of essence, shimmering dimly, one step away from being extinguished. Perhaps the colossus had been absorbing power from the artificial sun and was left without a source of essence after the Crimson Terror was destroyed. Perhaps he had simply exhausted all his power and came to a natural end. In any case, the headless statue would not be wandering the vast expanse of the Forgotten Shore ever again. Sonny threw one last glance at it and turned away with a sigh. "I'm glad you found what you were looking for." He walked away, then started climbing the rubble. "Even the big guy is gone. Ah, why does it make me feel sad? It's like I barely recognize the place." The reason he had come to the ruins of the Crimson Spire was still there, though. It was at the very heart of the mountains of crushed stone, at the bottom of a vast well. Sonny climbed down, being extremely careful not to fall. He did not trust the stability of the rubble and tested each foothold before lowering himself deeper into the darkness, and for a good reason. At the bottom of the deep well was a vast pool of black water. Its surface was perfectly still and flat, like that of a harrowing mirror made from pure darkness. Although the water was opaque and Sonny could see how far down it went, he felt as though it was unimaginably deep, reaching such depths that mere thought of light would be impossible there. The dark sea. As Sonny watched it in solemn silence, a subtle ripple spread across the surface of the imprisoned ocean of darkness. It was as though it was straining to spill over the edges of the pool and break free. However, the invisible powers that held it down were too mighty to overcome, even for this vast, boundless, inconceivable creature. The seal he had activated still held, showing no sign of growing weaker. Shifting his gaze, Sonny peered into the depths of the dark sea and let out a stifled chuckle. It did not change. All he could see was boundless, appalling darkness. However, somewhere deep, deep below, he seemed to have sensed the presence of 7 abyssal nodes, where the corruption was even denser. His suspicion had been right. The dark sea of the forgotten shore was indeed a living being, a great titan. Before, the mere thought of a great titan would have caused him to fall to his knees in terror. But after witnessing one dying miserably in the white mist, Sonny remained unmoved. He even felt a strange, daring compulsion to dive into the black waters. Why not? He had bathed in them before. Back then, the dark sea paid him no attention. Would it be different now that he was a saint, possessing a transcendent soul that would be much more nourishing for a being such as this? What would he find in the depths of the ancient sea of corruption? What mysteries were hidden in the unfathomable black waters? Should I find out? The temptation was strong. He reached toward the dark pool, tantalized by its lightless expanse. But then he stopped. Sonny remained motionless for a while, struggling against the sense of dark wonder. Then he slowly, laboriously pulled his hand back. What the hell am I doing? He wanted to dive into the dark sea. Back then, he was merely a sleeper, a powerless, pathetic, dormant beast. But now, he was a transcendent terror and carried a cohort of fearsome shadows in his soul. Although his mind was telling him to be cautious, his heart recklessly believed that he could survive the depths of the great titan. Maybe he would even be able to destroy it. Why not? What would he lose if he actually died in that vast darkness? There was nothing to lose. Only there was now. If he had reached the ruin of the Crimson Spire before promising to be Rain's teacher, Sonny might have risked it. But now, things were different. She might not have remembered him, but he remembered her. He also remembered himself. Shaking his head, Sonny took a step back. I am such an idiot. It didn't even matter if he could survive in the embrace of the dark sea. What mattered more was that the great titan had been sealed by his own hand, and none of the nightmare creatures that dwelled in the black water were able to escape that seal. So if Sonny did dive into the black pool, he wouldn't be able to escape it either. Wouldn't it be funny to be imprisoned by the seal he himself had put in place? Smiling darkly, Sonny looked at the still water and sighed. If I ever become powerful enough to break the seal, maybe then we'll meet again. The black pool rippled, as if acknowledging his promise. Suddenly unnerved, Sonny took another step back and silently dissolved into the shadows. Chapter 1761, Old Haunts. In the past, it had taken the Dreamer army many days of an arduous march to reach the Crimson Spire from the Dark City. Now, however, Sonny could traverse that distance in less than a minute. He was not in a hurry to leave, though. Leaving the towering mountain of rubble behind, he crossed the broken bridge and returned to the ashen wasteland. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and leaned down to brush the dust off the old bones. In the end, it took him almost a week to find the remains of every sleeper that had perished in the battle for the Crimson Spire. There were 400 of them, after all, and he had to be careful not to damage the brittle bonds. So it took some time. He placed them together on the ground, and then used the jagged slabs of black stone from the ruins of the gargantuan tower to construct a stone barrow above the mass grave. It was a little fitting to lay these young men and women to rest under the broken remains of the Crimson Spire, W.H. They had laid down their lives to conquer. Sonny also collected the remains of every nightmare creature that had fallen in the battle, and piled them onto each other to the side of the barrow. The mountain of hideous bones towered above the stone grave, dwarfing it entirely in size, a poignant testament to how fearsome the dreamers of the Dark City had been, and how valiantly they had fought. He stood in front of the barrow for some time, and then sighed. We were tough bastards, weren't we? You guys rest easy now. The others are doing well. Most of them still follow Nephis, but they are masters now. The remaining handmaidens will ascend before too long, as well Sation is taking care of them. Oh, Effie and Kai are already saints. There are a few independents like myself out there, too. We all escaped. Sonny didn't know why he was saying that. His words rang hollow. He wasn't a big fan of speaking to the dead to begin with. What was the point? Shaking his head, he approached the barrow and carved a few runes into the surface of the black stone. The runes read, "Here lie those who extinguished the sun dreamers of the dark city. Sleep well. Your nightmare is over." Stepping back from the slab of black stone with a heavy heart, Sonny remained silent for a while, then sighed and turned away. Walking across the sea of ash and dust, he summoned Nightmare and jumped into the saddle. His voice sounded rough when he urged the stallion forward and said, "Let's get out of here." A young man with alabaster skin and raven-black hair rode through the darkness on a tenebrous steed, his fearsome armor crafted from polished onyx. In front of him, a great wall of dark stone rose into the lightless sky, obscuring the world. Sonny had reached the dark city. He hunched in the saddle, looking up at the towering wall. The city, which had been populated by dreadful abominations, was now peaceful and silent. He could not sense any movement on its ancient streets. After lingering for a while, Sonny stepped through the shadows and appeared on top of the wall. Gazing down, he saw a familiar landscape. In the distance, the twisted and misshapen ruins of the bright castle were covered in soot. The sleepers had set flame to the ancient fortress before leaving, destroying that which had withstood the cruelty of time. He could recognize many other landmarks as well. The toppled lighthouse, the half-collapsed library where he had once learned the truth of the forgotten shore, the plaza where Saint and her siblings had once fallen, the ruined cathedral. Even all these years later, Sonny remembered every ruined street of the dark city where he had hunted, the places where he had ambushed abominations, the places where he had been ambushed by them. There were countless pieces of rubble here that had been wetted by his blood, and even more that he had painted with the blood of his enemies. A fallen nightmare creature had seemed like the end of the world back then. Smiling wryly, Sonny took a step into nothingness and jumped down from the great wall of the dark city. The wind whistled in his ears for a few seconds, and then he landed on the stone rubble. El Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN or VELC AVEC or /M. The silence enveloping the ruins was momentarily broken by the thunderous boom of his landing. The terror of the Crimson Spire had annihilated most of the living beings on the forgotten shore to fuel her transformation into a corrupted titan. Everywhere the rays of the ruthless sun had reached, nothing but death remained. But there were many dark places in the ancient city. The interiors of the ruined buildings, the catacombs, the lairs dug in the rubble the sun could not reach there. More than that, the abominations populating the dark city were much stronger than those in the Crimson Labyrinth. So, a few of them had to have survived the annihilation. Sonny was calling them over, wishing to eradicate them all in one fell swoop. However, even after he had made so much noise, nothing moved in the ruins. His shadow sense was enveloping the whole city, but Sonny could not feel any motion at all. Puzzled, he brushed the dust off the onyx mantle and ventured into the maze of ruined streets. Sonny spent the whole day exploring the dark city. He wandered the ruins and reminisced about the past wistfully. Here, he had rescued Kai from the well. Here, he had learned from Effie how to kill a blood fiend. Here was the ditch where he had hidden himself after the Black Knight gutted him. How nostalgic. By the end of the day, Sonny knew why there were no nightmare creatures left in the dark city. There were a lot of hideous remains on the ruined streets. Most of them showed no sign of having received a wound, since their souls had been annihilated by the Crimson Terror. But some bones had nicks and deep cracks on them, others were scorched by flame. Nephis. She must have come here after escaping the Crimson Spire and hunted the remaining abominations down, one after another, to build another core and harvest their meat for the long journey ahead. A faint smile twisted his lips. She's so thorough. With the mystery solved, he wandered the ruins some more and eventually made his way to the remains of the bright castle. The ancient stronghold had collapsed, the white marble melted by the terrible heat of the white flames. He did not know why he wanted to see the scorched ruins. So many things had happened here, between the castle's walls. But now it was all erased by the fire. Just like him. Chuckling, Sonny shook his head and wandered the remains of the outer settlement for a bit. He kicked stones and remembered the past, then stopped by the lodge where Nephis and Cassie had once lived. Now it was empty and quiet. After visiting his old room, he left the outer settlement and descended back into the city. Finally, Sonny reached the ruined cathedral. He entered the majestic Great Hall, climbed over the toppled column that Saint had once dropped on the Black Night, and gazed at the statue of the nameless goddess. He studied her face for a while, then stepped through the shadows and appeared on the hidden balcony behind it. Soon, he entered a familiar chamber. The living quarters of the young priestess were neat and tidy, just as he had left them. The room was beautiful and spacious. The stone walls were engraved with intricate patterns, creating an atmosphere of sanctity and elegance. The furniture was made out of pale, polished wood, with several mismatched pieces that Sonny had scavenged from the dark city once. He was surrounded by a soothing darkness. The chamber had no windows, but there were light wells cunningly hidden here, and there the ingenious system of mirrors that was supposed to bathe the room in sunlight was long destroyed, though. And so was the sun itself. Sonny closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Then he recalled the onyx mantle, walked over to the spacious bed, sprawled on it, and fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Chapter 1762, Thus Spoke Weaver. Sleeping in his own bed felt really great. Sonny had had many beds throughout the years. He had one in his temporary room at the academy, one in the bedroom of his house, the luxurious sleeping pod he had purchased after becoming an awakened, a flimsy cot in the sanctuary of Noctes, and even the wide sleeping shelf at the back of the Rhino, among others. But out of all of them, this bed of pale, polished wood, which had once belonged to the priestess of the ruined cathedral, held a special place in his heart. Perhaps because this dark chamber was the first place he had considered home, and this bed was the first he had considered his. Even though the time Sonny had spent living alone in the dark city was one of the bleakest pages of his life, he remembered it with a special fondness. Waking up pleasantly refreshed, he smiled, yawned, and climbed out of the bed. Looking around the spacious chamber, Sonny remembered his days here. Things had been so simple back then. He walked around for a while, briefly touching various pieces of furniture, and then stopped in front of a bare wall. There, countless scratches had been left by the tip of the prowling thorn, counting the days he had spent here. Below them, the word sunless was carved in the stone with 2 runes. A sad smile appeared on Sonny's face. Back then, he had wanted to leave proof of him having lived, struggled, and suffered in the dark city on this stone wall, a mark of his existence. Who knew that the mark he had left would become meaningless one day? His own actions made it so that nobody could remember him, even if he scratched his name into the stone 1,000 times. Sonny chuckled, then outstretched a hand and used his nail to leave one more scratch on the wall. He had spent another day here after all. Then he looked around, studying the interior of the dark chamber. The thought of leaving it all behind once again made him sad. But then, did he really have to leave it? Slowly, a dark grin twisted his lips. Why don't I take it all with me? What a great idea. He needed to decorate the marvelous mimic anyway. Summoning the shadow, he commanded it to turn into an enormous wardrobe and opened its doors wide, paying no attention to the rows of terrifying fangs hidden behind them. Inside was the cold darkness of the vast dimensional storage. Shall we start? Smiling happily, Sonny went about loading the beautiful furniture made of pale, polished wood into the mimic. The bed-jay, the desk, the intricate lectern. He didn't even spare the garbs and vestments of the young priestess, which Effie had once mocked him about. These beautiful clothes were made from fine fabric and masterfully tailored. More than that, they had remained in pristine condition despite thousands of years of neglect. Sonny would be mad to leave behind something like that. By the time he was done, the spacious chamber was entirely barren, as if robbed by an extremely greedy thief. The greedy thief in question, meanwhile, looked at the intricately engraved stone walls, feeling regretful that he couldn't take the engravings with him. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head. Closing the doors of the marvelous mimic, he dismissed the shadow and left the living quarters. By the time Sonny returned to the great hall, the smile had disappeared from his face. He glanced at the statue of the nameless goddess one more time. The description of the nameless sun, the memory Nephis had received after slaying the terror of the Crimson Spire, surfaced in his mind. For a long time, the nameless sun suffered in solitude, longing for all the things that were lost. Only when she lost that longing, too, was the crimson terror of the forgotten shore finally born. Wasn't he a bit like her? Alone and forgotten, even his name erased from the world. He was even a terror, too. If he survived long enough, would a day come when Sunny turned into a nightmare creature, as well? What was it that he had not lost, yet that kept his soul from blooming with the flowers of corruption? As his gaze darkened, Sunny looked away from the statue and headed for the inner sanctum of the ruined cathedral. Finding the hidden passage, he allowed it to take him to a winding staircase and descended underground, deeper and deeper still, until he reached a large chamber carved into the bedrock. There, a massive door forged from the same metal that the armor of the Black Knight had been forged from stood open, and two strange torches burned on the wall. Sunny hissed and shielded his eyes. After days spent in absolute darkness, the pale light of the ghostly torches seemed blinding. Beyond the open door was the solitary cell where he had found Weaver's mask, and the forbidden runes left on its floor by the corpse that had worn it. Sunny had come to the dark city to read these runes. Taking a deep breath, Sunny steeled his heart and walked forward. The first time around, he had left his shadows behind, concerned that the light of the strange torches would harm them. But now, he knew that the underground cell was designed to keep someone in, not prevent others from coming inside. The runic circle had long been broken anyway, and the sorcery protecting this place did not function anymore. Entering the cell, Sunny studied his surroundings for a few moments. Not that there was a lot to study. There was only the broken runic circle, the dust that the mysterious corpse had turned into, and the words left on the floor. Sunny smiled darkly, then turned his attention to the forbidden runes he had not been able to read before. These ones were different from the script Nether had used, and much easier to translate. However, when Sunny read them, his expression darkened. What? He didn't quite understand. The runes read, "Thus spoke Weaver. They will open the gates." And they did, calling forth doom and destruction upon us. Now in the ruins, gods lay dead, and the demons have fallen. The Forgotten One comes, wide awake, to consume them. The rest were ineligible. Sunny shivered. No, wait. What did it mean? They had opened the gates. Who had opened them, and which gates? Not the gates of the void, surely. That was impossible. If the gates had already been opened, and the forgotten god had already escaped from the void, wide awake, then there would have been no existence left. Everything would have been consumed by corruption. But it wasn't yet, which meant that he was still asleep, seeing nightmares. And yet the runes clearly stated that someone had indeed unleashed the god of corruption. Not only that, but Weaver had even foretold that they would. Gods lay dead, and the demons have fallen. Was that the answer to the question that had been tormenting Sunny, the question of who had won the Doom War? According to these runes, no one had. Both sides had been annihilated. How could that be? Had it been mutual destruction, or had someone killed them all? If neither side had won, then who had? Suddenly, a chill ran down Sunny's spine. He looked down at the familiar string of runes written in a different script from the rest of them. Hail Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the forgotten god. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Everyone assumed that there had been two sides in the war between the gods and the demons, but was that really true? After all, there had been one deity that had refused to participate, standing in opposition to both the gods and the demons. The demon of fate. So if both sides had been annihilated, then wouldn't it mean that there was only Weaver left? Sunny suddenly remembered the description of Bone Weave. When children of the forgotten god rebelled against the gods, Weaver was the only one to refuse the call of war. Despised and hunted by both sides, they disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did until it was too late. Until it was too late. Unnerved, Sunny took a deep breath. What the hell did Weaver do? Chapter 1763, Sea of Dust. Sunny left the underground cell in a complicated mood. To be honest, he was a little rattled. Weaver said that they would open the gates. Who were the they Weaver had spoken about? The gods, the demons, or someone else entirely? There was one thing that made Sunny restless. It was the fact that no one knew who Weaver was, so the nebulous demon was never referred to as he or she. Instead, the spell used the neutral they to describe the demon of fate. So had it been Weaver who unsealed the void, perhaps? That did not make a lot of sense, though, since the runes described something that the elusive demon had said. So, it would have been I will open the gates, not they will unless Weaver had had a habit of referring to themselves in the third person. There was the issue of the runic language itself, as well, which did not necessarily follow the same pronounced conventions as the human language did. The runes written by the prisoner of the ruined cathedral did not hint that Weaver had been speaking about themselves. But still, until it was too late. What did the description of bone weave mean, exactly? If Sonny knew one thing, it was that Weaver had been the most frightening of deities, despite not being the most powerful. He did not trust the devious demon of fate one bit. Shaking his head, he walked over to the stone stairs, but then halted and remained motionless for a while. Walking back, he stopped in front of the cell once more. Summoning the covetous coffer, Sonny violently tore the massive steel door off its hinges and tossed it into the wardrobe's terrifying maw. Then, he pulled one of the torches from its slot and carried it away, seemingly unperturbed by the ghostly flame. A person who had been tossed away by the world had to be practical. Why leave good things behind? Sonny spent a few more days in the dark city, exploring the ruins curiously. Before, he had been limited in where he could go and what he could see. There had been nightmare creatures everywhere, and his power had been woefully insufficient to walk around freely. But now, Sonny was powerful enough to cleanse the entire dark city in a matter of hours. Sadly, all the abominations he had not been able to hunt down were already dead, slain either by the Crimson Terror or Nephis. Still, he could at least explore all the places he had wanted to visit. There wasn't much important information left to be found here, but there were plenty of things he could learn that would be only interesting to a researcher like him. The rituals, the mundane details of everyday life, the culture stuff like that. By the end of it, Sonny collected many pieces of information that would have made the exploration report on the Forgotten Shore more comprehensive. Sadly, all of them would have had to be placed in the not related to combat addendum, which most awakened never bothered to read. Barbarians. Finishing his business in the ruins, he left them behind. Next, Sonny started on the long tour of the remaining 6 statues of the heroes of the Forgotten Shore. He visited the priestess first, since she was just outside the walls of the city. Sonny climbed onto her hand and sat there for a while, remembering the day he had reached the dark city with Nephis and Cassie. He had been barely 17 back then, knowing nothing of the world. He had just learned that there was more to life than bitter survival. Sonny watched the black sky for a while, feeling regret that the sun of the Forgotten Shore was gone for the first time. He would never see it rise again from the palm of the priestess again. Eventually, he wrapped himself in shadows and jumped down, gliding on dark wings to the distant ground. Next was the statue of the hunter, where the cohort had once burned the nest of the iron spiders. Sonny visited the giant arch of white marble on top of which they had rested and played games on the way, as well as climbed to the bottom of the canyon from where the builder's statue had emerged. Strangely enough, that rest stop on the white arch etched itself in his memories most vividly. Sonny felt remorse for never taking the members of the cohort to a real beach now. It was too late. He would never have such an opportunity again. Were there even real beaches left in the waking world? There had to be. Rich folk loved their leisure. After that, he circled the distant city from the west and reached the monument of the Lord. That one he had seen while marching with the Dreamer army to the Crimson Spire. Sonny did not have any particular memories about this statue, but it was still quite significant. That was because, if he was correct, the first lord of the Bright Castle had once defeated a powerful abomination here, receiving the Dawn Shard as a reward. That memory, altered by Sonny, was still one of the most powerful tools in Neph's arsenal. It was the very reason why they had managed to escape the Forgotten Shore, a piece of precious inheritance they received from those who fought against this cursed place before them. Sonny bowed to the statue of the Lord and continued on his journey. After spending some time exploring the vicinity of the stone colossus, Sonny moved on and found the statue of the Slayer some days later. This one he had never seen, Nephis, Cassie, and Effie had formed an expedition to acquire a shard memory here while he was living alone in the Dark City. What a pity! Sonny felt a bit regretful about not participating in that expedition. As a shadow user, he felt a special affinity for the Slayer, who had been a stealthy assassin. Her stiletto had served Sonny well before being destroyed when he lost the connection to the nightmare spell. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT backslash NOVEL backslash CAVEC or slash M. It was thanks to its ghostly blade that he had defeated Harris, the monstrous servant of the Bright Lord. Funnily enough, this place was also where Cassie had earned the Quiet Dancer. Sonny had never learned what kind of bizarre nightmare creature could leave such a strange echo behind. Was it really a sentient rapier? If so, the battle must have been quite a tough one. After exploring the vicinity of the statue, Sonny had indeed found countless broken blades buried in the dust. He could imagine the monument to the Slayer being surrounded by a vast sword grave. By then, there were only 2 statues left on his list. The unfinished statue of the stranger was far to the south, on the precipice of the underworld. Sonny hesitated for a while, but eventually decided to skip that one. He did not want to go anywhere near the Hollow Mountains anytime soon, or, preferably, ever. That only left the Statue of the Night, which, ironically, was where he had spent his first night on the Forgotten Shore. Smiling faintly, Sonny summoned Nightmare and sent the Dark Destrier over the edge of the colossal crater. He had crossed the crater on a makeshift boat made from demon bones the last time around. This time, the dark sea was gone, and the terrible wound left on the Forgotten Shore by the fall of the radiant being could be traversed on foot. Sonny was curious to see what was hidden at its bottom, so he took his time exploring it at a leisurely pace. He had found many hideous bones, but nothing that ignited his interest. Closer to the center of the crater, the ground had turned into black glass, and at its very heart, a round hole led into the depths of the earth. That must have been where the dark sea had come from at night, and where it had retreated to at dawn. He stared into the darkness for a while. There must be several cavernous hollows below the Forgotten Shore, right? All that water had to go somewhere, unless it spilled directly into some other hellish realm. If there were such a hollow, the entrance to one of them would be right in front of him, and with the dark sea gone, it would be empty. The idea of climbing down and spending a few months exploring the underground caverns seemed rather attractive. What kind of derelicts would he find there? But eventually, Sonny decided against it. He was sure that the Great Cavern, if it truly existed, would be incredibly dirty. Plus, he had already been wandering the Forgotten Shore for a while. Visiting the statues was taking longer than Sonny had expected, mostly because he was taking his sweet time and exploring many interesting places on the way. Now that the labyrinth of crimson coral was gone, many things had been revealed from beneath it. Old ruins, ancient bones, all too damaged to provide him with any useful knowledge, but still fascinating. In any case, a lot of time had passed. His birthday was when was it? Sonny counted the months and realized that it was almost upon him. He had celebrated the previous one sometime during the hellish track over the Hollow Mountains, so he did not want to celebrate another one in a musty cave. And he had an appointment. Looking east, Sonny smiled darkly. There was a reason he had carried a creepy torch with him all the way from the Dark City. He had a promise to keep and a debt to repay. Chapter 1764, Never Be Afraid Again. A long time ago, Sonny had made a promise to himself. A promise to come back and destroy the soul-devouring tree one day. Now, many years later, he was here to fulfill that promise. He had been descending into the colossal crater for a while, but now that its heart was behind him, the ground was slowly starting to slope upward. Sonny rode Nightmare with a cold expression on his face, holding the ghostly torch in his hand. The light of the eerie flame reflected from the polished surface of his armor and danced wildly in his onyx eyes. It took some time to traverse the crater, but eventually, Sonny saw it. The branches of a great tree covering the black sky. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It lives. He had a feeling that it would. Sonny had changed greatly since leaving the Ashen Barrow. The Soul Devourer had changed as well. The insidious fiend had already been enormous back then, but now it had grown even taller, reaching into the black sky with its obsidian branches. This tree towered above the sea of ash and dust like a majestic mountain. Its bark was as black as the lightless sky, While its leaves were as red as blood, of course, Sonny could not really see color in the darkness, but he remembered their crimson splendor vividly. The crimson crown of the magnificent tree had used to cover the ashen barrow in its shade, but it was much richer and more expansive now, reaching far into the crater. That thing has evolved. Sonny sighed. It was understandable. Since the Soul Devourer had managed to survive the rays or the annihilating sun, it would have been left with no competitor on the forgotten shore. The Crimson Terror was gone, and so was the Dark Sea. The other powerful abominations, like the Lord of the Dead, had been slain by the sleepers of the Dark City. The insidious fiend growing on the ashen barrow would have used the vacuum to enhance its power. Sonny shifted his gaze, looking beneath the obsidian bark. Then a sad chuckle escaped from his lips. A fallen terror. He was more or less sure that the Soul Devourer had been an awakened terror before. It seemed to have risen to a higher rank, or rather, fell to a lower one. Sonny wasn't sure what the correct wording would be for a nightmare creature. He did feel a certain sense of disappointment, though. He had been so terrified of that thing once, but now it seemed so weak and insignificant. Dismissing nightmare, Sonny landed on the ground, then walked up the slope of the crater. The ghostly light of the torch illuminated his way. From the ashen barrow, he must have looked like a small mote of light in the ocean of darkness, drawing closer and closer, growing brighter and more chilling. Sonny might have been illuminated by the pale flame, but his presence drowned the area in deathly cold. Outside the small circle of light, the absolute darkness seemed to become even deeper, darker, and more impenetrable. Inescapable. He heard the leaves of the magnificent tree rustle in the wind, their murmur seemingly anxious. It was as though the rustling leaves were saying, "Stay away, don't come closer." Untouched by their alarm, Sonny stepped through the shadows and appeared on the ashen barrow. Instantly, he felt an insidious influence trying to subtly twist his mind. The tree was beautiful, the tree was generous, the tree was kind. It was weak and benevolent, and its fruits were sweet. The fruits of the soul tree were indeed sweet. More importantly, they were quite useful. Each contained a shadow fragment for Sonny to consume, after all. Best of all, the ancient fiend could grow them indefinitely. Perhaps he should collect the fruits and keep the soul tree intact. Otherwise, there would never be another harvest. Sonny smiled subtly and shook off the mental hex. It was too easy to do. He had been a mere sleeper the last time, but now he was a transcendent terror. The onyx mantle was augmented by 5 shadows, and the measure of protection against mental attack it provided him with could not even be compared to that of the puppeteer's shroud. Resisting the manipulation of the Soul Devourer was quite trivial. Its attempts to save itself were a bit pitiful, really. As soon as Sonny shrugged off the hex, the leaves rustled again, this time full of panic. He sensed movement all around him. Hideous figures rose from the ash 1, 2, 3, 100. Nightmare creatures, new thralls to replace Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie, who in turn had replaced the carapace demon. The Soul Devourer needed someone to protect it. The abominable tree must have worked hard, luring so many of the nightmare creatures that had survived the annihilating sun under its branches. Sonny would not have been surprised if these were all of them, really, every single creature that had avoided being consumed by the Crimson Terror, either through strength or by luck. Nephis must have avoided this place, because she had no means of protecting herself against the hex back then. But what could all these abominations do to Sonny? Most of them had come from the coral labyrinth and were therefore merely awakened. There were a few fallen creatures among them, but none of a high enough class. This time it was his turn to be the horror. This time it was Sonny who was terrifying, inevitable, and full of murderous frenzy. The shadows stirred, and 100 inky black hands rose from the darkness. They grabbed onto the thralls, onyx claws sinking into their flesh. The next moment the air was filled with the smell of blood. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NOVEL /CAVEC or /M. The massacre was harrowing and thorough, the silence broken by howls of agony and the revolting sound of flesh being torn apart. Sonny walked through the mayhem calmly, not even sparing the dying abominations a glance. Soon he reached the trunk of the Soul Devourer. The leaves were rustling, and the branches were swaying, their sound full of desperate fear. He placed one hand on the obsidian bark and closed his eyes for a moment. Then Sonny poured his essence into the eerie torch. Opening his eyes, Sonny sighed and set the magnificent tree aflame. You really chose the wrong person to enthrall. Then he walked back to watch it burn. The view was breathtaking. Bright flames were climbing the towering trunk. The obsidian bark cracked, blooming with smoldering embers. Soon, the fire reached the leaves and exploded, spreading across the swaying crown of the soul devourer with tremendous speed. When that happened, the darkness shrouding the forgotten shore was dispelled by the colossal ball of flame burning above it. There was a cacophony of sounds. The roaring of the fire, the hiss of leaves being turned to ash, the cracking of dying wood, all of them fused into a chilling litany of pain, as if 10,000 souls were shrieking at the sky in agony. It was incredibly disturbing. Sonny almost felt as if he was really hearing the ancient tree scream. It screamed for a long, long time. The soul devourer was huge, so it took a while for it to burn down. The beautiful crimson leaves had turned to ash. The branches did too, falling down in a whirlwind of sparks. The delectable, juicy fruits were ruthlessly incinerated. The trunk had taken a few days to die, but it eventually turned into a scorched, broken, hollow husk. But it was only when the roots died that Sonny felt nothing. He didn't feel anything at all. He was of a higher rank than the soul devourer now, and so killing the insidious fiend did not even give him a single shadow fragment. A few days later, Sonny was still sitting on the ground, looking at the smoldering remains of the great tree. He could feel that the creature was dead. He thought that exacting his revenge on the soul devourer would bring him joy, but it didn't. If anything, Sonny felt sad. Such a death was almost humiliating. It was unworthy of the creature that had haunted his nightmares for so long. He never wanted to humiliate an enemy that had earned his respect. When have I become so strong? He wasn't sure. He wasn't that strong either, but he did outpace most of the things in two worlds, as far as the acquisition of power was concerned. Finally, Sonny stood up, summoned the endless spring, and washed the ash off his face. The soul devourer was no more, and so, that is done, now what? There he had kept his promise. Somewhere in Ravenheart, the sun was rising, which meant that Sonny was 24 now. It was his birthday. Sonny stared at the ghostly torch, which looked like it was on its last leg. With a sigh, he walked around and collected a few pieces of charred wood. Then, he used the last of the eerie flame to make a fire. Summoning the marvelous mimic, he pulled an alloy pot from its maw, as well as a tin can. The tin can contained his last spoonful of coffee powder. Pouring the coffee into the pot, he filled it with water from the endless spring and placed it on the fire. A few moments later, a delicious smell spread in the air. Sonny summoned the shadow chair, sat on it, and waited for the coffee to be ready. Then he brought the pot to his face and inhaled the fragrant aroma. He remained silent for a while, and then smiled. Happy birthday to me. Relaxing in an opulent chair that stood on top of a tall hill, surrounded by boundless darkness, Sonny sipped his coffee and enjoyed the view of fiery sparks dancing in the boundless black sky. Chapter 1765, The Three of Them. The last memory Cassie saw was of the mad saint climbing the statue of the night. She knew that he could have reached the top in one step, or turned into a crow to fly there. But, for some reason, the Lord of Shadow chose to climb the great height of the beheaded colossus like a mundane human, one handhold at a time. In the end, he sprawled on the severed neck of the statue, and stared at the black sky with a detached expression on his pale, handsome face. That was where the memory ended this time. It was almost too much for her to handle, making Cassie feel dizzy. Reading someone's memories wasn't like reading a book or watching a video. She perceived things the way people remembered them, a chaotic mixture of images, sounds, smells, sensations, thoughts, and emotions. More than that, memories were often unreliable and tended to twist the truth a lot. There was no solid concept of time in the memories of most people either. It was warped and twisted in accordance with how significant the event had been for them, or sometimes for no reason at all. A single minute could span an eternity, while entire years could leave close to no trace in a person's memory. Usually, if Cassie wanted to uncover the truth, she had to gently, or not so gently, lead the man or woman looking into her eyes toward it. Very few people were truly in control of their memories, after all, so she had to guide them patiently. Often, they themselves were surprised to remember the details of certain events in their lives. It had taken her a long time to teach herself how to navigate human memories. Eventually, though, Cassie had become a master of perceiving them. But her hands were tied with the Lord of Shadows, because he was the one choosing what to show her. His memory was incredibly sharp, but the way he perceived the world and remembered things was entirely too strange. On top of that, Cassie's own memory was incapable of retaining many of the things he remembered feeling, witnessing, or thinking about. It was a proper mess. But still, she managed to learn a lot from what he had shown her today. Cassie looked at the Lord of Shadow with a complicated expression. At first, he had shown her the Ivory Island. Knowing that he had been anchored there as a master was already a precious piece of knowledge. She knew that he had not been a fire keeper from his service in the first evacuation army, so combining these two facts sent Cassie's mind into overdrive, countless theories spawning at it each moment. What had been his connection to her and Nephis? Soon, however, she couldn't help but pause as a cold shiver ran down her spine. That was because she saw herself in his memories. The mysterious man had been so close, he could have reached out of the shadows and put his hand on her shoulder. Or drive a knife through her heart, and she had not sensed anything. That was both an eerie and frightening thing to learn. He was right there in my shadow. She paled. The Lord of Shadows had come to the Ebony Tower to study the runes left behind by the demon of choice. Cassie had read them as well. Very few people in the world were capable of knowing the truth of what was written on the walls of the Ebony Tower, few enough that they could be counted on one hand, perhaps. And the Lord of Shadows, it seemed, was one of them. Shadow God was the god of mysteries as well, after all. So, in a sense, it was only fitting for the Saint of Shadow to be privy to the forbidden knowledge about the forgotten god. Had Cassie herself taught him the truth, or was she the one who had been taught by him? The memories that followed were like a feverish nightmare. The mists of the hollow mountains was hard to pierce, even with her power. The long months the Lord of Shadow had spent challenging the impregnable mountain chain were like a blur, not only because he didn't concentrate on these memories, but also because he had worn that strange mask of his for most of the journey. As long as the mask, one resembling those worn by the priests of the nightmare spell, was summoned, Cassie could not see anything in the forgotten man's memories. But it was while watching these memories that she finally noticed that there was something strange about the Lord of Shadows. The inconsistencies had piled up until Cassie realized in shock. He is not a carrier of the nightmare spell. She was rattled. How could that be? Something like that was impossible, for a human of the waking world at least. And yet she couldn't deny it. There was no voice of the spell in the memories of the Lord of Shadows. No shimmering runes, no new memories and echoes. There were other clues as well, but the most undeniable of them was the fact that he had spent close to a year learning how to enter his soul sea. All carriers of the spell could do it from before becoming an awakened. And yet, one of the most powerful transcendents in the world had not been able to. Her eyes widened when the realization hit her. Cassie lingered for a while, then looked at the Shadow Saint with a mournful expression. Is it because he has been forgotten by the spell as well? How lonely and painful would it be to be erased completely from the world? She didn't need to guess. After all, she could experience his anguish personally by looking at his memories. Cassie's lips quivered. No wonder he had been in such a disturbed state back then, was still. Eventually, she was distracted from her thoughts by a stunning sight. Her heartbeat suddenly turned erratic. Cassie took a shallow breath. The forgotten shore. Indeed, the madman had actually crossed the hollow mountains, something that most humans considered utterly impossible. And on the other side, a forlorn land lay shrouded in darkness, both familiar and unfamiliar. There was a storm of emotions raging in Cassie's heart. But more importantly, she focused her mind completely on these dark memories, knowing that they would hold the key to the secret of where the Lord of Shadows had come from and how closely tied he was to her and Nephis. Outer Settlement Hunter, one of Gunlog's lieutenants, maybe even a sleeper from the same year as us and Castor. She peered into his memories tensely, fighting against the inescapable forgetfulness as hard as she could. Cassie shivered when he saw the ruins of the Crimson Spire. She cried when the Lord of Shadows built a grave for the fallen of the Dreamer army. She smiled sad, when he explored the molten ruins of the Bright Castle. She was curious to see the runes for Sunless carved into the wall of the ruined cathedral. Is that actually his real name? Whose name? What had she been thinking about? She was shocked when he descended into the secret cell under the cathedral and read the ominous words written on its floor. Weaver. When the Lord of Shadows started his tour of the giant statues, Cassie was finally illuminated. That arch, he was actually with us during the expedition to reclaim the Dawn Shard. So their connection had been that deep. But it was only at the very end that Cassie's eyes widened, and she gasped in shock. The memory of the soul-devouring tree burning was incredibly vivid. Her entire body trembled. From the beginning, he was with us from the very beginning. The Lord of Shadows was not a hunter from the outer settlement. He wasn't from the Bright Castle either. He wasn't even just a sleeper from the same year as them. He was someone who had accompanied Cassie and Nephis from their very first steps on the Forgotten Shore. The two of them had been the three of them all along. It was just that they had forgotten. Suddenly, Cassie felt a sharp pain pierce her heart. She felt as though something so precious that it couldn't be described with words had been taken from her. And with that, Cassie finally closed her eyes, breaking the contact between her and the Lord of Shadows with Sunless. Sunny. There were so many details in the avalanche of memories he had shown her, so many hints and clues it would take her weeks to slowly digest and contemplate all of them, then build her knowledge based on the new understanding. But right now, Cassie did not care to do so and was incapable of doing so either. All she cared about was the feeling of loss, the bittersweet emptiness, and the faint hope of finding what they had lost once again. Chapter 1766, Busybody. Sunny returned to the brilliant emporium as the sun was rising above the eastern horizon. If someone had seen him coming back home at the break of dawn, they would have probably assumed that he had spent the night elsewhere, and with someone else, engaging in revelry. Of course, being mistaken for a philanderer would have been the least of his problems. Many people already considered him a lecher anyway. It was better to be seen as a profligate than as someone who had a habit of sneaking into the forbidden parts of the royal castle at night. Now wait, what does it sound so wrong? In any case, his goodbyes with Cassie had felt a little hurried. She had seemed to be a little dazed and a little rattled, acting strangely around him. Well, it was not surprising. Sunny doubted that she had expected him to dump 2 years' worth of memories into her head in the span of a few hours. But he had no other choice. Initially, Sunny had wanted to share his memories with Cassie little by little. But the war was approaching faster than he had expected, and so he needed her to trust him sooner. Cassie was smart. With what she had shown her this time, she would be able to figure out many things. Most importantly, she would understand that he had been a companion to her and Nephis for a very, very long time. Even if their relationship had been turbulent and rocky for most of that time. Knowing that, she would lower her guard around him more. She would also advise Nephis to trust him better. Well, and the things Sunny, as the humble shopkeeper, might do in the future would not look as outrageous. Which wasn't to say that he was planning on doing something outrageous, of course. But he had also not planned on participating in scandalous duels and being publicly embraced by Nephis because of a candy wrapper, so. Things just sort of happened when Sunny was around her. He could put a leash on his emotions and control himself better, but he didn't want to. So many things to do. Entering the brilliant emporium, Sunny yawned, stumbled sleepily to his bed. The very same bed he had taken from the hidden chamber of the ruined cathedral, fell on it, and closed his eyes blissfully. At the same time, his avatar in the basement of the marvelous mimic looked up in disbelief. No way. They had so many things to do, and the original body decided to just go to sleep. Sunny couldn't believe himself. Shaking his head, he sighed and continued poring over his notes. There was indeed a lot to do. He was preparing memories for Rain, developing a design of the soul sword for Nephis. Oh, And by the way, today was the day they were supposed to go on an outing to feed the rumors. As if he was not suffering enough from the rumors already. Despite that, Sunny was looking forward to their date, even if it was a fake one. Before that, however, he still had to work on the design of the sword. Creating a soulbound weapon was a vexing task. There were 3 parts to it, each presenting its own set of problems. The first problem was perhaps the simplest to solve, which was not to say the easiest. It was the forging of the sword. To forge a good sword, Sunny needed good materials. Usually, he would have just gone with the most potent ones at his disposal. Those harvested from great abominations would be ideal. He also needed a set of powerful soul shards, but there were plenty of those. Of course, the higher the rank of the material, the harder it was to process it. That was why Sunny did not seriously consider using materials harvested from cursed beings. Even if he managed to get something like that, his own power was insufficient to forge it. Regardless, the situation was entirely different this time around. What he wanted to create was a soulbound weapon, so there was no point in making its rank higher than Nephis' own. Actually, it was impossible since she was a saint. The sword would inevitably become a transcendent one. Therefore, using stronger materials would only waste them. Whatever material Sunny did use would be refined into a greater version of itself by the flames of changing stars' soul as he walked the path of ascension. Really, there was no one better suited to wield a soulbound weapon than her, since its power would depend on the power of her soul, and her soul was bolstered by the radiant lineage of Sun God. So what Sunny needed was not the strongest material. What he needed was the material with the highest affinity to Nephis and her aspect. Her weapons and armor had a tendency to melt when she went all out, so he needed something that would never melt, something that would channel her immolating power to the fullest extent as well. Sunny was pretty sure that he already had the main ingredient at hand. He looked at a certain spot in the material storage of the brilliant emporium. Just by looking there, Sunny felt cold. What he was staring at were the shards of the mystical ice that had once been the heart of the winter beast. It seemed a little odd, using ice to channel fire, but Sunny believed that there was no better material for Nephis' sword. The only point he was still considering had to do with purity. Was it better to simply use the mystical ice, or create an alloy on its base? A lot of experimentation was needed to answer that question. He had been experimenting for a while now, and would continue to do so for some time. The second problem he had to solve was the soul binding. That one was truly vexing. Sunny remembered the weave of the mantle of the underworld well, and had come a long way in learning its secrets. He had reached a point where he could theoretically recreate most of its enchantments, except for the one he needed to master the most, the Prince of the Underworld. That one had been simply too odd. Back then, in order to fulfill its requirements, Sunny had had to defeat thousands of opponents. The strangest part was that he had not needed to kill them, just defeat them. How did that work? How could a weapon grow stronger from such an abstract thing? There were no soul fragments involved, no absorption of essence. Was the counter of the Prince of the Underworld the means of soul binding, or simply a restriction placed on the onyx armor by its creator? Sunny wasn't sure. All he knew was that once he had filled it, a new enchantment of the mantle was unlocked, the soulbound relic. Activating that enchantment had turned the mantle of the underworld from a memory to an attribute. Could he simply recreate the soulbound relic enchantment? Or was fulfilling the demands of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment an integral part of the process? Recreating either of the enchantments was a titanic task, and Sunny wasn't even sure that what he wanted to achieve would happen on the first try. Once again, more experimentation was needed. It was to the point that he was considering temporarily manifesting more avatars to keep working on all these tasks. The third problem, meanwhile, was not as elaborate, but also the most expansive of the 3. It was deciding on what other enchantments he wanted to include, and constructing the map of the weave according to the selection. Sunny had a lot to select from. Firstly, he was determined to finally accomplish something that he had been trying to do for a long time, recreate the unseen enchantment of the Moonlight Shard, which allowed the ghostly stiletto to appear instantly in his hand, without any delay between the summoning and the manifestation. There would need to be an enchantment that augmented the resilience and lethality of the soul blade, as well. Beyond that, however, There was too much to choose from. The Shapeshifter, Light Eater, and Ghost Blade enchantments of the Cruel Sight, the Death Dealer enchantment of Morgan's Warbow, the Burning Heart and Cold Steel enchantments of the Patient Avenger, and so much more. Worse still, Sonny felt that simply recreating past enchantments was not enough for the soulbound sword he was going to forge for Nephis. That sword would be a watershed moment in his development as a sorcerer, without a doubt, as well as the mold for the future memories Sonny would craft for himself. So, wouldn't it only be suitable for him to fully take a step forward and design unique enchantments of his own? There was a lot to consider. It was a little premature to be considering these things, however, because Sonny had not been coy when he made the deal with Nephis. He really needed to learn how she fought these days to be able to tailor a perfect weapon for her. He had to observe her battle art, her true battle art, not the facsimile she had designed to fool the members of the great clan Valor. And there was so little time left before the war. Suddenly somber, Sonny looked around the brilliant emporium. The sword domain had barely had 4 years of peace after the disastrous chain of nightmares. People were just starting to settle into their new lives, working together to help their kingdom develop. But soon, everything would descend into chaos once again. What would happen to his shop then? Would he even be able to keep it open? The restaurant side of the business would suffer the most, no doubt. With a war going on, people would not be in the mood to enjoy delicacies, and neither would they have spare coins to spend. Getting supplies would become a problem, and small private establishments like his would certainly be at the end of the line. The memory boutique would not fare well either. Sonny sighed. Well, the war has not started yet. There's still time. And speaking of time, he opened his eyes and reluctantly rolled out of bed. Sonny had not quite gotten his beauty sleep yet, but there was no time to waste. He had to get ready. The morning was in full swing, which meant that Nephis would be arriving soon. It was time for their date. Fake date. So what? He was excited. Chapter 1767, Restless Mind. The first customers arrived, and the Avatar got busy in the kitchen. Sonny, however, remained on the porch, enjoying the fresh air with a leisurely smile on his lips. The lively noises of the city filled the air like a bright melody. At some point, the door opened, and Aiko walked out, dressed in a smart business suit and wearing a leather messenger bag over her shoulder. The petite girl yawned, stretched her arms, and mumbled. I'm off to the castle, boss. Sonny looked at her with a good-natured smile. You're delivering memories, you know. What's up with the bag? Aiko stared at him with indignation. What do you even know one has to look the part to make the right impression? That's business essentials. She glanced him over with suspicion. And speaking of looking the part, you seem a bit different today, boss. What is that? Did you style your hair? Sonny blinked. I did not. Aiko gave him a sarcastic nod. Sure. With that, she grinned and hurried away. Have fun with Princess Nephis, boss. Perform well. We're raking in real money here, so don't screw it up for us. The petite girl used her aspect to skate on the cobblestones and disappeared behind a corner in the blink of an eye. Sonny was left standing on the porch, flabbergasted. What does she mean, perform well? I always perform well. Wait, that did not sound right. Just at that moment, he felt a familiar presence illuminate the world. Sonny did not have to look to know that Nephis was close. There was a rustle of feathers, and then a slender silhouette was standing on the shore of the lake. Her wings had already disappeared, and only a beautiful halo remained, fading slowly as it contoured her figure against the tranquil water. Nephis was wearing white clothes, her silver hair held down by the crown of dawn. Sonny, dressed in black as usual, froze on the spot. Dedem, I hope she did not hear that. Noticing him, Nephis smiled lightly and walked over with easy steps. Master Sunless, are you ready? He knew that she was terribly busy preparing for the war. However, she had diligently made time to keep their appointments in the past few weeks, and never seemed distracted by other issues in his company, giving him her full attention. Sonny had a timid hope that Nephis actually enjoyed their outings, and found shelter from the burden of her crushing responsibilities in the time the two of them spent together, no matter how fleeting it was. He was quite pleasant to be around. After all, at least he tried to be for her. Of course, it was far more likely that Nephis simply treated their meetings as part of the war preparations. There was a purpose to them. Sunny was a hired sorcerer who had to forge her a superb sword, after all. So, the diligence she treated him with was the same she afforded her other responsibilities, no more and no less. Even though he would never admit it, the latter possibility made him upset. Master Sunless. Sunny lingered for a moment, then offered her a pleasant smile. Yes, I am ready. He offered her his arm, and when she wrapped her own around it, picked up the picnic basket. He had prepared the food inside himself. He had also bought the picnic basket specifically for the occasion, since nothing in the brilliant emporium felt nice enough. The two of them walked together. Nephis was calm, while Sunny was pretending to be nonchalant. They made for quite a stunning pair, and passerby stared at them with wide eyes, but he did not care. Rather, he enjoyed their stares. There, look more. You seem to be in a good mood. Hearing Neff's remark, Sunny realized that there was a wide smile on his lips. He lowered his gaze in embarrassment. Ah yes, today seems like a pretty good day. Don't you think so, Lady Nephis? She studied his face for a few moments, then smiled slightly and looked away. Yes, I have to agree, it does seem like that. They walked a short distance away and reached a newly built martial hall. Bastion was full of awakened warriors, and not all of them had a legacy clan sponsoring them. So, they needed a place to practice and hone their skills, as well as experienced instructors to guide them. For an independent master, opening a martial school was a good way to earn some coin. Most seasoned ascended were busy protecting the human enclaves and subjugating the wilderness of the dream realm. So there was always a shortage of good instructors. Usually, the status of a master was enough to create a sufficient reputation for a martial school. On any day, there would be a dozen or more warriors practicing inside under the observation of the owner and his awakened helpers. But today, the martial hall was entirely empty. Nephis had reserved the whole building, displacing even the founder. Their outing had to be public, but what they were about to do had to be kept away from prying eyes at the same time. Walking inside, she nodded at Sunny and said evenly, "Get comfortable, Master Sunless. I'll be with you shortly." Sunny nodded and went to the courtyard of the martial hall, which was fashioned into a sand arena. Sitting down on the spectator bench, he put the picnic basket down and looked at the sky. It's indeed a nice day. Soon, having changed into a set of training clothes which looked quite flattering on her despite not being designed for that purpose, Nephis walked into the arena. Picking up an alloy sword from the stand, she swung it a couple of times, nodded in satisfaction, and looked at Sunny. I'll begin then. He nodded. I'll be watching. Nephis lingered for a few moments, then looked away and coughed. Watch well. With that, she began a set of training exercises. Although slow and weak by transcendent measures, they were nevertheless full of powerful intent. It was as though Nephis was performing a sword dance, fighting a duel against her shadow. For a moment, the image of her dancing with the sword fused with his memories of the Black Island, where the two of them had spent a blissful month during the third nightmare. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NOVEL /CAVEC or /M. Sunny had been mesmerized by her practicing swordsmanship back then, as well. Her technique had changed tremendously since the nightmare, though. It was still flowing, versatile, and unpredictable, but had become both different and much more complete. What Nephis was showing him today was her true battle art, one that she kept hidden from everyone else. There was no enemy for he to fight, and no environment for her to unleash her aspect, but Sunny could still infer many things from watching these simple katas. There was one problem, though. He was having trouble concentrating on the movements of her sword. Instead, his eyes could not help but follow the movements of her body. Its graceful lines, contoured by the light fabric of the training suit, the smoothness of her steps, the supple beauty of her form, the heads of sweat glistening on her alabaster skin. I'm in trouble. Sunny used all of his self-control to keep his face neutral. He was under terrible strain. Worst of all, best of all, the day was still young. There were many hours ahead of them. He took a shaky breath. I'm not going to get a nosebleed, am I? Chapter 17, 68, Swordsmanship Enthusiast. Nephis concentrated on her sword, guiding it with effortless ease. The movements she performed were not particularly fast or taxing, and yet, her body was under tremendous strain, beads of sweat forming on her fair skin. Her breathing was controlled but heavy. That was because she had to infuse her swordsmanship with sincere intent. Without the intent, her display would be meaningless. She would fail to show the essence of her technique to the young enchanter, and he would not be able to forge a suitable blade. She was straining herself, but at the same time, she was enjoying herself. That was because she did not need to think about anything else but the sword in these rare moments of peace. Meeting Master Sunless was not entirely without purpose, but compared to the rest of her endless errands and obligations, it was a respite. Nephis had always been driven and ever allowed herself to get distracted from the goal. But that was not because she never wanted to put it all aside and enjoy some rest. It was simply because she could not allow herself to do so. Falling behind meant death, and even worse than that, failure. With the war approaching, the pressure on her had only increased even further. It had increased tremendously. There was so much to do, so much to prepare, so much to foresee and assess and consider, and even then, there was so much uncertainty. The uncertainty of it all was the most burdensome, and even with the help of her companions, it was almost overwhelming. Because their lives, too, depended on her. She had pulled them into the maelstrom of ruinous change, and it was up to her to see them safely to the shore. Which was why Nephis secretly enjoyed the time she spent with Master Sunless. The charming enchanter was kind, nice, and if she was honest with herself, quite pleasing to the eye. There was nothing wrong with indulging in stealing glances at him from time to time. Of course, everyone loved beautiful things, after all. She wasn't an exception. But his looks were not as important as the fact that he was far removed from the dreadful matters involving war, bloodshed, and boundless heartbreak. To the sovereigns, the dead gods, and the fate of the world. On the rare occasions she was in his company, Nephis could allow her tired mind to relax and concentrate only on simple things, like wielding her sword. She had always loved swordsmanship, but now, as it turned out, performing it for someone to see was strangely rewarding. Especially because Master Sunless always watched her intently, very intently, even never missing a single move. Nephis was satisfied. He must really appreciate swordsmanship. Who knew that the gentle enchanter had such a voracious appreciation for combat techniques? It felt good to be appreciated. "Hey, Neph." Cassie's voice did not distract her from dancing with her sword. Nephis took a step forward and performed a smooth slash, then answered calmly. "Yes, did something happen?" The response came a few moments later. "No, not really. It's just that, can you do me a favor?" Nephis spun her sword into a flowing chain of swift attacks and couldn't help but notice the enchanter's glistening onyx eyes, which followed her movements attentively. "Sure, what do you need?" Cassie hesitated for a while. Was her voice a little strange? Nephis felt reluctant to consider that issue. Cassie had been suffering greatly after losing her prophetic gift and was only recently able to recover. She didn't want to see her friend fall into an unsettled state again. However, Cassie's next words almost made her stumble. "Can you give Master Sunless a hug?" Nephis struggled to control her sword. What? Absolute not. I am not going to hug him. Why are you even asking me to do something like this?" Cassie remained silent for a bit, then sighed. "Well, whatever, I can't tell you. If you don't want to, don't." She didn't say anything else. Nephis was stunned. That's right. I don't want to, and so I won't." However, the thought of embracing the charming enchanter had already been planted in her mind, refusing to disappear. After all, people didn't just like looking at beautiful things. Like that time in the lakeshore park, when he tripped and tried to cover his clumsiness with an equally clumsy excuse. "Damn you, Cassie." Distracted, Nephis failed to suppress her strength and put too much force into her next swing. The alloy training sword was not meant to be used by saints, and so it shattered under the terrible strain. Nephis stumbled. The tip of the blade broke off, whistling as it shot through the air with terrible speed and struck Master Sunless, who had been slow to react, straight in the face. She flinched. "Oh no!" Before he could even recover, Nephis was already beside him. She traversed the entire arena with a single push, appearing near the spectator seats almost instantaneously. The charming enchanter had barely had time to react, raising his hands to clutch at his face. Nephis kneeled beside him and raised her own, her gaze anxious. He was a master, so an alloy blade would not hurt him too much, but still. She was very angry at herself and concerned about him. "Master Sunless, please, lower your hands. Let me see." Covering half of his face, he looked at her with one eye and forced out a smile. "It's fine, Lady Nephis. I'm tougher than I look. You don't have to worry." She gritted her teeth still. "Let me see." The enchanter lingered for a while, then lowered his hands obediently. Nephis let out a relieved sigh. She was certain that she would see blood, but the alloy blade somehow failed to break skin despite its dire speed. Nevertheless, his cheek and brow were red and swollen, and there would be a serious bruise on his face before too long. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NOVEL /CIVEC or /M scowling. She took his chin with one hand and gently touched his face with the O. It's fine, the bone isn't fractured, just a bruise." Nephis calmed down. In the next moment, however, she realized the position they were in. Master Sunless was sitting, while she was kneeling on the ground beside him. She was holding his face, and they were terribly close to each other. His onyx eyes were right in front of her, looking into hers. They were like deep pools of cool darkness. She could see her disheveled reflection in them. The young enchanter remained still, looking at her silently. Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then said with false calmness, "Don't move." In the next moment, a soft radiance ignited under the skin of her hands. She was assaulted by the familiar agony, but at the same time she saw a hint of relief smooth his features. The swelling subsided and disappeared altogether, leaving his skin flawless and unblemished, just as it had been before. It was cool, silky, and soft to the touch. "They're all better." Nephis smiled, and felt the corner of his mouth rise into a subtle smile under her fingers. "Why am I still holding his face?" She lingered for a few moments, then lowered her hands. With a bit of reluctance. Chapter 1769, Dreams Old and New. To hide her embarrassment, Nephis left to wash off her sweat and change clothes. When she regained her composure and returned, her hair still glistening with moisture, Master Sunless gave her a peculiar glance and looked away. She would have thought that he was uncomfortable because of being hurt by her just now, if not for the fact that she could feel his desire burning hotly deep within his soul. The gentle enchanter was not uncomfortable. He was just trying to hide being moved by her appearance. His yearning was usually vague and subdued, as if something was obscuring it from her senses. But she knew that it was there. Being aware of something like that would make most people feel uneasy, or at least make them act as if they were uneasy. However, Nephis did not mind too much either way. As her ability to sense longing developed, she had come to know that humans were creatures led by their desires, and that this kind of yearning was both the most common and the one they hid most thoroughly. It had been a bit of a shock for her to learn how many men secretly felt it in her presence, but she quickly came to peace with it. It was simply human nature. What mattered was not how they felt, but how they chose to act. Some were slaves to their desires, while some were masters of themselves and lived their lives with clear minds. Master Sunless was never unpleasant in his actions and treated her with the utmost decorum. His mind was clear and his intentions were pure. So Nephis was not at all appalled by the hidden flames burning in his soul. In fact, for the first time, she was a bit pleased to know that someone felt that way about her. At least she wasn't the only one getting flustered all the time. Now that the sword demonstration was over, there was some time left before the next item on their schedule. The schedule had been prepared by Cassie, who was in charge of maintaining the facade of their fake relationship and keeping the sword commission a secret, but it wasn't very strict. So Nephis and Master Sunless had some freedom in what they chose to do. Today, for example, he had prepared a picnic. Nephis had a vague notion that picnics were usually held in nicer settings, but due to the difficulty of finding privacy in Bastion, they were forced to eat right here in the Marshall Hall. She sighed wistfully. Maybe I should invite him to the Ivory Island next time. It's peaceful there, and the lake is beautiful, but then she blushed slightly. Would that be considered inviting a man over? She lived on the Ivory Island, after all. What would he think? What would she want him to think? The charming enchanter, meanwhile, spread a beautiful tablecloth on the bench and placed various snacks on it. There was also a jar of freshly squeezed fruit juice and some ice to keep it cool. Smiling, he gestured to the food. "Please enjoy, Lady Nephis." She was quite hungry after the strenuous sword practice, so his invitation was most welcome. Truth be told, Nephis had never paid much attention to food, but everything prepared by Master Sunless was simply too delicious. She enjoyed these meals quite a bit. Picking up a sandwich, she took a bite. The bread was fresh and crisp, the meat had a delightful texture, and the combination of lettuce and tomatoes was just right to make the sandwich juicy without becoming soggy. The homemade sauce added enough flavor to make the ingredients shine, but not so much as to overwhelm their natural taste. It was delectable. One could tell a lot about an awakened from their cooking. Nephis had tasted enough meals prepared by Master Sunless to guess a few things, as well. His habits were very eclectic, like those of a man who had wandered a lot. There was a certain spontaneity to them as well, hinting that his skill had developed gradually by trial and error, as opposed to having been taught by experienced tutors of a legacy clan. There were influences of Bastion and several other regions in the sword domain, the efficient practicality common among the veterans of the Southern Campaign, and even hints of the Forgotten Shore in his cooking, the latter most likely picked up from working in the kitchen with Aiko. He was a very talented cook. Nephis had tasted dishes prepared for the royal table by renowned chefs, and while Master Sunless was not nearly as sophisticated, she found herself preferring his simple cooking to those exquisite meals, by far. She looked at him, finished her delicious sandwich, and asked with curiosity, "Were you always good at cooking, Master Sunless?" He smiled and shook his head. "No, not at all. Actually, I grew up eating nothing but synth paste. I only tasted real food after becoming a sleeper at the academy. Let me tell you, Lady Nephis, it was quite a shock." Nephis felt sad for a moment. How poor his background must have been to only get access to palatable food after becoming infected by the nightmare spell. She had not known that about him. Dreams old and new. Now that Nephis thought about it, she knew very little about the young enchanter, despite having spent time with him on many occasions. She hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "Was that why you decided to open a restaurant?" Master Sunless looked at her with a surprise and remained silent for a bit. It looked as if he was reminiscing. After a while, he chuckled and shook his head again. "No, my original dream was to own a memory shop. I don't actually remember where I got the idea to open a restaurant as well. Must have been sometime during the chain of nightmares. I just figured that feeding people would feel nice. Oh, and earn me some money as well." Nephis was stumped by that answer. There was nothing shameful about owning a memory shop. She believed strongly that it was the duty of all awakened to resist the nightmare spell, but that did not mean that everyone had to spill blood on the battlefield. There were those with unsuitable dispositions or utility aspects who maintained the cities, grew crops, and supplied the warriors with equipment. Their work was no less important. So Master Sunless was a dutiful person, as well. The memories he crafted helped those better suited for the battlefield defeat nightmare creatures and come home alive. It was just that, Nephis herself dreamed of something so heavy and unattainable. Wasn't owning a shop too trivial of a thing to be someone's dream? Perhaps reading something on her face, the charming enchanter smiled. "It might be difficult for someone as accomplished as you to understand, Lady Nephis. You are a storied champion of humanity, after all, but most people never grow numb to the horrors of the nightmare spell. Even if they are seasoned warriors, they would still prefer living quietly away from the abominable monsters and mortal danger. Dreaming of something so mundane might seem strange to you, but in fact, these mundane things are what most people dream about." Nephis looked at him thoughtfully. He was right, of course. She had always been quite different from most people and felt alienated as a result. She also knew that it was her who was abnormal, not the other way around. For a moment, Nephis tried to imagine what it would be like to have a mundane dream. If her life had been different, what would her heart strive for? She looked at the training arena. Would she have wanted to open a martial school like this one and dedicate her life to the pursuit of swordsmanship, sharing her insights with students and feeling joy every day? Would she maybe dedicate her life to music, Playing an instrument had never been among the lessons taught to her as a legacy, so Nephis had no such skill. But she had often fantasized about performing music as a child. Were dreams supposed to be like that? Nephis enjoyed a piece of savory meat pie, then asked with genuine curiosity, "What does it feel like to accomplish your dream?" Her own had always been so out of reach, so burdensome. It was all-consuming and overwhelming, much larger than her life, and yet she could not quite imagine living any other way. Master Sunless remained silent for a while, then smiled wistfully. "Who knows? I certainly don't. By the time I found myself in a position to open a shop, too many things had happened. I changed, and my dreams changed as well. Still, I guess it depends on what you used to dream about. My old dream was rather nice, so the life I've built due to its influence is also on the nicer side. It's peaceful." Nephis raised her eyebrow. "What is your dream now, then?" He looked at her intently and hesitated for a few moments. Then the charming enchanter chuckled. "That I don't really have dreams anymore. I just have goals. Having a goal is much better than having a dream, don't you think?" She pondered his words for a few moments and asked neutrally, "What's the difference?" Master Sunless looked away and sighed. "I'd say that the difference is in how you approach it. A dream is something you want to happen. A goal is something that you make happen. The difference is in having enough determination to grasp what you want and never let it go." He remained silent for a while, and then added with a hint of sadness in his pleasant voice, "But to be honest, I've let go of a few things in my life. So if there is something I really want, it's to go back and try again. That is not a dream, though. Since it's in the past, it is just a regret." The charming enchanter emptied his glass, then looked at her and smiled. "Now that I think about it, I guess I do have a dream." His onyx eyes looked into hers, glistening in the sunlight. "It's to live my life, never feeling regret again." Nephis smiled. "It was a good dream." Chapter 1770 Keen Insight. Leaving the martial hall, they went for a walk. Sunny offered Nephis his arm once again, and they strolled along the lively streets of Bastion, making sure to be seen by as many people as possible. It wasn't every day that ordinary citizens could catch a glimpse of changing star, so many were stunned and excited. She smiled politely at them and nodded from time to time. Luckily, a saint was different from a celebrity. Although she was immensely popular, people treated her with a sense of solemn veneration. No one bothered them wanting to receive an autograph, and no one tried to exchange words with her. They just looked from afar and kept a respectful distance. Nephis herself, meanwhile, was quite curious about the details of the day-to-day life of the city. As they walked, she often asked Sunny to explain this or that, listening to his explanations with keen interest. Before last year, most people in Bastion sustained themselves on the food rations delivered from the waking world and the meat brought back by the abomination hunters. But then, the fields outside the city were finally able to yield a harvest. Crops capable of thriving in the Dream Realm soil had been cultivated decades ago, but scaling the production took time. In any case, the city is almost self-sufficient now. These food stalls became popular after the supply of locally sourced flour stabilized as well. "Would you like to try a fish cake? It's not really fish, of course, but it's still delicious." She smiled and shook her head. "No, thank you, I am quite full." Hearing that, Sunny felt satisfied. It seemed that she had enjoyed the picnic. Feeding people felt nice, indeed, especially this particular person. Nephis looked at him with curiosity and then asked in a neutral tone, "Master Sunless, can I ask you a question?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Of course." She lingered for a moment. "You've been observing my swordsmanship. What did you see?" He had expected her to ask that somewhat. The arrangement between Nephis and him was for the purpose of crafting a weapon for her, and to do that, Sunny had requested to study her swordsmanship and battle technique. However, his persona was that of a sorcerer, not a warrior. Nephis did not know how deep his understanding of combat went, and if he was even capable of learning anything about her transcendent battle prowess. In fact, if anything, she would think that his knowledge of swordsmanship was shallow. She did not know that although Sunny's understanding of combat was not the deepest in the world, it was certainly the broadest. He doubted that anyone, including her and the three sovereigns, had absorbed as many battle styles as he had. So Nephis was curious to learn how much he saw, and to what degree he was capable of appreciating her swordsmanship. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and said in a somber tone, "Your swordsmanship is ruthless." She seemed amused by his answer. "Ruthless?" He nodded and contemplated his next words carefully. "At first, I was really surprised. You are renowned across two worlds as one of the most skilled warriors of humanity, Lady Nephis. You are also the daughter of Broken Sword, whose swordsmanship is legendary. And yet, your technique seems grossly reckless and unbalanced." She smiled silently. Sunny coughed and then continued calmly. "It is an exceedingly aggressive style, and your offense is stunningly lethal. However, the defense, the master of that martial hall earlier would have beaten his students senseless if he saw them neglecting defense to that degree. Despite that, your footwork is too strange. It is meaninglessly conservative to the point of appearing awkward. It's all a proper mess." Nephis laughed quietly. "In other words, I am a fraud." He smiled sadly, then shook his head. "It would seem like that, but of course it is not true. The truth of the matter is that you are too ruthless." Sunny's smile faded slowly. "Your battle art has no mercy at all, not for your enemies and not for yourself. You disregard defense, because you expect to be hurt, mauled, and maimed. Your aspect allows you to recover from almost any wound, after all, so no matter how terribly your body is mutilated, you can continue to fight. For that reason, your style simply breaks every possible convention of combat technique. You've reinvented the very concept of swordsmanship from the ground up, removing self-preservation from its foundation." He sighed. Of course, simply removing one of the cornerstones of swordsmanship is not enough to create a functional battle art. You also had to replace every basic principle of combat connected to it with a new one, incorporating being hurt into the very core of your technique. Your flesh might heal, but force is still transferred when you receive a blow. Your balance is still affected. Your sword won't strike true if your sword arm is severed. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT backslash NOVEL backslash CIVEC or slash M. So you did not simply discard defense in favor of overwhelming offense. Rather, you replaced defense with controlled harm, learning how to kill the enemy in the most efficient way while sacrificing your body in the most calculated manner. His expression turned somber. "That is why your technique seems so reckless and why your footwork is so strange. Of course, that impression is woefully wrong. In truth, you are not reckless at all. Instead, you are so strategic that it is almost chilling. Your knowledge of physics, anatomy, and the underlying laws of combat has to be staggering. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to create such a diabolical battle art." Nephis seemed very satisfied by his answer. She looked at him with visible appreciation and then smiled. Her striking gray eyes were almost beaming. "I didn't expect you to possess such keen insight, Master Sunless. Your expertise in swordsmanship is truly outstanding." Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then looked away and sighed again. "Well, it's just a preliminary conclusion, and a shallow one at that. There is a limit to how much I can learn from watching you practice. To truly understand enough, I'll need to observe you in actual battle." Her smile widened a little. It was a rare sight to see Nephis smiling like that. Which was a shame, because her sincere smile was simply too beautiful. Sunny felt his heart skipping a beat. She chuckled quietly, and then said in a pleased tone, "You shared your insight, but not your opinion. What do you think of my swordsmanship, Master Sunless? Care to give me a compliment?" He looked away and hesitated for a while. There were a lot of flowery words he could use to describe her technique. It was quite tantalizing, after all, not to mention lethal and deeply ingenious. However, in the end, what he said was something else. "It's inhuman." The smile froze on Nephis' face, and her mirth was replaced by confusion. "Inhuman." Sunny nodded somberly. "It is built upon pain, Lady Nephis. Humans naturally avoid suffering, so forgive me for being presumptuous, but I really wish that you avoided getting hurt as well." Nephis stared at him for a few moments, then turned away and shrugged with a faint smile. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little wistful. "It's just pain." He looked at her, his eyes full of darkness. "Those words again." Sonny studied her beautiful face for a while. Her hand was resting on his forearm, and he could feel her presence illuminate the world like a warm sun. Why did such a radiant person have to live in constant agony? Why did she have to grow numb to pain? He opened his mouth, then closed it and exhaled slowly. Then he smiled and said in a light tone, "Still, try not to get hurt too much, Lady Nephis. It might be hard to believe because of my outstanding and refined appearance, but I actually know a thing or two about pain. One time, I wasn't mindful enough and grabbed a hot pan. It hurt like hell. I have been very careful around pans since then." Nephis glanced at him, blinked a couple of times, and then laughed. By then, they have already reached their destination. It was a theater hosting a popular play. Chapter 1771, Curtain Call. There was a private box reserved for Nephis and Sonny. They were guided there by a young stagehand, who was visibly struggling to maintain decorum while bursting at the seams with excitement. It was not every day that changing star of the immortal Flame clan visited a theater. In fact, Sonny was pretty sure that she had never participated in these kinds of social activities before. There would be a freshly embossed plaque nailed in the foyer of the theater by tomorrow, no doubt. Something like, "This humble establishment has enjoyed the patronage of the brightest of stars," or "We are proud to have hosted Her Royal Highness, Saint Nephis of Immortal Flame." Such a simple thing was enough to enhance the theater's prestige twofold. I wonder if this place is secretly sponsored by Cassie. The box was luxuriously furnished, dark, and elevated above the auditorium high enough so that no one could see what was happening inside. Sonny felt frustrated at the fact that his heart was almost racing. Letting out a sigh, he glanced at the stage and took a seat. The curtain had not been raised yet, and the audience was filling in with excited whispers. He was distracted for a moment when Nephis sat down near him, their shoulders almost touching. "This private box is a bit cramped, isn't it?" "Well, it couldn't be helped." He remained silent for a moment, then asked in a neutral tone, "By the way, what play are we watching?" Nephis looked at him with a hint of surprise. "You don't know?" Sonny shook his head. "I'm afraid I don't." She seemed a little embarrassed for some reason. Nephis hesitated for a while, then coughed awkwardly. "Actually, I don't know either. Cassie, St. Casher, arranged it. I assumed you would have been informed." Sonny chuckled. "Well, it will be a surprise then. Who knows, we might enjoy it a great deal." Actually, he didn't really care about the contents of the play. He doubted he would be able to concentrate on the actors anyway, when Nephis was so close to him, in the darkness. Soon the lights dimmed and the curtains were slowly pulled. The audience held its breath. At the same time, Sonny's smile froze on his lips. In fact, he had stopped breathing entirely. His expression slowly crumbled, and he barely suppressed a tormented groan. Because right at that moment, he saw the title of the play above the decorations. Written in a purposefully messy scrawl, several words were displayed on dark background. "The Devil of Antarctica." Oh no. Duh. On the stage, the decorations were divided into two distinct locations. On one, a military boat sailed on an icy sea. On the other, tall mountain peaks towered above a snowy cliff. Sonny tried to sink into his chair, raising a trembling hand to cover his face. He didn't even care if Nephis would notice his strange behavior. He just wanted to disappear and be somewhere anywhere. Else the next moment. "I'm done for." There was an actress wearing a black armor standing on the snowy cliff, gazing down at the audience with a somber look. The armor design was quite austere, but somehow managed to accentuate every curve of her quite distinguished body very well. Her blonde hair moved slightly in the artificial wind, and her bright blue eyes were full of harsh resolve. The military boat, meanwhile, seated 7 soldiers in the uniforms of the 1st Evacuation Army. Their leader was standing at the bow, peering ahead with a stalk expression on his chiseled face. He was close to 2 meters in height and possessed a formidable build, oozing rugged masculinity. The makeup made him look extremely pale, and he seemed to be wearing a black wig. Sonny took a shaky breath. These bastards. Both the distinguished actress and the square-jawed man were supposed to be inspired by him. He could live with the brutish guy, but the well-proportioned beauty. Really. This was why he had avoided watching the movie version at all costs. Now, however, Sonny had no choice but to watch. He squirmed silently. At that moment, one of the soldiers said to his comrades on the boat, "Why so glum, comrades? Cheer up. We are nearing Antarctica. Nightmare creatures stand no chance against the heroic soldiers of the evacuation army." Immediately, the leader cut him off with a sharp gaze and scoffed. "Good attitude, soldier. However, the message is wrong. Don't underestimate the enemy. Heroes won't win this war, so don't try to be a hero." He flashed a dark grin and added hoarsely, his rugged voice easily capturing the audience, "Be a monster, be a fiend. That is how you will survive." Sonny shuddered, knowing that he was in for a very, very long couple of hours. The play followed two ascended. One of them was an anti-hero, only known as the Captain, who led a convoy of refugees on a tumultuous journey across the Antarctic center. He possessed a devilish charm and a cynical personality, but displayed a surprising amount of valor and resolve, as well, hiding a compassionate heart under the snide facade of a disillusioned fatalist. The other was a mysterious female warrior who joined the army in the early stages of the campaign, displaying stunning power and indomitable courage. She was aloof, but noble and selfless, breaking the tide of several dire battles while refusing to say anything about her background and allegiance. The two quickly became known as the Devil of Antarctica and its guardian angel, respectively. Their paths intersected in the middle of the play during the tragic siege of Falcon Scott, where a tentative romance bloomed between them against the bleak backdrop of war. Sonny was perfectly expressionless as he watched the play. "No, but how does it even make sense? Am I romancing myself?" He was too embarrassed to look at Nephis, staring directly ahead. "I want to die." The production was stellar, and the actors were quite talented. The story was not even that tasteless, and if it twisted most facts to fit the narrative presented by the government propaganda machine at the time. It was just that Sonny had been there. And he certainly had not been in the habit of constantly spewing witty one-liners, sharing gems of jaded wisdom with the admiring soldiers, and looking soulfully into the distance every other minute. Worst of all, he felt that the play would be a hit. The horrors. And there I was feeling happy that there was no video streaming services in the dream realm. Feeling a strong desire to manifest a swarm of shadows and collapse the roof of the theater, he furtively glanced at Nephis. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him at that moment. Just then, the first act concluded, and the lights went on. Nephis tilted her head a little and asked neutrally, "How do you like the play, Master Sunless?" Sonny forced out a smile. It was one of the hardest things he had done in his life, and he had put his head back after being decapitated once. He lingered for a few moments, and then said in a flat tone, "It's directed well. I'm not a fan, though." Nephis chuckled, then sighed. "I am sorry. I don't know what Cassie was thinking. You participated in the Southern campaign as well, after all. It must be unpleasant to see a censored version of the calamity you lived through on the stage." She looked at the curtain and shook her head. "I heard that the captain is based on a real person. I was in East Antarctica, though, so I wouldn't know. He must have been quite a character." Sonny did not respond. "He's quite a character indeed." They spent the intermission in awkward silence. Sonny was thinking of a way to convince Nephis to leave, but sadly he couldn't think of any. Especially due to her status, an ordinary person could slip away in the middle of a play, but if Changing Star did it, the theater would go bankrupt the next day. Such was the power of her glorious fame. Eventually, it was time for the second act to start. It was then that Nephis said calmly, never looking away from the stage, "We are being watched." Sonny raised an eyebrow. He usually kept his shadow sense restrained in Bastion, so he wouldn't know. "Who would anyone be watching us?" She sighed. "You don't have to worry. It's nothing serious. Someone is probably suspicious and wants to confirm the nature of our relationship." He relaxed. "Oh." She had just survived an assassination attempt recently, and the whole world was in turmoil as a result. There were no riots on the streets, but tensions were running high. If something happened to Nephis in the meantime, he was afraid that everything would explode. So even though it was unpleasant to know that someone was spying on them, Sonny felt relieved. Not for long, though, because the second act had started. On the stage, the Falcon Scott had fallen, and the devil was separated from the angel during the evacuation, carried away unconscious on the last ship. The latter was presumed to have perished in the siege. The second part of the story took place in East Antarctica, where the forces sent by the legacy clans helped to stem the tide of nightmare creatures. The captain, grief-stricken and heartbroken, went from gazing soulfully into the distance every other minute to doing so about every 30 seconds. The frequency of his sardonic remarks decreased, but his general disposition had only grown more obnoxious. Sonny was in a foul mood and grinding his teeth. It was then, however, that Nephis raised a hand and wrapped her arm around him firmly, pulling him closer in the darkness. He froze. What is she doing? Please forgive me, Master Sunless. We must play our parts as well. She was terribly close. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Then a small smile slowly crept onto his face. Ah, yes, I guess there's no helping it. He placed his head on her shoulder in an intimate display. Whoever was watching them should be able to confirm the nature of their relationship from that scene. What could he do? There was no choice. He had to cooperate earnestly. Held comfortably in Nephi's embrace, Sonny smiled with satisfaction. I must admit, the second part of the play was much better than the first. It was actually not bad at all. The director really knew what they were doing. Chapter 1772, Deus Ex Machina. Strangely enough, Nephis was enjoying the play. The leading actress was good at her craft. The role she was portraying was taciturn and stole, but revealed a stalwart determination to resist the tide of nightmare creatures at all costs, a true warrior. The guardian angel of Antarctica did not display a lot of emotions, which could have made some people consider her a flat character. But personally, Nephis thought that it was the opposite. The actress managed to show the subtlety of someone who was unaccustomed to expressing her emotions openly and felt that there was no place for such things on the battlefield. It was really quite commendable, even if the angel seemed a bit low. Nesum, as a result. The protagonist was her complete opposite. He was very emotive and did not shy away from voicing his opinions, even if these opinions were usually not something people would want to hear. His dry wit and casual nonchalance were disarming, and his slightly comical persona was strangely endearing. His heart was in the right place, too. And yet Nephis found herself unable to fully immerse herself in his character. The actor portraying the devil was handling the role well, so there was nothing to complain about. It was just that. How could she put it? The man was a bit too brawny. She had never really considered the matter, but now Nephis suddenly realized that rugged men like that did not suit her taste very much. She was inclined to appreciate men like Master Sunless much better. Feeling the pleasant weight of his head on her shoulder, she smiled subtly in the darkness. How did I end up in this situation? The charming enchanter was leaning on her comfortably. Her arm was wrapped around him, as if they were really in that kind of relationship. It was true that there was someone in the theater observing them, but had there really been a need for a display of intimacy? She had done it mostly on impulse, perhaps because Cassie's unexpected request was still stuck in her mind. But while Nephis didn't mind the result, it felt quite nice. Enjoying the novel feeling of closeness, she continued to watch the play. On the stage, the touching love story between the devil and the angel had already progressed, and was now nearing a tragic culmination. After being reunited in East Antarctica and confessing their feelings, the heroes faced a deadly crisis. She tilted her head and accidentally rested her cheek on top of the charming enchanter's head, feeling the silky texture of his raven-black hair. Nephis froze for a moment, perplexed, then made a hard decision to pretend that she had done it on purpose and that everything was going according to plan. Just like that, there was something to distract her from the utterly fictional depiction of the Battle of the Black Skull happening on the stage. There was no mention of the great clans having fought each other, of course. Instead, they were shown as self-sacrificing champions of humanity who had ventured into the wilderness to buy King Anvil and his cohort enough time to conquer the fourth nightmare. The angel had already revealed herself as a disgraced retainer of clan valor, and now the heroes were trying to stall the tide of dreadful abominations in a desperate last stand. The play took some liberties with the original film's plot, it seemed, adapting it to the sensibilities of the people living in the sword domain. On the stage, the angel was supporting the devil, both of them battered and covered in fake blood. "Hold on, we must hold on, Captain. The King of Valor will be here soon." The square jaw of the protagonist trembled, and he forced out his familiar devilish grin. I'm afraid that I will have to break my promise, Angel, I'm sorry. But really, you have no one to blame but yourself. You should not have fallen in love with a dishonest man like me." Still smiling fearlessly, he pushed the wounded Angel back into the hands of his soldiers and commanded them to retreat. Left alone, the devil faced the encroaching shadow, created by special effects. It represented the great abominations that had escaped the Category 4 gates. A sarcastic scoff escaped from his lips. "I really thought I'd make it. Well, never mind. This devil's time away from hell is coming to an end. Ah, what a sweet dream it has been. Thank you, my love." Nephis could hear quiet sobs in the audience. She could also feel Master Sunless tremble slightly. Was he quite affected by the play? His reaction seemed quite intense from the very start. The charming enchanter was surprisingly emotional. She wondered idly if he knew the truth about the Battle of the Black Skull. He wasn't there, after all, and most people believed in the false record of what had happened on that day. The truth was not nearly as romantic. Knowing what would happen next, Nephis sighed and suddenly wished to fall through the ground. Was there still a chance to set fire to the theater? That would interrupt the play, for sure. Master Sunless felt her tension and shifted slightly, looking up. His terribly handsome face was suddenly way too close. "What is the matter?" She tried very hard to hide her embarrassment, looked away, and said in a flat tone, "It's nothing." But just then, the stage was suddenly drowned in bright light, which chased away the encroaching darkness. A beautiful young woman in white clothes that were a little bit too tight for her generous figure was lowered from above on invisible ropes, somehow maintaining a graceful image despite two heavy wings attached to her back by a hidden harness. She held a radiant sword in her hand, her face the perfect picture of enlightened valiance. Neph is sight and covered her face with a palm. There were a few joyful yelps from the audience. "It's Lady Changing Star. The king has returned from the nightmare. Please save him, Lady Nephis, hurry." Indeed, the actress being lowered from above was the very same Ingenu who played Nephis in the local rendition of that accursed movie. She was portraying Changing Star. Nephis could feel the enchanter's body trembling once again. Glancing at him between her fingers, she was startled to see that he was trying to suppress laughter. Her expression fell a little. "What's so funny?" Master Sunless looked at her with a smile, his onyx eyes glistening with mirth. Then he shook his head apologetically. No, please forgive me, Lady Nephis. It's just a bit of schadenfreude." Hearing that, she was suddenly in the mood to do something that she had never done before. Nephis wanted to pout. Turning away from him, she remained silent for a few moments, and then said evenly, "I'm glad my suffering amuses you." Master Sunless gasped and stared at her with a hint of panic in his gem-like eyes. Nephis tried to maintain a calm facade, but the corner of her mouth curled upward against her will. She sighed and closed her eyes. Cute. On the stage, Changing Star saved the day. The devil was rescued and reunited with the angel, who had led the Valor reinforcements to his position. The King of Swords descended to Antarctica, eradicating the nightmare creatures and leading the civilians to the sword domain. Due to the bravery and selflessness that the angel had shown during the Southern campaign, her past misdeed was pardoned by Princess Nephis, and she was reinstated as a Knight of Valor. The devil was knighted by the Radiant Princess, as well, and the two of them became trusted champions of the royal family. It was a happy ending. The curtain fell and the lights went on. The actors returned to the stage to bow and were met by a thunderous applause. Of course, all of them could not help but throw furtive glances at the private box. Nephis sighed, then stood up with a pleasant smile and clapped a few times. At the sight of that, the eyes of the actors shined, and the audience exploded with an even more energetic applause. Master Sunless watched her with an amused smile, then asked quietly, "I guess you liked the play, Lady Nephis." Nephis lingered for a bit. What was she supposed to say? That the play was all right, but she really enjoyed the experience of him resting his head on her shoulder as she embraced him in the darkness. She cleared his throat. It was a good performance. However, I'm not sure you'll understand, but it is a really uncomfortable thing to see someone playing you on the stage. Master Sunless stared at her silently for a few moments. Then he looked down with an odd expression and said in a neutral tone, "Yeah, I guess something like that would be hard to understand." Nephis smiled faintly. At least Cassie had enough presence of mind not to send us to see the Song of Light and Darkness. How would her pretend paramour feel watching a play about a fictional relationship between her and another man? That would have been a disaster. Chapter 1773, Fake It. Sonny had been full of bitter resentment when the performance started, but by the end of it, he was in an excellent mood. Watching Nephis dance with her sword, treating her to a picnic, going for a leisurely stroll arm in arm, and enjoying a romantic play together, the day was shaping up great. Sadly, their time together would soon come to an end. All that was left on the schedule was dinner at an upscale restaurant. After that, Nephis would disappear for a few days or a week, busy with all her other responsibilities. So he had to make the most of this dinner appointment. I'll take the chance to seize up the competition. However, Sonny knew that he was fooling himself. In truth, the brilliant Emporium could not even be considered a competitor of the lofty restaurant. His cafe was a place where people could enjoy delicious, but relatively simple food in a cozy atmosphere. The establishment where they were entering right now, though, was where the affluent citizens of Bastion came to waste money and show status in splendid surroundings. He felt inclined to treat such extravagance with disdain, but found himself unable to do that after being led to a private booth by an exceedingly respectful waiter. Comparing the immaculate attire and flawless manners of the young man to how Aiko usually behaved, Sonny was suddenly unsure of his judgment. Perhaps these rich folks were really onto something. But then again, he was richer than all of them combined. Sonny never flaunted his wealth, but it would have been hard to remain poor after hunting great nightmare creatures for years. And since he didn't really have expenditures like the need to maintain a clan, he was probably the wealthiest man in Bastion, second only to the King of Swords himself. So logically, it was the brilliant Emporium Tha. T set the standard of luxury. Everyone else could only hope to imitate his unique style. Still, Sonny's hands trembled when he sat down and saw a large, empty plate in front of him. A CHCA charger plate. How fancy! And what was it made of? Was it the famed Aegis porcelain? That porcelain could only be made from the mystical clay found in a remote region of the Sword Domain, the precise recipe kept secret by the artisans employed by the legacy clan presiding over those lands. The tablecloth was made from sublime silk. The utensils were pure silver, the table itself damnation. He recognized that wood. That was Titanwood, the same as the instructor's cafeteria at the academy. At least his chair was, in all ways, inferior to the shadow chair. Otherwise, Sonny would have been quite disheartened. Nephis sat down across from him and smiled. I doubt that they will serve us anything as delicious as what you make, Master Sunless. Still, please try to enjoy yourself. Sonny looked at her with gratitude, suddenly feeling a lot better. Right, who cares about how fancy the plates, silverware, and furniture are? It's the food that matters. Paying attention to form over substance was a silly thing to do, like valuing flowery prose over an engaging story. Sonny might have acted like a bit of an idiot at times, but at least he wasn't that misguided. He stared at Nephis silently while the waiter was pouring fragrant wine into their glasses, enchanted by her exquisite beauty. The light of a magical chandelier was reflecting from her silver hair, and her fair face was illuminated softly. The privacy of the luxurious booth created an intimate atmosphere. It was then that a sudden thought entered his mind, and he felt as if someone had doused him with cold water. Sonny looked away and lowered his head a little. The war was approaching, which meant that he had to tell Nephis the truth soon. There would not be many days like this one in the future. In fact, there might be none at all. He felt a sense of deep melancholy. When the waiter left, Nephis took a sip of wine and leaned back. She remained silent for a few moments, then asked with a hint of concern in her voice. I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable earlier, Master Sunless. Because of the subject of the play and, well, my actions as well. Sunny looked at her in surprise. Offended? No, I wasn't offended. Nephis smiled. That's a relief. She placed the wineglass back on the table. The table was meant for 2 people to dine, so it wasn't very large. Her hand remained on the white tablecloth, close enough that Sunny could reach and hold it. Of course, he did no such thing and just stared at it silently. Nephis suddenly asked, her voice neutral. What do people usually talk about in such situations? He raised an eyebrow. Such situations. She hesitated for a few moments, then reached for the wineglass again. That you know, on a date. Ours is a fake one, but we should probably make an effort to make it look real. Sunny felt bewildered for a moment. Eventually, she smiled and shrugged slowly. Lady Nephis, I'm afraid I have no idea. I don't think I've ever been on a proper date myself. She looked at him with a visible expression of surprise, which was quite rare for the usually composed Nephis. Her eyes widened a little. Really? I thought you a man like you. Sunny chuckled. I'm not sure what kind of man you think I am, but your impression of me is probably wrong. In fact. He hesitated for a moment and then added wistfully. It most definitely is. Sunny took a sip of wine and said in a neutral tone. Well, I assume that people talk about the usual things that one ought to know about a potential partner, romantic or not. You know, background, views, aspirations. Who they are, what they want. Things like that. Nephis studied his face for a while, then nodded. Let's do that then. That play earlier one was afraid that you would be uncomfortable because of your experiences in Antarctica. What was why one actually, never mind. What I wanted to say is that one don't really know a lot about what you went through there, Master Sunless. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NOVEL /CAVEC or /M. Were you part of the 2nd Evacuation Army, or of the local forces? He smiled and shook his head lightly. 1st Evacuation Army, actually. She seemed surprised. Then, the 2nd Evacuation Army was mostly composed of volunteers, while the local Awakened had no choice but to join the Southern campaign. The members of the 1st Army, however, were all from the core government forces. Sunny chuckled. No, I was never a government grunt. It's just that I had a friend in the chain of command and was invited to join the effort before the news broke. It's a bit shameful to admit, but I threw a big tantrum back then and accepted the invitation for quite an immature reason. Nephis looked at him intently, as if trying to picture him throwing a tantrum in her mind. Eventually, she shook her head and said, I can't quite imagine you doing something, Lee. Key that immature reason, really. He smiled and took another sip of wine. Yes, it was mostly to spite someone, a very childish reaction in hindsight. Well, there were other reasons, of course, some better than others. You know, finding conviction, pursuing strength. It all seemed very important before the chain of nightmares started, and very meaningless pretty much immediately after it did. At that moment, the waiter arrived to serve the first course. Sunny stared at the elaborate appetizers for a bit, but he did not really have an appetite anymore. Looking at Nephis, he said, I think it's a bit unfair on you to have a conversation about background, views, and aspirations with someone, Lady Nephis. It is bound to be one-sided. You are exceedingly famous. After all, everyone knows these things about you. The waiter left. She also ignored the food, taking a sip of wine in silence. Then she placed the glass down and smiled faintly. You of all people should know that what people say about me and what is true are not the same. Master Sunless, after all. One of the things they say is that I am indulging you because we are lovers. He laughed quietly. Indeed. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a pleasant tone. In that case, let me ask you something. What are your aspirations, Lady Nephis? What do you want? She considered his words and answered with a careless shrug. It's nothing unexpected, I guess. Keep my soldiers alive, safeguard the sword domain. Watch cities like Bastion thrive. Sunny shook his glass a little, watching the light reflect from the red wine. He wasn't the only one hiding the truth. Lies, it was all lies. He wasn't telling the truth, and Nephis wasn't being honest either. Their date was truly a fake one. Since he was not saying anything, she went forward and asked, What about you, Master Sunless? What do you want? Sonny shifted his gaze and looked at her hand once again. There was a hint of a deep longing in his dark eyes. He did not speak until the pain of the flaw made it impossible to remain silent. To hell with it. Looking up at Nephis, Sonny lingered for a moment and then smiled faintly. I find myself wishing that our date wasn't a fake one. I want it to be real instead. Is that too forward? Chapter 1774, Till You Make It. Sonny went ahead and expressed his real feelings without thinking about the consequences, which could be quite heartbreaking, one way or the other, but really, he didn't have much to lose. Nephis did not react immediately. Her face remained composed and impassive. After a while, she said evenly, "It's not." Sonny sighed and leaned back. What was he doing? Cassie had been right. By keeping his true identity from Nephis, he was being truly unfair. What kind of relationship did he hope to build on the foundation of deceit? And that was what he was doing, deceiving her. But despite that, Cassie had also been wrong. She wanted to avoid a predicament that was merely the result of a larger and entirely unsolvable problem. Because Sonny simply could not be honest with Nephis. It was impossible, because even if he told her the actual truth, she would forget it a few moments later. So what if he admitted to being the Lord of Shadows? Compared to the other things he was keeping from her, that detail was all but insignificant. She could never know that he had loved her for a long, long time, and that she had loved him, that they had spent years thinking about each other, fighting side by side with each other, and surviving the horrors of the nightmare spell together, that they had met when they were young and inexperienced, each spending their tumultuous youth being shaped by the other, that the troubled adults they had grown into were the result of them having met all those years ago in front of the gates of the academy, that she was his person and he was hers. These were the things Nephis would never know, and therefore, any relationship Sonny could build with her would inevitably be built on deceit. It would inevitably be unfair. The only honest thing he could do for Nephis was leave and have no contact with her whatsoever. But he was unwilling to. He had made a choice and lost her, but he selfishly wanted to be found by her. And so, the only thing he could do was lie. Sonny lingered for a moment, then leaned forward and placed his hand on hers. Raising his head, he looked into her eyes and asked, his voice even, "Lady Nephis, will you go on a date with me?" She met his gaze silently. Her silence felt quite terrifying, but Sonny couldn't help but notice something. It was that she made no attempt to pull back her hand. There was hope. Eventually, the corners of Neff's mouth curled upward. "All right." Sonny blinked. He couldn't quite process that answer just yet. Failing to hide his surprise, he squeezed her hand lightly. Just like that?" Nephis smiled and shrugged. "Why not? I am not that experienced in these matters, but we are both adults. We both know W. Had we want, so why not?" Why did she agree? Because she wanted to. Sonny took a deep breath, then let go of her hand and leaned back. His heart was beating wildly, but he forcefully suppressed his excitement. He remained silent for a while, looking away, then said neutrally, "Actually, there are a lot of reasons why not." He glanced at the untouched food, considered his next words carefully, and looked at her again. This time, there was no smile on his face. "Lady Nephis, before we go any further, I must admit something. Actually, I am not an honest person. In fact, I am a habitual liar. I am keeping many things from you and might never reveal these secrets. This kind and harmless persona of mine is just a facade I wear because it's convenient. In truth, I am not that harmless. I am not very kind, either." She stared at him silently for a few moments, then shrugged. "I know." Sonny's eyes widened a little. "You know." Nephis watched him for a few moments and sighed. "You are a master and a veteran of the Southern campaign. A person like you can't be harmless, really. There was that duel as well. I figured that you were putting up a front at some point, but I don't mind." She looked at him without a smile and added, her voice revealing a hint of vulnerability. "Actually, I'm not an honest person either. I am keeping many secrets from you as well. This valiant and noble persona of a selfless hero, you see, is just a facade I wear because it's convenient. I am neither noble nor a hero. Most of all, I am not selfless at all. In truth, I might be the most selfish person in the world. Nephis looked down and added quietly, "So I don't mind, as long as you don't." Sunny stared at her in a daze. "But I might never be entirely honest with you. Aren't you wary of a liar?" She looked up at him and smiled. "Do you harbor secret malice toward me?" He silently shook his head. "Do you serve one of my enemies?" Sunny shook his head once again. "Are you planning to betray me?" He frowned. "Not really, not at all." Nephis shrugged. "Then I don't care." However, a moment later, her eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, you don't have a wife and children somewhere out there already, do you? If you do, I'm afraid that is one thing I do have to know." Sunny flinched and looked at her in dismay. "What? No, I don't." Nephis visibly relaxed. "That is good. Then, as I was saying, I don't care." She hesitated for a moment and then added, "Everyone has secrets. I have my share as well, much more secrets than most people do, and more dire ones as well. So I also must admit something before you decide if you want to go any further, Master Sunless." Sunny was still a little dazed. This conversation was not going how he had expected it to go at all. It was all too unexpected. He looked at Nephis, composed himself, and asked calmly, "What's that?" She inhaled deeply. "First of all, it might be premature to speak of this right now, but I feel like I should let you know before anything more meaningful has a chance to happen. I am a very ambitious woman, Master Sunless. My heart is full of ambition, so much so that there's little space for anything or anyone left in it. We might spend a few days together and part ways, or we might end up deciding to enjoy each other's company for much longer. But you will never own my heart, Master Sunless, or even most of my heart. It's only fair to warn you in advance." Sunny had long known about Nephi's insane goal, so he didn't react strongly to her words. Instead, he nodded simply. "I figured as much." Nephi studied his face, hesitated for a few moments, and sighed. "That is good, I see. Well then, the second thing. You might not know, but my aspect is closely tied to longing and passion. In fact, one of the reasons I was willing to indulge in this pretense relationship with you at the beginning was that I wanted to understand passion better. Later, I found myself sincerely enjoying your company, so, well, that is beside the point. What I wanted to say is that I am sensitive to yearning, desire, and passion. I can perceive what other people want and how much they want it." She looked away with a hint of embarrassment on her beautiful face and added evenly, "It's one of the reasons why I am saying yes, because I can feel the nature and sincerity of your desire." Sunny stared at her silently for a long time. His eyes were a little glassy, then he slowly picked up his wine. "Lady Nephis, what kind of desire are we talking about exactly?" She kept looking at the wall, as if incredibly interested in the artwork. "All kinds, I can sense it all, especially if it's aimed at me." The glass cracked slightly in Sunny's hand. His face remained absolutely impassive. "So earlier, when I was staring at her body, she knew exactly." Nephis turned his way and added with a hint of urgency in her voice, But you don't have to be embarrassed. It's perfectly normal. You are a healthy man after all." Sunny let out a heavy sigh. "Lady Nephis." She blinked a couple of times. "Yes." His voice was a little somber when he responded. "Please don't speak for a few moments." With that, Sunny brought the cracked glass to his lips and gulped all the remaining wine down in one go. Then, maintaining perfect composure, he reached for the wine bottle with a trembling hand. Nephis observed his actions helplessly. Gate latest novel chapters on N1D490VE, LBJ/N/C. She sighed, then said in a placid tone, "In short, yes, I will go on a real date with you, Master Sunless. I'll be delighted to." Chapter 1775, Knight Commander. It was already getting dark when Sunny and Nephis returned to the brilliant emporium. The rest of the dinner in the upscale restaurant had been uneventful. They had agreed to turn their pretend relationship into a real one, or at least try to. However, neither of them wanted for their first actual date to happen right there, and then, in a place carefully prepared by someone else to create a false impression of how they felt about each other. Sunny wanted to be the one making plans, at least, considering that he was the person who had invited Nephis on a date. So they enjoyed the food and discussed the play, both failing to hold back an occasional smile. Then, Nephis walked him home. Neither talked much on the way, but the silence wasn't awkward. Instead, it was comfortable and pleasant, full of unspoken potential. Finally, they reached the quiet street where the brilliant emporium was located. The lake was just beyond the cottage. Sunny and Nephis stopped near the porch. The sun was rolling behind the horizon, washing the world in the fiery blaze of its last rays. All throughout Bastion, shadows crawled from the dark corners, shrouding the city in twilight. Sunny was standing in the shade cast by the walls of the cottage, while Nephis was in the light, her striking gray eyes reflecting the splendor of the sunset. She smiled faintly. "I will see you soon, then. Thank you for today, Master Sunless." He bowed elegantly and answered with a smile of his own. "I'll be counting the days until our next meeting, Lady Nephis." She hesitated for a moment, then took a step back. The cascading sunlight shone radiantly behind her, forming into two beautiful white wings. Nephis was ready to return to her heavenly palace. Before that, however, she lingered, then suddenly took a step forward and stopped right in front of Sunny. Before he could understand what was happening, Nephis raised her hands, placed them on his shoulders, and pulled him into a tight hug. Sunny's eyes widened. He was so startled by her actions that his mind refused to process what was happening. He just knew that he felt a lot of things: the warmth of her touch, the firmness of her embrace, the softness of her body. A few moments later, Nephis let him go and drew back. Sunny looked at her dazedly. "What was that for?" She met his gaze and smiled slightly. "Just something I've been wanting to do." With that, she bent down a little. Her soft lips touched his cheek lightly, which made Sunny's whole body shudder. The spot where she had kissed him seemed to be on fire. No, his entire being was. "Damn it, she can sense exactly what kind of reaction she's having on me, can't she? That's unfair." Nephis looked him in the eyes for a moment, then chuckled. "And that is just something for you to think about while you are counting days." She backed away, then turned and pushed herself off the ground. Soon, her graceful figure disappeared in the radiance of the setting sun. Sunny belatedly raised a hand and covered his burning cheek. Some time later, a heavy sigh escaped from his lips. She's either very cruel or doesn't understand passion nearly as well as she thinks she does. A cold shower, that was what he needed now. Turning around, Sunny hid a wide smile behind his hand and walked toward the door. That had been really unexpected. No, but when did she become so cool? Humming a simple melody, he entered the brilliant emporium. Sunny was so lost in thought that he didn't notice someone standing there, looking at him with wide eyes. He only came to his senses when he heard them speak. "Well?" Startled, Sunny finally noticed Aiko, who had been wiping the tables near the street-side windows. Crap. Had she seen it all? The petite girl stared at Sunny for a few moments, then slowly extended a tiny fist and raised her thumb. "Boss, I admire you, boss. Good job, you work so fast." Sunny's expression collapsed. He remained silent for a split second, then said in an even tone, "Aiko, come here, don't worry, I'll make it quick. It won't hurt at all." Soon, the sounds of something overturning and falling to the floor could be heard inside the brilliant emporium. Nephis landed gracefully on the emerald grass of the Ivory Island. Her wings disappeared, and with them, the pain tormenting her receded as well. She took a deep breath, raised her head slightly, and headed to the tower. There were fire keepers busy with various errands here and there, and even more of them inside the great pagoda. She answered to their greetings with curt nods, her face the usual inexpressive mask of steady confidence. Just like that, she reached her personal quarters on the highest level of the ivory tower, entered them, and closed the door behind her. A moment later, Nephis let out a shaky breath, leaned on the door, and covered her face with both hands. Her cheeks turned an alarming shade of red all of a sudden. "Ah, what did I do? I'm crazy, I've actually lost my mind." Her voice was full of torment. She was in the middle of having a miniature breakdown when a soft hand patted her reassuringly on the shoulder. Nephis flinched and looked up, finally noticing Cassie, who was standing there with a bright smile on the delicate face. The smile slowly turned into a grin. Don't be too hard on yourself, Neph. I think you did great. Oh gods, Cassie saw it all, didn't she? Nephis was suddenly mortified. The blind seer remained mercifully quiet for a few moments, then added in a familiar deadpan tone. And that is just something for you to think about while you are counting days. Ah, what a line. Even I was almost seduced. Poor Master Sunless must have collapsed into a puddle as soon as you left. One didn't know you had it in you. A low groan escaped from Neph's mouth. It's all your fault, you wicked woman. If you hadn't been whispering into my ear, I would have it wouldn't have happened this way. Cassie squeezed her shoulder one more time and laughed. What are you blaming me for? I think it all went well. Nephis closed her eyes. Why am I reacting so strongly? There's a damn war approaching. There are more important things to worry about. She had been glad to be distracted from her burdensome responsibilities in the morning. Who knew she would be a little bit too distracted by evening? I'm in trouble. Unbeknownst to Sunny and Nephis, there were more repercussions to their actions that day. Across the lake from the brilliant emporium, in the depths of the castle, the elders of Clan Valor were having a strategic meeting. They, too, were preparing for war. At some point, the door opened, and a short report was placed in front of a regal middle-aged woman. She read it briefly and sighed. An old man with harsh eyes and a gray beard looked at her sternly. What is it? The woman pursed her lips. There is another report on Changing Star and that mongrel person. It appears that the girl is truly taken with him. The rest of the elders all showed a reaction, most of them displaying some sign of displeasure. The stern old man shook his head. That won't do. She doesn't have to offer herself for a strategic marriage. But spending time frivolously with some nobody, a princess of valor can't be tied to a person with no background. This concerns the prestige of our great clan. The woman raised an eyebrow. What do you suggest we do? Reprimand her? Or remove the man from the picture? These are delicate matters. Will you take responsibility? There was a long silence in the chamber, with no one daring to speak. Eventually, the silence was broken by a frustrated sigh. Everyone turned to look at a beautiful young woman with striking vermilion eyes who sat at the head of the table. Morgan looked at the elders with a frown, then shook her head dejectedly and said, Why are you creating a problem out of nothing? Do you have a lot of time to waste? She glared at them for a few moments, then leaned back. I agree Nephis can't be seen dating a nobody. So what's the problem? Let's just knight that guy and be done with it. He won't be a nobody if we make him a knight of valor, will he? Hell, we can even put him in charge of some soldiers. There, problem solved. The elders simply stared at her incredulously. Morgan smiled. I see there are no objections. Let's proceed with this plan then. Now about the issue with Saint Thane, he'll be arriving soon. And that was how Sunny became an honorary knight commander of the great clan Valor. Even if he did not know it yet. Chapter 1776, Working Dead. So tired. Rain was sprawled on her threadbare sleeping bag, staring at the slanted roof of her modest tent outside. The noises of the construction camp were churning like a sea, just as loud as they had been throughout the day despite the late hour. Out here, the work did not stop when the darkness fell. For a very particular reason. Rain had finished her long shift as a laborer, so her muscles were sore. Later, she crawled into her tent ready to pass out from fatigue, but instead of resting, she spent several hours arduously circulating her essence in an attempt to form a soul core. That was something she did every night, and although there were no signs of awakening yet, the number of tiny grains she had created was growing steadily. Rain had only stopped after becoming completely exhausted. And now she couldn't fall asleep because of the noise outside. Ah, damnation, I really need to get out of this place. The construction of the Eastern Road was progressing at a startling pace. She had to stay hidden among the road crews for a while, but that did not mean that she had to remain in the main camp. There were other assignments available for those daring enough to take them: scouting parties, advanced camps, subjugation troops, and so on. It was just that the number of slots for these jobs was limited, and young mundane girls were not exactly at the top of the list for tough tasks. Still, she wanted to leave the main construction camp as soon as possible. It was not only cramped and noisy, but also a bit creepy. That was because mundane laborers were not the only ones building the road. In fact, most of the work was being done by the dead. Rain had not heard about anything like that happening in other construction crews, but the Eastern Road was special. Clan Song wanted it built very fast, for some reason, and so the Queen had sent her personal servants to assist the builders. The dead were dutiful workers. They never complained, never grew tired. They didn't need water or food. They just continued to build the road silently without sleep or rest. Their frozen faces were calm and empty men and women, young and old. Plenty of nightmare creatures were among them as well, their monstrous eyes devoid of the usual frenzy. Every time Rain left her tent early in the morning and saw the silent corpses working diligently in the dim light of dawn, she couldn't help but feel like she was in a strange, cold hell. It was indeed very creepy, but people were very adaptable creatures. She observed the other laborers grow accustomed to the company of the dead with great speed. She could understand them well. After all, the Queen's servants were doing the hard work that the laborers would have had to do themselves otherwise. The dead were also quiet, solemn, and never hurt anyone. All in all, as far as colleagues went, they weren't bad at all. The unique culture of the Song domain played a part in the speed with which the laborers had adapted to their presence, as well. Working side by side with the dead could have been terrifying if their origin was mysterious and sinister. But they had been sent by the Queen, and the Queen was revered and beloved by the citizens of her kingdom. So anything that had come from the Queen was seen in a positive light. Anyway, what the hell are you doing? Be quiet. Giving up her attempts to fall asleep, Rain turned her head and hissed at the darkness. The darkness, which had been humming a joyful melody, grew silent. Her teacher was in a strange mood these days. He was way too carefree and cheerful, even by his standards. The ancient fiend must have felt at home in the company of creepy corpses. Rain couldn't explain the sudden shift in his behavior any other way. The darkness remained silent for a while, then sighed reproachfully. "You are such a killjoy." Rain stared in the direction of the voice with indignation. "Teacher, your poor student is trying to sleep here, after working a long, arduous shift in the cold, and being fed tasteless slop by the camp wardens. Can't you go hum somewhere else?" He chuckled. "I can, but I don't want to. That woman is there, and she might see me." Rain frowned. That woman? Was he talking about Saint Sation, the overseer of the camp? Teacher seemed to be wary of the Queen's daughter, which was a bit strange. Kai Song did not have biological children, but she had raised many orphan girls. Among them, 7 were now saints, each possessing enchanting beauty and startling powers. The Queen's daughters were venerated and loved by the people of the Sword domain almost as much as their mother was. Rain's teacher did not show any reaction at the mention of the more famous of them, like Beastmaster or Silent Stalker, even joking about having had questionable relationships with them, but the more obscure of the Queen's daughters, Song Selshin, caused him to behave strangely. Rain sighed. "Why, what did you do? No, let me guess. Did you abandon her at the altar? It was something like that, wasn't it?" Her teacher laughed quietly. "What? No, nothing like that. It's just that when I was a young shadow, and she was going around devouring naughty youths, we crossed paths a few times, and it seemed like she was able to see me." Rain did not know what to say. Can he at least try to be consistent with his lies? He said on multiple occasions that he's thousands of years old, so how could Saint Sation have been there when that bastard was young? And what is that about devouring youths? I can believe that he has devoured a fair share of children, but Lady Sation, ridiculous. She sighed. "In any case, stop humming and let me sleep. I need to get up early if I want to snatch an assignment at one of the advanced camps. I hear they'll be establishing a new one this week." Her teacher scoffed. Fine, fine, go to sleep then. Oh, and by the way, don't worry. I managed to get a message to your family in Ravenheart. They know that you're safe. Well, that you are alive, at least." Rain's eyes widened in the darkness. "Really?" He sighed. "Really?" A smile appeared on her lips, and a palpable sense of relief spread in her chest. A heavy burden that she had been carrying was suddenly gone. Her poor parents must have been so worried. "Really, really?" Her teacher cursed quietly. "Yes, listen, I am a very honest person. The most honest person in 2 worlds, even. When have I ever lied to you?" She laughed quietly and turned on her side, finally closing her eyes. Yeah, sure, that statement is full of holes. Not only are you the most brazen liar I have ever met, it's even a question if you are a person. Rain relaxed, feeling sleep finally starting to envelop her mind in a soft embrace. But it's all right tonight. I'll forgive you, thank you, teacher. Relieved and warmed by the news he had shared, she peacefully fell asleep. Tomorrow, she was going to find a way to leave the main camp. Chapter 1777, Hell on Wheels. In the morning, Rain crawled out of her tent feeling rested and refreshed. The sun had barely shown itself, rising above the distant horizon in all its pale glory. The world was still shrouded in darkness, but at least one could see where they were going. One of the first things Rain had noticed after coming to Ravenheart was how darker the nights were in the dream realm compared to NQSC. Out there in the waking world, humanity had long defeated and banished darkness from their homes, but here it was still a tyrannical enemy. Ah, how cold! The main construction camp was already a hive of activity. The dead continued to toil silently in the distance, the sound of their tireless work reaching the small tent settlement like a persistent tide. By now, the road had extended far beyond the defensive palisade, so the whole camp would have to be moved soon. The road crews were nomadic in nature, following the roads they built. The night shift laborers were returning to their tents, while those assigned to the day shift, like her, were waking up. The awakened warriors guarding the camp were out on patrol, food was being prepared, and oil lanterns were being put out. Everyone was getting ready for a new day of work. Rain yawned, rubbed her eyes, and walked slowly to the communal washroom. Mercifully enough, the female laborers had a separate space to maintain hygiene, and since most of the hired laborers consisted of men, it was not too overcrowded. Still, there were whispers behind her back. Rain's body, after all, was a sight to behold, meaning that it was a bit scary to see, since she had never gotten the chance to visit a healer after slaying the huntsman. The bruises had mostly faded by now, but during her first few days on the road crew, her skin was as black and blue as it was fair and white. The bandages she wore to cover the cut on her side weren't bloody anymore either. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT / NOVEL / CAVEC or /M. The female laborers were more relaxed around her, but still a little wary. Rain washed her face, brushed her teeth, and shivered miserably from the cold for a while. Then, wide awake, she returned to her tent and put her jacket on. The breakfast was just as tasteless as the supper had been, but at least it was prepared from actual ingredients, not synth paste. The volcanic soil around Ravenheart was extremely fertile, so the harvests from the fields were enough to not only feed the entire city, but also supply the other settlements of the Song domain with food. Rain ate in solitude, since no one was brave enough to approach her. The male laborers often threw furtive glances her way, but shyly kept their distance. She did not know what was so frightening about her, really. Maybe it was the sharp and feral aura of an abomination hunter, or the dark circles that were constantly under her eyes because of the lack of sleep. She didn't mind sitting alone in the canteen, anyway. At least it gave her the chance to converse secretly with her teacher. Listen, Rain, I know that killing people is generally frowned upon, but if you want to strangle the sorry excuse for a cook they have in charge of the camp kitchen, I won't judge. Rain raised a tin cup, hiding her lips behind it, and answered quietly. Is that something you should be teaching your student teacher? How to murder people? Her shadow remained silent for a while, then asked in a tone of confusion. Yes, what's wrong with a little murder? Rain exhaled slowly. I won't be killing the camp cook, thank you. Finishing her meal, she walked out of the canteen and headed for the crew management wagon. On the way, Rain passed a team of tranquil corpses who were carrying sacks of gravel, once again feeling as if she had somehow ended up in hell. Then, she crossed the finished section of the road and paused for a few moments, looking down. A small smile found its way onto her face. Rain had enlisted as a road crew laborer out of necessity, but after spending some time at the wandering camp, she realized that he liked it here a lot. It was a bit magical to see a beautiful road appear out of nowhere in the dreadful wilderness of the dream realm, like watching order and the human spirit triumph over chaos. The road itself was an engineering marvel as well. Rain's father worked for the government, dealing with the complicated logistics that went into making it function. He rarely brought his work home, and yet she had a better understanding of how wondrous the infrastructure of the world was than most of her peers. Before the dark times, humans often admired the so-called wonders of the world, grand structures that defied imagination. However, Rain was of the opinion that the greatest thing that humanity had built, by far, rarely received any attention. It was the network of roads that used to connect all the cities of the waking world, enveloping it like a planet-sized spider web. The scale of it was almost unfathomable, and that was just the physical scale. The role it played for the infrastructure of the world, the amount of goods and people being transported over those roads every day, was even more unimaginable. Of course, that era was long gone. Most of the waking world had been lost, and most of the roads that the humans had built were destroyed. These days, only a scattering of reinforced railroads and easily defendable highways remained, connecting the walled cities of humanity together. There were fewer of them being used each year. That was why Rain felt glad to have joined the road construction camp. The road was being built right in front of her eyes, and she found herself deeply excited by the building process. The engineering, the logistics, the problem-solving, all of it was both fascinating and wonderful. The wide, cobbled road appearing as a palpable, undeniable result of it all was a joy to behold. Building things spoke to something buried deep in her heart. It was sort of like the soul core that she was creating, one grain of sand at a time. That was why Ron spent all of her free time, which there wasn't a lot of, observing every part of the construction process. From the way laborers were managed to the way the dead lay layers of sand, gravel, and crushed rock in the dug trench before cobblers got to work. It was to the point that she was a little reluctant to leave the main construction camp behind, even if it resembled a wandering hell. However, there was more to building a road than simply constructing it. The other assignments were also part of the process, so she was curious about them too. Enjoying the solid feel of the paved stones under her boots, Rain crossed the pristine road and entered the northern part of the camp. It was much different from the chaotic settlement where the laborers lived. Here, the tents were much larger and more luxurious, and there were even a few semi-permanent buildings with wooden walls. Everything seemed cleaner and more orderly. That was where Awakened and the managers lived and worked. The crew management office was actually a huge wagon with a two-level wooden building constructed on it. When the camp migrated, it was pulled along the newly constructed section of the road by two enormous echoes. But now that the camp was stationary, the wagon was simply standing there. Rain took a deep breath. Hopefully, I can get a new assignment today. She was quite hopeful. Chapter 1778 Survey Team. A familiar road manager was leaning on the side of the wagon, drinking a cup of coffee and watching the sun rise. Noticing Rain, he spared her a crooked smile. "Ah, it's you again, Ronnie." Rain almost stumbled. Damn. Ronnie is what she was known as on the road crew. Since she was hiding here, using her own name would have been silly. The problem was that Rain had not thought about that right until the moment she was asked to introduce herself. So, put on the spot, she had failed to come up with anything and mumbled the first thing that entered her mind. Which was why her teacher had mocked her relentlessly for a whole week. "No, really, Ronnie, the best you could do was shift two letters around. I just can't. God's everything I've been through, and I'll die of laughter." Rain had endured the mockery for as long as she could, and then kindly reminded her teacher that he went around calling himself Shadow. So he wasn't in a position to critique her naming sense, was he? That, luckily, had shut him up. In any case, by now, she was more or less accustomed to responding to Ronnie, which was not to say that she wasn't embarrassed every time she heard it. "Good morning, Chief." The man stared at her for a few moments, then sighed. "Listen, Ronnie, I get it, the pay in the advanced camps is higher. But what's the use of having money if you are dead? It's quite dangerous out there, you know. A young girl like you should just stay here in the main camp. Actually, even the main cam. P is not a good place. If my daughter wanted to come here from Ravenheart, I would have locked her up." He took a sip of coffee and shook his head. "Why don't you change your mind?" Rain gave him her best smile. "Still, Chief, I hear they are establishing a new camp soon. Please reassign me." He grimaced. "I'm sorry. Actually, all the spots are already filled. It's a tough job, especially now that we are so far away from Ravenheart. We have strict orders to prioritize the strongest and most resilient recruits for these postings. Seeing that her expression fall, the manager hesitated for a few moments, then let out a heavy sigh. Okay, I'll help you out. Just don't pout. Rain blinked a couple of times. I'm not pouting. The man laughed. Sure, right. Anyway, I can't get you a spot in an advanced camp, but if you just want to get out of the main construction crew and make some extra money, there's another assignment coming up. Her eyes glistened. Really? He looked around cautiously, then leaned forward a little. I'm only telling you this because you're a good kid and might be suitable for the task. There's a new survey team being formed. The core of the team are awakened warriors, of course, but they need mundane porters, as well as someone to tend to their daily needs. Wash the dishes, patch up tents, stuff like that. The manager paused for a moment, then added quietly. Since survey teams are small and can move freely, it's not as dangerous as staying at an advanced camp. Usually, I would still recommend strong men for the position, but this team is a bit special. It is actually run by a young lady from a legacy clan, so I thought that having a girl of similar age there would be of help. He looked at Rain and smiled. Play your cards right, Ronnie, and you might even end up as a retainer of the legacy clan. Legacies can be snobbish, but still, it's a good opportunity for simple folk like us. She hesitated for a moment, then grinned. Survey team, that's great, thank you, Chief. Survey teams were just what they sounded like. They were small reconnaissance groups exploring the wilderness to map out the best route for the road to take. Of course, the nature of the job was quite peculiar here in the Dream Realm, where different regions could have entirely different terrain, climate, geology, sky, and even unique laws of physics. More than that, the survey teams were not only meant to study the landscape, but also to scout out the nightmare creatures populating it. If there were especially dangerous abominations ahead, the road would be rerouted to avoid their hunting grounds. Rain's grin wavered a little. The road manager meant well, but he clearly knew close to nothing about the Dream Realm. A survey team seemed like a safer bet to him, but actually, there was probably no assignment more dangerous in the road crew. No wonder they put an actual legacy in charge of it. Still, Rain could take care of herself better than any other mundane person here. Plus, being on a survey team was even better for her than running to an advanced camp. The fewer people were around her, the lesser was the possibility of being discovered. So this opportunity was a godsend. Rain gave the road manager a thumbs up. I won't forget it. I'll treat you to something nice once my team returns, Chief. The man chuckled. Yeah, just return in one piece, girl. That will be the best gratitude. With that, he pointed her to a certain tent in the northern part of the camp and said wistfully, Go gather your things and report there by the time the morning shift is supposed to start work. I'll do the paperwork by then. Rain thanked the road manager and turned to leave. As she was walking away, he called out to her. May the Queen's grace protect you. She halted for a moment. Yeah, thanks, you too. It felt weird to see how readily the settlers accepted Queen Song as not only their ruler, but also a surrogate goddess of sorts, sure. The sovereigns possessed unimaginable power. Saints were already called demigods at times, and the supremes were far above them in all regards. But still, Kai Song was just a human, just like the rest of them. So was the King of Swords. Watching people treat them with religious zeal made Rain a little uncomfortable. She wasn't really sure why, since most of them were still good people. It was just that there was an inevitable element of surrendering your own judgment when one acted with blind faith. And if you followed someone blindly, who was to say that they would not lead you into a dark place? On the other hand, perhaps it was only logical that the people of the Song domain treated their queen as a deity. Most of them were only alive because of her grace, after all, and would be swallowed by the nightmare spell without her. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NOVEL /CAVEC or /M. From the point of view of a mundane person, her vast power would indeed seem godlike. Gathering her pack, Rain asked thoughtfully, Teacher, can a pers on become a god? Her shadow moved slightly. That's an unexpected question. He lingered for a few moments, then said neutrally, Sure, it's possible. Rain continued to gather her things, thinking that his answer was over. But then her teacher added suddenly, "Not only is it possible, it is also necessary." Rain stopped what she was doing and looked at her shadow in surprise. "What's that supposed to mean?" He remained silent for a while, then laughed. "It means just that. Why do you feel insecure? All right, I won't insist that you become a goddess just yet. But honestly, for a student of mine to aim any lower is a bit shameful." She stared at the shadow for a while, then scoffed and turned back to her pack. Why did I even ask? Rain was pretty sure that becoming a deity was not in the cards for her. However, with such a teacher, she definitely had a chance of developing divine patience. Chapter 1779, Leaving the Main Camp. Rain was used to spending time in the wilderness, so it did not take her a long time to pack her things and take down the tent. Her bow was unstrung and attached to the pack, and so were her quiver and sword. Usually, she would have kept the weapons on the ready, but since there would be a cohort of awakened leading the survey team, it was better to keep a low profile. There weren't a lot of mundane people who habitually hunted nightmare creatures, and since Rain was supposed to be hiding, she didn't want to attract undue attention. Saying goodbye to the few acquaintances she had made in the main camp, she hurried to the tent the road manager had mentioned. Rain felt both relieved and a little wistful, knowing that she might never see this place again. As she was nearing the large tent, there was the sound of several voices. Her teacher suddenly mumbled something from the shadows. "No, it can't be, can it? Curses it is, damn, I knew this would happen." He sounded alarmed. She slowed down and stared at her shadow in confusion. "Teacher, is something the matter?" He remained silent for a few moments, then said in a grave tone, "Rain, I need you to listen to me very carefully." She tensed, overcome by sudden fear. Her teacher, meanwhile, continued somberly. "There is a guy named Ray in that tent. Keep away from him at all costs. Don't talk to him, don't listen to him, better yet, don't even look at him. Treat him like he has the plague. Do you understand? Nod if you understand." Rain stared at her shadow in bewilderment. Is he some kind of terrible fiend? Is he very dangerous? Her shadow stirred. Yes, very, very dangerous, and he is something way worse than a terrible fiend. His voice shook with some dark, chilling emotion. He's a male teenager, so keep your distance, all right? Nod if you understand. Rain blinked a couple of times. Huh? Her teacher hissed. What are you spacing out for? I said to nod if you understood. Why aren't you nodding? She took a deep breath, holding back many unflattering words. What on earth, teacher? You scared the hell out of me. He scoffed derisively. You should be scared. A guy like that is a deadly threat for sheltered young ladies. Rain remained silent for a while, then looked down at herself. Rugged leather clothes, a body covered by bruises, dirty bandages hiding a barely healed cut on her side, calloused hands. Where were these sheltered young ladies her teacher was talking about? Shaking her head, she exhaled slowly and resumed walking. Got it, I'll keep that in mind. Crazy bastard. Her shadow followed. Hey, I didn't see you nod. Ignoring him, Rain approached the tent, knocked on the door post, and entered. The spacious tent was a completely different beast from her own. The tent Rain used was meant for one person to sleep in, while this one was basically a small building. There were several compartments, field furniture, and one could stand inside without bending their back. At the moment, there were about a dozen mundane humans gathered near the entrance, all laborers like her. Most of them were men, but there were a couple tough-looking women as well. In the open space in front of them, 4 people were having a quiet conversation. Rain didn't need to look twice to know that they were awakened. One was a delicate young woman with fair skin and red hair, wearing a beautiful silk robe. One was a young man in leather armor who was leaning on a table with a sullen expression. The third one was clearly the legacy. She was a young woman with tan skin and strange ashen hair, wearing an intricate suit of full-plate armor forged from lustrous steel. Her expression was serious, and her gaze was sharp. Of course, all 3 were undeniably gorgeous, like all awakened were. It was the 4th person that drew all attention, though. Rain held her breath. There in front of her, a stunningly beautiful woman in modest red garments was addressing the young legacy, a master. And not just any master, but one of the blood sisters, an elite Gru. P of Ascended who served Saint Sation, and had come from the Forgotten Shore with her. She was saying in a husky tone, "Time is of the essence, Lady Tamar, however, you must be careful. Do not get too close to the hand, and whatever you do, do not cross the realm boundary. You should know the consequences. Be well, and I hope to see you again in 2 weeks." The legacy nodded. "With the mape you provided, there should not be any problem. Please relay my gratitude to the saint." The beautiful master bowed slightly and left, not sparing the mundane humans even a glance. There were a few moments of silence, and then the legacy turned to them. Her expression seemed dark. "Gods." She was a baby. All 3 of them were. None of the 3 awakened was older than 18. Rain wasn't that far in terms of age, but she felt old and wizened when looking at them. The legacy frowned, then said coldly, "I am Tamar of Sorrow. These are my companions, Awakened Ray and Awakened Fleur. You should have been told about the nature of the task. Our goal is to conduct the final survey of the environment for the last stretch of the Eastern Road. We will depart in 2 hours." Rain studied Lady Tamar with curiosity. She didn't seem especially mean, but definitely had a severe personality. Although, considering her age, she must have just awakened recently. This survey was most likely the first mission she had received as an awakened, so the young legacy was definitely under tremendous pressure to perform well. Perhaps that was the reason for her harshness. Great. Well, it didn't matter too much. Rain was not planning on following the road manager's advice to gain the girl's friendship and affection during the journey. She did not need another benefactor. In fact, dealing with the one she had was already testing the limits of her patience. It was far more likely that she would barely exchange a few words with the proud legacy in the next few weeks. Awakened Tamar, meanwhile, briefly addressed each of the mundane laborers to learn their names and evaluate their character. She reached Rain last and stopped in front of her. "Name?" Rain answered respectfully, without looking the legacy in the eyes. "Ronnie." At that, Tamar was supposed to move on. However, she lingered for a moment and looked at Rain's pack. Then she asked unexpectedly, "How good are you with that bow?" Rain finally looked directly at the leader of the survey team and smiled faintly. "I'm decent." The legacy frowned. "What about that sword?" For a moment, Rain had a ridiculous thought of saying something outrageous, like that she was probably a better swordsman than the 3 of the young awakened combined. For some unknown reason, she wanted to brag when stared down by the beautiful legacy girl. Instead, she said simply, "I can handle it fine." Finally, Tamar studied her clothes. "Do you have experience trekking in the wilderness?" Rain nodded. "Some." The awakened girl sighed, then finally looked away. "Good, I was wondering why they sent someone that young, but it seems that you are not completely helpless. Ronnie, don't slow us down." Rain suddenly wanted to laugh. How could that baby-faced awakened call someone too young with a straight face? Legacy training was someone else, indeed. Of course, she didn't laugh. Instead, she bowed slightly. "Ah, yes, Lady Tamar, I'll do my best." 2 hours later, they departed the main camp and set out into the wilderness. Chapter 17, 80 Moonriver Plain. The Eastern Road had been built incredibly fast. By now, it reached far from Ravenheart, entering a new region of the Dream Realm. The mountains were out of sight, and there was no ash falling from the sky. There was no human presence. Either the barren wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, with rolling hills and deep canyons breaking the landscape here and there. Sometimes, without any warning, the deep canyons would suddenly let out a low, weeping roar. Then, they would overflow with rushing water and turn into countless rivers. Those rivers eventually merged far to the south, forming the Great Waterfall. Since the cliffs of the waterfall resembled a beautiful face from a certain angle, especially under moonlight, it was also often called the Weeping Goddess. That was where the citadel of Clan Sorrow stood. Clan Sorrow was an old one and held a special position in the Song Domain. That was because the lake below the waterfall, known as the Lake of Tears, gave birth to a great river, which was similarly called the River of Tears. That river flowed through several regions of the Dream Realm, serving as a waterway for the Song Domain, while its estuary was on the dusky shores of the Stormsea. Its significance had always been great, but now that isolated citadels were turning into thriving cities, the importance of the River of Tears as the connective tissue of the Song domain was impossible to underestimate. The citadel of Clan Sorrow was perched on the cliffs of the Great Waterfall, WH. Isle. The city it now governed was below it, on the shores of the Lake of Tears. It was now an important logistical hub. Well, at least that was what Rain had heard. She had never been there herself, of course. In any case, the Great Waterfall and the homestead of young Lady Tamar were far to the south. What concerned Rain now were the deep canyons they had to cross. The area they were traversing was an inhospitable place. The soil was rocky and the sun was small and distant. There was little snow, but the air was frigid and cold. There were ancient ruins here and there, rising from the ground like forlorn obelisks to the meaninglessness of life. All in all, it was a bleak land. It transformed at night, though, because there were 3 beautiful moons illuminating the starlit sky. That was the first time Rain had seen such an alien sight, so she was both awed and impressed. There was little time to enjoy the view, though, because the Moonriver Plain was quite dangerous. This far from Ravenheart, the wilderness was not thoroughly tamed. There were plenty of nightmare creatures stalking the deep canyons and nesting in the old ruins. The terrain itself was treacherous as well, because one had to be careful not to plummet into the cavernous fissures or be swept away by the sudden appearance of the rushing rivers. There had been stone bridges built over the canyons once, but most of them long collapsed. The road crew would have to build new ones to lay down the road, which was why the construction had slowed down as of late. Still, there was nothing but death zones east of the Moonriver Plain, so it wasn't hard to guess that the road crew would finish its work soon. Rain was still unclear on why Queen Song wanted to build a road to a dead end, but she was not in a position to ask questions. In short, the survey team was struggling to make progress. It consisted of a dozen mundane porters, several survey specialists, 3 awakened, 1 ascended echo, and 1 dead pilgrim. Rain's job was to help push the carts with survey equipment during the day and do camp chores at night. It could have been exhausting, but the constant need to cross the canyons gave her plenty of time to rest. In fact, Rain might have been the most comfortable of the survey team members. Everyone else was constantly suffering. Their boots were wet, their feet were blistered, they were either too cold or too hot, their bodies were tired from the strain of climbing over the canyons. But to her, it was like a relaxed walk. A vacation, really. Doing construction work at the main camp had been much more exhausting. Her clothes and equipment were perfectly suited for the journey due to her rich experience of hunting abominations in the wild. She was relaxed and comfortable, enjoying the forgiving pace and light responsibilities of a mundane porter. There was no need to fight any nightmare creatures, even. The few times the survey team was attacked, the 3 young awakened had dealt with the danger confidently. Despite the small size of their cohort, they were well matched to face the dangers of the dream realm. The guy her teacher had warned her about, Ray, could hide his presence and even turn invisible. That alone allowed them to deal with most abominations safely. Young Lady Tamar, meanwhile, possessed a powerful combat aspect and served as the bulwark of the small cohort. Her memories were also of a higher quality than most awakened would have access to, which helped her excel in her role as a melee specialist. The delicate girl, Fleur, was even a healer. Her dormant aspect ability could alleviate fatigue, while her awakened ability could stem bleeding and speed up the healing process. And when the 3 faced something out of their league, the Ascended Echo was there to level the playing field. The Echo looked like a giant, monstrous wolf, and was a gift Tamar had received from her clan. Rain wasn't sure about the class of the creature, but it seemed ferocious enough to deal with most threats they had faced so far. So Rain could just relax and enjoy her role as a helpless, mundane girl. Of course, she continued to work on her soul core at night. By now, controlling her essence had become quite familiar to her. She was also constantly practicing to make her control more fine and precise. Turning the flow of essence into a raging whirlpool was still hard and exhausting, both physically and mentally, but she wasn't as drained after each meditation as she had been before. She could also feel her body slowly growing stronger. As if benefiting from the constant flow of essence, it was a tiny difference, but a rewarding one, since it indicated that she was making progress. If there was one thing Rain felt worried about, It was her teacher. Although he didn't really show it, she could tell that he was tense for some reason. He hid deeply in her shadow and didn't talk much, especially when the dead pilgrim was close by, but more than that, when he did speak, he tried to hurry her more insistently than ever before. It was as though her awakening was suddenly an urgent matter. I'm already trying as hard as I can. Feeling sullen, Rain pushed one of the carts across the barren wasteland. The day was coming to an end, so they would stop soon. And just as she thought about it, awakened Fleur commanded the survey team to stop. She looked ahead, where another canyon barred their way, and sighed. We will camp here tonight. Chapter 17, 81 Don't Shoot the Messenger. There were food rations in one of the carts, but Lady Tamar had also slain an awakened monster in the morning. There had been enough time for Rain to harvest a slab of meat before the survey team continued on its journey, so now she was ready to cook a delicious supper. Although the team wasn't big, there was a clear separation between people. The awakened mostly kept to themselves, the survey specialists did the same, and the porters generally stuck together. Right now they were gathered around a fire, watching Rain roast meat with gleaming eyes. Wait, everyone, it will be done soon. We're having a feast tonight. She grinned and turned the juicy strips of meat, making the melted fat sizzle. A delicious aroma permeated the air. One of the laborers laughed. Ronnie, kid, if I was 30 years younger, I would have married you right here and now. No questions asked. One of the tough women from the road crew gave him a disdainful look. Old goat, what makes you think that you would have been worthy of marrying our Ronnie? Dream on. She put her hand around Rain's shoulder protectively. On that note, though, I know for a fact that you have a bottle of arak hidden in your pack. Come one, bring it out. The mood was light and warm. Rain was the youngest of the laborers, so they treated her with a bit of affection. The women especially tried to take care of her like concerned aunts. So feeding them today was her way of returning the favor. While the man went to take out the bottle of moonshine from his pack, the woman let go of Rain and looked at the sizzling meat hungrily. Then she said in a tone of confusion, I must say, though, that's a peculiar pan you have there, Ronnie. Rain grinned. Yeah, you think so, Auntie. Well, it was true. After all, she was using the blade of the huntsman's axe as a makeshift pan. The thing was too heavy to use in battle and too precious to discard. However, it was just large enough to place over a fire. The green metal was slow to heat up, but cooked meat beautifully. So she used it often to prepare her meals. Rain clicked her tongue. It used to be a demon's weapon. A handy thing to have, doesn't rust, easy to wash, and I can split firewood with it at the same time. I was so lucky to pick it up. The laborers laughed. By the time the first portion of the meat was ready, even the survey specialists were looking at them with envy. Rain passed the strips of meat around and placed the second portion on the green axe. There was food, a bit of alcohol, and a warm fire. The three moons shone beautifully in the night sky, and the mundane humans huddled together in the circle of light, trying to distract themselves from the fear of the wilderness with conversation. Hey, Pill, you only arrived from Ravenheart 2 days before we departed the main camp, didn't you? What did you do before? A bearded man with harsh eyes scratched the back of his head. Before, well, I was an air filtration tech back in Antarctica. No need to filter air in the dream realm, though, so I just worked construction here and there for the last few years. He hesitated for a moment, then added with a sheepish smile. My wife and I wanted to save some coin, then move south and open a shop in one of the smaller cities before they really developed. How great would it be to have a store in a central location? But it's not easy to save. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NOVEL /CAVEC or /M. That's why I signed up for the road crew. The pay here is too sweet to pass up. The others laughed. I used to be a civil engineer in Antarctica. I ran a small luxury PTV factory. Rich bastards. I was a floor cleaner in an underground facility in the outskirts of NQSC. What about you, Ronnie? Rain opened her eyes wide and fluttered her eyelashes. Me, oh, I went to school. The laborers stared at her for a few moments, then laughed again. Gods, she's a baby. How did such a precious girl end up on a road crew? What do you mean our Ronnie is tough as nails? Tougher than the bunch of us, at least. When the laughter died down, the woman who had hugged her before looked at the newcomer, Pill, and asked with curiosity, "What's the latest news in Ravenheart, by the way?" There were no communicators in the dream realm, so the common folk had no way of receiving information quickly. There was little entertainment, as well, and everyone suffered from boredom. Having arrived from the capital of the Song domain recently, Pill was understandably the center of attention. However, he did not seem very excited despite the situation. Sighing heavily, the bearded man shook his head. Things aren't very good right now. I don't even know what to say. It's like everyone has gone crazy." The laborers looked at him in confusion. What happened?" Rain listened with interest as well. Pill hesitated for a few moments. "You must have heard that some psycho tried to kill Lady Changing Star, right? That was already terrible enough, but now, you won't believe it. Those scumbags from the Sword domain are trying to insinuate that it was the Queen who ordered it." There was suddenly silence. The laborers stared at the bearded man, their expressions a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and outrage. No way. What are they, lunatics? Why would Her Majesty want to kill Lady Changing Star? What the hell is going on in the Sword domain? You can't be serious, right? Pill let out another sigh. Yeah, I get it. It's ridiculous. Actually, everyone in Ravenheart is angry about that. He paused for a few moments, then pursed his lips. But it's true. They actually had the gall to demand that Saint Silent Stalker and Master Dar of the Maharana clan were handed to them for interrogation. Chapter 1782, Heirs of War. Even Rain was stunned to hear that. It was news to her that someone had tried to kill Lady Nephis. Was there really such an idiot in the world? That woman had survived the Forgotten Shore, conquered the second nightmare as a sleeper, transcendent during the chain of nightmares, fought against great abominations side by side with the King of Swords, and triumphed in countless terrible battles as a saint. There were literally only two people in two worlds who were harder to kill than her. But the fact that Clan Valor was trying to openly accuse Clan Song of the assassination attempt was even crazier. Not only that, but they were asking the Queen to surrender one of her daughters and a master from a vassal clan. There was no way that she would agree what were the rulers of the Sword domain thinking. The whole situation seemed incongruous. Rain had a feeling that she was dreaming, since reality simply couldn't be like that. It was just too irrational. Then a spark of anger ignited in her heart. Just which bastard tried to harm Lady Nephis? And who do these Valor people think they are, accusing the Song domain of something that terrible? However, that spark of anger was quickly extinguished. She knew how rumors and propaganda worked, so she wouldn't allow her feelings to be manipulated that easily without knowing all the facts. There was an unpleasant residue left in its wake, though. Rain was quite fond of Ravenheart and the people she knew there. Even though she was a little distant from most because of her government family and the secrets she was keeping, they were still her friends and neighbors. She felt like a part of a wonderful community. It didn't feel nice to see that community being falsely accused of something appalling and dirty. The rest of the laborers were even less composed. Their gazes grew darker. Those Valor bastards have lost their minds. How dare they try to take Lady Silent Stalker? They've been trying to suppress our Song domain from the very start. Do they think that we'll just roll over? Gods, I never took those rumors seriously, but what if they had really been taken over by the Skinwalker? Maybe Changing Star staged the whole thing herself. No way, Lady Nephis would never participate in such a vile scheme. But what if Skinwalker took her too? Silence. That last shout did not come from the laborers. Turning slightly, Rain saw young Lady Tamar standing a few meters away, looking at them with a grim expression. Her eyes were so dark that it was a little scary. The healer Fleur was standing behind her, trying to pull her away. Tamar, calm down, they didn't mean it. But the legacy simply ignored her attempts to discharge the situation and took a step forward. Coming closer to their fire, Tamar studied them with a heavy look. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the empty bottle of alcohol, and then she shook her head. Do you think that you can just run your mouths freely? Her tone was harsh. You are people of the Song domain. Everything you say reflects on the dignity of the Queen. Is it fun to slander people who selflessly fight for the safety and prosperity of humanity? L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT backslash and AVEL backslash world C or slash M. Who gave you the right to throw baseless accusations? Pill, who had caused the entire outburst, coughed awkwardly. We are sorry, my lady, but the sword domain, they really went too far. It's not just us who feel that way. Everyone in Ravenheart is, well, people are offended. Tamar stared at him silently for a moment, then scowled. You can have an opinion about clan valor, however, Lady Changing Star would have never done something like that. She is not a vessel of Skinwalker, either, so don't go around saying dirty things about her. Understand. The laborers seemed to shrink under her scathing gaze. Why, yes, my lady, we were wrong. Fleur finally managed to drag Tamar away, and they relaxed a little. After a bit of silence, one of them said, Still, Lady Changing Star is indeed righteous and honorable, but hell, she might very well be the only decent person in the sword domain. Yeah, those people, damn, are they even people? I bet they were the ones who tried to kill her to begin with. How terrible. Rain frowned and concentrating on roasting the meat. Some time later, she crawled into her tent and lay silently in the darkness for a while, mustering mental strength to continue forming the soul core. After a while, she asked quietly, Teacher, do you think Lady Nephis is all right? A subdued chuckle came from the darkness. Is she all right, you bet? Why, I just saw her recently. We went for a picnic, watched a play, and shared tender moments at sunset. Rain scoffed. She had no energy to react to his nonsense, though. Eventually, she said, I don't like where this is going. It has always been a bit strange how eagerly people villainize the sword domain. But how can I put it? Now it doesn't seem like simple talk. It's like they all forget that both domains are made of people, not just one. Her teacher remained silent for a while. Rain thought that he wasn't going to answer, but then the darkness asked suddenly, Where do you think this road is going? She was confused. West. He sighed. And what is east of here? Rain frowned. Nothing, there was nothing east of here, only the death zones. But beyond them. Her eyes widened a little. The sword domain. Her teacher spoke in a light tone, his voice barely audible in the small tent. That's right, you've been admiring the road construction, haven't you? Going on and on about roads, infrastructure, civilization, and so on. I agree, actually, it's kind of neat. The funny thing is, the technology clan song is using to build roads is based on how people in the waking world used to do it a long time ago before the dark times. Rain raised an eyebrow. Really, I didn't know. Well, it made sense. A lot of modern technology did not work in the dream realm. So the actual ways things were built here was a strange mixture of adapted modern engineering, awakened powers, and dated methods from the ancient times. It was a bit like reverse spelltech. Her teacher sighed. Yeah, there was an empire once that excelled in building roads. But Rain, the main reason they built such excellent roads was not for trade, transportation of goods, or development of civilization. His voice grew a little wistful. They built them to speed up the deployment of troops, because soldiers could march faster on paved roads than they would on dirt roads or across wilderness. The main engine of progress, technology, and craft has always been war. Rain lay in the darkness, suddenly feeling cold. Are you trying to say that there will be a war between song and valor? Her teacher lingered with an answer. However, in the end, she heard exactly what she was afraid to hear. The war between song and valor has already begun, back in Antarctica during the Chain of Nightmares. It's just that now it is going to start in earnest. That is why Kai Song is in such a hurry to finish the Eastern Road. He chuckled. Why, it's quite fitting if you think about it. We come from the realm of war, after all. So now that we are leaving that realm behind, the first thing we do in a new world is wage a war, to see who is fit to sit on its throne. Rain did not answer, stunned by what he had said. The revelation was too vast and too dire to comprehend. A storm of fragmented thoughts raged in her mind, but none came to its surface. Then the darkness spoke in a soft voice. What are you doing? Come one, start circulating your essence. The sooner you start, the sooner you'll be able to get some rest. And you really need to rest. Rain flinched, then turned on her back and stared at the roof of the tent. Is that why you've been hurrying me, so that I awakened before the war starts? Her teacher answered quietly, Yes, you have to awaken soon. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to protect you. He remained silent for a few moments, and then added smugly, But if you don't, that's not a problem either. Your teacher is awesome enough to protect you anyway. Hard is hard, not impossible. Rain knew that he had a habit of inventing outrageous lies, so taking his claims seriously was probably unwise. And yet, for some reason, his boastful words calmed her, dousing the anxious flames that burned in her heart. Letting out a sigh, she closed her eyes and concentrated on controlling essence. Chapter 17, 83 Peaceful Days. The survey team moved east at a steady pace. Of course, they weren't going in a straight line. Instead, they explored the Moon River Plain, making frequent stops to let the specialists ascertain the terrain and compare the land. Escape with the rough map provided by the Song clan. The specialists took some time to unload their equipment from the carts, leaving the heavy lifting to the porters. The awakened stood guard and summoned several specially provided memories to divine a few details that mundane equipment wasn't able to pick up. The team left colorful flags in its wake, which would serve as a guideline for the road crew later. At times, the entire group made camp to let awakened Ray scout out those areas that could pose special danger, like the ruins of ancient cities. His aspect was uniquely suited for this kind of task. Although the young man was not especially lethal in direct combat, his abilities allowed the survey team to only consist of 3 awakened instead of a dozen or more. Awakened Fleur was similarly indispensable. Her aspect was responsible for the startling speed with which the team was covering distance. Not only could she help everyone recover their stamina, but the scrapes and wounds received in the rare skirmishes with the nightmare creatures were quickly healed. If anything, it was Tamar of Sorrow that seemed to bring the least to the table. However, that was merely an illusion, because it was the young legacy who took point when things did not go according to plan. Ray's aspect was mostly useful for avoiding trouble, while Fleur could resolve the dire consequences. However, it was the unexpected and the inevitable that was not only the most common, but also the deadliest threat in the dream realm. Whenever the survey team faced unexpected danger, it was Tamar's sword that dealt with it. But all in all, there weren't that many unfortunate accidents. Rain had expected that she would have to string her bow sooner or later, but it stayed safely attached to her pack, at least for now. She continued to work on forming her soul core in peace. In fact, strangely enough, her life as Ronnie was much more peaceful than her life as Rain. It was not only because she didn't have to hunt nightmare creatures anymore, but also because of the circumstances. The wilderness was vast and tranquil, much different from the bustling liveliness of Ravenheart and the overcrowded sterility of NQSC. There was no ever-present noise, no familiar anxiety, no light pollution to dull the beautiful stars. The weather was harsh, but not nearly as oppressive as the murderous cold and searing heat of the Ashen Mountains. Rain was enjoying herself. She quite liked walking across the desolate plain and feeling the cool wind play with her hair, watching the 3 moons travel across the velvet sky at night, and not having to worry about anything except for performing her work well and controlling the flow of essence. The company wasn't bad either. She was on friendly terms with most of the porters, who were all warm and nice people. The tough and prickly Elga, the somber and taciturn Pill, the former PTV magnate, Old Goat Carol. The standoffish survey specialists lost most of their aloof attitude after a few days, and often joined them around the fire in the evening. Even the 3 awakened became easier to talk to after everyone had grown a bit familiar with each other. Despite the grim danger of exploring the wilderness, the mood of the survey team was strangely peaceful. Sometimes, Rain felt like she was observing their small group from the side. In those moments, she was suddenly struck by the eerie dissonance between the peacefulness of their days and the dark shadow of the approaching war. She wondered who else knew that humanity would soon be embroiled in a mad, fratricidal conflict. The porters were completely oblivious to the darkness of the future. The survey specialists did not seem to know either. Tamar of Sorrow must have had some idea, though. As a legacy, she would be aware of the growing tension between the 2 domains, especially so because her clan oversaw the source of the Tyr River. Clan Song must have been shifting resources closer to the future frontline for a while now, and much of that cargo had to have been transported over water. It was unclear if she had shared her worries with Ray and Fleur, but the three seemed to be quite close, so they must have known something. And Rain knew most of all, thanks to her teacher. What am I going to do? She could not quite conceive the scale of the calamity, as well as the toll that the war would take on humans, everywhere. Humanity was too big, but more than that, Rain was even struggling to imagine what would happen to her personally. Logically, she was one of the few people in the dream realm who did not need to worry about the conflict between song and valor too much. She was from a government family, after all, and the government had always maintained its neutrality. Even if Ravenheart was besieged and occupied by the Knights of Valor, her family's situation would most likely remain the same. But then again, if the two sovereigns clashed and one of them won, wow. Did there even be a government after that? If the war escalated, would anyone be able to afford remaining neutral? Would the newly established cities in the dream realm stay safe from the constant threat of nightmare creatures while most awakened were busy fighting each other? All these questions gnawed at her at night, when she was alone in her tent. Well, Rain was never truly alone, and her teacher did not seem concerned with the war at all. Of course he wouldn't be. The sinister shadow must have lived through thousands of wars, maybe even caused a good chunk of them personally. One night, Rain couldn't keep quiet anymore and asked in a whisper, "Teacher, aren't you worried about the war at all?" He remained silent for longer than usual. Eventually, she heard him sigh. Worried? Ah, not really. Life is war, you know. When you live long enough, you get used to such things. Rain frowned in the darkness. But you are so powerful. You destroyed the vessels of the Skinwalker easily. Don't you feel even a little bit responsible? Aren't you going to do something? The darkness chuckled. Responsible? Well, I guess I do feel a little bit responsible, and who says that I'm not going to do something? Rain held her breath for a few moments. Teacher, what are you going to do? He let out a contemplative sigh, and then laughed quietly. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll kill both sovereigns and put someone dependable in charge of humanity. Or go bird hunting or make waffles, something like that. She stared into the darkness for a while, then scoffed. Well, good luck. I must say, though, for someone who hides from everyone in a young girl's shadow, teacher, you sure talk a big game. The darkness responded with appalled silence. After a while, he hissed, Go to sleep, you and Great. And for your information, I'm not hiding in your shadow. I'm just taking temporary residence here, for convenience. Rain smiled and closed her eyes, hoping to fall asleep quickly. The next day, they reached the boundary of the survey area. Chapter 1784, Stairway to Heaven. As they ventured further east, the Moon River Plain started to change. There were fewer and fewer canyons in their way, and the air grew a little warmer. At night, the three beautiful moons seemed more distant. The wind carried with it swirling black flakes. Rain did not need to touch them to know what they were, ash. It was as if they had returned to Ravenheart, but also different. Back in the stronghold of Clan Song, the ash fell from the frigid sky because of the raging volcanoes. But here, it was somehow different, making Rain feel uncomfortable. Eventually, the members of the survey team stopped. No one had given the command, but they simply froze in place, looking at the horizon in stunned silence. Well, out there in front of them, far away, it seemed as if a snowy mountain chain was rising from the ashen haze. But as Rain studied the towering mountains closer, she couldn't help but feel a sense of incongruity, because the shape was wrong. Then something clicked in her mind, and she opened her mouth in shock or horror, or awe. The mountains weren't mountains at all. Instead, they were bones. An inconceivably large skeleton lay on the ground in the distance, too large to be seen whole. What Rain had thought to be the slopes of a mountain chain were several titanic ribs, each rising into the sky like ivory pillars that supported its weight. The skull of the unfathomable corpse was mercifully out of view. The closest group of bone mountains, however, extended far into the Moon River Plain. It was also shaped strangely, consisting of 5 lower peaks. Beyond them, a wide ridge rose gradually to a great height, like an eerie stairway to heaven. The 5 mountains were the phalanxes of the colossal skeleton's fingers, and the rising ridge were the bones of its arm. One of the porters whispered quietly, "Gee gods." Rain remained silent, but she felt like uttering something like that herself. There were simply no words to describe her emotions. Awakened Ray glanced at them and smiled faintly. God's a god, maybe. That is Godgrave ahead of us. The porters, who weren't very well acquainted with the topography of the dream realm, looked at him in confusion. He sighed. Godgrave is a death zone that serves as the northeastern boundary of the Song domain. It is a region of the dream realm where great, cursed, and maybe even unholy abominations dwell. As for why it is called that, I think you can see for yourself. Nobody really knows what that terrible skeleton is, but it's easy to imagine that these are the remains of a god. Therefore, Godgrave. The porters shivered. Awakened Ray, sir, are we going there? Ray smiled, but it was Tamar, the leader of the survey team, who answered. No, of course not. A death zone is not a place for humans. Even if we aren't devoured by some abominable horror, the land itself will kill us, or the sky. More importantly than that. She glanced at the porters and the survey specialists. This is where the Song domain ends. Queen Song's authority does not reach Godgrave, so you can't go there. As soon as you do, your souls won't be protected by the Queen's grace anymore, and you'll be summoned into the first nightmare. She sighed. In short, our mission is complete. We will camp here and turn back tomorrow. Returning to the main camp should not take us nearly as long as it took to come here, since we'll be going in a straight line. The marching will be more intense, so prepare yourselves. With that, she turned her back to the incredible sight of the colossal bones, as if not at all impressed by it. Rain suppressed the desire to scoff. That's a legacy for you. Would it kill Tamar to act like a normal girl? No one could remain calm when witnessing something that unimaginable. Why did she feel the need to put on airs? Lady Tamar wasn't exactly unpleasant, but she was definitely more than a little stuck-up. Rain, who was used to rolling in the dirt, couldn't help but be entertained by how laboriously the younger girl tried to maintain an austere facade. She often felt a compulsion to mock the legacy heiress mercilessly, well, or at least tease her a bit. Of course, she never did. Rain wasn't stupid enough to mock a legacy. Only a complete idiot would do something like that. Even the best outcome would be receiving a challenge to a duel. The survey team made camp. Since it was the last day of their official duties, they made a larger fire than usual and roasted all their remaining monster meat. Even the three awakened joined the rest of the team members, leaving the Echo to guard the camp. Of course, the pilgrim did not join them either. The dead man remained standing at the edge of the camp, emotionless and unfeeling, staring into the darkness with his glassy eyes. It was a bit creepy to be in his presence, but the members of the survey team had long learned to ignore the dead man. This time, it was awakened Fleur who cooked for everyone. Her easy smile and friendly demeanor put everyone at ease, so the conversation flowed freely. Oh, Lady Tamar, if you don't mind me asking. Carol, the old goat, was uncharacteristically shy in front of the young legacy. He mumbled something quietly and asked in a cautious tone. I couldn't help but notice that you weren't very impressed by that huge skeleton. Have you seen Godgrave before? Tamar glanced at him coldly, lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. I did see it before. Actually, all three of us are familiar with Godgrave. That is where the spell sent us on the winter solstice. The eyes of the porters widened. Even Rain was stunned. What the hell? It sent these kids to a death zone? How were they alive? At the same time as she felt surprised, she was also feeling a little guilty. As it turned out, Tamar had not been acting haughty. She was just familiar with the Titanic skeleton. More than that, whatever had happened to them, there must have been quite traumatic. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NOVEL /world C or /M. So she was probably hiding her unease under the facade of indifference. Talk about being prejudiced. Rain sighed, ashamed of herself. The porters, meanwhile, were staring at the three awakened in awe. Eventually, old Carol asked, on the winter solstice, I would have thought that Lady Tamar would use the dream gate. It used to be that every sleeper was sent to the dream realm on the winter solstice, where they had to find a gateway, anchor themselves to it, and thus awaken. These days, however, the situation had changed. It was possible to pass through a dream gate before the solstice and anchor oneself in advance. That way, there was no risk of being sent to some unforgiving land, away from human citadels. Tamar's gaze darkened, prompting Fleur to laugh nervously. Oh, that we completed our first nightmare in late autumn, so there was not a lot of time before the solstice. There is a lot of paperwork involved in getting access to the Dream Gate, as you know. We just went to the academy and tried to prepare ourselves instead. She glanced at Tamar and smiled. Well, Ray and I did. Tamar's father is a saint, so he could have brought her to the Lake of Tears personally without the need of using the Dream Gate. Still, we met at the academy. The porters looked at the young legacy with confusion. After a bit of awkward silence, one of them asked, "That lady's father must have been terribly busy." She furrowed her brow. "He wasn't." Then Tamar blinked. "I mean he is, but that is not why." Actually, Rain knew what she meant. There might have been a safer way to awaken for most sleepers, but not for legacies. That was because the legacies had always had such an option, they just never used it. For them, the trial of the nightmare spell was like a sacred rite. Legacies were fundamentally a warrior caste, the martial aristocracy of the New World. Their culture was uniquely harsh and unforgiving, forging them into people. Capable of facing the senseless terror of the nightmare spell, they took their valiance seriously. Being sent into the dream realm on the winter solstice was a rite of passage. Some would say that it was an unnecessary risk, maybe even point to the Forgotten Shore as an example. Thousands of young men and women had perished there before Changing Star finally conquered the gateway. But at the same time, those who had survived were among the strongest champions of humanity now. Most were masters and some were saints. Changing Star herself, Song of the Fallen, Nightingale, Raised by Wolves, those were legendary names. So even if Tamar's father had been afraid of sending his daughter to her death, he would have still done it, because that was how legacies were. Rain sighed. That is so messed up. How had the leader of Clan Sorrow felt, willingly putting his daughter's life at risk? How had Tamar felt, knowing that her parents would rather see her dead than weak? Things like that would mess one's head for life. Suddenly, Rain didn't want to mock the young legacy anymore. She lingered for a few moments, then asked curiously, "But how did you survive? As Lady Tamar said, a death zone is no place for humans. To make it out alive, it's like a miracle." The three awakened, looked at each other somberly. Eventually, Ray answered with a pale smile. "We received help." Fleur shivered. "Yeah, no human can live in a death zone, but actually one human does. Well, at least he seems like a human. Nobody is really sure." Tamar nodded with a dark expression. "He was the one who saved us, the Lord of Shadows." Chapter 1785, Hermit Saint of Godgrave. The Lord of Shadows. The porters shivered. Night had fallen, and only the light of the bonfire illuminated the desolate plain. Flakes of ash danced in the air. Far away, the white phalanxes of the dead Delty towered above the plain like mountains, and three pale moons were drowning in the darkness of the cold sky. It was a perfect environment to tell a scary story. Awakened Ray smiled faintly. Yes, the Lord of Shadows. Rain shifted a little to hear him better. She was haunted by an insufferable shadow, so of course, anything that had to do with shadows was of interest to her. The young man took a deep breath, cradled a cup of fragrant tea in his hands, and continued. Out there in Godgrave, the sky is usually covered by clouds. When the veil of clouds is torn, blinding light pours from an incandescent white abyss, incinerating anything that moves. But there is a place where light can never reach. A land that is forever shrouded in darkness. Out there in the darkness stands an ancient temple built of black stone. That is where the Lord of Shadows lives. Rain stared at awakened Ray incredulously. Is he an idiot? The young man had good control of his voice, drawing the listeners into the scene he was describing. But no, what was he doing? Were they in a theater? Why couldn't he just speak normally? Awakened Fleur turned away, blushing from embarrassment. Tamar of Sorrow closed her eyes with a stoic expression. The porters, though, seemed delighted and leaned forward a little, enjoying the story. Rain blinked a couple of times, then did the same, not wishing to stand out. Awakened Ray continued. The Lord of Shadows is believed to be a reclusive saint, but nobody knows for sure where he comes from. Nobody even knows if he is a human, really. He always wears a suit of black armor and wears a fearsome black mask. His voice is cold and insidious, and his powers are great beyond belief. He lives alone in the dark temple, surrounded only by the devils who serve him. The young man took a deep breath and then said quietly, allowing his voice to tremble a little. It's true, I've been to the temple and saw those devils myself. One is a living statue of a beautiful female knight. One is a towering hellspawn forged from black metal. One is an enormous serpent whose body envelops the entire temple, its scales like polished onyx. However, none of them are as frightening as the Lord of Shadows himself. His mask is carved from black wood in the image of an ancient fiend, and looking into its eyes is like looking into the abyss itself. He shivered and shook his head. I thought that I'd die right there and then, looking at him. However, the Lord of Shadow just stared at me for a while, unmoving, and then said in a voice that lacked all human emotion, I've decided not to kill you, Dreamer Ray, as if he needed a reason to allow someone to live instead of a reason to take someone's life. Rain secretly threw a glance at her own shadow. How come that Lord of Shadows lived in a palatial temple and had a bunch of powerful minions serving him, while her teacher did not even have a place to stay? Was her teacher a bum among shadows? Unfair, one of the porters asked in a trembling voice. But awakened Ray, sir, how did you end up in that evil temple? Ray opened his mouth to answer, but it was Fleur who spoke. First, perhaps afraid that he'll say something nonsensical. The spell sent us three to Godgrave. We found a place to hide and send Ray to scout a path of escape. Maybe find someone to rescue us. He stumbled into the territory of the Lord of Shadows of accident and was brought to the citadel by one of the Lord's echoes. Tamar nodded. Actually, the Lord of Shadows rescued several sleepers last year as well. That is where most of what is known about him comes from what those sleepers salved after being sent to the Song domain. Well, we were actually lucky. I don't know if he would have gone out of his way to find me and Fleur, but there was someone else at the temple when Ray arrived. Ray stared at his two companions with resentment, indignant that they had spoiled his theatrical retelling of their first venture into the dream realm. Then he sighed and nodded. Yes, if I was alone, the Lord of Shadows might have sent me back on my own, or even disposed of me to avoid inconvenience. He's a bit sinister, to say the least. Luckily, at the time, Changing Star and a cohort of fire keepers were taking shelter in the temple. They were on a mission in Godgrave, but took time to risk themselves and rescue Fleur and Tamar. Lady Nephis even persuaded the Lord of Shadows to help. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT. OVELERSEC/M. If anyone can convince an eccentric powerhouse like him, it's her. Tamar sighed. The three of us could only hide. Even now that we have awakened, we would not survive a day in Godgrave, but Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows, they willingly went into the depths of the abomination-infested bones to save us. Because of it, they were surrounded by great nightmare creatures. She glanced at Fleur, hesitated for a moment, and added in a wistful tone. The Lord of Shadows took us and used some kind of movement ability to cross more than 100 kilometers in a few seconds. Then he threw us to the fire keepers and went back. We could only feel the ground shaking from time to time, but eventually both of them returned. Battered, but alive. Everyone seemed shocked. They fought many great abominations, and won. Tamar spared a joyless smile and nodded. In fact, many saints can prevail in a battle against a great nightmare creature of a lower class. Several of them, though it's like a death sentence. Only Changing Star and a few others are capable. The Lord of Shadows, even though I don't know who he is, his powers are at least equal to those of the most valiant transcendents. He is without a doubt one of the most lethal warriors of this era. She looked into the fire. Don't listen to Ray and his nonsense, though. The Lord of Shadows is just a saint. People say that he is eccentric, and I can understand why who would want to live in a death zone. Maybe he just hates people, or maybe it has something to do with his flaw. In any case, the three of us owe him a debt of gratitude. We would have been dead if not for his strength. Rain was deep in thought about the mysterious saint, but the porters seemed to have forgotten about his existence already. Instead, they leaned forward with glistening eyes. So, Lady Tamar. Old Carol smiled excitedly. Did you say that you met Changing Star and the Fire Keepers? The other porters were similarly excited. Wow, what is she like in real life? Is she as beautiful as in the recordings? Was Lady Cassia there as well? Did you fly on the chain breaker? Rain rolled her eyes. Then unexpectedly, she opened her mouth and said in a tone of nonchalance, You guys leave Lady Tamara alone. Also, if you want to know about Changing Star, just ask me. You might not know, but she taught me swordsmanship once. Oh, Nightingale gave me a few archery lessons, by the way. And I used to scold Saint Athena because she leaves dirty plates around the house tusk, that slovenly one. What the hell am I doing? Why was she spouting nonsense? That was not like her at all. But unexpectedly, it was also a bit fun. Oh, no teacher has corrupted me. The porters stared at her, then exploded with laughter. Right so, Ronnie, what is Lady Changing Star like? Are you sure that she taught you swordsmanship? Didn't you teach her instead? No one has seen that shadow lord without mask. Maybe it was Ronnie all along. Rain spared them a bright smile. Well, have you ever seen me and the Lord of Shadows in the same room? There was another bout of laughter. Some time later, the roasted meat was finished, and the members of the survey team went back to their tents. The three awakened, decided which one of them would guard the camp first, and followed suit. Rain spent several hours revolving her essence. Deep at night, she finally sprawled on her sleeping bag in total exhaustion. She lingered for a while, then asked quietly, "Hey, teacher, do you know about that Lord of Shadows?" He remained silent for a while. "Sure, I know him quite well. Why are you asking?" Rain smiled in the darkness. No reason. It's just that you are a shadow and he's T. He Lord of Shadows, so is he like you superior?" Her teacher's voice revealed a hint of indignation. "Who that clown? My superior? Ha! If I wanted to, I could erase him from existence with a thought." She chuckled. "But he has a huge temple and a bunch of powerful servants. He also seems close with Lady Nephis. Didn't you say once that you're practically her boyfriend?" "Sorry, I don't mean to sound rude, but it seems more like he is her boyfriend instead." Her teacher was appalled. "I did say that. And by the way, I asked her on a date and she agreed. She was delighted to agree even. Who can resist my charm?" Rain grinned. "I'm just saying. That Lord of Shadows, he seems to know what's what. Won't the other shadows mock you for being an underachiever because of him? No temple, no servants, no beautiful saintess hanging on your arm. Ah, I pity my poor teacher. Teacher is such an ascetic." Instead of an answer, a threatening growl resounded from the darkness. Chapter 1786, Decent Archer. Her teacher seemed to be sulking and did not speak with her the next morning. Rain crawled out of her tent, disassembled it, and prepared for a long day of marching across the desolate plain. She was in a good mood because of having managed to tease her teacher successfully last night. There was no need to do the survey work anymore, so the team moved west at a brisk pace. They were also familiar with the terrain and could follow an optimal route instead of wandering aimlessly. Of course, Tamar of Sorrow had been exaggerating a bit when she said that they would go in a straight line. The Moon River Plain was within the borders of the Song domain, but the only citadel here was far to the south, at its very edge. And since there was nothing but the hollow mountains to the north, this land was wild and dangerous. There were plenty of nightmare creatures here, and so the survey team had to avoid the hunting grounds of the more dangerous abominations. Still, they were making good progress. The further west they went, the more canyons barred their path. By now, the members of the survey team were very familiar with crossing them, so much so that it had almost become a habit. They would try to find the place where a stone bridge once stood, since the canyons were usually narrow there. The remains of the bridges also further narrowed the chasm. Then young Tamar would mount her wolf Echo and leap over the canyon while holding a rope. After fastening it on the other side, she would raise a simple pulley system. The carts and equipment would be transported over the chasm first, and the people would follow. The whole process was a bit tiring, but not especially dangerous. Even if the canyon started to wail and was suddenly flooded by rushing water, the ropes remained above the powerful current. The porters just had to be careful not to look down. The canyons were incredibly deep, their depths shrouded in inky darkness. Falling down meant death. The currents, however, were incredibly violent, so falling into the water was not much safer. The survey team reached another canyon and went through the familiar motions. This one was not very wide, but it was still going to take some effort to transport all the equipment to the other side. Rain, who was usually one of the last people to traverse the chasm, leaned on the cart she had been pulling and took a deep breath. Since the crossing was monotonous, and they had already gone through the process countless times, it was easy to grow numb and allow one's mind to wander. However, even while presenting a relaxed facade, Rain still maintained vigilance. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NOVEL /world C//M. She knew all too well that a moment of carelessness could mean death in the dream realm. Which was why she was one of the first people to see it. Tamar and her echo were already on the other side, and the ropes were drawn across the chasm. The carts had been attached to the hooks and pulled over the canyon. Now it was time for humans to follow. There were 3 ropes, 1 for them to walk over, 2 to hold with their hands. Awakened Fleur was in the middle of crossing, and one of the survey specialists was waiting for his turn to follow. However, Rain was suddenly distracted by something. It was the dead man standing a small distance away from the resting porters. His gaze was just as empty and expressionless as ever. However, he had just turned his head, silently facing the canyon. She frowned. The pilgrim had always been passive and quiet. He never did anything except for following the survey team. Why had he moved now? Crap! Before anyone could react, there was movement in the canyon. An enormous, clawed hand rose from somewhere below and swiped at the survey specialist. Its desiccated palm was the size of his entire body, and the vicious claws seemed sharp enough to rip the man to shreds. Rain's eyes widened. Luckily, the surveyor staggered back and tripped, seemingly on nothing, just in the nick of time. The claw. WS missed him by a hair's breadth, failing to rip his body apart. They did snap the 3 ropes, though. Fleur. Ray's shout tore apart the silence, but he was far away to do anything. What are you shouting about? She's an awakened. Fleur might not have been strong enough to survive a fall into the canyon, but she definitely could hold on to the ropes. It was the porters who were in real danger, because the enormous hand was already reaching toward them with its claws. What saved them wasn't a miracle, but the cold steel of Tamar's sword. The legacy girl had been on the other side of the canyon, watching the others cross. She reacted at the first sign of danger. The echo was standing guard further away, so she simply jumped into the chasm without wasting any time. Tamar of Sorrow, like all awakened, possessed 2 awakened abilities. One allowed her to step on the air. She could do it once as a sleeper, and twice now that she had awakened. The second ability allowed her to burst with startling speed for a short amount of time. She was so fast, in fact, that it seemed as if she was simply teleporting from place to place. Which was how Tamar crossed the canyon without the help of her echo. By the time she landed on the other side, her sword had already woven itself from sparks of light. It was a brutish Zweihander with a leather-bound ricasso. Tamar was a young woman of medium height, so the great sword looked comically large in her hands. She did, however, wield it with effortless ease. She activated her awakened ability again and shot forward, delivering a terrifying slash to the wrist of the hidden abomination's arm. Despite the fact that it was as thick as the trunk of an ancient tree, the Zweihander cut through the tough hide, steel muscles, and adamantine bone, severing the creature's enormous hand. Tamar seemed to disappear from one spot and appear in another in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the hideous hand separated from the creature's arm in a flood of viscous blood. It fell heavily on the ground and continued moving, crawling toward the terrified porters. Ray. Finally, awakened Ray reacted. He dashed to intercept the hand while Tamar turned to the canyon. By then, the nightmare creature was already climbing over the edge. It was huge and hideous, with a gaunt body and long, sinewy limbs. Its head was disproportionately large for the emaciated torso, with 2 little bloodshot eyes and an enormous crimson maw. Worst of all, it seemed to possess too many arms. Tamar had severed one at the wrist, but 3 hands were already reaching toward her. 2 more were gripping the edge of the canyon, pushing the giant up. There was barely any time to react. The young legacy did something that most warriors would never do in a battle. She jumped high into the air, dragging the great length of the brutish Zweihander behind her. A jump was usually tantamount to death, because one could not control their direction or react to the opponent's attacks without standing on the ground. A strike delivered in the air was also weaker than a strike delivered while using a solid surface for support. However, that did not apply to Tamar. She pushed off the air once, soaring to greater height, and then once more, changing her trajectory completely. At the same time, she spun like a wheel and brought the Zwellhander down on the enemy's arm. This time, the force contained in the strike was not augmented by the startling speed of her awakened ability, but it was still fearsome. The arm of the abomination was not severed, but the great sword bit deep, not only slicing the veins and muscles, but also cracking the bone. She had evaded the other two hands by jumping over them, as well. Tamar would have been clear if not for the fact that at that moment, the creature's two sinister eyes locked on her, and another three hands shot at her from the canyon. The young legacy faltered for a split second. Then a sharp arrow whistled past her and pierced one of the abomination's eyes. A moment later, another arrow sank into the remaining eye of the hideous nightmare creature, effectively blinding it. A pained roar shook the plain. Landing on the ground, Tamar activated her awakened ability and dodged to the right, avoiding the grab of the blinded abomination. She would have been in trouble if it could see, but now, things were different. Shaking the fetid blood off the blade of her great sword, she prepared to attack and glanced back briefly. Ray was busy pushing back the severed hand, so who had made those stunningly accurate shots? The beautiful porter girl, Ronnie, was standing near the pile of unloaded equipment, holding a simple recurve bow. Her black hair was dancing in the wind, and there was a strangely serene expression on her pale face. Her black eyes were glistening with something that resembled excitement. She was already drawing the bow again, the fletching of a handmade arrow brushing against her white cheek. A little stunned, Tamar turned back to the enormous abomination. She did say that she was decent with a bow. If that was decent, then Tamar did not even know what great was. As she pushed her body forward, a stray thought surfaced in her mind. Ronnie had also said that she had some experience trekking in the wilderness and could handle a sword fine. Suddenly, Tamar wanted to know what her definition of fine was. Chapter 17, 87 Ac. The situation was not good. Ray had managed to stall the monstrous hand, hacking it to pieces with his weapons. He wielded a short sword in one hand and an axe in the other. Rain had blinded the abomination with her arrows, and Tamar disabled two of its arms. The problem was that the creature had just too many of them. Rain had already counted 9, and more were rising from behind the climbing monstrosity like a ghastly forest. Worse still, it was an awakened abomination. She had aimed at the obvious vulnerability first, the eyes, but other than that, there wasn't a lot of damage she could do. Even if her arrows pierced the tough hide of the creature, it would not harm it too much. Tamar faced the forest of monstrous arms with grim resolve, wielding her hefty Zweihander with daunting skill. She used both of her abilities to dance between the barrage of killing blows. The young legacy seemed like a steel whirlwind, alternating unpredictable jumps with short bursts of stunning speed. Torrents of fetid blood were released into the frigid air from her great blade. She managed to stall and damage many limbs of the abomination, in large part due to the creature having been blinded, but could not advance to attack its body. Crap! Rain dropped her bow and unsheathed her sword. Why are you just standing there? Get back. The petrified porters were stirred by her shout and staggered away from the carnage. Miraculously, none of them was dead yet. The abominable claws rained down in pursuit of the elusive legacy girl, sending pieces of stone flying. A net of cracks spread on the ground from each missed blow, viscous blood spilling into the narrow fissures. Rain dashed forward and supported awakened Ray, who had managed to sever two of the hideous hand's fingers, but almost got pierced by the long claw of the third. They were in a stalemate, and that stalemate wasn't in their favor. The creature was continuing to climb up from the canyon, and once it crawled onto the plain, whatever resistance Tamar was able to offer would be overwhelmed. So someone had to reach the abomination and deal it a mortal wound. Rain would have gone herself, but she was mundane, her tack-eye would not be able to slay the giant. Ray, on the other hand, was awakened and wielded enchanted weapons. Better yet, he could become imperceptible, so, with come luck, his blade would reach the creature's neck without being blocked by the countless claws. Go, I'll finish this thing off. The young man glanced at her with wide eyes, hesitated for a split second, then nodded and disengaged. He must have thought the same. A moment later, Ray was gone. Literally. He activated his awakened ability and dissolved into the air. There was no sound, no smell, no anything. It was as if he had never existed at all. Rain brandished her takai, deflected a terrifying claw, and then kicked the severed hand with all her might. The hand was the size of an adult human and weighed quite a lot. Still, Rain's kick sent it rolling backward. With 2 fingers missing, it had turned rather clumsy. The bizarre thing was still trying to turn itself over when she dashed forward, turned her sword, and thrust it down, using all of her own weight to make the strike more powerful. The takai pierced the monstrous palm, slid between the bones, and nailed the severed hand to the ground. It was a mundane blade, so an awakened abomination could easily snap it. However, even an abomination would have to follow common reason to achieve that. It would need proper grip and support at least, ideally good leverage. Laying on the ground, impaled through the center, the monstrous hand had none of those, so it just struggled fiercely, unable to free itself for now. Rain staggered back, then looked up to evaluate the situation. Tamar had managed to sever several more arms, but was hopelessly stuck in the avalanche of monstrous limbs. Blinded, the creature flailed them with no sense or reason, making a mess of the plain. Ray would be having trouble closing in, as well he might have been invisible, but the space between the survey team and the massive body of the climbing abomination was full of stone shards and deadly claws. Ray was still a corporeal being, so making way through the carnage was not going to be easy. On the opposite side of the canyon, Fleur had climbed the ropes and was now standing on the edge, shouting something as she summoned her memories. Rain couldn't quite hear what the pretty healer was shouting, but she managed to read her lips. "Tyrant, it's a tyrant. Damn. Rye." N had never faced an awakened tyrant before, nor had she ever wished to. As she faltered for a moment, shaken by the revelation, a blurred silhouette shot over the chasm. Then the echo of the glant wolf landed on the tyrant's back, tearing at its shoulders with sharp claws and sinking vicious fangs into its neck. That damned thing finally made it across the canyon. Tamar's echo seemed like a fallen beast or monster. At best, it wasn't quite powerful enough to destroy an awakened tyrant outright. However, it was very large, and it weighed a lot. The abomination was still trying to climb out of the chasm, hanging awkwardly with half of its massive torso towering above the edge. When the monstrous wolf landed on its back, the wolf's weight was added to the tyrant's own, pulling it into the deep abyss. It swayed back precariously. A frenzied shriek escaped from the creature's maw, and it flailed its arms in the air. It was still holding onto the edge with 2 hands, but now more of them scratched the stone with their claws, leaving deep grooves in it. The tyrant's fall was arrested. With so many hands trying to keep the abomination from falling, Tamar received a bit of breathing room. Without wasting even a split second, she dashed forward. "Ray, the hands." Her Zweihander drew a beautiful R in the air, then fell down like the blade of an enormous guillotine. It severed the fingers of one of the 2 main hands the tyrant was using for support. At the same time, the fingers on the other hand were suddenly torn apart, and a vague silhouette of a young man revealed itself in the air. He was hacking at the fingers with his weapons, aiming to damage the joints between the phalanxes. Rain used her leg to throw her bow into the air, caught it, and knocked an arrow on the string in one fluid motion. A moment later, the arrow pierced into the deep wound dealt by Ray, disabling one of the fingers. With both of the main support hands damaged, the rest could not hold the weight of the tyrant anymore. When the echo jerked its head and pulled the abomination back with all its weight, the ghastly creature finally slid off the edge and disappeared into the depths of the canyon with a deafening howl. Rain trembled and lowered her hands. "D-damn, that was intense." She exhaled slowly, then glanced at the porters. Everyone was in one piece. The survey specialists were all fine as well. Which was more than a little unexpected. Did my teacher protect them secretly? Rain suspected that he did, especially because the dead pilgrim was suspiciously missing. Had the dead man been swept into the canyon in all the mayhem, or had her teacher pushed him into the chasm while no one was looking? She would have to ask him later, but it was too early to relax still. Picking up her quiver, Rain lamented the loss of several arrows, then circled around the pinned hand of the tyrant and approached the edge of the chasm. She stopped near Ray and Tamar. All 3 of them looked down. The depths of the canyon were shrouded in darkness, and it was impossible to say how far down its bottom was. Ray swept his hair back nervously and looked at them. "Do you think it's dead?" Tamar lingered for a moment, then pursed her lips and hesitantly shook her head. "I haven't heard anything from the spell." Turning back, she glanced at the severed hand that Rain pinned to the ground with her sword. "Go finish that thing off, Ray. It should be the tyrant's minion. What a bizarre creature by the dead gods, who had countless hands instead of proper minions." Ray sighed, then readied his weapons and headed away from the edge. A storm of sparks rose around the legacy girl, and then the wolf echo manifested itself behind her. There was no need to let it be damaged by the fall. She had simply dismissed it, then summoned it back. Finally, Tamar turned to Rain and studied her for a moment. Then she scowled. "You?" However, before she could finish the sentence, chilling wail resounded from the depths of the canyon, reverberating across the plain. It was like the world itself was weeping. The flood was coming. It was impossible to hear her voice now, this close to the chasm. It was also impossible to discern what Fleur was shouting. Rain stared across the canyon in confusion. The awakened healer was jumping and waving her hands in the air, pointing at them with a desperate expression on her lovely face. "Axe oping all ack." Rain could barely hear anything because of the wailing. "Ack, what is trying to pack, attack, crack. Back." Suddenly, his eyes widened. Rain looked at Tamar in panic, but it was already too late. The edge of the canyon had been damaged severely by the barrage of blows dealt to it by the tyrant. The weathered stone was broken and cracked. And just then, it finally crumbled. Before Rain could do anything, the entire side of the canyon suddenly moved, and then collapsed, falling into the wailing darkness. And the two of them were pulled down with it, plummeting into the bottomless chasm, alongside countless tons of broken stone. Chapter 1788, Weeping Canyon. Life was like that. You could train your body tirelessly to turn it into a tenacious, resilient tool. You could practice swordsmanship and archery until your hands bled, temper your observation skills and analytical thinking, and test yourself against countless opponents in real combat to turn shallow knowledge into deeply rooted experience. And then you can still die because of nothing but bad luck. Rain felt resentful as she plummeted into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by an avalanche of shattered stone. But no, that was not true. Her current predicament was not due to misfortune. She was at fault. It was her who had not been cautious enough, perceptive enough, and smart enough. All the signs had been there, the cracks in the stone, the weathered state of the canyon walls, the devastating power of the tyrant's blows. She should have put two and two together. She should have done better. So Rain had no one to blame but herself. Still, she was indignant. To die like that, it was really unfair. All these thoughts flashed through her mind in the span of a moment. Then, she gritted her teeth and tried to think of a way to survive. First things first, the fall itself would not kill her just yet. The bottom of the canyon was far away, and she could survive bouncing off its walls once or twice. The most pressing threat were the falling boulders. They were massive and heavy enough to turn Rain into a pancake, or at least smash her skull open. Raising her arms, she tried to shield her head. A moment later, something slammed into her forearms, and she felt sharp pain. Luckily, the boulder was not large enough to crush her, so her bones weren't even broken. The next one, though, catching a glimpse of it, Rain shuddered. It was like a wall of rough rock was pursuing her, mere moments away from colliding with her fragile body. There was no chance to evade. A moment before she was crushed by the massive slab of stone, however, something strange happened. The darkness seemed to touch it lightly, and the enormous boulder shattered into a million pieces. Instead of being killed, Rain was simply showered by small pieces of debris. "Teacher." Her teacher rarely helped her directly. However, it seemed that he was unwilling to let his student perish so senselessly, and interfered, just like he had interfered to keep the porters and surveyors from being ravaged by the tyrant. "I take back all the bad words I've called him." There was no time to feel touched, but Rain still felt a strange warmth in her heart. Then she turned her head to find the only source of salvation there was, apart from her eccentric shadow companion. Tamar of Sorrow. The legacy girl could take 2 steps on the air, so if anyone could help Rain survive, it was her. If she would even bother wasting her time to save a mundane porter, of course. It would be much easier, not to mention safer, to only worry about herself and let Rain fall to her death. Where is she? Everything was happening so fast, but time also seemed to slow down. Plummeting into the wailing darkness, Rain looked around feverishly and tried to catch a glimpse of young Lady Tamar. But she could not see her. However, that was not because Tamar was nowhere to be seen. Rather, it was because Rain was looking too far. She did not expect that the legacy was nearly upon her, and only realized it when something blocked her vision. What? Then Rain gasped as something hard rammed into her abdomen. Arg. As it turned out, Tamar had been quicker to react. After regaining her bearings, she swiftly evaluated the situation, located Rain, and then used the first of her 2 steps to arrest her fall and launch herself to intercept the falling porter instead. The hard thing that had collided with Rain's abdomen, knocking the wind out of her, was the legacy girl's shoulder. Since Tamar was clad in a suit of plate armor, her steel pauldron was not at all soft. Grabbing Rain around the waist, she continued to fly toward the wall of the canyon. However, another huge boulder barred their path, hissing a stifled curse. Tamar used the second step to change their direction and avoided it. Now, her dormant ability was exhausted. She would not be able to use it again before touching a solid surface with her feet. They flew into the darkness, falling deeper and deeper but at the same time getting closer to the wall. Tamar shielded Rain from falling debris and yelled, "Old end." A moment later, Rain's body was violently jerked and came to a halt. "Aw crap, that hurt." She opened her eyes and tried to assess the situation. The wailing rising from the depths of the canyon was absolutely deafening, making her ears ring. She was surrounded by darkness. The sky was like a narrow line of light far, far above. Tamar was hanging from the damp wall of the canyon. One of her hands was thrust into a narrow crack, while the other was still holding Rain. I'll be damned. They were actually alive. Well, for now. Since Tamar had technically landed on something, she could activate her dormant ability again. Then, like a squirrel, she could slowly make her way back to the surface while carrying Rain. There was a big problem, though. The canyon was weeping, which meant that it was going to turn into a raging river at any moment. Rain couldn't really see well in the darkness, but she thought that she noticed a panicked look in the legacy girl's eyes. Then they were enveloped in the roar of rushing water. A moment later, the flood slammed into them like a concrete wall. Rain did not even have time to scream. Tamar's hand was violently wrenched out of the crack, and they were carried away, deeper into the canyon. The last thing Rain remembered was the sight of a solid surface of stone, approaching her at terrible speed. She was cold and tired. Everything hurt, so Rain did not want to wake up. I'll just sleep 5 more minutes. She could be late for class, but she could, a little bit. If she pretended to be pitiful, maybe Mom would let her sleep a bit more. Only wasn't her mom far away? And there were no classes anymore. Instead, she was. Opening her eyes, Rain stared at the gray sky. Drops of rain were falling from above, cooling her face. She studied the sky for a bit, then flinched and sat up. She was laying on the solid ground, surrounded by the vast expanse of the Moonriver Plain. There was a small fire crackling near, with her teacher warming his pale hands over it. The battered figure of Tamar of Sorrow was laying on the other side of the fire. She seemed to be in a rough shape and still unconscious. Rain blinked slowly. We're alive. That was good news. The bad news was that she had no idea how they had escaped the canyon and where they were. She vaguely remembered being surrounded by soft darkness and carried by the raging current, but then at some point, she must have passed out. It was hard to differentiate one part of the plain from the other, but Rain did not think that she recognized the surroundings. The members of the survey team were nowhere in sight as well. Letting out a deep sigh, she turned to her teacher and asked hoarsely, "What happened?" He looked at her and smiled. "Well, you two fell into the river, and I fished you out." Rain nodded slowly. "How far were we carried by the current?" He shrugged. "Pretty far. It's okay." Since both of them were alive, the situation could still be salvaged. They could find the survey team maybe and return to the main camp of the road crew, or proceed to one of the advanced camps on their own. Or, Rain looked at her teacher and forced out a smile. "Teacher, you are so kind and powerful. Can't you take us back?" He responded with a smile of his own. "Oh, sure I can." However, his voice was a little sinister. "Look at that poor girl, Tamar, she's barely alive. It would be really kind of me to take you both back, wouldn't it? One might even say that only a heartless monster wouldn't. So I really should, but I won't." Rain's smile grew a little forced. "What, really? Come on, it won't even be that hard for you." Her teacher nodded. "Really, if you want to get out of here alive, well, what can I say? All you need to do is awaken. Do that, and you'll be fine." With that, he gave her a pleasant smile and disappeared into her shadow. A moment later, his voice resounded from the darkness. "Alternatively, that Lord of Shadows, he seems to know what's what. You can ask him for help." Rain stared at her shadow incredulously, then took a deep breath. "I take back everything I took back, that petty bastard." Chapter 17, 89 Peculiar Connection. After welcoming the Fire Keepers for a few short days, the nameless temple had grown silent once again. However, the silence was not going to last long. Soon enough, the dark realm that Sunny had built in the heart of Godgrave would become a hive of activity. Due to the deal he had made with Morgan, his citadel was to be made into a secondary staging ground for the Sword Army during the war. A relatively small, but elite contingent would be stationed here, using the temple as their operation base. But the peace and quiet would be gone long before that. After all, the soldiers had to live somewhere. They needed beds, places to cook and consume food, storage space to keep a large amount of supplies, an infirmary, and so on. All of these things had to be built before the war started. There were so many things that went into waging a war. A military conflict between Awakened was different in many ways, but still fundamentally similar to any other war in human history. It demanded an unfathomable amount of logistical preparations. Sunny felt dejected. It had taken him a lot of effort to restore the nameless temple to its present state. Now, however, it would be turned into an actual citadel, a place that existed to serve as a safe haven for the people in the realm. There would be a small army of workers coming here to perform all the laborious tasks soon. Which was not a bad thing. However, he had grown used to the peaceful silence. Today, there were only 2 humans under the roof of the ancient temple. One of them was Sunny himself. The other was Cassie, who had arrived as the seneschal of the great clan Valor to assess the state of the citadel and collect all the necessary information to launch the construction. At least that was the official reason. Sunny had thought that Nephis would come personally. He was a little relieved that she was not here. His mind was burning in anticipation of their upcoming date, so seeing her before that would have been somewhat embarrassing. It was nice to see Cassie outside the context of their deal as well. The temple itself must be off-limits to the soldiers, unless it is to use the gateway. Of course, they can retreat inside if we are under attack and the outer perimeter is breached. Even then, I will not allow them to venture into the inner sanctum and the underground level. Cassie turned her head slightly. "There is an underground level." Sunny smiled. "Don't pretend you don't know. Nephis saw it, which means that you saw it too." The young woman coughed in embarrassment. "Right, sorry. It's a habit of mine to act appropriately oblivious. Otherwise, people get uncomfortable around me." He spared her a long look. Since it was only the 2 of them in the temple, Sunny had dismissed Weaver's mask. It felt strange to walk around with a bare face as the Lord of Shadows, even if Cassie could not see his expression, only her own. He shook his head. "I doubt there is anyone in the world who knows the extent of your abilities and the depth of your foresight better than me, Cassie. So, you don't need to worry about making me feel uncomfortable. There is also no one who knows me better than you now. There is really no other person either of us can trust more." She smiled faintly. "I'll keep that in mind." Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then led her outside. "The territory around the temple is mostly cleared of nightmare creatures. There will be no problem building barracks and all the necessary facilities around it. My shadows will help protect the perimeter. You should know how powerful they are. The base will be very safe, all things considered. She shook her head. We can't rely on your shadows to maintain security, Sonny. After all, you are expected to participate in the battles against Song. Who knows if their presence would be required somewhere else? Sonny contemplated for a moment, then nodded. You are right. It felt very strange to be discussing the inevitable war so casually. And yet here they were. Studying her delicate face, he asked, Who do you think stands the better chance of winning? Cassie tilted her head a little. It's hard to say. The sword domain has a stronger military. It also has better strategists. Most importantly, there are the Ivory Tower and the Nameless Temple. It is all but inevitable that the King of Swords will arrive to Godgrave before the Queen of Worms. With him here, the forces of valor will venture into the hollows sooner and conquer local citadels faster. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NOVEL world C or /M. It's hard to imagine how such an advantage won't snowball into a crushing avalanche. She hesitated for a moment. However, the Song domain is unpredictable. There seems to be no reason for them to be eager to fight this war. If anything, they should be scrambling to avoid it due to how disadvantaged they are. And yet, they are as eager as the rulers of the sword domain, which means that they are hiding something. Well, of course they are. Her expression darkened a little. That encounter between you and the Skinwalker near Ravenheart. The emissaries of the House of Night were clearly in contact with Prince Mordred. Perhaps they have brokered some kind of deal behind the scenes. There are other possibilities as well, but at the end of the day, none of it matters. Sonny raised an eyebrow. It doesn't. Cassie remained silent for a moment, then said calmly, No, because neither Song nor Valor will win the war. We will win the war. He laughed. You say it with such conviction. However, isn't the whole thing predicated on Nephis achieving supremacy without the help of the spell? And there is no saying if she will, least of all if she'll do it on time. It's all a gamble. Cassie faced him and smiled faintly. Sure, but so was every other step along the way. Yet here we are, still standing. She hesitated a little, then added in a quieter voice. Plus, it's not entirely a gamble. Sonny sighed, then led her back into the temple. It's not. The young woman lingered with the answer. Eventually, she said in a subdued tone, The six of us, those who came back from the tomb of Ariel, all have strange gaps in our memory. But my memory has been affected the most. Sorry I haven't revealed that secret to anyone before you, Sonny, and it's not easy to admit. My memory is really severely damaged, and I can't see the future anymore. She took a deep breath. But there was a time when my memory was intact, and I could learn a lot about the future from my visions. That version of me must have known that there would be a war, and that Nephis would have to defeat the sovereigns without challenging the fourth nightmare. Sonny considered her words carefully. You mean? Cassie nodded. Yes, if that version of me did not attempt to create contingencies, it means that she saw a way to win the war. Therefore, perhaps it is not as big of a gamble as you think. Sonny hesitated for a while. He knew that Cassie had been in a fragile mental state for the past 4 years, not only because of losing her ability to see glimpses of the future, but also because much of her past was shrouded by fog. After all, he had been the purpose and cornerstone of all her schemes, and her schemes were truly life-consuming. When he turned fateless, a huge chunk had been ripped out of her memory, replaced by oblivion. So he didn't really want to dispel her hopes, but it wasn't good to let her rely on them either. He sighed. Or you have never known about the future after the tomb of Ariel at all, because the future has always been meant to become unclear after that. Suddenly, there was a strange intensity on Cassie's delicate face. She faced him and kept quiet for a few long moments, struggling to contain her emotions. Sonny had an idea of what she was thinking about. Even if I ask you, I won't remember the answers, will I? He shook his head slowly. You won't. Of course, it would be great if Sonny could fill the gaps in her memory and let Cassie feel like herself again. But he couldn't. Between the two of them, there was a peculiar and bitter connection. Sonny had been forgotten by the world, but Cassie had forgotten herself. He struggled to judge which one of them was more pitiful. Still, he wanted to console her, even if only a little. Sunny looked away with a sigh. Of course, that doesn't mean that you never will. Cassie seemed frozen by his words. She raised a hand, then lowered it again. There is a way for your existence to be restored. Sunny hesitated with a dark expression on his face. Of course, he had been contemplating that issue for a long time. In the end, he had determined that there was. Chapter 17, 90 Value of Regret. There was a single question at the root of the problem: why had the thieving bird stolen his fate? Sure, the loathsome thing seemed to be obsessed with everything that concerned Weaver. But Sunny did not think that it was the only reason. After pondering the question for a while, he had developed a certain suspicion. He had lost the connection to the nightmare spell after becoming fateless, which meant that carrying the nightmare spell had something to do with one's fate. Perhaps fate was the medium through which the infection spread. In any case, the creature which now possessed his fate would therefore possess his connection to the nightmare spell as well. So why would the thieving bird want something like that? To answer that question, one had to realize that the creature that Sunny had met in the nightmare was not the real thieving bird. The real thieving bird was long dead. Instead, the odious thing he had run into at the estuary was a replica of the vile terror created by the spell. And a replica could only exist in the illusory realm of the nightmare. A carrier of the spell, however, a carrier of the spell would be expelled back into the real world once the nightmare was over. They would have a way to go back. So Sunny had come to believe that the real reason why the thieving bird wanted his fate was to become a carrier of the nightmare spell and slip through the cracks of the illusory realm, finding a backdoor to reality. If so, that would be the greatest prison break in history, quite a suitable feat for the greatest and most vile thief to have ever lived. Very few creatures could find a way back into existence after having been destroyed for thousands of years, and in such an original way. Therefore, the creature that had stolen his fate and was now in possession of it was not gone. It had not been erased forever by the collapse of the nightmare. It was somewhere out there in the real world, liberated from its illusory prison and free to roam the world, stealing anything that had caught its fancy. Which meant that it could be hunted down and killed, and that he could get his fate back from it somehow. Sunny was nowhere near powerful enough to risk facing accursed terror, let alone accursed terror that neither gods nor demons had been able to deal with. Even the void beings were said to have loathed the vile thieving bird, which meant that they had suffered from its mischief as well. The damned bird was a real menace. More importantly, though, he didn't know if he even wanted to get his fate back. Despite everything, he wasn't sure. Because there were strings attached to regaining his fate both literally and figuratively. Some days, Sunny woke up and wanted nothing more than to be remembered. Some days, he woke up and felt that he would never give up his freedom, which he had paid for so dearly. But Cassie deserved to know that there was a possibility, at least. He sighed. There is a way, however. Sunny's voice turned heavy. There is a price to pay if one wishes to become fateless. There is also a price to pay if one wishes to become fated, and I am not sure if I want to pay that price. They reached the courtyard, where a lonesome tree stood, its leaves rustling in the darkness. The tree was feeling much better after being tended to by Shakti. It was doing much better, in fact, than it had in the outskirts, even though there was no sun to shine on its leaves and bathe it in warmth. The two of them looked at it in silence, Sunny with his own eyes, and Cassie as well. After a while she asked, "Why did you plant this tree in Ver Citadel?" She was thinking about another tree, perhaps, one that he had burned on the forgotten shore. It would be easy to imagine why the sinister Lord of Shadows would keep a tree like the Soul Devourer in his temple. However, this one was perfectly mundane and did not even bear fruit. Sunny hesitated for a while, then looked at the base of the tree's trunk. There 3 lines were carved into the bark. "It's a memorial tree." Cassie turned to him silently. He smiled. "A long time ago, I carved 2 lines into it as a grave for my parents. Later, I added a 3rd as a grave for myself. This is my citadel and this is my grave. I think it's quite fitting." Sunny lingered for a moment and added, "I've never told you about it, so maybe you'll remember." However, she did not. Cassie seemed distracted for a moment and then said calmly, "Should we proceed to the actual discussion then?" So she had known that about him as well. He smiled and summoned the shadows, manifesting them into 2 chairs and a table. Soon, another avatar of his arrived, carrying a tray with tea and refreshments. This one was the naughty shadow, and Sunny was not controlling him directly. That was why there was a subtle but unmistakably lecherous smile on the bastard's face. He stared at the avatar with murder in his eyes, and the naughty guy hurriedly changed his expression. He was even extra gallant when pouring Cassie tea. Her face crumbled a little, and then she let out a melodious laugh. "Sorry, I just can't get used to that ability of yours." Sunny smiled. "That's all right. Sometimes I feel like I'm not used to it either. Well, and sometimes I feel like I am actually too used to it. It's a strange thing." He sighed and dismissed the avatar. But then again, the very idea of normalcy seems more and more distant the further on the path of ascension we walk. As saints, we are already far removed from what a normal human would be, some more than others. You must be experiencing it yourself, with the volume of alien memories you experience and the number of people you perceive the world through. Cassie's ascended ability was not limited to vision. She shared all senses of her marks, so, in a way, she had experienced being young and old, strong and weak, sick and healthy, male and female. That kind of experience was not something a human would ever be privy to, and it must have changed her perception of herself as well. Sunny himself was living several lives at the same time. He knew that it had changed him. His 3 personas were quite different from each other despite being controlled by one mind. It was as much of an adaptation to differing circumstances as a defensive mechanism. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT /NRVEL/world CO/M. Otherwise, the lines would become blurred, and he might one day become lost. That was another reason why he was clinging to his secrets so desperately, feeling a strange reluctance to let go of the act. Sunny leaned back. "Sometimes I wonder what we will become if we succeed. A supreme being must be even further from being human. What about a sacred being? What about a divine one?" He remained silent for a while, staring at his tea with a bleak expression. Then he said somberly, "There was a time when I harbored great hate against the sovereigns. Because they were distant, because they were corrupt, because they treated human lives as currency and did nothing when people died." With a deep sigh, Sunny straightened his back and looked at the rustling leaves of the lonesome tree for a while. "And yet haven't I spent these last few years doing nothing while people died? Such hypocrisy. Of course I had my reason. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what a single saint does, a pawn can struggle and strive, but the players are the ones who decide the outcome of the game. So right now I am biding my time to replace the morally corrupt players. It's for the greater good." A sad smile twisted his lips. "But then, I am sure that this is what the sovereigns think as well. That what they are doing, no matter how callous, is for the greater good." Cassie remained silent for a long time, then shook her head decisively. "There is a big difference between us and the sovereigns." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "There is." She nodded. "Yes, it is that we are ashamed of our faults while they are not. It might sound stupid, but that matters. It matters more than you can think." He laughed. "That's it. The only difference is that when we do something distasteful, we feel regret." Cassie shrugged. "There is no need to think in absolutes. It is a fallacy. We also don't send assassins to kill little girls or try to unleash nightmare creatures in populous cities. The extent of one's willingness to do despicable things for what they perceive as greater good is also important, not just the principle. More importantly, we are also competent, while they are not. The end only justifies the means if you actually reach the end." She hesitated for a moment and then smiled. "Or if you prefer, one can't make an omelet without breaking eggs, but if they break the eggs and can't even make an omelet, then they shouldn't be allowed into the kitchen. Don't you think?" Sunny chuckled. "That sounds pretty reasonable. Thanks for leveling with me." He picked up the cup and took a sip of the fragrant tea, then leaned forward and smiled. "Now then, shall we discuss the details of how we are going to make this omelet?" Chapter 17, 91 Queenmaker. Sunny and Castle were seated across from each other, enjoying tea and refreshments. The courtyard was peaceful, and the leaves rustled quietly above them. Other than that, there were no other sounds. The scene would have been picturesque if not for the fact the world was shrouded in absolute darkness. Neither of them had any need for light, and that, Two was a reason why having Cassie here felt comfortable to Sunny. Dirty deeds were meant to be done under the cover of darkness, and although them having tea in a friendly atmosphere seemed innocent enough, in truth, it was a meeting between two people who conspired to usurp the world in a mayhem of violence. There was hardly a dirtier and more treasonous intent than a bloody rebellion. Today, they were going to reveal their cards to each other. Without knowing what each of them was scheming, it would be impossible to form a meaningful cooperation. Cassie was going to relay all the information to Nephis, of course. She sighed. Fundamentally, there are two tasks that need to be accomplished. One is to eliminate the sovereigns, the other is to usurp their thrones. Needless to say, both are hard to achieve. She sipped her tea and took a bite from a soft pastry. You should know by now some of the work that has gone into ensuring the former. Ultimately, Nephis is responsible for warfare and conquest. My role in ensuring the downfall of the sovereigns is limited for now. I have been mainly focused on elevating her renown in the hearts of the people. It's pure propaganda. I have my avenues of manipulating the public opinion, and Jet has the government sources as well. It has been a long road to get where we are now. She smiled faintly. Of course, we were fortunate in many regards. The decision made by the government to turn Nephis into a symbol, back when she had failed to return from the Forgotten Shore, was a stroke of luck. The reason why they made that decision the great and tragic legacy of immortal flame and broken sword is a grim blessing, as well. Conquering the second nightmare as a sleeper and being adopted by a great clan added momentum to her rise to glory and breathed new life into her stirring tale. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT. OVEL cave C or /M, and lastly, the harsh treatment she received from the elders of valor only played into our hand, fueling the flames of her legend. Cassie shook her head lightly. Plus, it is not that hard to embellish Neph's achievements. No, not even so, there is no need to embellish anything. Her past feats are astonishing, and she has fought against the nightmare spell tirelessly for the past 4 years. She is always on the forefront, spilling her own blood for someone else's sake. Better yet, she has never lost a battle after becoming a saint. The number of lives she has saved is incalculable, so it's embarrassing to admit, but my job as her spymaster is rather easy. I just have to fan the flames and help the stories of her deeds spread faster and wider. She took another sip of tea and remained silent for a moment. It is to strengthen the foundation of her domain, of course, but not only for that. If when Nephis faces the sovereigns in battle and vanquishes them, it is paramount that her domain consumes theirs. There is no point otherwise. The sword domain, the song domain, when the war is over, there should only be the immortal flame domain, and it must encompass all of humanity, becoming the human domain. Not only because hundreds of millions of people in the dream realm would be thrust into the first nightum, or otherwise, but also to prepare for what comes next. Cassie unhurriedly finished her pastry. There are a lot of things that must be done to achieve that. Nephis is already immensely venerated by the people, but when the time comes, she has to be acknowledged by the saints who hold dominion over the citadels. They must pledge their loyalty to her after Kai's song and Anvil of Valor are gone. It would be simpler to eliminate all the loyalists and raise new ones to replace them, but those loyalists are also the foundation of humanity's strength. So we have to proceed with a surgical decapitation strike instead of a thorough culling. Then, we must get every legacy clan to bow before the new queen. Her expression darkened a little. There are already more than a few saints who share a bond with Nephis, like Sky Tide of the White Feather clan who had been mistreated by Valor and whose life we saved during the Battle of the Black Skull. There are others, as well, who have been helped by her in recent years. The government will follow Jet, and we even have a few connections in the song domain. However, there is still a lot of work to be done on that front. If there is a saving grace to all that, it's that the weight of an individual in the era of the nightmare spell is infinitely greater than it had ever been before. Because one person can indeed be more powerful than an army. If Nephis is the only supreme left standing, then many people would feel compelled to submit, simply because resisting her would be a tall task. She closed her eyes for a moment, a tired expression on her face. Still, there has to be a neat story to create a veil of legitimacy, and that is much harder to manifest out of thin air. As things are going, the assassination attempt on Nephis would be used as the reason for the war. So, in a way, the war will start from her. If we want everyone to accept her ending it, then we must position her as the voice of those who are opposed to the war from the very start. That way, when she betrays her adoptive clan and eliminates both sovereigns, we can present it as a courageous person making a reluctant choice to stop two warmongering tyrants, not a murderous opportunist who wants to become a tyrant herself. A peacemaker, not a usurper. Her tea was growing cold. That is it in broad strokes. Now for the details, where do I even start? After that, Cassie went into a detailed explanation of all the schemes she was weaving behind the scenes. Every resource at Neph's disposal, every connection, every clandestine preparation, every strategy and tactic they had developed for the eventual battle against the sovereigns. She spoke for quite some time, to say the least. The scope of it all was nothing short of daunting, so much so that Sunny doubted which one of them had 7 bodies for a moment. The work had started a long time ago, pretty much immediately after the Forgotten Shore. However, it had only truly ramped out in the last 4 years. It seemed like neither Cassie nor Nephis had rested even for a minute after becoming saints. And yet it still didn't seem enough. How could it be if their goal was so ambitious? Not only did they want to bring down the current rulers of the world, but also to put the crown on Neph's head. After a while, Cassie grew quiet. By then, one of the avatars had replaced the tea kettle several times, as well as delivered more refreshments. Sunny sighed, then shook his head slightly. I understand that the actual battle with the sovereigns is not your responsibility, Cassie. Nephis is in charge of that. However, I still think that you are treating the act of killing them too lightly. Your preparations are insufficient. Your approach is too reliant on simply willing victory into existence. Sure, that is exactly what Nephis is known for, but still, there is a huge hole in the plan. He lingered for a few moments, then smiled darkly. Luckily, I am here to fill it. Chapter 1792, Bait and Switch. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then stood up. Please follow me, I want to show you something. Cassie rose, and they walked together through the impenetrable darkness. As they did, he spoke in a tone of indifference. You know a lot about what I've been up to after becoming a saint. For a while I did not even have plans of ever returning, so my preparations are not as extensive as yours. Still, I've been working on bringing down the sovereigns earnestly in my own way. She nodded. Your involvement is both welcome and appreciated. You might want to be modest, Sunny, but there is really no need to. There are very few saints more powerful than you, maybe even none. So your presence alone is significant enough to change the balance of power entirely. Sunny smiled. Who says that I want to be modest? Yes, I am powerful. Not only am I powerful, but each of my shadows is also a walking calamity. There are only 6 people in the world that I am inclined to be wary of the 3 sovereigns, Ordret, Nephis, and you. His smile widened. And look at that, 3 of the 6 have decided to join hands to defeat the rest. I'd be afraid of us if one was someone else. They returned to the inner sanctum of the temple and entered the stairwell to the underground level. Sunny's smile dimmed a little. Returning to my preparations to kill the Supremes. Make no mistake, I am determined to achieve supremacy without venturing into a nightmare as well. It's just that while Nephis is prevented from doing so by circumstances, I simply can't. Because, well, you know. Sadly, I must admit that I am half a step behind her in that regard, which is why my plan revolved around battling at least one of the sovereigns as saints. They reached the great underground hall, which was drowning in darkness. Sunny had hidden it from Nephis the last time around. However, Cassie was witnessing the world through his eyes, so she could see everything that he could see. She was momentarily frozen in place. Don't worry, it's safe. The hidden level was like a reflection of the main hall, as if someone had flipped the entire temple and put it below ground upside down. The great pillars of black marble descended from the tall ceiling and rested on the floor, and silence reigned in the vast expanse of solemn emptiness. There were only 2 differences, the absence of the altar and the mystical circle that took the entirety of the far wall. The circle itself looked quite striking. It was as if the great wall of black marble had turned into liquid once and swirled around an invisible axis before solidifying in a sudden ripple. It was both orderly and chaotic, enthralling and unnerving, but mostly beautiful. It was also capable of absorbing a vast amount of essence like a bottomless vortex. Because of that, it emanated a sense of magnetic pressure. Cassie was stunned by the sight. What kind of sorcery is this? Sunny looked at the great circle, too. a kind that is much older than all the rest, divine sorcery. If it could even be called that. Sorcery was something that followed a framework of laws and principles to shape the world, usually by manipulating soul essence. Divine sorcery, however, was simply a manifestation of a deity's will. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT backslash NOVEL backslash world C or slash M. There were some tricks to it, no doubt. Otherwise, there would be no need for the mystical circle to exist, or for the string of fate belonging to the chain lords to be contained in the 7 knives. However, Sunny could not even begin to guess these tricks. For all intents and purposes, divine sorcery created miracles, not magic. There was a hint of awe in Cassie's voice. What does it do? Sunny remained silent for a moment, then answered evenly. You probably don't know, but the nameless temple has not always stood in Godgrave. In fact, I found it somewhere else. It is a wandering citadel, and the circle allows it to wander. Cassie's brow furrowed a little. He knew that learning that fact pushed her into rethinking 1,000 of preconceived notions. A few moments later, she turned to him and slowly said, You put it in Godgrave as bait. He smiled, allowing her to continue. You knew that a citadel standing in the middle of the future battlefield would possess an irresistible attraction for both song and valor. So you put your temple here and let your presence be known by delivering those sleepers to the song domain. Then you just sat back and waited until Nephis arrived. Instead of infiltrating the sword army, you let them invite you to join. Shower you with gifts and try to appease you even, just to have you fight on their side, which was your goal all along. Sunny chuckled. You are half right. Cassie raised an eyebrow. Only half. He nodded. It is true that the nameless temple is bait, but it is also a trap. Sunny inhaled deeply and looked up, as if trying to pierce the marble walls with his gaze. The clash with the sovereigns is inevitable, and one way or the other it must happen here. Either they will come to besiege my citadel, or I will move it to besiege them. Even if Nephis manages to become a sovereign, she will still be new and inexperienced as a ruler of a domain. So she'll need all the help she can get when she faces the enemy. He lingered for a moment. The darkness that surrounds the nameless temple is not one of its components. In fact, well, you might not remember if I tell you where I received it from. Suffice it to say, it is a shard of an ancient domain. A divine domain, the realm of shadows. Sunny sighed. I can't control it, and am too weak to claim ownership of it. However, it is still a piece of a foreign domain of unfathomable power. When either of the sovereigns enters it, their authority will be weakened, if not suppressed entirely. Cassie considered his words carefully, slowly. A hesitant smile appeared on her lips. Then she seemed to think of something else. But your plans would not be limited to just weakening their authority. You are far too thorough, T. Oh, be satisfied with just that. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The great abominations that sleep below the temple. His smile turned a little sinister. Yes, they are a present I've been preparing for the sovereigns. A swarm of great nightmare creatures to welcome them as my guests, freshly freed from a maze of nightmares and burning with furious desire to avenge their imprisonment. Of course, just that is not worthy of a proper welcome gift. I should be a generous host, after all. Cassie tilted her head a little. A moment later, she faced him with a flash of understanding in her beautiful blue eyes. In the memories you had a fifth shadow, a black stallion who wields power over dreams. However, I've never seen him here or with any of your other incarnations. Sunny, where is that shadow? Sunny grinned. His gaze fell down at the floor of the nameless temple. After a while, he said, Nightmare is busy with an important task. He is lulling a special guest into slumber, the centerpiece of my welcoming committee. He faced Cassie with a cold expression. A very nasty creature of the cursed rank. Since we're inviting the sovereigns, we should have a guest of honor, don't you think? Chapter 17, 93 Soft Hand. Nephis had judged that the only way to defeat the sovereigns was to become supreme. However, Sunny had held a different opinion. He had been fully prepared to face them as a saint, just as he had faced countless adversaries of a higher rank than him in the past. People like him were forged by bringing down creatures more powerful than them, so in principle, there wasn't much difference. All he had to do was study the enemy, ensnare them in a net of deceit and treachery, and then put his life on the line. wait for them to break themselves against each other, and then deliver a fatal strike to finish off the battered foes. That was why he had made the nameless temple into a trap, and sent Nightmare to assemble a swarm of slumbering horrors. The dream curse was a frightening power. It spread unseen, infecting those unfortunate enough to contract it one after another. Its influence was subtle and insidious, and by the time the curse was ready to pull its victim into the maze of nightmares, it was already too late to resist it. Of course, the great nightmare creatures slumbering under the temple still tried. They struck against the walls of the dream prison, just like Sunny had done in the Kingdom of Hope. The nightmares subjugated by his shadow were continuously destroyed, breaking apart under the onslaught. However, at the same time, Nightmare conquered more of them. The new dreams he collected belonged to abominations of vast and terrifying power, and so the walls of the dream maze grew stronger and stronger, as did the dark Destrier himself. Still, it was a daunting task for Nightmare to lull a cursed being to sleep. Sunny's steed had been at it for many months already. The nightmare creatures populating the area of the hollows around the cursed one's lair had succumbed to slumber one after the other. Then, the fallen deity itself was slowly infected, one drop of insidious poison at a time. The cursed one had resisted for a long time, but eventually the dream curse seeped into its mind, body, and soul. At first, it would grow sluggish sometimes, then it would doze off for a minute or two before recovering. Finally, it fell asleep. Its slumber was still restless and shallow, but Sunny was certain that he would be able to pull it into the underground hall of the nameless temple before the sovereigns came. Of course, his preparations were flawed as well. He had started on this plan not long after returning to civilization, still disoriented by the changes that had happened in his absence and badly informed. Sunny sighed. It was not that Nephis was incapable of constructing a plan to clash with the sovereigns as a saint. She was experienced in slaying overwhelming foes as well. It was just that it was not an option for her, because after the chain of nightmares, the two domains were holding the equivalent of an entire quadrant's population hostage. If the sovereigns were eliminated without a new supreme taking their place, the dream realm would drown in human blood. And Nephis had made it clear in the Crimson Spire that she did not only care about reaching her goal, but also about reaching it the way she wanted. So as Sunny saw it, both of their plans had to succeed if they wanted to achieve an acceptable outcome. What are the chances that nothing will go wrong? There were many unpredictable factors. Mordred was a wild card, so were the sovereigns themselves. There was also the third supreme, Asterion, who was mysteriously missing. But they had no choice but to try. He looked at Cassie. That is the gist of it. I think that we stand a chance if things go right for us. If things go wrong, which they will, I'm sure, then, well, I guess we'll have to improvise. She remained silent for a while, still stunned by the brazen audacity of his simple, but simply unbelievable plan. Who would place a citadel in the middle of a death zone, fill it with sleeping great nightmare creatures, kidnap a cursed one, and then bait the sovereigns into causing the swarm of horrors to wake up? A thing like that was nothing short of unthinkable, and yet the Lord of Shadows had not only thought it, but also made it true. She shook her head slowly. Improvisation, yes. Then Cassie took a deep breath and composed herself. The key to good improvisation is being prepared. Sunny smiled. I expected you to have a contingency. Cassie was someone who had mastered the art of guiding events in a desired direction with a soft hand. A rigid plan was destined to fail, but if one was flexible enough, no unpredictable event could become an insurmountable obstacle. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN backslash or VYL backslash SAVYSC or slash M. The success of the astonishing web of schemes she had woven to give him a chance to be free was proof that her approach worked. So she would have had something in mind for the inevitable clash with the sovereigns. The young woman sighed. It is nothing revolutionary. You should know well as an experienced hunter. One should study the enemy before confronting them. The sovereigns are shrouded in mystery, but if we want to strike them down, we need to know them, their upbringing, the environment in which they were formed into people they are, their youth. How the Broken Swords cohort was formed, how it rose to glory, how it fell apart, all of that and more. A somber expression appeared on her face. Needless to say, most of that information is either erased or twisted to such a degree that learning anything truthful from it is impossible. I've been trying to uncover as much as I can. But it hasn't been easy, and most of all, I've been very cautious, afraid to attract attention. The King of Swords still doesn't trust Nephis that much, after all. Being discovered would mean certain death. She remained silent for a few moments, then added, "But that is about to change. Once the war starts, everything would be thrown into chaos. That is when we'll be able to act more boldly. With my ability to read memories and perceive many things, and your versatile arsenal of stealth and infiltration abilities, if the two of us put our minds together, I'm sure that we can uncover a great number of secrets under the cover of the mayhem." Cassie took a deep breath, including the most important one. Sunny gave her a long look. "What do you think is the most important secret?" Cassie hesitated for a while, then faced him and said quietly, "You are right, our battle plan is too vague. But there is something that can make the odds much more favorable, a piece of information that is as important as it is tightly sealed. At the end of it, all I suspect that the success of our entire endeavor will be decided by whether we manage to solve that mystery or not." Her beautiful eyes grew cold. "The single most important thing we must learn are the flaws of the sovereigns. If we grasp their flaws, victory will be ours. If not, all that awaits us are the flames of hell." Sunny looked at her silently for a while. Eventually, he said, "You want to steal the secret of their flaws?" Cassie lingered for a bit, then smiled. "Yes, and I want you to help me steal it, Sunny." Chapter 1794, Last Memory. There was a lot more to talk about, so they returned to the courtyard and immersed themselves in a detailed discussion of the upcoming war. Now that both knew what hidden cards they held, they could work out how to deal with a great number of possible events effectively. At the same time, more issues were uncovered as they discussed tactical solutions. For example, Cassie possessed a much deeper knowledge of what aspects, abilities, and memories the main combatants of both domains possessed. She could share all that knowledge with Sunny, which would help him deal with these people on the battlefield, should the need arise. He had collected a lot of information in the last year, but she knew more. So, he felt a subtle sense of excitement as many of the gaps in his understanding of the playing field, the players, and the figures they would move were covered one by one. Still, it was a strange conversation. Neither of them had the ability to predict how the war would turn out exactly, so they were simply preparing themselves to face the unknown as best they could. The rulers of the great clans were having similar meetings, without a doubt. Granted, theirs were much more crowded and ostentatious. Sunny also knew that, although he was facing Cassie, Nephis was passively participating in the conversation as well. The blind seer had the ability to communicate with her telepathically, after all. So, she was both talking to him and relaying the necessary information to Nephis at the same time, asking for her input when it was needed. After a while, it seemed like they had finally exhausted the deep well of things that needed to be discussed urgent. Finally, silence enveloped the nameless temple once more. Cassie poured herself more tea and picked up the cup, turning to the lonesome tree. After a while, she spoke evenly. "The situation is developing rapidly in the waking world. Clan Valor has already leveled accusations against Master Dar and Silent Stalker. They are not pointing directly at Clan Song, yet, but when the Queen inevitably refuses to support the investigation, it would be all too easy to make it seem as if she is implicated." She let out a deep sigh. Both domains are boiling with indignation. The citizens of the Sword domain are in outrage over the attempt on Neph's life, while those in the Song domain are appalled at being accused of it. Passions are burning hot, and all the seeds of discord that had been planted earlier are blooming. The situation is highly volatile, if this continues. The young woman hesitated for a few moments. "I'm afraid that peace won't outlive winter. Come spring, one of the sovereigns will declare war." Spring was roughly a month away. Sunny knew these facts himself, but he still couldn't quite believe that the calamity was so near. Had the ancient people felt the same way in the days before the Doom War? A month was not a lot of time at all. He closed his eyes for a moment. "I won't be able to forge the sword for Nephis in time. Nor would he be able to solve the mirror maze below the true bastion in time. Not to mention that he had not even gotten close to infiltrating the Jade Palace yet. It seemed that he would only be able to gain more fragments of Weaver's lineage after the rulers of the two great citadels were gone. unless he wanted to leave his main body and one of the 6 shadows on the sidelines, leaving himself in a weakened state for the carnage in Godgrave. What was he going to do with the humble shopkeeper once the war started? Nephis would leave Bastion, Cassie too. Was he really going to stay? Sonny sighed, then looked at his blind companion. I don't think that our private deal can continue. Cassie had agreed to hide his presence in the true Bastion in exchange for reading his memories. Sonny could only sneak there when the moon was full, and if the war was going to start in a month. She remained silent for a moment. There is still a full moon left before the war. Sonny shook his head dejectedly. I don't think that I'll be able to conquer that maze in a single night. Still, there is one more memory I want to show you. A pale smile appeared on his lips. So how about we do it right now? Cassie was a little startled. Now here. He nodded. We are alone, and no one will disturb us. I'll have more time to explore the maze if I pay for your services in advance. She seemed a little hesitant. Are you sure? Instead of answering, Sonny finished his tea, then stood up and moved his chair closer. Quite sure, look into my eyes. Cassie remained motionless for a few moments, then did what he had told her to do. Sonny thought back to the forgotten shore. He was laying on the weathered stone, staring dispassionately at the empty black sky. His face was motionless and his eyes were empty. He had scaled the statue of the night a day or two ago and simply remained there without moving ever since. This was where he had first arrived at the forgotten shore, all those years ago. There was no feeling or desire in his heart. How did I end up on this damned statue all alone again? Life was such a funny thing. He had worked so hard and suffered so much, but here he was, right where he had started. What was he supposed to do now? He remembered the black mirror of the sealed sea once more, feeling regretful for not diving into its dark depths. That would have been a fitting way to end it all. But he had already decided against it, so there was no going back. Instead, he would just stay here for a while more. Another day passed in deafening silence. And then another. And then Sonny grew bored. It seemed that boredom was a much more powerful emotion than all the rest, because he was still tormented by it, even when nothing else was able to bother him much. Eventually, Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. This is seriously tedious. Muttering a curse, he sat up and looked around. All right. There was nothing more he wanted to see on the forgotten shore, so it was time to decide where he was going to go next. The Hollow Mountains lay south, the Nightmare Desert lay east. No one knew what lay west and north. So these were his 2 choices. Follow the mountains west, or venture in the opposite direction of where humans lived. Let's get as much distance between me and humanity as possible. Sonny smiled faintly, then stood up. In the past, it was an arduous process for him to descend from the colossal statue. But now he simply stepped and fell down, turning into a crow at the last moment. Opening his wings, he glided on the cold wind and flew above the ashen desert. It was time to delve into the unknown. Chapter 1795 burned 4. Send. Before leaving the statue of the night behind, Sonny hesitated for a while and then manifested one of his avatars. Taking control of that incarnation, he left a tether on the ancient stone. Sonny had the ability to possess 7 bodies now, but he still only had a single soul. Each of his incarnations was nevertheless capable of having its own tether. He wasn't sure that he would want to return to the forgotten shore, but since crossing the Hollow Mountains again did not sound particularly pleasant, decided to leave himself a path, just in case. With that done, Sonny went north. Riding Nightmare, he traversed the silent darkness at a measured pace. The hooves of his tenebrous steed rustled softly in the ashen dust, and with each day, the distance between him and the distant human territories continued to increase. He had never visited the northern reaches of the forgotten shore before, so everything here was new to him. Granted, there was not much to look at times. Curious landmarks appeared on the horizon, but none of them managed to pique his interest. There were crumbled ruins, bones of ancient leviathans, and frames of rotten ships. He left it all behind, feeling calm and unburdened. There was nothing he had to accomplish and no looming necessity urging him forward. Time lost all meaning to him. He slept when he was tired and ate when he was hungry. Other than that, Sonny did not concern himself with anything. Of course, he still forced himself to maintain vigilance. There could still be nightmare creatures left on the forgotten shore, and even if there were none, it was a bad idea to break the habit of always paying attention to his surroundings. Eventually, the landscape around him changed. Sonny first noticed that there was less and less dust covering the ground. Then, patches of dark soil started to appear with increased frequency. That meant that the coral labyrinth had been sparser here once. A few days later, he started to encounter tall hills. There were more of them the further north he went, standing in a strangely orderly manner. After investigating one of the hills, Sonny discovered that it was artificial in nature. He could sense a vast burial chamber somewhere far below him. It was a barrow. Climbing to the top of the burial hill, Sonny looked around and counted. However, there were too many of them to count, giving up after a few hundred. He sat down and stared into the darkness for a while. Then he stepped into the shadows and descended into the burial chamber. A broken sarcophagus stood there, at least 10 meters in length. Inside were the bones of a nameless glant. There were remains of crude armor covering the bones, but time had erased all clues of who was buried here and by whom. There was no vengeful wraith waiting for Sonny in the burial chamber. Nevertheless, he suddenly felt cold sweat rolling down his spine. Trusting the sense of dire premonition, he threw one last look at the sarcophagus and dissolved into the shadows. Returning to the surface, Sonny looked at the boundless black sky and climbed into the saddle. Even Nightmare seemed nervous in the vicinity of the ominous hill, so he wasted no time to leave. Riding north, Sonny couldn't help but remember the Nightmare Gate near Rain's school. The abominations he had fought that day were called the Barrow Wraiths. Were they, perhaps, connected to the builders of these barrows? The next day he saw sunlight for the first time in a long, long time. At first, Sonny did not even realize what was happening, thinking that there was something wrong with his eyes. But then, he understood that he wasn't seeing things. The impenetrable darkness of the empty sky was indeed turning paler. Stunned, he dismounted and sat on the ground, looking at the eastern horizon. As the sky brightened, color slowly returned to the world, from black to midnight blue to pale lilac, and then, finally, beautiful magenta that gave way to a golden dawn. The sun rose above the horizon like a chalice of divinity, illuminating the world. How strange! Sonny's face was wet. He didn't even know why he was crying. He didn't feel particularly sad or happy or awed. It was just pleasant to witness something beautiful, to not be lost from light anymore. His eyes had just grown accustomed to the peaceful darkness, perhaps. "I've left the forgotten shore." He smiled. Sonny was pretty sure that no other human had ventured that far north before. He had discovered a new region of the dream realm. That meant that there would be nightmare creatures waiting for him in the unexplored wilderness. Still, he wasn't discouraged. His reserves of food were running quite low, after all. When the sun rose and the sky was painted gray, Sonny continued on his way. This time he was especially careful, knowing that unknown horrors could attack him at any moment. Soon a dark line appeared on the horizon. He assumed that there would be another mountain chain barring his path, but was proven wrong after getting closer. Sitting in the saddle, Sonny looked ahead with an emotionless face. Out there in front of him, a sea of jagged black pillars was rising into the sky, each as wide as a tower. It was as if countless dead giants were reaching toward the sky with twisted, skeletal fingers. The pillars were the blackened, broken trunks of great trees. He was looking at a destroyed forest of titanic proportions. Sonny was struggling to imagine how tall the trees had been before they were broken and toppled, and how vast the forest was. All that he could tell was that it was a land meant for deities, not mortals. Urging Nightmare forward, Sonny slowly entered the burned forest. Despite the thousands of years that had passed since it was devoured by flames, the scorched trees had not decayed and crumbled into dust. They were still intact, just broken. It was as if someone had vengefully shattered each one, so that none remained standing. The broken trunks covered the ground, intertwined into an impassable disarray. Most of them were as wide as roads, stretching at steep angles or sloping down into the dark depths of the deadfall. The layer of broken trees must have been several hundred meters thick. and there was no telling what hid in the gaps between the charred remains of the ancient trees. Sonny had no desire to find out, so he sent Nightmare onto the nearest horizontal trunk. Moving forward wasn't easy, since he often had to change directions, going up and down or jumping from one fallen tree to another. A few hours later, Sonny encountered his first foe. Chapter 17, 96 End of the World. It was a black, glistening millipede that lunged at him from under the deadfall. Its armored body was about 3 meters in length, as wide as an adult man's torso. Instead of a pair of mandibles, it had an eerily human mouth full of sharp, needle-like fangs. The millipede was a corrupted beast. Sonny did not move from the saddle and simply turned his head with a dark look. Before the creature could reach him, dark tentacles rose from the blackened surface of the dead tree and enveloped it, slamming the abomination down. Then, they moved like saws, their undersides turning into sharp blades. A few heartbeats later, the millipede was sawn into a dozen bleeding chunks. It struggled weakly and then grew still. Sonny dismissed the shadows and stared at the gruesome remains incredulously. Then, he sighed and looked up. "I'm supposed to eat that." Before he could jump off the saddle to harvest the millipede's meat and soul shards, though he sensed a tide of shadows moving in his direction. Soon enough, the broken forest came alive. It looked as if a flood of darkness flowed from under the ancient trunks, rushing at him with terrible speed. A deafening rustle assaulted his ears. Sonny cursed in a stifled voice. The flood of darkness was not the second coming of the Dark Sea. Instead, there were more millipedes slithering towards him. Thousands of them, at least, all of the same rank and class as the first one. Sonny was powerful. He was even powerful beyond belief if compared to an average saint. However, he was not inclined to battle a swarm of thousands of corrupted beasts. Dismissing Nightmare, he turned into a shadow and fled. A moment later, the tide of millipedes flowed over the remains of their fallen sibling, and in a split second, the meat he had been reluctant to collect was gone. Not even a piece of black chitin remained. Gliding away stealthily, Sonny let out a bitter mental sigh. No wonder none of the sleepers of the Forgotten Shore had managed to find salvation by trying to reach another region of the Dream Realm. Even if they somehow managed to traverse thousands of kilometers of the Crimson Labyrinth, hiding from the Dark Sea at night, all that awaited them beyond the coral was death. Hollow Mountains and Nightmare Desert were a death warrant, but this burned forest was not any better. It was another death zone. Sonny had no doubt that there was no salvation west of the Forgotten Shore, either. Doesn't matter. Leaving the swarm of millipedes behind, he continued to move north. It took Sonny a long time to make his way through the burned forest. He was quickly reminded that he was at the bottom of the food chain. After that first encounter with the swarm of corrupted beasts, he met many more nightmare creatures, most of them much more powerful than the millipedes were. There were plenty of great abominations on the outskirts of the forest. As for its depths, Sonny had not dared venturing there, moving instead in a wide circle. He had evaded some and killed some. His food stores were replenished, but his body was in a sorry state. It was to the point where he had to remain in the form of a shadow for a while, using one of the avatars as the main vessel of his consciousness instead. His incarnations were independent of each other, so if one received a wound, it was not reflet. See Ted on the rest. Because of that, he could rotate them when there was a need, letting the damaged ones heal while the fresh ones fought. That way, he managed to survive crossing the burned forest. There were days when he moved, days when he rested, and days when he hid himself in the darkness, scouting the way ahead with utmost caution. During one of such days, Sonny witnessed something that rattled him to the core. As his shadow climbed on the taller remnant left behind by one of the burned trees, he could suddenly see deep into the forest, where an enormous depression in the earth was carpeted by broken trunks. And in the middle of that vast plain stood a charred stump. The sight of that stump left Sonny speechless. Its size was truly unimaginable. The surface where the trunk of the colossal tree had broken off was vast enough to be considered a plateau. Each bulging, blackened root was like a mountain. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN backslash OVIA LS backslash AVIA tilde C or backslash M. The creases of the scorched bark were like deep valleys, and the shadows populating them were enough to drown entire cities. Sonny could not imagine what could have destroyed such a tree. When it had stood whole, its crown must have brushed against the stars, and the sun must have passed between its branches, following the moon. If there had truly been a world tree, then this had to be its corpse. Somebody had annihilated it, complete with innumerable living beings that must have lived on its colossal branches. I'm so small. Hidden far away, in a dark fissure between two fallen trunks, Sonny smiled darkly. He was so far below the unimaginable tree, and the being who had destroyed it, that even thinking about himself in that context was preposterous. For now, at least. Not long after that, Sonny continued his journey. He arduously made his way through the burned forest and eventually left it behind. By then, the sun did not rise at night anymore. The sky was not entirely black, though. It was illuminated by countless stars, and although the moon did not show itself, he could see a ghostly radiance sometimes, as if it was hidden just out of sight. The weather slowly turned more and more severe. Sonny was no stranger to cold, but still, he was starting to struggle slightly. The ground was slowly devoured by ice. Sonny continued to move north, and at some point, he could not see ground at the bottom of the deep cracks in the ice anymore. Instead, there was only water. By then, he really felt as if he was approaching the edge of the world. Sonny journeyed on, overcome by strange excitement. Would he really reach the boundary of the dream realm? There was curvature to the horizon here, so reasonably, this strange world was supposed to be a sphere, just like Earth. So he might end up entering the storm sea from the south. However, reason did not always work in the dream realm. So, Sonny could easily imagine that the world would just end, opening up into an endless, dark abyss. Or maybe an infinity of billowing white mist into nothing. What would it feel like to stand on the edge of the world and peer beyond? Suffering from cold and lethal wind, Sonny stubbornly moved further north. There was nothing around him anymore. No ruins, no nightmare creatures, no signs of ancient battles. Only the wind, the ice, and the stars. But then one day, something suddenly appeared in the distance. A shape that was different from all the rest, too orderly and smooth to not be artificial. Barely containing his fascination, Sonny walked in that direction. He moved closer and closer, until the strange structure finally revealed itself. Sonny stumbled. His weathered face suddenly froze. All traces of excitement were erased from it, replaced by a deep, powerful emotion that wasn't quite horror and wasn't quite shock, but very close to both. He swayed slightly. Ayla. A slow exhale slowly escaped from his lips. Sonny sank to his knees. Tears rolled from his eyes, turning into drops of ice. Here it's here. It was. A bitter smile split his pale face apart. Out there in front of him, hidden in the ice, stood a small settlement. It was surrounded by a thick wall, which was now broken and covered in snow. There was a large dome-like structure towering above the settlement, painted white against the backdrop of the starlit sky. It resembled a giant, perfectly smooth egg. It was an observatory, a lunar observatory. It was Low 49. Chapter 1797, Last Refuge. Sonny would have loved to be wrong. He would have liked to believe that he had lost his sanity from solitude and hopelessness, or even that he had fallen under the effect of a strange mind hex. That he was looking at an illusion, conjured by some harrowing abomination. But in his heart, he knew that his eyes weren't lying to him. Out there in front of him, buried in snow and ice, was indeed Lunar Observatory 49, the research settlement where he had met Bate and Professor Obel once, during the Chain of Nightmares, where dusk of fallen grace killed everyone except tea for a handful of people that Sonny had taken away in time. The dome of the old observatory was the same. The alloy wall was the same, even if its turrets had turned into ice sculptures. The empty buildings where the scientists, soldiers, and assisting personnel had once lived and worked were the same, too. The research installation stood lonesomely under the starlit sky, drowning in snow. Sonny shivered. How? But he knew how Wind Flower had warned him. She had told him that his world would be consumed by the dream realm one day, just like hers. He had known that it was inevitable for a long time. However, Sonny had never thought that the process would have started so soon. I thought we still had time. He remained motionless for a while. taking in the eerie sight of the empty facility with an expression that went beyond despair. It felt so wrong to see alloy walls and prefab structures in the dream realm. Appalling. Sonny had no words to describe what he was feeling. He had left the waking world behind, and yet, witnessing the root of its future destruction had rattled him to the very core. The dilapidated streets of the outskirts, the beautiful terrace district in the inner city, the fortress-like awakened academy, the prestigious school where Rain had studied. Everything he knew would be swallowed by the dream realm soon. Worse than that, all the places that formed the background of his memories would not just be transported to another world. They would become forgotten ruins, just the kind Sonny was fond of exploring. Weathered, forlorn, and teeming with revolting abominations. That was the grim future of the world infected by the nightmare spell. Only there would be no one to explore the ruins of the waking world and wonder about the people who had populated them once. Because Sonny's realm was the last to be consumed, there would be no explorers left to remember their lives and struggles. The waking world would cease to exist, maybe not in a year or even a decade. But the process had already started. Sonny did not know how long he had spent kneeling in the snow in front of the silent research station. Eventually, though, he shakily rose to his feet and walked toward the crumbled wall. He spent some time wandering low 49 in a daze. Back then, Sonny had left in a hurry. After delivering his cohort and the 2 civilians to safety, he mounted Nightmare and returned, but he did not enter the facility again, only looking at it from afar. El Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN backslash OVIA LS backslash AVIA tilde CO backslash M. Everyone was gone, taken by dusk of fallen grace. Even though Sonny killed the terror later with the help of Neve and Saint Bloodwave, the memory of the empty settlement was still connected to a feeling of powerlessness and deep, chilling fear in his heart. Funnily enough, he felt the same way now. Nothing seemed to have changed in low 49. There was some damage caused by the harsh environment, and the exteriors of the alloy buildings were covered in ice and snow. However, the interiors were in surprisingly good condition. All the tech had stopped working, of course, but the material legacy was all there. There were clothes, furniture, and decorations, kitchen utensils, writing implements, and synthetic paper. The important data had been stored digitally, but many scientists had been in the habit of writing notes by hand or drawing complicated formulas on the boards. There were also useless items people accumulated throughout their lives: toys, trinkets, and sentimental mementos, posters, musical instruments, and handicrafts. Some of it would decay with the passage of time, but actually, most of the things created by modern humans were quite lasting. If someone unfamiliar with the civilization of the waking world visited this place in the future, what would they think about the people who had perished at low 49? Would they think that the ancient people had been ingenious and worthy of admiration, excelling in craft and architecture? That they created enchanting art, pursued enlightenment, and were quite knowledgeable about the arcane principles that govern the world? Or that the ancient people had been warlike and austere, living in harsh conditions and surrounding their utilitarian homes by tall metal walls? After all, there were weapons and military uniforms everywhere in low 49 as well. However, there were no corpses, no bones, no signs of a vicious battle. Nobody would know what had happened here, and at best, they would feel idle curiosity about the fate of the missing inhabitants. About as much of it as Sonny had felt in the ruins of the overgrown city where the cursed tyrant, Condemnation, dwelled. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. It was because Sonny knew better than most what it meant to be forgotten. Sometimes, not being remembered was worse than death. Oh, I hate it. Still unable to come to terms with the dreadful revelation, he remained motionless for a while, and then left the settlement to wander around. It was strange. The Rasir CH facility was how it had been. Some of its surroundings were familiar, too. But the rest was not. The ocean shore might have been hidden under the ice, but the mountains were definitely missing. After exploring the area more thoroughly, Sonny made sure that he wasn't mistaken. He had almost expected to find the entire Antarctica here, but somehow it was nowhere to be found. There were no mountains, no highways, no underground base that he had used as shelter after meeting Jir and his small convoy of refugees. Instead, there was just an endless plain of ice. It was as if a small chunk had been torn out of the waking world and transported here, then stitched to the patchwork realm of nightmares. No matter how long Sonny looked, he did not find another. Still, the dream realm was vast. There could be more pieces of Antarctica lost somewhere in the ice. Other areas could be elsewhere. Sonny would not be surprised if it turned out that a piece of America was now drifting somewhere in Stormsea, or that parts of Europe could be found west of the forgotten shore. There was no point in continuing the search anymore. Nothing would change if he found another fragment of the waking world here. Sonny looked south, where Low 49 was hidden in the darkness. Then he looked north at the endless expanse of ice. The desire to explore the unknown that had pushed him forward so far was inexplicably gone, doused by the grim discovery. Letting out a sigh, he summoned the marvelous mimic, commanded it to turn into a hut, and went inside. His mind was numb and his heat was cold. So Sonny decided to sleep. Chapter 1798, Knowledge of Everything. When Sonny woke up, reality was the same. His dreams did not change the cold, ruthless truth. He had wondered a lot what he would find at the edge of this alien world, but never expected to find the end of his own. Sonny slowly sat up and stared at the wall with an absent expression. Would he still be alone in this frozen wasteland when his world crumbled and become one with the spreading dream realm? Reality was the same, but he was not. It wasn't unexpected to change after witnessing something so shocking. He had mused about how small he was in comparison to the colossal stump in the burned forest. But only witnessing the white dome of Low 49 under the strange sky had really put his entire life in perspective. Sonny was quite a self-centered person. He wasn't a narcissist or someone who had no empathy for anyone except himself, but he cared about himself more than he did about others. There were a few people out there he would die for, but even then, it was because they were dear to him, and their loss would hurt him terribly. Only those who had not suffered before were oblivious enough to be truly selfless. People who had experienced anguish and pain knew the value of selfishness, because caring about oneself meant not having to suffer that anguish again. So Sonny was a reasonably selfish man. He was also a man who had experienced all kinds of torment, witnessed great tragedies, and endured it all to continue walking forward. Still, even he could not remain unmoved in the face of the destruction of his world and the extinction of his kind. She was right. Knowledge is indeed the heaviest thing in the world. The winds were howling beyond the walls of the empty hut. The sky was cold and dark. Pale starlight bathed the desolate expanse of ice, reflecting from it in a ghostly radiance. Some distance away, the dome of Low 49 stood lonesomely above the snow. Sonny let out a long sigh. He did not want to, but had no choice except to reevaluate a lot of things. Very important things, including the very concept of the future and his own place in its frightening reach. In fact, even though Sonny did not know what to think yet, he felt that he had already made a few decisions. It was just that he had not realized these decisions yet. Life was so messy. He had gone to Antarctica in search of conviction, thinking that his own was lacking. He did not find what he was looking for there, but instead learned that his own beliefs and aspirations were in no way inferior to anyone else's. Sonny had also learned to despise the sovereigns in Antarctica, the callous ghouls who played their games while countless people died, even though they could extend a hand and save them. He wanted to make his will known, and if not punish the tyrants, then at least prevent their hidden conflict from causing too much collateral damage among the civilian population. He did a few things to realize that goal, but before his efforts truly bore fruit, the Battle of the Black Skull happened. And then Sonny was thrown into the third nightmare. What happened in the tomb of Ariel Well? He made a proper mess of everything, and then somehow solved it as well. But the way he solved it was more damaging than the nightmare itself. However, those were his personal issues. They had nothing to do with the sovereigns, what he had to do in Antarctica, and the fate of the world. And by the time he returned, the sovereigns had already made their move, and the southern campaign was over. Those refugees that had not been evacuated across the ocean fled into the dream gates and left the waking world. /M. Sonny's immediate goal had no meaning anymore. Sonny himself, meanwhile, was abandoned by the world. He was forgotten, expelled, and erased from existence. untethered from everyone and everything, completely lost. So he left. He left and never looked back, crossing the hollow mountains, the forgotten shore, and the burned forest in solitude, all to leave the world that had rejected him behind, only to find a piece of that world at the end of the journey. What was he supposed to do now? Should he continue to pretend that nothing of what was happening to humanity had anything to do with him now? Should he continue to hide, keep his own company, and slowly lose his mind? Should he continue going north? Just yesterday, Sonny was full of excitement at the thought of exploring the uncharted parts of the dream realm. But today he did not care anymore. The thrill was gone, replaced by a heavy emptiness. Summoning the endless spring, Sonny drank some water, sighed, and then absent-mindedly looked at the beautiful glass bottle. That memory of his had served him well over the years. It was a gift from someone who didn't remember him anymore. His expression turned cold. Of course, there was a different choice to be made, and a different destiny to be carved out. Instead of heading north, he could turn around and go back. He could return. And then what? Nobody remembered him. Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, Rain, Teacher, Julius, St. Tyrus, Bait, and everyone else. They did not think or care about someone they did not know. But Sonny remembered. When I go back, if I go back, I'll have to do a few tricky things. By now, he was powerful enough not to be a mere spectator. Why did he have to simply watch the ruthless players move the figures across the board? Instead, he could exert his influence to personally change the game. A person like him could do a lot when no one was looking his way. The idea of confronting the sovereigns seemed like pure madness before. It still did, but was it really? Could Sonny exert his will and reshape the world to fit his desires? He would have to plot the downfall of Anvil of Valor and Kai Song. There was the third one, as well perhaps the most dangerous of the three. But dealing with the sovereigns was only the beginning. Now that the destruction of everything was accelerating, there was only one way forward to the very end. Either the nightmare spell would swallow humanity or be conquered by humans. Supreme, sacred, divine. The end could only be stopped if new gods were born of humanity. Therefore, that was what Sonny had to ensure if he went back. Did he dare to dream it? A long time ago, Nephis had proclaimed her determination to conquer every nightmare. Sonny had thought that she was insane back then. The wind was growing colder outside. He remained silent for a long time, listening to its howling. So what if it's insane? Sonny was not quite healthy in the mental department himself. He had not been for a long time. He did dare to dream it. At this point, there was very little that he did not dare to do. Walking out of the door, Sonny looked at the sky. The sky was full of stars. I am nobody, and I have nothing. He inhaled the frigid air and looked south with a cold, dark gleam in his lightless eyes. So let's change everything. With that, he dismissed the marvelous mimic and reached into his soul, which was still tethered to the waking world. Soon, his figure disappeared from the sea of starlit ice. Instead, a ragged silhouette appeared on a desolate street in the outskirts of NQSC, surrounded by a whirlwind of dancing snowflakes. Chapter 1799, Back to Civilization. Sonny returned to the outskirts. After years spent in the wild reaches of the dream realm, NQSC was like an explosion. Sonny almost fell to the ground after being assaulted by a myriad of movements and sensations. There were sounds, scents, and countless scenes. Most of all, there were shadows, a vast legion of them, all moving and changing, surrounding him like a boundless whirlpool. Overwhelmed by them, he spent several days hiding in an abandoned room at the top of a ramshackle dormitory hive. His mind wasn't ready for the sensory overload of being among hundreds of millions of people subduing his shadow sense. He waited for a while, slowly preparing himself to face humanity again. Gradually, Sonny let his senses loose. First to envelop a few levels of the dormitory hive, then all of it. Laying in the darkness, he could feel thousands of humans go about their harsh lives, observing their sorrows, joys, and struggles. Then his shadow sense extended outward, enveloping the outskirts one street after another. At some point, Sonny felt as if he was an invisible, omniscient deity. The area he could perceive was too vast for his mind to concentrate on each shadow, to witness every person. And yet, there was no better way of throwing himself into the half-forgotten feeling of being human. Slowly, the feral grip of solitude that the dream realm had on his mind loosened. Sonny remembered how to be a person again. His status in the waking world was questionable. He didn't really exist. A nice family was now living in his Terrace district house. He had no money, Encerilicaw citizenship, and no home. Which was pretty much exactly how it had been, back in the days of living as an outskirt rat. A very familiar situation. Of course, Sonny himself was entirely different from his younger self. He was a saint now, which meant that he wasn't just a rat, he was the strongest, most vicious and fearsome rat in the world. The loftiest rat there was. A true rat king. The outskirts themselves had changed, as well. They were much emptier, as if someone had culled the population of this miserable place in the past few years. Sonny knew that many of the most disenfranchised people of the waking world had been seduced by the lure of the dream gates. One of his incarnations had followed Rain to Ravenheart, after all. But knowing and seeing were two different things. Even this place can change, huh? He felt uprooted somehow, but it was a good thing for this part of his part to have changed. Moving in the shadows, Sonny found a better place to stay and thoroughly washed himself. Then, he procured a cheap communicator and a sizable sum of credits. ~C/M. Things that had been insurmountable for him as a kid were easier than breathing now. He did not have to scrounge for food and shelter. He did not have to fear the other humans populating the city slums. He could survive here with no effort whatsoever, live as lavishly as he wanted, even. But what was the point if the world was already falling apart? Sonny did not care about the bitter past. It had no hold over him anymore. He had outgrown the outskirts. After getting himself in order, Sonny sighed, turned into a shadow, and reached for the tether. His original body was still tethered to the Ivory Island, of course. The Ivory Island had long left the chained isles by now, and the crushing was no more. With its departure, the force keeping the flying islands afloat had weakened significantly, accelerating the demise of the region. The sanctuary of Noctis was situated at the edge of the chained isles, so it was still safe. However, more and more islands fell into the sky below with each year. In a few decades, most likely, there would be none left, erasing the last remains of the Kingdom of Hope. Except for the Ivory Tower itself. Sonny had expected to find himself above Bastion, but it seemed that Nephis and Cassie had been sent out to accomplish a mission. The beautiful island was moving across the sky of the Sword Domain, and the Fire Keepers were preparing for battle. Sonny did not disturb them and jumped off the edge, unnoticed. Turning into a crow, he glided to the ground and watched the Ivory Island drift away. Then, with a sigh, he summoned Nightmare and climbed into the saddle. Funnily enough, his destination was in the north. Sonny had plenty of time to consider the situation while getting his bearings in the outskirts, and although he did not have a concrete plan yet, he knew that one place would play a great role in the approaching war. A death zone known as Godgrave. So that was where he headed. Of course, to get there, he had to cross most of the Sword Domain first. Strangely enough, the journey was relaxing. Sonny had spent so much time braving the deadliest regions of the Dream Realm that the territories conquered by humans seemed peaceful and safe. As long as he remained vigilant, nothing here could seriously threaten him. Granted, the Dream Realm was still dire and full of dangers. Overconfidence was still an insidious killer, and one mistake could cost him his life. It was just that the scale of that mistake had to be quite significant now. Nevertheless, Sonny enjoyed the feeling of being at the top of the food chain. He rode Nightmare while 4 of his shadows served as a stealthy vanguard, circling him at a distance. That way, he was alerted of any danger long before it could pose a threat. Sonny avoided the human settlements, but sent his shadows to observe them and collect the news from time to time. He was learning more about the current situation in the two worlds and slowly working out the basics of a plan. A couple of weeks later, a mountain chain barred his path. It was much less impressive than the dreaded expanse of the Hollow Mountains, but still had a bad reputation. When Sonny was a small child, these mountains were the northern boundary of the human enclave in the Dream Realm. After Valor's northward expansion, though, they were simply a natural barrier in the heart of the Sword Domain now. Sonny studied them with a slightly surprised expression, not because of their historical significance, but for an entirely different reason. These mountains? No way. He recognized them. The steep rocky slopes were barren, and sharp ridges were covered in snow. There was one mountain that towered above the rest, though. Jagged and lonesome, it dwarfed other peaks of the mountain chain, cutting the night sky with its sharp edges. A radiant moon bathed its slopes in the ghostly, pale light. It was the Black Mountain from his first nightmare. Chapter 1800, Return to the Black Mountain. Sonny often thought about the slave caravan, but he never actually tried to learn more about the events that had transpired in the nightmare. He knew that they had happened at the dusk of the Golden Age, not long before the start of the Doom War. Back then, the gods had grown indifferent and distant, and the soldiers of an expansionist empire that worshipped war wiped out the shadow cult, burning down all its temples. However, he did not know much about that empire and the lands it had conquered. The history of the Dream Realm was overshadowed by the calamitous destruction of the Doom War, and while it was possible to learn a thing or two about the previous eras, the devastation had erased most traces of the last human civilizations. So Sonny had never actually expected to behold the Black Mountain again. He stared at its distant peak in bewilderment. Then, a sense of subtle curiosity bloomed in his heart. Might as well take a look. Sonny actually felt a hint of sentimentality. Back then, it took the caravan days to scale the mountain pass. Sonny remembered the agony of walking up the mountain road vividly. The cold, the pain, the biting touch of the iron shackles that shredded his wrists. He had felt so tired and weak, not knowing if he would survive the cruel march. Many of the slaves had not, and ended up being tossed off the cliff after falling into the snow. It was a hard thing, to climb a mountain while hungry and on the verge of freezing. Today, Sonny simply stepped into the shadows and appeared halfway up the slope. Step, step, and another step. Just like that, he was standing below the towering edifice of the Black Mountain. Thousands of years had passed since the day the slave caravan was destroyed. The mountain road had already been old and crumbling back then now, no trace of it remained. For a few moments, Sonny contemplated staying here for a while to find the old bones. He was curious to know what had actually happened to the nameless slave and Oro of the Nine. Had they escaped the Mountain King, or had they perished? He was quite certain that Oro had survived, but what about the young temple slave? However, Sonny quickly dismissed that idea. It would take him months, or maybe even years, to dig through the snow and find the traces of the caravan if any traces remained. Even then, there was no guarantee that he would be able to tell anything about the past from them. So with a sigh, Sonny looked up at the peak of the Black Mountain. The only place he could visit was the mysterious temple that had stood there, surrounded by bones. But before that, he could feel enemies rushing at him from all sides. A moment later, the snow exploded, and hideous figures lunged at him with frenzy burning in their milky white eyes. The slaughter was swift and ruthless. Sonny did not even summon a weapon, using the spiked gauntlets of the onyx mantle to crush the abominations. He danced between them like an omen of death, coldly and methodically destroying one after another. Until none remained. The snow was painted red by blood, and a fine crimson haze hung in the air. Sonny studied the broken corpses, which littered the ground like a carpet. The creatures were hideous and appalling, resembling something that a mad artist would paint after waking up from a feverish nightmare. Most of them were fallen beasts and monsters, and although he was sure that he had never fought such creatures before, they reminded him of something. Mostly because he had subjugated a legion of Mountain King's larvae in Antarctica not too long ago. Although these abominations were different and much more powerful, they resembled the larvae a lot. Sonny smiled faintly. Will I be reunited with the Mountain King? If that thing wasn't dead, it would have grown much more powerful by now. But no, the chances were slim. The forces of valor had eradicated the most dangerous nightmare creatures in this area of the Dream Realm during their march north, and they would not have tolerated a powerful tyrant remaining in their rear. Even if the Mountain King had survived the thousands of years without leaving the Black Mountain, he would have been dealt with by someone like Whispering Blade, or maybe even Anvil himself. With a sigh, Sunny took another step through the shadows and appeared directly on the peak of the Black Mountain. And he stood there motionlessly for a while, looking ahead with an expression of awe on his pale face. The nameless temple was still there, under the moonlit sky. At the highest point of the mountain, a vast expanse of flat rock was covered with snow. In the center of it, illuminated by moonlight, stood a magnificent temple. Its colossal columns and walls were cut from black marble, with exquisite reliefs decorating the Stygian pediment and broad frieze. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN backslash OVIA LS backslash AVIA tilde CO backslash M. Beautiful and awesome, it looked like a palace of a dark god. At least it did once. Now the temple was in ruins. Fractures and cracks marred the black stones, parts of the roof had collapsed, letting in ice and snow. Its tall gates were broken, as if smashed into pieces by the hand of a giant. The Black Temple did not change at all. It was as if thousands of years had no effect on it whatsoever. The only thing that changed was that now there were even more bones surrounding it. There were thousands of bones scattered around, carpeting the ground. Some belonged to nightmare creatures, while some seemed to be quite human. Come to think of it, why are there so many bones here? Was this where the Mountain King had devoured its victims? Somehow, Sunny doubted it. The tyrant had consumed the slaves right where he had killed them, after all. No, before that. What was this temple exactly? Back then, Sunny remembered Scholar mentioning that pilgrims used to climb the mountain in the ancient times. Who were these pilgrims, and what had they worshipped? He had assumed that this was one of the shadow gods' temples that the Empire had destroyed, but the timing did not make sense. The destruction of the shadow cult was a recent event during his first nightmare, however. The temple looked as if it had been ruined thousands of years ago even then. And when Sunny spilled his blood on the altar, the spell described it as an offering to all the gods. It was just that Shadow had been the only one to answer. Stranger still, the gods had still been alive at the time of the nightmare, and yet the spell spoke of them as dead. Sunny shivered. Had his offering reached the actual gods, and not a substitute of them put in place by the spell? Was the spell even capable of creating illusory copies of the gods? Probably not. If so, what did it mean? And how had Shadow God granted him a blessing from beyond the grave? Well, that last part wasn't that surprising. The gods were the ones who had created things like time and death, after all. So it wasn't strange to imagine that they had a special relationship with these laws. A god could very well respond to a question before it was asked, and bless a slave who had offered himself as a sacrifice despite being dead. Especially if that altar stood in a very special place. The Black Temple. Sunny hesitated, unsure of what to think. Now that he had found the ruined temple again, he realized that he didn't actually know anything about it. He was certain of one thing, though, this place. It felt sacred. A sense of solemn, silent sanctity was emanating from the obsidian walls of the ancient temple. It looked majestic and beautiful in the moonlight, and although the ground around the ruin was littered with bones, it did not feel vile or ominous at all. With a sigh, Sunny headed toward the broken gates of the temple. And as he was approaching, he felt it. He did not see it, and he did not hear it. He did not even perceive it with his shadow sense. But somehow he knew. There was something in front of him, a vast, invisible, intangible being. One that was reaching out to him, emanating a subtle sense of purity, loneliness, and power. Suddenly, Sunny realized why there were bones scattered everywhere at the peak of the Black Mountain. However, the guardian of the temple did not seem to hold any malice toward him. Instead, there was a sense of joy and recognition. The invisible being was reaching out to something in Sunny's soul. The golden light, the flame of divinity. Sunny's eyes widened a little. I didn't even know. Back then, he had felt nothing when entering the temple. But the bones had been there, which meant that the guardian had been there as well. And yet, it let Sunny in instead of adding his corpse to the pile of bones. Because it had sensed a faint mark of divinity on his soul. The Mountain King, too. Since the tyrant entered the temple, it must have been touched by divinity once as well. Sunny had not known how close to death he had come, and how lucky he was to survive. Would it let me pass now? Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked forward and stepped through the gates of the nameless temple.